A scream echoed through the room, and an intense wave of pain coursed through Meng Ren's entire being. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, his face a mask of fury and hatred. "Tian Wenqian, you ungrateful wretches." Before he could finish his sentence, Meng Ren sensed something amiss, a look of bewilderment flashing across his features. He found himself in a strange, yet familiar room. Wait, isn't this my old room? He reached for the phone on the bedside table and, upon glancing at the screen, was jolted by the date April 5, 2030. Boom! Upon seeing this date, it was as if a thunderclap reverberated in his mind. Ha ha ha! Meng Ren couldn't help but laugh uproariously, though tears welled up in his eyes. In just half a month, the sun would enter a phase of violent activity, unleashing a catastrophic energy storm that would engulf the Earth, causing global temperatures to soar above 50 degrees. Countless plants and animals would perish, and within a mere month, the death toll would exceed 90%. Humanity would officially enter the era of extreme heat, where food and high temperatures would dominate everyone's thoughts. He had always harbored a habit of stockpiling food, which meant that when the era of extreme heat descended upon the world, he would possess an abundance of supplies. In his previous life, he had been too kind-hearted, watching as his neighbors suffered from hunger amidst the sweltering heat, and he. Chapter 84. The unashamed conquer the world. The security door emitted a piercing wail, appearing to teeter on the brink of collapse, while the members of the wolf gang outside relentlessly battered against it. If this continued, it was merely a matter of time before the door would be breached. Ha ha! Smash it! Hit it with all your might! Ma Fei laughed exuberantly. His laughter echoed in the ears of Lu Mei and the others, amplifying their terror. It's over. This door cannot hold much longer, Lu Mei thought, her face ashen and her body trembling slightly. The others were no better off. The thought of being slaughtered once Ma Fei and his gang broke and sent a chill of dread through each of their hearts. The doorman, Old Wang, trembled as well. What? What do we do now? Think of something. They are about to break in. We have no choice. Perhaps we should hide. If they cannot find us, they may leave, someone suggested. However, this proposal was swiftly met with dissent. What good will hiding do? They will surely search every house. And it is only a matter of time before they discover us. They are far too ruthless. We are no match for them. Is there any other way to escape? Panic engulfed the group, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Bang! 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 Outside, the wolf gang continued to pound on the door, and judging by its condition, it could withstand no more than another minute. The atmosphere in the corridor was suffocatingly tense, the oppressive weight of despair nearly driving them to madness. Lu Mei's lips trembled in a state of panic when, at that moment, Mingxue, who had been inside the house, descended the stairs. What has transpired? Mingxue inquired, her face etched with astonishment. She had just heard a tremendous explosion from below and rushed to ascertain the situation. Dr. O, we are doomed. The members of the wolf gang are about to break in. You must flee quickly. Old Wang, the doorman, urged anxiously. The crowd turned to Mingxue and suddenly recalled Ma Fei's earlier words. Given Mingxue's striking appearance, should the wolf gang infiltrate, she would undoubtedly suffer the most dire fate among them. Upon hearing the panicked accounts, Mingxue's pupils narrowed slightly, and her expression grew gravely serious. They may not outnumber us. If we unite our efforts, we can surely repel them. Mingxue swiftly regained her composure, demonstrating a level of rationality far superior to that of Lu Mei and the others, despite the looming threat of the wolf gang. As the group listened to Mingxue, expressions of dread spread across their faces. Shall we fight? They are armed with crossbows and heavy hammers. We might stand no chance. Lu Mei exclaimed, trembling with fear. The others nodded in agreement, still haunted by the memory of witnessing a man shot dead the previous day, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Seeing their fear, Mingxue felt a surge of urgency. If she could not unite them, she would stand little chance against the assailants alone. With the members of the wolf gang nearing the breach of the door, Mingxue clenched her teeth and took out her phone to make a call. Dr. O, who are you calling? Lu Mei asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Meng Ren, The only person who can save us now is Meng Ren, Mingxue exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with hope. Indeed, they had almost forgotten that Meng Ren possessed a firearm, if he was willing to act. Repelling the members of the wolf gang outside would undoubtedly be achievable. Ha ha ha, we have a glimmer of hope for survival. Dr. O, quickly call Meng Ren and ask him to come to our rescue. The crowd was filled with exuberance, yet Mingxue's heart sank at the sight of their enthusiasm. She understood why Meng Ren chose to live alone. If he were to join this group, they would likely go to great lengths to coerce him. At that moment, Mingxue felt an overwhelming urge to hang up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. However, the call had already connected, and Meng Ren's voice emerged from the device. Dr. O, what is it? On the other end, Meng Ren feigned ignorance. He was no fool. He knew precisely why Mingxue was calling. Yet he chose not to reveal that understanding. Hearing Meng Ren's voice, Lu Mei suddenly shouted, Meng Ren, hurry and come save us. The wolf gang is about to break in. Lu Mei's tone was imbued with an air of authority, as though she had suddenly become quite commanding. Meng Ren couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Save you? On what grounds? We are not related. Why should I come to your aid? Meng Ren scoffed. What? The crowd was taken aback, and Zhang Wen erupted in anger. Meng Ren, what do you mean by that? Everyone in the neighborhood is part of the same community. If you are unwilling to share resources with us, that is one matter, but can we truly be left to face death while you stand idly by? As his words fell, others began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, Meng Ren, you cannot act in such a manner. It was one thing to refuse us assistance before, and we forgave you for that, but now you must come to our aid. After all, you possess a firearm. You could easily intimidate the members of the wild wolf gang outside and drive them away. Meng Ren, this is merely a trivial task for you. Why do you hesitate? Hurry, the door cannot withstand much longer. The neighbors reprimanded him one after another, as if he owed them a debt. Meng Ren could hardly contain his laughter at their audacity. This selfish and self-serving crowd was continually redefining his understanding of morality. He had never encountered such unashamed individuals. How could human hearts be so vile? Mingxue could no longer bear to witness this. For the first time, she erupted in anger. Silence. Her voice surged above the clamor, leaving everyone momentarily stunned at the sight of her wrath. Having known Mingxue for so long, they had never before witnessed her in such a state. Do you all have no shame? Meng Ren is not your pet. The current situation is one in which we require his assistance, not one in which he owes us anything. How could you utter such disgraceful words? Mingxue's face was a canvas of fury, her gaze filled with profound disappointment. The crowd exchanged glances, each seemingly rendered speechless. In the room, Meng Ren could not help but curve a smile at the corners of his mouth. It seemed there were still normal people in this world. He squinted his eyes, determined to rush to rescue Mingxue after hearing her words. As for the others, Meng Ren abruptly hung up the phone, seized his weapon, and set off. Chapter 85. Betrayal. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Lu Mei and the others wore grim expressions. Zhang Wen could no longer contain himself. Dr. O, we are merely trying to survive. What wrong have we committed? Moreover, you are the most dangerous one here. Just now, Ma Fei and his gang made it clear that once they breach in, the women will be toyed with, and the men will be killed. With your beauty, Dr. O, should you fall into the hands of the wolf gang, your fate would be infinitely more tragic than ours. Mingxue's expression remained serene. Rest assured. If they truly break in, I will take my own life first. They will only acquire a corpse. Hiss. Hearing Mingxue's emotionless declaration, everyone involuntarily gasped, their eyes wide with horror as they regarded her. At that moment, the front door could no longer withstand the pressure. Boom. With a dull sound, the security door of Building 5 was smashed open, and Ma Fei immediately charged in with his men from outside. Ha! We have indeed entered. Who were those who mocked me earlier? Come out, all of you. Ma Fei laughed mockingly as he stormed into the corridor. Lu Mei and the others screamed in terror, their faces reflecting sheer panic as they frantically retreated. Stop! Whoever dares to flee will face immediate death, Ma Fei proclaimed. Brandishing his crossbow, and swiftly pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The sharp bolt sliced through the air, embedding itself into the wall. The previously panicked crowd froze in place, their faces drained of color. "Please don't kill me. I didn't say anything offensive. I am innocent," Lu Mei cried out in terror. Ma Fei instantly recognized Lu Mei's voice. A sinister smile spreading across his face as he delivered a sharp slap to her cheek. Slap. The force of the blow left one side of Lu Mei's face swollen and bruised, causing her to tumble helplessly to the ground. "Damn it. I know it was you. You wretched dog, who insulted me just now," Ma Fei shouted, delivering a brutal kick to Lu Mei. "Ah!" She screamed in anguish, lying on the ground in utter disarray. Witnessing Lu Mei's plight, the others turned pale, their bodies trembling in fear. Ma Fei reveled in their terror, a triumphant expression adorning his face as his gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Mingxue. Hiss. Upon seeing Mingxue, Ma Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, boss. Look at this woman. She is stunning," exclaimed one of his underlings, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets and his face flushed with excitement. Slap. Ma Fei struck him awake, reprimanding, "Step aside. This woman belongs to me." The subordinate, unable to voice his displeasure, stood quietly to the side. Ma Fei's gaze was insatiably greedy as he fixated on Mingxue, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. "Ah, so you have concealed such a stunning woman here. No wonder you were so adamant about not opening the door earlier. This must be the reason." As he spoke, Ma Fei could no longer restrain himself and moved closer. In the distance, Mingxue was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, far surpassing even the stars on television. The thought of soon indulging in the company of such an exquisite woman made Ma Fei feel as though today was his fortuitous day. Mingxue's expression was frigid as she watched Ma Fei approach, a dagger having mysteriously found its way behind her. At that moment, Lu Mei, who had been lying on the ground moments ago, caught sight of the dagger concealed by Mingxue and instantly deduced her intentions. Overjoyed, Lu Mei seemed to have a sudden realization and declared without hesitation, "Boss Ma, be careful. This woman intends to kill you. She has a dagger hidden behind her." "What?" Ma Fei exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating. Mingxue's face contorted with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Lu Mei, what are you doing?" Lu Mei, with her face swollen and bruised, rose from the ground, a sycophantic expression adorning her features. "Boss Ma, that was incredibly perilous. I must warn you that this woman, Mingxue, has undoubtedly tried to harm you. Considering I just saved your life, could you possibly let me off the hook?" Ma Fei hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Very well, you indeed saved my life just now, so I shall let you go." Mingxue found it hard to believe that Lu Mei had, in a desperate bid for survival, betrayed her so callously. Had she successfully plunged the dagger into Ma Fei moments ago, she could have seized the opportunity amidst the chaos created by the wild wolf gang to repel them, thereby ensuring her own safety without the need for subservience. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they witnessed Lu Mei's actions. In the next instant, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Zhang Wan, who had been standing behind Mingxue, suddenly launched an attack, snatching the dagger from her grasp. Mingxue was caught off guard, and in a moment of distraction, she lost her weapon. It was over. Her complexion turned pale, without her weapon. How could she possibly resist? Behind her, Zhang Wen leaped forward with excitement, exclaiming, "Boss Ma, I have seized the dagger. Please, spare me." Ma Fei chuckled, thoroughly amused by the unfolding scene, which struck him as both entertaining and intriguing. A thought crossed his mind. "Well done. In light of your accomplishment, I shall grant you clemency. The remaining individuals, however, are yours to deal with." Ma Fei then directed his gaze towards Lao Wang and the others, declaring, "Now, whoever brings this woman before me shall also be spared." The proclamation was nothing short of explosive. Mingxue's expression changed drastically as she instinctively attempted to flee. But as she took her first step, those behind her had already risen to block her path. Not just one, but others in the corridor also stood up, enclosing Mingxue in a tight circle. "Dr. O, we sincerely apologize, but we merely wish to survive." The gatekeeper, Old Wang, bore a look of resignation, yet his actions were resolute. "Indeed, I refuse to meet my demise. As Boss Ma has stated, capturing you ensures our continued existence," another added. "Dr. O, You are a physician, embodying the compassion of a healer. Surely, you can empathize with our plight. If sacrificing you can save us all, we have no choice but to proceed. The crowd voiced their sentiments, each word dripping with venom. Mingxue felt a tremor of disbelief. She had once sought to assist these individuals, yet their true nature was now laid bare before her. How blind she had been. Chapter 86. Despair and hope. At this moment, Mingxue was engulfed in desolation. The saying, "the greatest sorrow is a heart that has died," could not better encapsulate her feelings. Ha! Not far off. Ma Fei erupted in delighted laughter. How splendid. Truly splendid. He could not help but applaud. His cunning was evident. With but a single utterance, he could effortlessly manipulate others to do his bidding, a thrill beyond measure. A throng had encircled Mingxue, leaving her with no avenue for escape. The crowd, with sycophantic gazes directed at Ma Fei, inquired, "Boss Ma, we have successfully apprehended Mingxue for you. Does this guarantee our survival?" Ma Fei nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Since you have aided me in capturing the prey, I shall indeed spare your lives." As he spoke, he strode towards Mingxue, while Lao Wang and the others stepped aside to clear a path. The proximity of the enchanting beauty filled Ma Fei with exhilaration, his face flushed with intensity. In a bygone era, a beauty of such exquisite allure would have been beyond his reach, not even allowing him the privilege of a lingering gaze. Yet now, the prospect of claiming her beneath him for unrestrained enjoyment ignited a fervor within him. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he approached Mingxue. At that moment, Mingxue suddenly darted towards the wall, colliding with it headfirst. Was she intent on harming herself? Ma Fei scoffed derisively, swiftly seizing the fabric of her clothing and yanking her back forcefully. With a ripping sound, her garment tore, and she collapsed to the ground. Her complexion paling, whether from despair or pain remained uncertain. Ma Fei, however, was consumed with excitement, especially as he beheld the subtle outlines of her exquisite form beneath the flimsy fabric, stirring his restless desires. "Dr. O, you should stay with me. I, Ma Fei, am someone of significance. You shall never suffer in my company. Rest assured, I shall cherish you dearly. If anyone dares to mistreat you, I will ensure they meet their demise," he proclaimed, attempting to soothe Mingxue's distress. In the midst of his words, he lunged towards her on the ground. Yet, to his astonishment, the previously compliant Mingxue suddenly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that struck him squarely between the legs. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly echoed, and Ma Fei fell to his knees, clutching his groin. "Boss! Ma boss!" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Ma Fei, his face contorted in agony, struggled to rise from the ground, fury boiling within him. So close, it was so perilously close. Had he not dodged Mingxue's kick at the critical moment, his future happiness would have been irrevocably shattered. Yet, even so, her foot grazed his precious possession, inflicting a pain that drained the color from his face. Following the excruciating pain came an overwhelming rage. "Damn it! When offered a toast, you refuse and instead provoke me. I spoke to you with gentleness, yet you chose to ignore it. Do not blame me for my harshness." Ma Fei's fury surged. "Bring me 2 men. Seize her hands." Zhang, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward. "I'll do it." He grabbed Mingxue's hand, pinning it to the ground with unyielding force. "Let go of me." Mingxue gritted her teeth, struggling against her captors. But how could she withstand the might of 2 men? Her resistance only fueled Ma Fei's excitement. He sneered, "Struggle all you want. This time, I shall relish your plight. Be obedient and become my woman. Once I am done enjoying you, I shall pass you on to others. Rest assured, I will confine you, and you won't have the chance to escape your fate." Ma Fei's words were laced with malice, sending shivers down Mingxue's spine, while Zhang and the others reveled in exhilaration. Did this not imply that they too would have a chance to savor Mingxue's essence in the future? Ma Fei let out a cold laugh as he forcefully seized Mingxue's legs, spreading them apart with ruthless intent. It was over. A sense of despair enveloped Mingxue, and she could almost envision the wretched life that lay ahead of her. Ha! Surrounding them were the exultant voices of Ma Fei and his cohorts. Just at that critical moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air, startling everyone. Accompanied by the gunfire, A bullet soared through the air, piercing directly through Ma Fei's palm. Ah! Ma Fei let out a pained scream, an abundance of blood gushing from the wound in his hand as if it were free-flowing. Gunfire. Someone had opened fire. The sudden eruption of gunfire sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the once menacing members of the wolf gang immediately dropped to the ground. Desperately seeking cover, Zhang Wan, Lu Mei, and the others hastily took refuge, leaving only Mingxue standing in the corridor. A flicker of hope surged within her previously desolate heart. Gunfire. In this community, she alone possessed a firearm. Opening her eyes, Mingxue spotted a figure swiftly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Meng Ren. Fighting back tears of joy, she rose from the ground, clutching her torn clothing, and ran towards Meng Ren. "Dr. Meng, are you all right?" Meng Ren, taken aback by the sight of Mingxue in her tattered attire, feared he had arrived too late. "I'm fine. Just my clothes got accidentally torn." "Meng Ren, thank you. Thank you." Mingxue struggled to hold back her tears. From despair to hope, the contrast was overwhelming. Even a formidable woman like Mingxue felt an overwhelming urge to weep at this moment. Upon confirming that Mingxue was unharmed, Meng Ren let out a sigh of relief. Not far away, Ma Fei and the others began to comprehend the situation. It was Meng Ren. The one who fired was Meng Ren. Lu Mei shouted in alarm. Ma Fei, filled with both shock and fury, felt his rage intensify, exacerbated by the excruciating pain of his injuries as he realized Meng Ren had thwarted his plans. "Meng Ren, the Wild Wolf Gang has no quarrel with you. What are you attempting to do? Don't think that just because you possess a firearm, you are invincible. The Wild Wolf Gang is not to be trifled with." Ma Fei bellowed. "Huh? Is that so? Then why don't you step out from behind your cover? Why are you hiding? If you are truly unafraid of the gun in my hand, then muster the courage to come out and see if I will shoot you down on the spot." Meng Ren scoffed. His words struck Ma Fei like a resounding slap, further igniting the flames of his fury. "Damn it, Meng Ren. Relying on a pistol to intimidate others is nothing to boast about. Let us settle this one-on-one," Ma Fei retorted angrily. Su Qing nearly burst into laughter. "Are you out of your mind? If you are foolish, don't drag me into it. Why should I refrain from using my firearm?" Chapter 87. The face-changing conference. A cold smile played on Meng Ren's lips as he toyed with the 1911 pistol in his hand. A gesture that served as an immense threat to the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Ma Fei's countenance turned ashen, despite wielding a crossbow. He would never be foolish enough to engage in a gunfight with Meng Ren unless he had lost his senses. He gritted his teeth and asked Meng Ren, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Meng Ren narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he surveyed the members of the Wolf Gang and Lu Mei. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of engaging in combat with you. I am merely here to protect Dr. O, as she has assisted me in the past. I have no interest in Lu Mei and her companions, but I must take Mingxue with me," Meng Ren asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Ma Fei felt a surge of anger threatening to explode within him. If such a breathtaking woman as Mingxue were to be taken by Meng Ren, it would mean the end of any chance he had with her. It was akin to standing before a mountain of gold, poised to claim it, only for someone to suddenly appear and carry it away. Anyone in his position would be infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. Instinctively, Ma Fei wished to refuse, but upon catching sight of the gun in Meng Ren's hand, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce. The alternative would surely lead to a violent confrontation. There was no need for that. Despite Mingxue's extraordinary beauty, preserving his life took precedence over all else. With this realization, he resigned himself to swallow his resentment, forcing down his indignation. "Fine, I agree. You may take Mingxue with you. I will not obstruct your departure," Ma Fei declared loudly. As soon as he uttered these words, Lu Mei and the others became frantic. Not only Lu Mei, but the expressions of the others were also filled with urgency. They were not eager to remain there, uncertain of what Ma Fei and his subordinates might do to them next. With this thought in mind, a group of individuals hastily exclaimed, "Meng Ren, take us with you." Lu Mei shouted immediately. Others nearby echoed in agreement, "Indeed, we are all neighbors in the same community. You cannot solely attend to Mingxue and forget about us. Meng Ren, please take us along. You cannot just stand by and watch us perish." The crowd clamored, urging Meng Ren to rescue them as well. Meng Ren, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming mix of anger and incredulity. "Silence!" he bellowed. "You shameless wretches dare to ask me to take you away? What purpose would it serve to save you, only for you to betray me later? Dr. O, as the leader, has been tirelessly working for you these past days. Yet how did you treat him just moments ago? You ingrates, without hesitation, sold out Dr. O to secure your own survival. And now you have the audacity to ask for my assistance. How can you possess such thick skin? You may as well stay here and meet your fate." Meng Ren unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Lu Mei and the others, berating them mercilessly. It felt exhilarating to vent his frustrations. Could these ungrateful scoundrels truly expect him to aid them? It was nothing short of delusional. Lu Mei and her companions, on the receiving end of Meng Ren's scathing words, wore expressions of utter dismay. Some even attempted to justify their actions, arguing, "We were merely trying to survive. We did nothing wrong." The words of that person caused Meng Ren to shake his head, and he turned his gaze towards Ma Fei. "Boss Ma, you may deal with these individuals as you see fit. They bear no connection to me." With that brief statement, Meng Ren unhesitatingly turned and departed with Oming Xue. As he left, the crowd watched in growing anxiety. A cacophony of frantic voices reached Meng Ren's ears, yet he showed no inclination to pause, resolutely leading Oming Xue away from the area. As it became evident that Meng Ren intended to depart, the previously pleading individuals finally revealed their true nature. "Meng Ren, you heartless wretch, how could you abandon us here? May you suffer a terrible fate." The group erupted into vitriolic curses, their words exceedingly harsh and nearly unbearable. Hearing their vitriol, Meng Ren's resolve only strengthened. A smile involuntarily graced his lips, and a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Ultimately, Meng Ren and Oming Xue vanished from the sight of Ma Fei, Lu Mei, and the others. Witnessing Meng Ren's merciless departure, Li Mei and her companions fell into despair. Meanwhile, Ma Fei and his subordinates emerged from their hiding place. A few of them approached Ma Fei, their faces marked by sorrow. "Boss, this Meng Ren is truly excessive. How could such an exquisite woman slip through our fingers?" The expressions of the others were equally filled with anguish, as if they had lost hundreds of billions. Ma Fei had already clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Meng Ren, his eyes cold and seething with anger. "Rest assured, I will remember this debt," he declared. "It is only because Meng Ren wields a gun that I am temporarily retreating. But fret not. This is merely a momentary concession to let him revel in his arrogance. Sooner or later, I shall trample that scoundrel Meng Ren underfoot." A sneer escaped Ma Fei's lips. After uttering these words, he turned his attention to Lu Mei and the others. They hastily approached him, their faces painted with obsequiousness, yet their hearts were rife with trepidation. Lu Mei hastily interjected, "Boss Ma, I just saved your life. You promised to spare me." As she spoke, a glimmer of hope shone on her face. However, in the next instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Chapter 88, Regret Smack. Ma Fei swung his hand with force, landing a resounding blow across Lu Mei's face. She let out a piercing scream as she collapsed to the ground. "Damn it, you worthless wretches, do you dare to bargain with me?" "Bah!" Ma Fei spat on the ground, his gaze towards Lu Mei and the others brimming with disdain. He had witnessed their betrayal of Oming Xue, and while Ma Fei often engaged in unscrupulous deeds, he considered it beneath him to betray his own brethren. The actions of these individuals even made a scoundrel like him feel disgusted. Lu Mei and the others were left dumbfounded, taken aback by Ma Fei's sudden change of demeanor. Ma Fei's icy gaze fixed upon them as he sneered, "From this moment forth, you shall submit supplies to me every other day, with a packet of instant noodles as the basic unit. None shall be exempt. As long as you remain in this community, you are obliged to comply. Should anyone fail to do so, do not expect me to show leniency." "What?" A chorus of bewildered expressions echoed through the group. Had their efforts all been in vain, rendering them mere jesters? "Boss Ma, your demands are exceedingly high. It is simply unattainable for us," one protested. "Indeed, we can barely sustain ourselves, let alone spare any resources," another lamented, as complaints began to ripple through the crowd. Zhang Wen's face contorted with anger. "Boss Ma, Your expectations are utterly unreasonable. We cannot meet them. Huh. Ma Fei chuckled, a mirthful sound that echoed ominously. In the next instant, he lunged forward, raising the crossbow in his hand, and aimed directly at Zhang Wen, pulling the trigger in one swift motion. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound split the air as the bolt sliced through the atmosphere, traversing several meters to pierce Zhang Wen's chest. At such close range, the projectile's lethality rivaled that of a standard handgun, effortlessly penetrating Zhang Wen's body. The intense agony elicited a horrifying scream from Zhang Wen, his features contorting in a grotesque display, akin to a wretched spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. Zhang Wen writhed on the ground, a torrent of blood cascading from his wound, staining his chest crimson. Zhang Wen. The individuals nearby were taken aback, retreating in disarray and panic. Ma Fei sneered coldly, admonishing them, "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. You will either provide supplies every other day, or I shall end your lives this very moment. The choice is yours." Fear and indignation mingled on their faces, revealing the humiliation they felt. However, upon glancing at the predatory gaze of Ma Fei and his entourage, their expressions turned pale. Old Wang, the gatekeeper, trembled uncontrollably. In his youth, he might have dared to confront Ma Fei, but the vigor of his younger days had long since faded, leaving him devoid of courage. I will provide the supplies. Please do not kill me." Old Wang stammered. His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction. With Wang's capitulation, others of lesser fortitude began to surrender as well. Even those who had previously harbored defiance found their resolve crumbling in the face of the overwhelming surrender surrounding them. "I too shall yield. Spare my life. I am willing to pay the tribute. I am also prepared to submit supplies. I implore you, do not take my life." The very individuals who had once displayed bravado before Meng Ren now resembled frightened wretches, their bodies shaking and pallor reaching its zenith, their eyes betraying sheer panic and dread. "I shall return tomorrow to collect the supplies. At that time, should anyone fail to provide their due, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Ma Fei's smile twisted into a sinister grin as he turned to depart with his gang of followers. As Lu Mei and the others watched Ma Fei and his companions depart, they struggled to wipe the sweat streaming down their foreheads. "Help me, someone, please." Zhang Wen pleaded desperately, his face etched with anguish as he sought assistance from the security guard, Old Wang. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Wen's dire condition, the onlookers instinctively recoiled. Taking a step back, "Zhang Wen, there is no hope for you now. It would be better to accept your fate," Lu Mei said through gritted teeth. "Do not blame us for our coldness. We possess no medical supplies. If you must assign blame, let it fall on Meng Ren, for it is his failure to aid us that has led us to this pitiful state." Despair enveloped Zhang Wen. Had his injuries occurred in a time of peace, they might have been deemed trifling. However, in this era of extreme heat, pharmacies within a kilometer radius had been thoroughly raided. Even if some supplies remained, it was unlikely anyone would venture out to procure medical aid for him. Zhang Wen's plight was dire. A crossbow bolt had pierced his chest, and blood continued to flow profusely from the wound. If left unattended, it was certain he would succumb to his suffering within half an hour. As others observed this grim scene, Old Wang cleared his throat and hastily concocted an excuse to depart. Soon, the rest followed suit, and before long, Zhang Wen was left alone on the ground, awaiting his grim fate. Room 502. Despite the neighborhood being devoid of water and electricity, Meng Ren's home was remarkably illuminated. Moreover, as she stepped into the living room, a refreshing breeze enveloped her, making Mingshu feel as though she had traversed from the arid expanse of the Sahara Desert to the coolness of northeast China. The immediate sensation of comfort wrapped around her. Although it was already 9 in the evening, the temperature outside still exceeded 35 degrees Celsius, while the interior of Meng Ren's home was likely below 25 degrees. The stark contrast in temperature elicited a look of astonishment on Mingshu's face. Meng Ren, do you actually have air conditioning here? Wait. What those people in the homeowners group said is true. You really have electricity. Mingshu's expression conveyed her sheer disbelief. Nearly 10 days had passed since the power and water had been cut off, and the residents of the community had almost grown accustomed to navigating in darkness every evening. Aside from a few households equipped with solar-powered flashlights, most people were left to fumble in the shadows once night fell. Before Meng Ren could respond, the voices of Xiaoyu and Tian Wenqian echoed from the room. Chapter 89. Mingxu joins. The door swung open, and the two women entered the living room simultaneously, momentarily catching sight of Mingxu. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure, clearly not overly astonished. The two women before her were quite attractive. Though they fell slightly short of her own standards, they were undoubtedly of a commendable 75 points. Such beauty, in earlier times, would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of many suitors. Given Meng Ren's circumstances, having women in his home was entirely normal. Mingxue is not the ethereal woman one might imagine. She has keenly observed the changes within the community, particularly the plight of many women resorting to selling their bodies for survival. Though she feels a profound sense of helplessness regarding this reality, she understands that these women merely seek to endure, and such actions carry no inherent shame. In the living room, when three women converged, Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of immediate alarm, her demeanor turning alert. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful, in comparison to Mingxue before her. She and Tian Wenqian together could not measure up. This realization ignited an unprecedented sense of crisis within Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Tian Wenqian wore a similarly distressed expression, finally grasping why Meng Ren had undergone such a significant transformation. He had come to be accompanied by a woman of remarkable excellence. As the three women exchanged glances, each harbored her own thoughts, their expressions shifting with unspoken emotions. Meng Ren observed this dynamic, and with a deliberate cough, he sought to dissolve the tension that hung in the air. Mingxue narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired, "Are you inviting me to stay here?" Her words bore a double entendre, easily discernible to anyone of reasonable intellect. It must be said that Meng Ren was indeed captivated. Mingxue was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever encountered. Her supermodel physique and alluring, mature charm were exceptional, coupled with her remarkable abilities. Such a woman was nearly flawless, leaving even him at a loss for any criticism. To assert that he harbored no thoughts of Mingxue would be an outright lie. I fear that even if he were to voice it, Mingxue would remain incredulous. However, possessing thoughts does not equate to taking action. Unless Mingxue is willing to relinquish her pride and serve him as a maid, akin to Xiaoyu and Tian Wenqian. Otherwise, he will forever maintain a degree of vigilance in her presence. Yet, that is evidently implausible. Meng Ren would not resort to such measures. No, what I mean is relocating to Building 5. In fact, Wang Fei and his girlfriend moved in 2 days ago. They accepted my protection to a certain extent, which corresponds to a fee of instant noodles every 3 days as a form of tribute. Meng Ren explained. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Mingxue's eyes, accompanied by surprise, as she had not anticipated Wang Fei's arrival. Are there others besides Wang Fei and his girlfriend? Mingxue could not help but inquire. There are not, and I will not permit their arrival, Meng Ren replied without hesitation. Mingxue nodded discreetly and then declared, I am willing to relocate here. I hope, Boss Meng, you will look after me in the future. Ahem, Boss Meng? The appellation coming from Mingxue's lips rendered him somewhat embarrassed. There is no need for such formality. I merely do my duties for compensation. Meng Ren endeavored to temper his emotions, striving for calmness. He turned to Xiaoyu and the others. You are to go to Building 5 and assist Dr. in moving her belongings. Ah? Xiaoyu displayed an expression of reluctance. No, it's too hot outside. I do not wish to go. Go. Meng Ren's countenance hardened, and his tone took on an authoritative edge. It seems Xiaoyu requires a firm reminder. How dare she refuse his command? As Mingxue observed the scene before her, a new understanding of Meng Ren's character began to take shape within her. This man possessed a gentle side, yet he also harbored a cold and ruthless demeanor. He was a principled individual. Otherwise, he could have easily exploited this opportunity to coerce her, yet he chose not to, which attests to the boundaries he upheld. Simultaneously, Meng Ren's capacity for cruelty was evident. He could dispatch a life without hesitation and could stand by while Lu Mei and others perished. Ming Shue kept these reflections to herself as the three women set off to retrieve their belongings from Building 5. Upon their swift arrival, they were greeted by the grim sight of the deceased Zhang Wan at the entrance. "Ah, another death," exclaimed Xiaoyu, her complexion pale, while Tian Wenqian's expression mirrored her distress. Ming Shue remained impassive. Had this been in the past, she would have felt a pang of compassion. However, the behavior of Lu Mei and her companions that evening had thoroughly disillusioned her. Had it not been for Meng Ren's timely rescue, she would have found herself ensnared in a hellish predicament. As for those who had wronged her, Ming Shue felt no hatred. Her tolerance had reached its limits. The trio proceeded into the corridor, where they fortuitously encountered the doorman, Old Wang, who had stepped out for some fresh air. "Dr. O," he greeted eagerly. Responded Ming Shue, her demeanor frosty, devoid of any inclination to engage. The awkwardness was palpable on Old Wang's face as she bypassed him, leading the two women into her home, where they commenced the arduous task of moving. The entire endeavor spanned a full hour. Ming Shue possessed a considerable amount of belongings. And even though they only took a portion, the exertion left the three women thoroughly exhausted. "Oh, the heat is unbearable. It feels as though one is in the depths of hell." Xiaoyu and Tian Wenqian are completely drenched, appearing as if they have just emerged from the water. Xiaoyu feels immensely grateful for the judicious decision he made earlier. Otherwise, he would not be enjoying such a comfortable existence. Especially when he sees Ming Shue busily toiling away alone in the adjacent room, a smile spreads across his face. What does beauty matter if one must endure a life of hardship? With this thought, a radiant smile graces Xiaoyu's features. Inside the room, Meng Ren is already reclining comfortably on the bed after a refreshing shower, blissfully savoring the pleasures of life. Today, the members of the wolf pack, led by Ma Fei, have undoubtedly become his sworn enemies. Given the vindictive nature of those ruffians, they will surely seek ways to complicate his life in the future. Nevertheless, Ma Fei and his gang are merely minor players. The real trouble lies with Chunhu, who stands behind them. Chapter 90. Dark thoughts. If one were to ponder who in the vicinity makes Meng Ren feel the most apprehensive, it would undoubtedly be Chunhu. This man is ruthless and cunning, wielding an unknown arsenal of weapons and commanding a formidable entourage. Meng Ren must now tread carefully, squinting his eyes, his gaze glimmering with resolve. My telekinetic abilities continue to grow steadily. This is my greatest trump card, an asset that Chunhu remains oblivious to. Given Chunhu's temperament, it is unlikely that he would engage in conflict with me merely due to Ma Fei and his crew, so for the time being, I find myself in a relatively safe position. As Chunhu reached the point of intolerable frustration and prepared to strike, it was likely that my psychokinetic abilities had developed to an astonishing degree. At that moment, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. A faint smile played upon Meng Ren's lips. With the emergence of his psychokinetic powers, he possessed ample confidence in his future, firmly believing that such abilities would never let him down. After lying on the bed and exercising his psychokinesis until fatigue began to weigh upon his spirit, Meng Ren finally closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. While he comfortably succumbed to sleep, others found themselves unable to rest. In Building 6, Lu Mei and her companions gathered in the coolness of the night, dozens of them huddled together in the living room. A vast space illuminated only by the sporadic flicker of a solitary candle, casting meager light upon their faces. Each individual wore a frown, their expressions marked by despair and helplessness, and not a word was spoken. Anyone could discern the pain etched upon their features. "What shall we do now? Please, let us not remain silent." Lu Mei broke the oppressive stillness. Despite her words, nobody responded. Despair was evident on every face. A heavy, stifling atmosphere enveloped the group. Observing their dire situation, some felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Indeed, they found themselves in a seemingly inescapable predicament, plagued by internal instability while the wild wolf gang loomed menacingly outside. The supplies they had painstakingly gathered were now nearly depleted, signifying an urgent need to seek out new resources. Otherwise, not only would they be unable to pay the protection fee to the wolf gang, but they would also find themselves without food. The individuals within the room glanced at one another, evidently searching for potential solutions among their peers. At that moment, one bold individual spoke up, suggesting, "Why don't we attempt to acquire supplies from Meng Ren once more?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. The guard, old Wang, furrowed his brow in concern, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Meng Ren possesses a firearm. How could we possibly retrieve anything from him?" The bold one retorted, "And what of that? I refuse to believe Meng Ren is completely housebound. The instant he steps outside, we shall have our chance. Let us not forget the vast quantities of supplies he previously procured. I wager his home is overflowing with provisions. If we manage to eliminate Meng Ren, all of his resources will become ours." As he spoke, his fervor intensified, and his underlying motives became increasingly transparent. A palpable silence enveloped the gathering. Some shook their heads in disapproval, declaring, "No, this is too perilous. If Meng Ren discovers our intentions, it could lead to irreparable consequences." The initial speaker couldn't help but scoff. "Do you truly believe the situation isn't already dire? Meng Ren is utterly ruthless, despite having an abundance of food at his disposal. He refuses to share even the slightest portion with us. Why must we endure hunger and suffering here, while he, Meng Ren, indulges in comfort and luxury at home?" The words of that man acted as a flickering candle, igniting the thoughts of many. Jealousy is an innate response for numerous individuals. Particularly when witnessing those around them living comfortably, it is often more painful than their own struggles. Many gazes began to glimmer with a shared sentiment within the crowd. The young man who had been speaking continued to fan the flames. "If we unite our efforts, this endeavor is not beyond our reach. If we can lure Meng Ren out, we can set a trap and swarm him. Unless he possesses extraordinary abilities, he stands no chance against us. Moreover, with firearms in our possession, we need not fear the Wolf Gang. We might even seek revenge upon them." This final remark proved to be a decisive blow, stirring a fervor within the majority present. Indeed, if we eliminate Meng Ren, we not only stand to gain abundant resources, but most crucially, firearms and compound bows. With such assets, who could dare to bully us in the future? Many felt their hearts race, their faces revealing a mix of excitement and intrigue. Lu Mei, in particular, was exhilarated, her eyes shining with fervor. "Zhao Qing, what is your plan? If it is sound, we shall follow your lead." Numerous heads nodded in agreement, their eyes turning toward Zhao Qing. His expression was one of pride and joy, a smile gracing his lips as he began to unveil his strategy. The following day, Meng Ren languidly awoke around noon, stretching and yawning before finally rising from his bed. After freshening up, he stepped out of his room. In the living room, Xia Yu and Tian Wenqian had been waiting for some time. As soon as they spotted Meng Ren, the two women promptly stood up from the sofa. "Ren, what are we having for lunch today?" Xia Yu inquired eagerly. Meng Ren shot her a glance and replied, "Why the haste? Let us opt for something light today. How about a sourfish stew?" Gulp. Xia Yu could not help but swallow hard, and beside her, Tian Wenqian's expression was one of yearning. However, she was acutely aware that the fish would likely not be shared with her. Despite having stayed at Meng Ren's home for 2 days, she had yet to enjoy any meat, while Meng Ren feasted daily on an abundance of it, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply. At times, Tian Wenqian found herself curious about the source of Meng Ren's vegetables and meats. It had been a month since the onset of the scorching era, yet Meng Ren still managed to procure fresh produce. However, her musings were soon interrupted by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. The enticing scent of the fish made her mouth water uncontrollably. Meng Ren had personally prepared a sour fish stew, and its delectable fragrance permeated the entire house. A 3-pound fish filled a pot to the brim, and as Meng Ren carried the finished dish into the living room, the two women gazed at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 91. Meng Ren's invitation. Xia Yu's eyes nearly bulged from her head, fixated on the sour fish stew. "A run can I eat today?" she implored, her demeanor embodying a pitiful charm. Two women found themselves in Meng Ren's abode, where the fare was limited to the most rudimentary of meals. If they desired meat, it depended entirely on Meng Ren's whims. When questioned by Xia Yu, Meng Ren cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, You have been relatively obedient these past few days. So today you may indulge in a small portion of fish. How wonderful! Xia Yu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Meng Ren then produced a small bowl, no larger than an adult's fist, and poured in a modest serving of fish. The majority of the bowl was filled with fish broth, while pickled vegetables took up another portion, leaving merely 4 small pieces of fish. Nevertheless, Tian Wenqian devoured her meal with great enthusiasm, her mouth glistening with grease. Master, I too wish to partake. Tian Wenqian could not restrain herself. Meng Ren turned to her, a smile gracing his face. Considering Tian Wenqian's behavior over the past few days, he found it satisfactory. However, he could discern that she had yet to be entirely subdued, often revealing signs of discontent and anger. Yet, he understood that a singularly oppressive approach was not the correct method for training. With this in mind, Meng Ren stated, "Your performance has also been commendable these past few days, and you have been diligent in your household tasks. Therefore, I shall reward you with a bowl of fish broth." As he spoke, he promptly placed a bowl of fish broth before Tian Wenqian. Staring at the meager bowl before her, and then glancing at the larger serving in front of Meng Ren, Tian Wenqian felt a surge of resentment. After all, they were both human. Why was it that Meng Ren could revel in such a lavish lifestyle? Each day, she toiled endlessly. And now, even the delectable morsels were relegated to a mere pittance. These words remained unspoken by Tian Wenqian, who had previously suffered losses and could only harbor her indignation internally. Despite her outward pretense, Meng Ren discerned her inner thoughts at a glance. A cold smile flickered within Meng Ren, affirming his suspicions. No matter, there would be ample time to gradually cultivate Tian Wenqian in the future. Setting aside thoughts of her, Meng Ren began to relish the delectable dishes before him. In these times, to savor a plate of pickled fish was indeed a supreme delight. With a sharp pop, he uncapped a bottle and took a hearty swig of ice-cold cola, the refreshing sensation invigorating his spirit. The fish was tender and delicious, leaving a lingering taste on his lips. However, just then, his phone rang, an incoming call from Wang Yun. "Boss Meng, are you cooking? I can smell pickled fish from here." Wang Yun's tone was laced with astonishment, and he could hardly suppress his saliva at the mention of the dish. A subtle smile crept across Meng Ren's lips as he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Indeed, it is pickled fish. Life has been rather arduous lately, so I decided to treat myself to a delightful meal today." "Wah!" Wang Yun nearly exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It truly was pickled fish. What a jest! Not to mention fish, even a morsel of dried meat was a rarity to come by. In this sweltering heat, all kinds of meat had long since spoiled. Where could Meng Ren have procured such fish? Meng Ren maintained his smile. "You've been here for a few days now, and since my mood is rather good today, I invite you to share a meal with me. Do bring your girlfriend along as well." "No problem. I shall be there shortly," Wang Yun exclaimed with boundless excitement. Utterly astonished by such delightful news, he ended the call, his entire being radiating exhilaration. Meanwhile, Meng Ren was inwardly amused. His invitation for Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu to dine together was far from a mere act of kindness. With the emergence of 2 individuals under his protection, Wang Yun and his girlfriend Qi Jiayu, in addition to Ming Xue, he felt empowered. As his strength grew, typical dangers ceased to pose any real threat to him, allowing him to begin to reveal a fraction of his capabilities. In this apocalyptic era, garnering followers required not only martial prowess, but also resources. His reason for inviting Wang Yun to dinner was to showcase his power, instilling a greater sense of respect in his guest. "Wenqian, please invite Dr. O to join us, and inform her that I am treating her to a meal," Meng Ren instructed. Tian Wenqian nodded and promptly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yun arrived with Qi Jiayu. Upon knocking, they were ushered in by Tian Wenqian. As they entered, the cool air of the air conditioning greeted them, along with Meng Ren seated at the dining table. Before them lay a pot of freshly prepared pickled fish soup, accompanied by white rice. In the bygone era, such a meal would have elicited disdain from Wang Yun. But in the current times, he was utterly astonished, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief. "Is this truly pickled fish?" Wang Yun swallowed hard, while Qi Jiayu, unable to contain herself, was nearly drooling in anticipation. The two individuals were oblivious to how many days had passed since they last consumed meat. Even if meat were available, it would be the unpalatable jerky. As for white rice, that was even more elusive, leaving only instant noodles and bread to merely stave off hunger. At this moment, what they beheld was astonishing. Meng Ren's life seemed to be flourishing. Air conditioning, fresh fish, and rice. Why such a vast disparity among people? Stop dawdling, come and eat together. Meng Ren observed their reactions with great satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. Shi Jiayu's face radiated excitement. Thank you, Boss Meng. Thank you, Boss Meng. Wang Yun finally regained his composure. At that moment, the neighboring Mingxue approached, momentarily stunned upon seeing the sauerkraut fish soup. Boss Meng, where did you procure such fresh fish? As a medical doctor, Mingxue certainly understood the improbability of having fresh fish for a sauerkraut soup in such sweltering temperatures. I have my own methods. Please, let us sit down and enjoy the meal. We can discuss matters afterward, Meng Ren replied with a gentle smile. Gurgle. Mingxue's stomach growled, revealing that she too had gone a day without food. The supplies she had scavenged were now depleted. Alone, she lacked the means to venture out in search of more resources, leaving her to endure hunger. Now, with the enticing aroma wafting before her, she could no longer resist. Thank you, Boss Meng. Mingxue gazed deeply at Meng Ren, her intuition suggesting that, given his character, such a generous invitation for a meal must be motivated by something significant. However, the sumptuous feast lay before them, and even if it were a trap, they resolved to indulge before contemplating the consequences. The three took their seats at the table, each serving themselves a generous bowl of rice. Chapter 92, Refusal and New Speculations About Space. You two, stop merely gazing and come join us for a meal. Meng Ren directed his gaze towards Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu. The two women beamed with delight and hurriedly approached without hesitation. The group immediately began to savor the meal with great enthusiasm. Having not tasted such exquisite dishes in a considerable time, they nearly swallowed their tongues in their eagerness. A large pot of pickled fish was devoured entirely by the group, with Wang Yun even going so far as to lick the pot clean. Burp. Wang Yun let out a contented belch, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. I am finally full. Since the apocalypse began, this has undoubtedly been the most delightful meal I have had. This is how life should be lived. Wang Yun mused, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Shi Jiu nodded in agreement as she surveyed their surroundings, then glanced at Meng Ren. The disparity between their situations was stark, due to a lack of water. They had not bathed for several days, and a pervasive odor of sweat clung to them. In contrast, even the seemingly lowly Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu appeared clean and well-groomed. The difference was indeed striking. Mingxue wiped her mouth, still managing to maintain a semblance of dignity, albeit most of it had been consumed during the earlier ravenous feast. Meng Lauda, it is time to address serious matters. This meal cannot be as simple as it appears. I find it hard to fathom the reason behind your invitation. As Mingxue commenced the conversation, the atmosphere in the room grew taut with tension. Wang Yun immediately straightened his posture, his face alight with excitement, and promptly declared, Boss Meng, should you decide to form a survivor team, I, Wang Yun, would undoubtedly be the first to join. My demands are modest. As long as I can have enough to eat each day, I am content. If you require me to commit acts of violence, I would not hesitate. He pounded his chest emphatically. Shi Jiu hastily added, I am willing as well. Hearing their words, Meng Ren could not suppress a smile. The situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. A single meal had allowed these individuals to taste a semblance of paradise. Human nature yearns for a better existence. Who would choose to remain in hell? However, he refrained from making any admissions. At present, he had little interest in assembling a survivor team, for it bore no tangible benefits for him. What could he gain from forming such a collective? Resources? His spatial storage overflowed with supplies. Weapons? Women? Power? These matters held little significance. This was the very reason Meng Ren was disinclined to establish a survivor group, having lived again. He had come to understand that one must live for oneself, as self-righteousness often leads to a dismal fate. He required prestige and reputation to prepare for the future, but that was merely a necessity for what lay ahead. I apologize, but I have no intention of forming a survivor team. My invitation for you to dine today was simply an act of kindness. Meng Ren declined outright. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Wang Yun and Qi Jieyu were unmistakably marked by disappointment. Wang Yun, feeling somewhat reluctant, inquired, Meng Lauda, why is this so? With your capabilities, a mere call from you would surely summon many followers. And then what? What purpose does that serve? I have no desire to encroach upon anyone's territory. In this day and age, do power and status truly hold any significance? Surviving is what matters most, and as I lack for resources, there is no need for me to engage in life and death struggles. Meng Ren merely shrugged his shoulders. Wang Yun, though unwilling to concede, could not deny the truth in Meng Ren's words, which left him profoundly disheartened. As he watched the trio depart, a smile graced Meng Ren's lips. You all shall do the dishes. He then proceeded to the farm, immersing himself in his daily tasks, weeding, watering, fertilizing, and feeding the livestock. After a continuous stretch of activities, 2 hours slipped by. Meng Ren then embarked on his psychokinetic training, striving to augment his strength. A sphere of water floated before him, morphing in accordance with his will. After 2 hours of rigorous exercise, Meng Ren felt mentally exhausted. With a flick of his wrist, the water sphere shot forth, landing neatly in a bucket. He massaged his temples, sore from the extensive use of psychokinesis, and reclined on the ground to recuperate. Once the throbbing in his head subsided somewhat, he rose. I can see that my mental faculties have significantly improved compared to when I first began. Now the question arises, will this space evolve as my mental prowess expands? Meng Ren was struck by a thought. He decided to measure once more, recalling that the initial measurement revealed this spatial realm to encompass 8 million square meters, nearly equivalent to the area of 3 standard sports arenas. However, now that his mental prowess had approximately doubled, how much had the expanse of this space increased? Meng Ren immediately set off in a certain direction, traversing 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Soon, he found himself at a distance of 150 meters, yet astonishingly, there was still space ahead. Indeed, it had grown. Overwhelmed with joy, Meng Ren suddenly noticed something shimmering in the distance. It was water. This space contained water. He was taken aback, hardly believing his own eyes. He dashed forward, quickly arriving at the edge of a pool. No, it was not merely a pool, but rather a corner of a lake. The majority of the lake, however, lay beyond the confines of his space, rendering it inaccessible. How wrong I was. This space was not a creation of my own, but rather a realm to which my mind was connected. It had existed all along. This raised a pressing question. Why was he unable to venture further? Meng Ren furrowed his brow. The space itself should indeed exist independently, rather than being an invention of his own. Otherwise, the presence of water would be inexplicable. Yet, this birthed another quandary. If the space was complete, why was he confined to this particular area? What force prevented him from exploring the other regions of this realm? Meng Ren shed his garments and leaped into the water with a graceful plunge. Indeed, it was a corner of a lake. Chapter 93. Something is amiss. Was it a lake or merely a pond? Such a simple distinction was one Meng Ren could easily discern. The area before him was clearly a lake, albeit with remarkably clear water. He dove down and swiftly reached the lake's bottom. Perhaps it was due to its proximity to the shore, for the depth of the water was not profound, measuring scarcely 5 meters. Continuing his swim forward, Meng Ren soon arrived at the edge of the space, where an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his path. The currents flowed normally, yet he found himself unable to pass through. It was indeed perplexing. This space concealed many mysteries yet unknown to him. However, the existence of this lake was fortuitous for him. Even a mere corner of it implied that he could access a substantial portion of the lake's water source. Would he ever be short of water again? With this thought, Meng Ren felt a surge of joy within him. In the reality of the scorching era, what holds the utmost significance? Undoubtedly, it is sustenance and water. In fact, water is even more crucial than food. A person may endure several days without a meal, yet in sweltering heat, A single day without water can drastically diminish one's vitality. It is easy to foresee that the future will witness global desertification as the blistering heat renders landmarks devoid of water sources, making the quest for fresh water exceedingly arduous. However, now, having direct access to an entire lake brimming with fresh water is akin to possessing an inexhaustible source of gold. It is nothing short of perfection, truly exquisite. Haha. Meng Ren laughed heartily, then thoroughly explored the entire space. His conjecture proved accurate. As his mental prowess grew, so too did the expansiveness of the area he could investigate. Previously, it was roughly the size of 3 standard gymnasiums, yet it had now surged to encompass 5. The visible portion of the lake measures approximately 200 square meters, ample enough for him to swim comfortably within its depths. As night swiftly approached, the sweltering temperatures of the day began to wane, prompting the members of the owner group to stir. The resources gathered during their last expedition had nearly been depleted, with some individuals having endured hunger throughout the day. If they did not venture forth to seek provisions soon, they would undoubtedly face starvation once more. Within the owner group, Lume began to call out, "Is anyone interested in going out to search for supplies? We must head out today." No sooner had her words left her lips than a number of individuals responded eagerly. Meng Ren observed with a bemused smile, curious whether these individuals would succeed in their quest for sustenance. If they failed, the ensuing drama could be quite entertaining. He squinted, choosing not to engage with their activities any further, and instead made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Indeed, the owner group had erupted into a flurry of complaints. The supplies outside had been completely raided. After 3 hours of searching, we barely managed to find a meager amount. Indeed, this scant supply is insufficient even for us to share equally. How can we possibly endure like this? We arrived too late. The resources in this vicinity have been thoroughly scavenged by others, leaving us with nothing. Is there anyone who could spare some supplies? I found nothing at all, and I haven't eaten for an entire day. Could someone please provide me with a packet of instant noodles? The chat group was filled with discussions, permeated by an atmosphere of despair and helplessness, with some even resorting to pleas for assistance. Meng Ren observed this scene with a broad smile, as he had anticipated. These individuals, who were previously so lethargic, now only thought of venturing out to scavenge for resources when it was too late. He chuckled derisively, his tone laced with sarcasm. As he had predicted, it was exceedingly challenging to locate supplies now. The obvious places such as shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores had already been stripped bare. To find any resources now would require a thorough search, and they might be fortunate to uncover a few items. Given the foolishness of these people, it was highly unlikely they would find anything in the convenience stores or supermarkets. Meng Ren wore a mocking expression as he casually placed his phone on the bed, preparing to sleep. Just then, Wang Yun called him. "Boss Meng, I have some good news." Wang Yun's voice was filled with excitement. Meng Ren, intrigued, responded, "What good news?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Meng Ren's expression became somewhat nuanced. "Dao Cheng?" He pondered for a moment and recalled that there was indeed such a person in the neighborhood. However, Zhao Cheng was not a commendable individual. He was one who idled away his days, relying on others for sustenance. Would someone of his ilk truly disclose the existence of a place potentially brimming with resources to others? Shouldn't he keep it to himself? What place? Meng Ren refrained from voicing his inner doubts. The Huayan Supermarket's warehouse. Wang Yun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huayan Supermarket is a renowned chain in Yunjiang, and their warehouse is indeed located nearby. However, the warehouse is not only locked but also surrounded by high walls. It is beyond Zhao Cheng's capacity to infiltrate alone. This is precisely why he reached out to me, suggesting that I convey to you, Boss Meng, that if you're interested, we could form a team to explore the warehouse in search of supplies. Wang Yun was evidently intrigued. "Boss Meng, I have considered it, and the likelihood of resources being available at the Huayan warehouse is quite substantial. I wish to take the chance. I am curious to know your thoughts on this matter." After listening to this, Meng Ren did not provide an immediate response to Wang Yun. Something felt amiss. A wary expression crept onto Meng Ren's face. His instincts warned him that there might be something suspicious at play. Chapter 94. Who is the prey? Meng Ren was engulfed in vigilance. Although he had never heard of Huayan's supermarket, he understood human nature well. In these times, everyone is inherently selfish. If one were to discover such a warehouse, they would undoubtedly seek to consume its resources for themselves rather than share them with others. Resources, after all, are never deemed excessive. Why then would Zhao Cheng extend an invitation to me and Wang Yin? Is it due to the weapons I possess? Could it be that the location of the warehouse has already been claimed by someone else? Meng Ren voiced his confusion, to which Wang Yin paused momentarily before responding. Zhao Cheng did not mention whether the warehouse has been occupied. He stated that you, Boss Meng, possess weapons. And with your involvement, it would be easier to safeguard the resources from being seized by others. A cold chuckle escaped Meng Ren's lips. Revealing the existence of the warehouse to me might indeed be the true peril. How could Zhao Cheng place such trust in me? Does he not fear that I might enter the warehouse and turn against him, eliminating him with a single shot and subsequently claiming the resources for myself? There is undoubtedly something amiss with Zhao Cheng. The so-called warehouse resources may very well be a trap, a cunning ploy to lure me out. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Although he possessed no tangible evidence for this suspicion, he sensed a significant likelihood of its accuracy. When an individual, with whom you share no close ties, suddenly presents an opportunity and invites you to partake, one must be cautious. Only a fool would readily accept such an offer. Typically, these seemingly fortuitous situations harbor hidden pitfalls. If it were genuinely advantageous, why wouldn't the other party simply monopolize it? Could it be that they are unable to digest such a bounty? Meng Ren scoffed internally, yet he refrained from declining the invitation. Given his current prowess, even a handful of individuals armed with weapons would pose no threat to him. He was curious to see what kind of ruse Zhao Cheng was orchestrating. It is highly improbable that Zhao Cheng could execute any plan single-handedly. Thus, he must undoubtedly have accomplices. Have Zhao Cheng contact me. I will speak with him personally. Meng Ren stated. Wang Yin readily acquiesced, no problem. Observing Wang Yin's excitement, it was evident that he had not considered the potential for a trap. Yet, this was understandable. For in times of crisis, one often clings to any glimmer of hope for survival. This is precisely what one might call a lifeline. Meanwhile, within a room in Building 5, a group of individuals was gathered, all quietly awaiting developments, many bearing anxious expressions. Do you think Meng Ren could truly fall into the trap? What if he declines? The doorman, old Wang, could not contain his concern. Zhao Cheng wore a confident smile, assuring, rest easy. When confronted with the allure of a warehouse full of supplies, no one can resist such temptation, not even Meng Ren. Who would complain about having too many resources? As long as we can lure Meng Ren out, he is as good as doomed under our ambush. Beside him, Lu Mei could barely contain her excitement. Exactly. Meng Ren is all alone. He cannot withstand our numbers. Are we truly afraid of him? Once we eliminate Meng Ren, all the supplies in his possession will rightfully belong to us. The expressions on their faces radiated eagerness, however. There were still some in the crowd expressing concern about the plan. In response to one such voice, Lu Mei scoffed. What if it's dangerous? We are now in such a dire state. What dangers are you still afraid of? Today, we spent a full 3 hours searching. Yet how little resources did we actually find? If we do not take action against Meng Ren, we will be the ones to starve. Who could blame us when Meng Ren is so utterly ruthless? If he were willing to share the resources with us, would we have any reason to turn against him? Lu Mei's words are nothing short of shameless. They are the ones who are selfish, yet they cast all the blame upon Meng Ren. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang, and Zhao Cheng was filled with joy. Meng Ren was calling. The others quickly fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation. Hello, Boss Meng. This is Zhao Cheng. Meng Ren's voice came through the line. I heard you found a warehouse. Zhao Cheng nodded without hesitation. Indeed. But the warehouse is located in a basement, completely enclosed, and I suspect someone may have already claimed it. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with you, Boss Meng, so we can go there together. With your presence, we are sure to return with a bountiful haul. Zhao Cheng endeavored to infuse his tone with allure, his heart brimming with hope. If Meng Ren agreed, his plan would be a success. However, in the next moment, Meng Ren flatly replied, I refuse. What? The room erupted in astonishment. with Lu Mei and the others nearly gasping in disbelief, while Zhao Cheng wore an expression of utter shock. Boss Meng, why would you refuse? This represents an entire warehouse of supplies. Are you not at all tempted? Zhao Cheng was utterly astonished by Meng Ren's refusal, a turn of events he had not anticipated. Meng Ren scoffed. What entire warehouse of supplies? You are merely speculating, are you not? Have you seen the contents of the warehouse with your own eyes? This retort left Zhao Cheng speechless, devoid of any rebuttal. Anxiety began to swell within him. If he could not lure Meng Ren outside, their subsequent plans would be rendered utterly futile. As this realization dawned upon him, he broke into a cold sweat, while Lu Mei and others nearby were equally distressed. Akin to ants on a hot pan. However, at that moment, Meng Ren shifted his tone. I cannot simply venture out based on your conjecture. But if you are willing to offer supplies as collateral, I would be inclined to accompany you. Meng Laoda, what do you mean by that? Zhao Cheng asked, perplexed. Meng Ren replied with a smile, my intention to go out is for the supplies, yet I cannot ascertain whether there will indeed be any gain. If you can provide me with some supplies in advance, at least I will not leave empty-handed should the warehouse yield nothing. If there are indeed supplies, then it is a win-win situation. What do you think? Zhao Cheng inwardly cursed in disbelief, utterly taken aback by Meng Ren's cunning. Regardless of whether the warehouse contained supplies, Meng Ren stood to gain, displaying remarkable shrewdness. Take your time to ponder. I have ample time and am in no rush. Meng Ren stated, his tone relaxed. He was not in a hurry, but Zhao Cheng and the others were quite anxious. Chapter 95, in action. They had ventured out today but found nothing of value. If they could not procure supplies from Meng Ren shortly, they would likely face starvation in the days to come. With this thought in mind, Lu Mei continually signaled with her eyes for Zhao Cheng to acquiesce, and the others followed suit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Cheng promptly agreed, stating, no problem. I shall bring the supplies to you shortly, and we will set off this evening. Very well, please leave the supplies downstairs at my residence, and I will send someone to collect them. Upon finishing this statement, Meng Ren promptly ended the call. Ha! We have finally succeeded, Lu Mei exclaimed in excitement, her aged visage illuminated with exhilaration. The others were equally jubilant, their faces adorned with broad smiles. This is splendid. Our plan has come to fruition. Once Meng Ren leaves the community, we can act without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Meng Ren is indeed foolish, completely unaware that this is our scheme. Indeed. If such supplies truly existed in a warehouse, we would never share them with him. Youth often breeds naivety. The group erupted into laughter, their expressions reflecting pride and mockery. Akin to hunters who had spotted their prey, Zhao Cheng was particularly elated, for it was he who orchestrated this entire affair, ensuring he would reap the lion's share of the supplies. Lu Mei could hardly contain her excitement. Everyone, let us gather the supplies and deliver them to Meng Ren. Those in possession of resources nodded in agreement, and soon a group began to collect the items, swiftly amassing a substantial amount, which was subsequently transported to the base of Meng Ren's building. Meng Ren observed this scene with a broad smile, tinged with a hint of mockery. They truly delivered the supplies. How generous of them. Meng Ren's smile turned into a cold sneer. What did these supplies amount to? Bait cast by a fisherman to catch his prey? Or food discarded by a hunter into a trap? These individuals might be celebrating prematurely. The distinction between hunter and prey was yet to be determined. Meng Ren summoned Tian Wenxian and Xia Yu, the two women promptly entering his room. As soon as Xia Yu stepped inside, she began to undress, quickly shedding her clothing until she was completely bare, striking a provocative pose on the bed. Come on. Her practiced demeanor elicited a frown from Meng Ren. Clearly, she had misunderstood the purpose of his invitation. Get up. You two need to go downstairs and bring up all the supplies waiting at the entrance, he said, his expression darkening. Upon hearing the instruction to descend, Xia Yu's face displayed reluctance. After all, even at midnight, the temperature outside hovered above 30 degrees, making it a torturous endeavor. Xia Yu's gaze shifted to Tian Wenxian. Wenxian, you go downstairs and retrieve the supplies. Tian Wenxian replied with a scowl. Meng Ren instructed us both to go together. Do not forget your own status while we work together. Since I have assigned you this task, you are obliged to complete it promptly. Hurry up and move the supplies. Do not dawdle. Xiaoyu spoke with an air of superiority, fully embracing her role as the overseer. Faced with Xiaoyu's oppressive demeanor, Tian Wenqian gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she had no choice but to endure the sweltering heat outside as she transported the materials. Observing Tian Wenqian's obedient actions, Xiaoyu wore a smug expression. The heaviest items were the bottled water, weighing several dozen pounds, which exhausted her greatly. Master, all the supplies have been moved. Tian Wenqian cast a pleading glance before looking at Meng Ren. Well done. His indifferent attitude infuriated Tian Wenqian, and she found her fists clenched tightly without her even realizing it. Damn Meng Ren. How can he treat me so coldly? What have I done to deserve this? Was it just because I toyed with him for 2 years? Is he holding a grudge for that long? Tian Wenqian thought bitterly. Over the past few days, she had come to see the complete transformation in Meng Ren. He no longer loved her. Despite her desperate attempts to feign vulnerability in front of him, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Tian Wenqian was no fool. If she could not discern Meng Ren's deliberate torment by now, she would truly be foolish. She endured. Meng Ren, however, was oblivious to Tian Wenqian's inner turmoil as he opened the box and glanced at its contents, unable to suppress a derisive snicker. Is this the meager supply that Zhao Cheng and the others managed to gather? How pitiful. Several packs of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, a few condiments, and some snacks. These items held no appeal for him. Initially, he had hoped to profit from the situation, but it seemed he had overestimated Lu Mei and her group. Meng, have you received the supplies? When shall we depart? I need to prepare. Please wait for me at the community entrance. I will be down in half an hour. Meng Ren responded. All right. Zhao Cheng and the others exclaimed with unrestrained joy. The mere thought of eliminating Meng Ren and seizing his supplies filled Lu Mei and her companions with fervent anticipation, their faces radiant with eagerness. After hanging up the phone, a cold smirk graced Meng Ren's lips as he dialed Mingxue. Before long, she arrived in his room, a slight frown creasing her brow, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Meng, what do you need from me? She inquired, clearly perplexed by Meng Ren's demeanor as he sat on the bed. In the next moment, Meng Ren retrieved a compound bow from beneath the bed, startling Mingxue. Meng, what are you planning to do? Her expression shifted dramatically, fearing he intended to turn on her. Meng Ren chuckled. Dr. O, there is no need to be alarmed. I have no intention of harming you. The bowstring isn't even drawn. Upon hearing his words, Mingxue exhaled in relief, realizing her reaction had been overly dramatic. As her composure returned, a sense of curiosity washed over her. What purpose did Meng Ren have in displaying the compound bow? Was it to flaunt his martial prowess, or for some other reason? Meng Ren did not hesitate to speak directly about Zhao Cheng and his associates. Upon hearing this, Mingxue quickly sensed something amiss. Meng Lauda. This situation is likely a trap. If Zhao Cheng and his group truly discovered a cache of supplies, they would never divulge such information to you. Mingxue's expression grew serious. She perceived the deception immediately and promptly reminded herself of the gravity of the situation, much to Meng Ren's satisfaction. I recognize this as a trap, but I am curious to see what tricks they are playing. In the face of the enemy's maneuvers, evasion serves no purpose, especially since I do not believe Zhao Cheng's group poses a genuine threat to me. Meng Ren's demeanor exuded confidence, unless something unexpected occurs. They likely aim to lure me out before making their move, and they may also intend to assault this building. He then handed the compound bow to Dr. O, stating, if they truly attempt to breach our defenses, you must shoot them down without hesitation. As he spoke, Meng Ren passed the bow and arrows to Mingxue. Her pupils contracted slightly. As a physician devoted to healing, being asked to take a life was indeed daunting. However, recalling how the preceding group had treated her, the hesitation in her eyes vanished instantly. Since you place such trust in me, I shall not betray it. Mingxue's expression turned resolute. She grasped the bow in her hands, though soon her countenance shifted to one of awkwardness. Ahem. How does one use this compound bow? She inquired, feeling somewhat helpless. Meng Ren found himself in a perplexing situation, yet he refrained from mockery. It is not unusual for modern individuals to lack proficiency in archery. Unless one possesses a fervent interest in the sport, the majority have never even touched a bow. Allow me to teach you, Meng Ren stated as he approached Mingxue. He intended to impart some fundamental archery techniques and postures. There was no expectation for Mingxue to master any profound skills in such a short time. The primary aim was merely to draw the bow and shoot. As for accuracy, at close range, precision was not overly critical. Raise the bow steadily and extend your arms. Meng Ren meticulously guided Mingxue, their proximity less than a meter apart. In the intimate confines of the room, the presence of a solitary man and woman, coupled with such a close stance, could have bred various thoughts. However, Meng Ren's mind was devoid of any such notions, as he was overwhelmed by the unpleasant odor emanating from Mingxue. Even a beauty as stunning as she, if deprived of bathing for several days and drenched in sweat, would inevitably exude a less than fragrant aroma. This close encounter was indeed a trial. Meng Ren persevered through the stench, dedicating a few minutes to instruct her in basic techniques. Mingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had noticed Meng Ren's subtle movements, and despite his silence, the awkwardness was palpable. In a hurried manner, she retreated from the living room. Meng Ren then changed his attire and equipped himself with a handgun before heading towards the entrance of the community. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of heat immediately enveloped him. Indeed, it was scorching hot. As he stepped outside, he realized that the heat was indeed oppressive, even with the evening's cooler temperatures. It was far from a comfortable environment. Armed with a flashlight, he descended the stairs and quickly reached the entrance of the community. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lu Mei and the others were watching his silhouette. Wonderful, Meng Ren has emerged. A wave of excitement coursed through the group, their faces flushed with exhilaration. The doorman, Old Wang, could hardly contain himself. Shall we head over now? No, let us wait a bit longer. The others found this reasoning sound and patiently waited in the corner. Meng Ren made his way to the community entrance, soon spotting Wang Yun and Zhao Cheng among the group. Boss Meng, you finally made an appearance. We've been waiting for ages. Zhao Cheng couldn't help but express his frustration upon seeing Meng Ren. Meng Ren shrugged, given the sweltering heat outside. I had to prepare accordingly. It's unbearably hot, reaching over 30 degrees. Over 30 degrees and still complaining? Do you have any idea how scorching it gets during the day? Zhao Cheng exclaimed, realizing too late that Meng Ren had air conditioning at home. Envy and jealousy flickered across their faces, but the thought of soon enjoying such a comfortable environment reignited their excitement. The group then set off towards the so-called supermarket warehouse that Zhao Cheng had mentioned. By this time, it was already 1 in the morning, and the city lay shrouded in darkness, nearly devoid of visibility. With the faint glow of the flashlight guiding them, they could barely make out the surrounding paths. The once bustling street now lay silent and desolate, so quiet that the faint sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Zhao Cheng led the way as they traversed more than 100 meters, and Meng Ren quickly noticed that Zhao and his companions were gradually closing in on him, with 2 of them even having approached from behind. A knowing smile spread across Meng Ren's face. He instantly grasped their intentions. These individuals were wary of the gun in his hand, yet if they managed to restrain him in an instant, the firearm would prove utterly ineffective. It was precisely for this reason that 2 of them had positioned themselves behind him, preparing to seize him and render the weapon useless. However, Meng Ren was not about to grant them such an opportunity. The stench emanating from these individuals, who had gone days without a wash, was unbearable, and being subdued by them would be utterly revolting. All right, I think this spot is sufficient, Meng Ren suddenly declared. What? His abrupt statement left Zhao Cheng and the others momentarily stunned, their hearts sinking. Zhao Cheng turned to face Meng Ren, catching sight of his mocking expression. Boom. He felt as though his scalp had exploded, and it dawned on him that their plan had been entirely seen through. Act quickly, Zhao Cheng shouted, gritting his teeth as he lunged towards Meng Ren. At that moment, the 2 men behind Meng Ren, alerted by Zhao Cheng's command, also recognized the gravity of the situation. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously charged at Meng Ren. Fools! Meng Ren sneered, his eyes filled with scorn. He suddenly retreated, breaking free from the encirclement of several individuals. In one swift motion, he drew the pistol from his waist, leveling it directly at the trio. Bang! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Ren fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The flash of gunfire illuminated the darkness as bullets tore through the bodies of the 3 men. A chorus of anguished screams erupted, transforming the once formidable trio into helpless figures, writhing in agony upon the ground. The gunfire echoed through the night, a stark contrast to the surrounding stillness. Wang Yun stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "My leg!" Zhao Cheng cried out, clutching his wounded limb as he knelt in pain, blood gushing from his injury and staining the earth below. Yet, the physical wounds paled in comparison to the shock that gripped his heart as he gazed at Meng Ren in disbelief. "Meng Ren, how did you know we were planning to attack you?" Zhao Cheng stammered, astounded. He chuckled softly, unable to contain his amusement. "You fools truly believe me to be a simpleton? You think I would fall for such a preposterous lie about a supermarket warehouse? If there truly existed a cache filled with supplies, you would never dare to divulge a single detail, let alone consider collaborating with me. That, my friends, is your gravest miscalculation." Meng Ren mocked them. Panic washed over Zhao Cheng and his companions, their faces draining of color as they realized they had underestimated Meng Ren. Meanwhile, Wang Yun finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Boss Meng, you must believe me. I have no affiliation with them whatsoever." Wang Yun was drenched in sweat, terrified that Meng Ren might turn his gun on him, for he was but a mere messenger. Meng Ren cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yun, this foolish scion of wealth, who failed to see through such a simple ruse. The contrast with Mingxue, who could discern the truth within mere seconds, was stark. "How can I trust you? How can I be certain that you are not colluding with them?" Meng Ren remarked coldly. At that moment, Wang Yun was in a state of panic, perspiration pouring from his body as if he had just emerged from water. "Big brother Meng, you must believe me. Had I known these imbeciles were plotting against you, I would never have allied with them. I have always held you in high esteem and remained loyal." Wang Yun pleaded urgently. "Prove it to me," Meng Ren replied. Wang Yun, now in a frenzy, exclaimed, "How can I prove it? It is quite simple. Pick up that stick over there and kill the 3 of them," Meng Ren stated nonchalantly, as if he were merely discussing what to have for dinner. "What?" Wang Yun gasped, while Zhao Cheng and the others were thrown into a state of panic. "Big brother Meng, we were mistaken. Please show mercy. It was all Zhao Cheng's design. We were merely coerced by him. We never intended to harm you." The 2 begged for their lives, casting all blame upon Zhao Cheng. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng's face turned ashen, devoid of color, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Yun swiftly made his decision, fully aware that his negligence had led him into Zhao Cheng's trap, resulting in the current predicament he faced. Meng Ren's demand for him to prove his innocence was entirely reasonable. Had their positions been reversed, he too would harbor suspicions. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the roadside and picked up a wooden stick, robust and as thick as an infant's arm, unmistakably crafted from solid wood. A blow to a person's head with such an object could indeed prove fatal. "Damn it, Zhao Cheng, you scoundrel. If you seek your own demise, you should leap from a building, yet you dare to lay a hand on Boss Meng and drag me into this mess." Rage was etched across Wang Yun's face. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Boss Meng, please spare me. I implore you for a chance. I am willing to be your loyal dog. From this day forth, I shall comply with your every command," he pleaded desperately, clinging to a glimmer of hope. However, Meng Ren stood with arms crossed, his expression betraying no emotion as he observed the 3 of them. In a sudden burst of action, Wang Yun and Meng Ren leaped forward, raising the wooden stick high above their heads before bringing it down with tremendous force. The impact echoed as the stick struck Zhao Cheng's skull. The moment he had been speaking was abruptly interrupted as his body trembled violently, collapsing to the ground. Such a severe blow to the head was unsurvivable unless one possessed a body of steel. With Zhao Cheng dispatched, Wang Yun felt as though a chain had been broken within him. He then turned his gaze towards the other 2 individuals. This time, he showed no hesitation. As soon as their words left their lips, the stick in Wang Yun's hand came crashing down upon their heads. Bang! 2 individuals collapsed, lifeless, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yun exhaled deeply after committing these acts. "Meng, you should now believe me. I had no involvement in their scheme. I was deceived by them, Wang Yin hurriedly explained. If there is a next time, regardless of your innocence, I shall not grant you another opportunity. Wang Yun, filled with agitation, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Meng. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This group has targeted you, Meng. They will undoubtedly assault your residence. What if they invade your home and seize your supplies? Wang Yin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A smile graced Meng Ren's face, his demeanor remarkably composed. There is no need for concern. I have long been prepared. Not to mention, he had entrusted the necessary supplies to Mingxue. With her protection, it would not be a simple task for Lu Mei and her associates to breach his home. Chapter 98. The turnaround. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Even if Lu Mei were to intrude, he would incur no losses, for his supplies were not housed within. In such sweltering weather, it would not be long before their 3 corpses turned to mere bones. They were restless, eagerly rushing toward the 5th floor where Meng Ren resided. Inside the room, 3 women occupied the living room. Mingxue, expressionless, sat on a stool with a compound bow in her hands, while Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu fixated their gazes upon her. Despite the disheveled appearance of Mingxue, who had not attended to her hygiene for several days, she sat gracefully in the chair, radiating an astonishing beauty that evoked palpable jealousy in the 2 women who beheld her. This was a clear manifestation of divine favor. Even in her untidy state, Mingxue's allure surpassed that of the impeccably dressed women, particularly with her astute and capable demeanor, reminiscent of a formidable career woman, far beyond what Xiaoyu and Tian Wenxian could ever hope to achieve. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, approaching with alarming speed. Just as Xiaoyu rose, Mingxue swiftly restrained her. Wait, those footsteps do not belong to Meng Ren. They are not the sound of 1 or 2 individuals, but rather a throng. Mingxue's expression turned grave. What? Xiaoyu exclaimed, confusion etched across her face as she remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The footsteps grew nearer, followed by a series of forceful knocks on the door. Open up. I know someone is inside. Hurry, open the door. Meng Ren is dead, and everything in this room now belongs to us. Those inside, open the door immediately. The authoritative voice of Lu Mei rang out from outside. What? This revelation left Xiaoyu and Tian Wenxian utterly astounded, particularly Xiaoyu, who could scarcely believe her eyes. Meng Ren is dead? How could this be? Overwhelmed by shock, Xiaoyu's composure began to unravel. For days, she had relied on Meng Ren, and she had grown accustomed to this dependency, even wishing it could continue indefinitely. Upon suddenly hearing the news of Meng Ren's demise, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Mingxue rose and declared, "Do not heed the baseless gossip of those outside. They are incapable of harming Meng Ren." With that, she approached the door and called out to those outside, "I am Mingxue." The individuals outside, including Lu Mei, were taken aback, bewildered as to why Mingxue was in Meng Ren's residence. It did not take long for them to realize the implications, and several men instantly exhibited expressions of jealousy and envy. How extraordinarily beautiful Mingxue was. It was unexpected for such a radiant flower to be placed amidst such refuse. With this thought, they pounded on the door with renewed vigor. "Dr. O, please open the door. Meng Ren is already deceased, and there is no reason for you to remain there any longer. We have just witnessed his murder, and we have come to inventory Meng Ren's estate. Since he is no longer alive, his possessions are of no use to anyone. Ought they to remain untouched?" The shameless Lu Mei even concocted a seemingly justifiable excuse for their thievery. Mingxue, already frowning, was taken aback by Lu Mei's words, despite her prior awareness of their despicable nature. "Lu Mei, your conduct is utterly repulsive. Do not presume that your scheme is flawless. In truth, Meng Ren has long seen through your plot. You intended to lure him out to kill him, but alas, you have underestimated Meng Ren." A tone of sarcasm laced her words. What? This declaration left Lu Mei and her companions in a state of shock, hardly able to believe their ears. Our plan has been uncovered? How could this be possible? Lu Mei began to feel a sense of panic. They had never imagined that their scheme had been discerned by Meng Ren, which signified that their endeavor was likely to falter. Just then, the sound of gunfire echoed from outside, reaching their ears. Shots fired. Someone has opened fire. It must be Meng Ren. The doorman, Old Wang, was taken aback. According to their strategy, once they lured Meng Ren outside, they would seize the opportunity to restrain him, thus preventing him from using his firearm. Yet, the gunfire had erupted. And in conjunction with what Mingxue had just said, it was evident that disaster was imminent. Zhao Cheng and his companions were likely doomed. 3 gunshots. Was it not precisely corresponding to Zhao Cheng and his 2 companions? It's over. They may have already met their demise. What shall we do now? Panic ensued among them. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, but now their expressions had drastically altered. What should we do now? Lu Mei's face paled as she suddenly clenched her teeth, as if an idea had struck her. Regardless, we will break down the door. Once we force our way inside Meng Ren's home, we will plunder it thoroughly, and then we shall flee under the cover of night. We have no retreat left. This is our only course of action. Lu Mei grit her teeth, her eyes gleaming with determination. Her words galvanized the group, and they promptly solidified their resolve. As long as they could escape, they doubted Meng Ren would pursue them one by one. However, at that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing the figure of Mingxue before them. The instant the door creaked ajar, excitement illuminated the faces of all present. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as Mingxue brandished a compound bow, the exhilaration on Lu Mei and the others' faces vanished, replaced by sheer terror and chaos. Run! A voice pierced the air. And the once formidable group scattered like startled birds, each fleeing in a frenzy. Chapter 99. The Shadow Emperor Lu Mei. The scene was utterly theatrical. Just a moment ago, they had been brimming with confidence, yet in the blink of an eye, they resembled a defeated army, retreating hastily with expressions etched in dread. A compound bow. Mingxue possessed such a formidable weapon. It must have been Meng Ren who supplied her with it. The crowd was engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. Unable to fathom the unfolding events, they had naively believed that luring Meng Ren out would allow them to invade his home without consequence, never anticipating that he had left such a formidable backup. Stand still. If anyone dares to flee, I shall shoot them on the spot. Mingxue's icy voice resonated. The would-be escapees froze in place, their bodies rigid, faces pale and contorted as though they had just ingested something foul. Please, don't shoot. Lu Mei's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, giving her the appearance of someone who had just been pulled from the depths of water. The others fared little better, each face reflecting a profound fear. Mingxue gazed upon the individuals before her, her expression suffused with profound disappointment. These people had utterly succumbed to madness. Rather than venturing out to procure sustenance, they had the audacity to turn against Meng Ren, a fellow human, intent not only on taking his life, but also on seizing his supplies. The grotesque nature of humanity was laid bare at this moment, evoking a sense of revulsion within her. The gatekeeper, Old Wang, trembled slightly, mustering a feeble smile. Dr. O, please spare us. We were once members of the same team. His plea elicited nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, we were merely momentarily misguided, and this is not our fault. We were incited to such actions by Zhao Cheng. A woman lamented, we had no choice. We ventured out today, but found scant provisions. I have been hungry all day, and if we do not eat soon, we may perish from starvation. Tears streamed down her face, her words resonating with heartache. Yet, as Mingxue regarded them, her heart harbored little sympathy, particularly for the woman who had recently betrayed her. She distinctly recalled that this very woman had once sold herself before Ma Fei. Previously, having seen her alone, Ming had extended her kindness by offering some food, believing she had done a good deed, only to be met with betrayal. Enough. Cease your pretense, if you lack resources. Why do you not venture out to seek them? Meng Ren has no connection to you. On what grounds do you demand resources from him? Just because you are impoverished. Does that give you the audacity to extort him? Mingxue rebuked fiercely. Lu Mei and the others, upon hearing Mingxue's scolding, wore expressions of considerable displeasure. However, upon noticing the composite bow in her hand and the arrows glinting with a frigid light, any lingering dissatisfaction was swallowed down. Ming-Xue's demeanor was icy as she contemplated how to manage the group before her. Should she eliminate them outright? Certainly not, despite her deep disdain for them. Her character would not permit such an act. Moreover, even if she entertained such thoughts, she lacked the capability. Lu Mei's cohort numbered in the dozens. And while she possessed a composite bow, she could only release a single arrow at a time. During the process of reloading, she would be overwhelmed by the throng. With this in mind, Ming-Xue's expression darkened. She spoke solemnly. You may leave. Considering we are all members of the same community, I shall spare you this time. But you must not lay hands on Meng Ren again. Upon hearing this, the group rejoiced with elation. Yet, at that moment, Lu Mei seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes darted, and a thought emerged in her mind. Oh no! Lu Mei suddenly contorted her face in agony, crying out in distress as she leaned against the corridor wall. It hurts so much. I can't bear it. My stomach is in excruciating pain. Dr. Lu, please come help me. Lu Mei wailed in torment. Her sudden affliction startled those around her, and bystanders feared that Lu Mei had encountered some misfortune, hastily distancing themselves from her. However, Ming-Xue, driven by her instinct as a physician, was compelled to approach Lu Mei. Yet, just as she drew nearer, the previously suffering Lu Mei abruptly lifted her head and lunged forward, seizing the compound bow from Ming-Xue's grasp with fervent intensity. I have captured her bow. She can no longer shoot. Hurry, come quickly. Lu Mei exclaimed in exuberance. Ming-Xue was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lu Mei would turn her own kindness against her. A sense of dread washed over her as she realized that the others in the corridor, having heard Lu Mei's words, were elated and poised to rush forward. In a moment of urgency, Ming-Xue swiftly shut the door, a look of regret etched upon her face. Outside, Lu Mei erupted into laughter. We have triumphed. I have secured the compound bow. The others echoed her excitement, their expressions brimming with joy as they regarded Lu Mei with astonishment. The doorman, Old Wang, was equally exhilarated. Quickly, let us continue to batter the door. Ming-Xue is now devoid of weapons. She can no longer pose a threat to us. Old Wang's words invigorated their spirits, and several individuals stepped forward, beginning to bang against the door with great force, causing the sturdy entrance to tremble. This is bad. Ming-Xue's pallor shifted between annoyance and anger, but she could afford no further contemplation. Without hesitation, she dashed into the kitchen and retrieved a kitchen knife. Dr. O, what on earth is happening? The thundering of fists against the door echoed outside. Dr. O, please open the door. We mean you no harm. We merely seek supplies. Indeed. You are now unarmed and pose no threat to us. If you choose to open the door, we can assure your safety. However, should you continue to resist, danger may soon follow. Dr. O, do open the door. The supplies inside belong to Meng Ren and have no connection to you. Why not unlock the door? And we can share Meng Ren's resources before departing together? Chapter 100. The compound bow has been stolen outside. The individuals persistently urged Ming-Xue to surrender while their actions remained swift. Lu Mei toyed with the compound bow in her hands, her aged visage radiating sheer exhilaration. Given the current circumstances, a compound bow was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Possessing a handgun alongside it would enable one to dominate an entire building, much like Meng Ren, instilling fear in others and symbolizing absolute power. Curse it, you old fool, it is easy for you to say. Meng Ren's reinforced security door is not so easily breached. One individual grumbled under the pressure from the doorman, Old Wang. Inside, Xiaoyu had begun to panic, appearing utterly lost. What if those ruffians force their way in? Ming-Xue managed to maintain her composure. Do not worry. This door is quite sturdy. Forcing it open is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. They were certainly no match for Meng Ren. Alas, the compound bow had already been seized by them. Ming-Xue was consumed by frustration, while Xiaoyu, taken aback, chastised her. Dr. O, how utterly inept you are. Meng Ren entrusted you with the protection of the compound bow, yet you have managed to lose it, allowing it to fall into the hands of our adversaries. What if that group outside injures Meng Ren with it? Xiaoyu seethed in anger. A look of shame crossed Ming-Xue's face, and she refrained from offering any rebuttal to Xiaoyu's scolding. Meanwhile, the sound of pounding on the door grew increasingly ferocious as the imminent breach loomed closer. As they stepped into the corridor, they were met with the resounding thuds echoing from above. Meng Ren, you were indeed correct. Lu Mei and her group are intent on forcibly invading your home. Meng Ren's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of any surprise in his eyes. He was all too familiar with Lu Mei's character. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature, making it easy to anticipate their actions. The two swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, only to find a throng gathered before their door. Stop right there, Meng Ren roared, pulling out his handgun. His sudden outburst startled the group, and as they turned to face him, their expressions transformed into sheer horror upon seeing him aim his weapon. You truly possess an audacity beyond measure, luring me out under the pretense of a supermarket warehouse, only to lay hands on me and subsequently invade my home. What a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Meng Ren's tone was chillingly frigid. The plan was directly exposed by Meng Ren, causing a wave of panic among the group. However, at that moment, Lu Mei suddenly stepped forward, drawing a compound bow with some effort, aiming it at Meng Ren. Meng Ren, lower your gun, or I will shoot. Lu Mei commanded sternly. Meng Ren's expression shifted, darkening noticeably. How did Lu Mei come to possess the compound bow? What was Ming-Shui up to? The dynamics in the corridor began to shift. The group felt a surge of confidence now that they too wielded a weapon. Ha! Meng Ren, did you ever expect that the compound bow is now in our hands? One man laughed heartily. The others around him wore smug smiles, completely disregarding the increasingly frigid demeanor of Meng Ren. Is that so? Surely you cannot be foolish enough to think that a compound bow could intimidate me when I am armed with a handgun? Do you truly believe that the lethality of a compound bow surpasses that of a pistol? I possess a 1911 with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, which means I could eliminate 7 of you. Would you care to test that? Meng Ren's tone dripped with sarcasm, causing the faces of the guards, including Old Wang, to pale. Lu Mei, struggling to maintain her composure, retorted, Meng Ren, don't think you can scare us. We are armed now, and if you wish to avoid injury, you will let us go? At this distance, I do not believe you can evade the arrows I hold. Meng Ren smiled, but the smile was chillingly cold. Wang Yun beside him felt a sense of dread, given the current circumstances, even if Meng Ren were to shoot Lu Mei. The bow and arrow in Lu Mei's possession might still injure him. The lack of medicine heightened the risk. A serious arrow wound could lead to unforeseen consequences. Very well, I shall allow you to leave. I can pretend that tonight's events never transpired, yet you have indeed provoked my wrath. Henceforth, I will ensure that you dwell in fear, unable to close your eyes in slumber, lest I appear at any moment to shatter your skull. Meng Ren's tone was as frigid and sharp as a blade. Gulp. Faced with Meng Ren's threat, the group could not suppress a collective swallow. Lu Mei, striving to mask her fear, endeavored to maintain her composure. Meng Ren, do not be overly confident. We also possess weapons, and it remains uncertain who should fear whom. With that, Lu Mei began to retreat. The group continued to back away, while Meng Ren made no move to pursue them. The once formidable Lu Mei and her companions now had no choice but to leave in a disheartened manner, soon vanishing entirely from Meng Ren's sight. Wang Yun attempted to steady his breath, and it was clear that Meng Ren's mood was likely quite dire. With Ming-Shui having lost the compound bow, the future appeared bleak. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, Meng Ren commanded with a frigid tone. The door creaked open, revealing the stiff countenance of Ming-Shui before him. RN, Dr. O has misplaced your compound bow. As the door swung open, Summer Yu eagerly rushed to report to Meng Ren. Ming-Shui's expression grew increasingly tense as she said, I am truly sorry, Meng Ren. I indeed misplaced the compound bow. I will find a way to compensate you for this loss. Meng Ren crossed his arms, gazing at her. You are acutely aware of the value of a compound bow in these times. How do you intend to compensate me? Chapter 101. Ming-Shui's astonishment. Ming-Shui stammered, at a loss for words. She felt helpless but had no intention of offering excuses. The compound bow was undeniably her fault. Given Ming-Shui's character, she could not resort to deceitful arguments. Yet Meng Ren's statement rang true. In this era, a compound bow is indeed of considerable worth. a formidable weapon capable of delivering devastating blows to ordinary individuals. To say it was invaluable would not be an exaggeration. Ming Shui faltered, unsure of what to say. Presently, she had no resources at home to offer as compensation to Meng Ren, who, in any case, lacked for nothing. After much contemplation, the only thing she could possibly offer was her own body. Such a thought emerged in her mind, and it was evident that Summer Yu had also realized it. Her expression shifting dramatically. This is not good. With Ming Shui's stunning beauty, should she become intimate with Meng Ren, he would likely be utterly enchanted by her, jeopardizing Summer Yu's standing. She had only just managed to establish her position. If Ming Shui were to usurp it, would she not be cast aside? Upon contemplating this, Xia Yu hastily remarked, "Aaron, I believe Dr. O did not act with intention. Perhaps we should set this matter aside for the time being, allowing Dr. O to repay her debts gradually." Ming Shui was somewhat taken aback, never expecting that Xia Yu, who had consistently harbored animosity towards her, would come to her defense. Meng Ren cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yu. He was no fool and could discern her underlying motives. However, it must be admitted that the proposition of having Ming Shui compensate him with her body was indeed immensely tempting. With Ming Shui's striking beauty, easily rated at least a 90, both her appearance and physique were of unparalleled excellence, complemented by her remarkable capabilities. How many men could resist such a woman? Yet, after a moment's reflection, Meng Ren dismissed the thought. Although the allure of Ming Shui's body was substantial, he had no desire to become a man entrapped by carnal desires. He believed that given Ming Shui's character, should he propose that she repay her debt in such a manner, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, this would undoubtedly create an emotional burden for her, leading to potential regret in the end. Furthermore, he was reluctant to exploit a vulnerable situation, for that would render him no different from Lu Mei and her ilk. Xia Yu makes a valid point. Dr. O, let us defer this account for now, and you may repay it gradually in the future, Meng Ren stated. Ming Shui looked up, her eyes filled with profound astonishment. She could scarcely believe that Meng Ren had consented. For a man, this was a significant opportunity, and yet, he had remarkably resisted the temptation. Thank you. In the heart of Ming Shui, gratitude overflowed as she gazed at Meng Ren, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Meng Ren squinted. Aware that the quality of his compound bow was exceptional, with sufficient skill, he could effortlessly take a life even from a distance of 100 meters. Now that the bow had fallen into the hands of Lu Mei and her companions, it meant that Meng Ren had to remain perpetually vigilant against the threat of a stealthy arrow. A moment's carelessness could result in a deadly projectile piercing his body from behind. Although he seldom ventured outdoors, the looming danger necessitated caution. After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot expect to guard against theft for the same duration. Meng Ren squinted, troubled by the predicament. The reason he had let Lu Mei and her group go was precisely due to the threat posed by the bow. At that moment, Lu Mei had already drawn her bowstring, and should he have fired, although he might have struck her, her arrow would have been released in turn. With a mere 10 meters separating them, the likelihood of being hit was alarmingly high. He had no desire to experience the sensation of an arrow piercing his flesh. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, he was compelled to allow Lu Mei to leave. Safety was paramount. It appeared he would have to temporarily entrust the compound bow to Lu Mei. Meng Ren squinted, feeling a sense of resignation. Yet he recognized that this was the only course of action available to him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and in walked the alluring Xia Yu. "Aren't you glad to see me, Aaron? I know you must be feeling quite upset right now, so take it out on me. Just let your frustrations flow. That's all that matters." Dressed in alluring nightwear, Xia Yu approached him and enveloped him in an embrace. Meng Ren cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yu. This woman possesses quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Indeed, he was in a foul mood and was in dire need of a proper outlet for his frustrations. "Wait for me to finish my shower," Meng Ren declared. "All right, I shall await you in bed." Xia Yu's heart brimmed with delight, and she felt a swell of pride in her cleverness. Having just lost a compound bow, Meng Ren was undoubtedly in a sour disposition. Her considerate gesture of offering comfort would surely touch him. Xia Yu could not help but chuckle softly. 5 buildings. Damn it! Zhao Cheng exclaimed, his voice laced with irritation. How could those 3 imbeciles not manage to handle Meng Ren? They allowed him to eliminate them, leaving us in such an awkward predicament. Jiang Gaoyuan spoke through gritted teeth, his expression marred by anger and resentment. Lu Mei clutched the compound bow as if it were a prized possession, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. After speaking, she intended to turn and leave, but at that moment, Jiang Gaoyuan obstructed her path. Wait, Lu Mei, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You may depart. But the compound bow must remain, Jiang Gaoyuan insisted. Lu Mei, incensed, retorted, Xiao Jiang, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to seize my compound bow? This is my hard-earned trophy. Chapter 102. Archery Expert Jiang Gaoyuan. Lu Mei glared furiously at Jiang Gaoyuan, her demeanor resembling that of an enraged lioness. With a smile adorning his face, Jiang Gaoyuan remarked, Lu Mei, I harbor no intentions of seizing your compound bow. I merely wish for this weapon to be wielded by someone more suited. At your age, I fear that drawing the bowstring may prove quite a challenge for you, let alone aiming and shooting. In your hands, this bow holds little utility. During my university years, I was a member of the archery club, and I have honed my skills for 5 years now. While I cannot claim perfection, my accuracy undoubtedly far surpasses that of a novice like yourself. I am the one truly deserving of this compound bow. As he spoke these words, Jiang Gaoyuan wore an air of smug satisfaction. With old Wang, the gatekeeper, vouching for him, the credibility of his assertions soared dramatically. Lu Mei, seething with anger, retorted, what does your archery skill matter? I have already stated that this bow belongs to me. Jiang Gaoyuan maintained his smile, continuing, Lu Mei, you need not be so obstinate. Hand over the compound bow, and I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate Meng Ren. This is a chance for all of us. The failure of today's ambush on Meng Ren was undoubtedly due to Zhao Cheng and his companions' incompetence. With a firearm in Meng Ren's possession, their attempt to kill him would be exceedingly difficult. However, if I were to strike him from a distance with the compound bow, the outcome would be entirely different. One cannot deny the allure of Jiang Gaoyuan's words. As the crowd contemplated, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. The gatekeeper, old Wang, wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, to slay Meng Ren with a bow and arrow would undoubtedly yield a far greater success rate. If we can lure Meng Ren out just once more, we are certain to succeed. The others shared in the joy, yet Lu Mei appeared reluctant. Lu Mei, you should hand the compound bow over to Xiao Jiang. If he succeeds, we all stand to gain immensely, someone began to persuade her. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, since you cannot shoot, the bow in your hands would serve no purpose, rendering it a precious gem tarnished. Listening to their words, Lu Mei felt a sense of unwillingness, yet ultimately, she relinquished the compound bow. I can give you the bow, but once the deed is done, I demand a greater share of the resources. For I am the true hero, Lu Mei declared. Jiang Gaoyuan accepted the compound bow from Lu Mei, smiling and nodding, rest assured, once I eliminate Meng Ren, you will be recognized as the greatest benefactor. After soothing Lu Mei, she finally appeared satisfied. The group then commenced discussions on how to entice Meng Ren out. Yet as they deliberated, they soon realized the difficulty of the task. Having suffered once today, Meng Ren was no fool. Attempting to employ the same tactic against him a second time seemed utterly impossible. Old Wang, the gatekeeper, found himself at a loss. The others sighed, subsequently beginning to blame the deceased Zhao Cheng, lamenting that had the trio not failed in their mission today, they would not find themselves in such an awkward predicament. Wait, it seems we have suffered a loss. Suddenly, a person exclaimed in alarm, having discovered a grave predicament. In their earlier endeavor to lure Meng Ren out, they had consolidated all their supplies and sent them away, leaving them utterly devoid of any provisions. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group shifted dramatically. Damn it! It's all Zhao Cheng's fault. Someone seethed with indignation. The group found themselves momentarily stunned. All their resources had been dispatched to Meng Ren, and now they possessed not a morsel of food. This meant that unless they swiftly devised a plan to eliminate Meng Ren and reclaim their supplies, they would face starvation themselves. Furthermore, the members of the wolf pack were scheduled to arrive the following day to collect supplies. Old Wang remarked gloomily. Jiang Guan, with a confident smile, retorted, What supplies do we need to surrender? We have a compound bow. We need not fear the wolf pack. If they dare to approach tomorrow, we shall eliminate them. Lu Mei expressed her concern, but we only have one arrow. Not to worry, Jiang Gaoyuan reassured. I have some arrows at home. Remnants from my training days. Though I couldn't use them without a bow, now that we possess a compound bow, it is no longer an issue. Jiang Gaoyuan beamed with delight. Excellent. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement, each face reflecting their exhilaration. Before long, noon arrived on the following day. Meng Ren yawned widely, feeling refreshed as he rose from his bed. After tossing aside the covers and attending to his morning routine, he finally stepped out of his room. Outside, Xia Yu and Tian Wenxian awaited him. These two women rising earlier than Meng Ren each day, already eager for their meal, truly relentless in their pursuit of sustenance. Aren't I desire to indulge in a sumptuous steak today? Xia Yu playfully flung herself into Meng Ren's embrace. What delightful fantasies occupy your mind? Is a steak truly something within your reach? Meng Ren retorted without hesitation. Xia Yu's expression instantly froze. Huh? Meng Ren observed her reaction, realizing that this woman perhaps held herself in far too high regard. Craving a steak? Then she ought to present something that validates her worth. Meanwhile, Tian Wenxian watched the scene unfold with a stoic demeanor, her countenance betraying a sense of numbness. She had come to terms with reality, relinquishing any unrealistic fantasies. It was impossible. Soon, Meng Ren began to relish his breakfast, while Tian Wenxian had only steamed buns and soybean milk to consume. The tantalizing aroma wafting from Meng Ren's side stirred a profound sense of imbalance within her. Why was it that she could only partake in such meager fare, while Meng Ren feasted on lavish delicacies? We are both human. The disparity is simply too vast. No, I must devise a way to alter this situation. If I continue to serve Meng Ren as a maid, I shall forever remain in the depths of despair, never to experience a better life. I need to find a solution. Tian Wenxian gritted her teeth. However, relying solely on herself, she could never overthrow Meng Ren. Thus, any hope for changing her current predicament would necessitate external assistance. Chapter 103. A call from El Qianqian. Xia Yu couldn't help but glance over, inquiring, Wenxian. What do you think Meng Ren does in his room every day? Could it be that he is engrossed in video games? However, it need not take several hours each time. He spends virtually all day in his room. Are those games truly that captivating? Tian Wenxian cast a sidelong glance at her. Are you attempting to pry into Meng Ren's secrets? Xia Yu instantly grew alert. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no intention of probing into Meng Ren's secrets. I was merely expressing a passing curiosity. With that, Xia Yu promptly departed. She had become more astute. Immediately recognizing that Tian Wenxian's previous actions were a trap laid for her. Should she acknowledge it, Tian Wenxian would undoubtedly rush to inform Meng Ren. And she was acutely aware that Meng Ren detested anyone prying into his affairs. If she were to incite his ire, her pleasant days might swiftly come to an end. Meanwhile, in the farm, Meng Ren had begun to immerse himself in work. After meticulously tending to the entire estate, he commenced practicing psychokinesis. By the time he concluded these endeavors, the clock had struck 6 in the evening. Is there any food left at home? Is there not a morsel remaining? Upon reading this message, Meng Ren nearly burst into laughter. It dawned on him that he had requested a plethora of supplies the previous day, and those provisions were likely the scant remnants held by Lu Mei and the others. Thus, it appeared that they had absolutely no food or drink at their disposal. From this perspective, it was evident that they would venture out tonight in search of resources, which indeed presented an opportunity for me. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes, a plan immediately forming in his mind. Excellent, it is settled. Suddenly, a notification chimed, revealing that someone had added him as a friend. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a completely unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Meng Ren furrowed his brow. Could it be someone from Building 5? He clicked to accept the friend request, and immediately, a message arrived from the other side. May I ask if this is Mr. Meng? I am LV Qianqian. It was her. Meng Ren suddenly recalled the image of LV Qianqian, a youthful beauty with an enchanting figure that surpassed that of most women, leaving a profound impression on him. He remembered giving his phone number to her, yet he was surprised that she was only reaching out now. Had she not taken the initiative, he might have forgotten all about it. This is Meng Ren. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. I have a few matters I would like to inquire about with Mr. Meng. LV Chantian seemed hesitant to ask. Meng Ren couldn't help but smile. Having already guessed what she wanted to know. That is of little importance. How have you been? He skillfully diverted the topic, preferring not to dwell too much on the matter, as maintaining an air of mystery could often be more advantageous. Not very well, to say the least. I can only say that I am barely surviving, but how much longer I can endure remains uncertain. The despair in LV Chantian's words was evident, clearly indicating her physical and mental exhaustion. Meng Ren felt no surprise. In this era of extreme heat, apart from those like himself who had prepared extensively in advance, how many ordinary people could truly thrive amidst such drastic changes? L. Chantian, undoubtedly, would not be an exception. However, I am curious about how she has been faring these past few days. Are you reaching out to me today in search of supplies? You are among the few who are aware of my substantial stockpile, and this must surely be the reason for your call, Meng Ren stated candidly. L. Chantian replied, indeed. I have completely exhausted the supplies at home and have been enduring hunger for 2 days. I have also ventured out alone these past few days in search of resources. Yet the nearby supplies have been thoroughly depleted. Therefore, I humbly request that Mr. Meng consider selling me some provisions. Sell? Meng Ren nodded inwardly. L. Chantian did not directly ask for supplies. Rather, she proposed that he sell them to her. Such behavior was evidently commendable. If L. Chantian had approached him like Lu Mei and directly demanded supplies, he would have promptly removed her from his contacts without hesitation. I do indeed possess supplies. What do you have to offer in exchange? Meng Ren inquired. It was clear that L. Chantian was at a loss, unsure of what she could present as a trade. Meng Ren shook his head. It seemed that L. Chantian would likely be unable to provide anything of interest. If she could not offer anything of value, he would not be swayed merely by her endearing demeanor. He had played the role of a sycophant for 3 years and had long since had his fill. After a considerable pause, L. Chantian finally responded, I do not possess anything of value as anticipated. Meng Ren shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot assist you then. You should be well aware of the significance of resources in these times. If you cannot present anything of value, then I shall not extend my assistance. L. Chantian replied, I can assist you with various tasks, washing clothes, cooking meals, making beds, cleaning. What do you think of these offers? Meng Ren chuckled lightly. I currently have 2 maids at home. Upon reading this message, L. Chantian felt a wave of despair wash over her. She should have realized that a man like Meng Ren, who possessed abundant resources, would hardly lack for female companionship in this scorching era. It's over. A sense of hopelessness enveloped L. Chantian. Then, Mr. Meng, is there anything you would require my assistance with? I am willing to exchange my labor for food. I will not refuse any task within my capabilities. Her tone was laced with earnestness. Meng Ren shook his head, realizing that L. Chantian had reached the end of her rope. However, this was not surprising. As a young woman, she was not particularly robust, and in this extreme heat, it was exceedingly difficult for a girl to survive. Without a strong physique, she would struggle to endure the relentless temperatures. Chapter 104. The transaction. Just when Meng Ren thought L. Chantian had exhausted her worth, she suddenly sent another message. Wait, Mr. Meng. I possess valuable information that I believe will pique your interest. Oh, Meng Ren narrowed his eyes. What information do you have? The Yunming Mall has several warehouses in Yunhai City, some of which are located in quite discreet areas. As a sales assistant, I happen to be privy to some details. However, those warehouses are located quite far away, and I cannot possibly reach them alone. If Mr. Meng is willing, I could sell you this information, Lu Chantian stated. Upon hearing her words, a peculiar expression crossed Meng Ren's face. Supermarket warehouses? This sounded familiar. Just yesterday, Lu Mei and her group had employed the same tactic. And now Lu Chantian echoed their sentiments. This raised a pressing question. Was Lu Chantian also attempting to lure him out for an ambush? No. The likelihood of Lu Chantian betraying him was minimal, considering there was no animosity between them. Yet, upon further reflection, it was not entirely devoid of conflict. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes. He had no real connection with Lu Chantian, their interaction limited to a mere acquaintance, with their exchanges not exceeding 20 sentences. Now that Lu Qianqian found herself in a dire predicament, who could fathom the thoughts swirling in her mind? If she intended to use this information as bait to draw him in, and then conspire with others to capture him, it was not outside the realm of possibility. When cornered, individuals can resort to unimaginable actions. Although Lu Qianqian was relatively young, it did not imply that her heart was genuinely benevolent. Tian Wenqian had always appeared gentle and considerate, yet who could truly discern the malice lurking within? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Having already fallen victim to such deception once, he could not afford to be ensnared a second time. It could be said that Lu Qianqian's statement carried significantly more credibility than that of Lu Mei and her accomplices. As Lu Qianqian was indeed a sales consultant at Yunming's supermarket, making her knowledge of several warehouse locations unsurprising. Thus, the pressing question remained, should he venture forth? Although my personal space is already filled with numerous supplies, who would ever complain about having too much? Meng Ren mused to himself. After a brief moment of silence, he resolved to take a look. I can extend a modicum of trust, but I require you to come here and guide me, he stated coldly. If we truly locate the supplies, I shall claim all of them. L. Qianqian, in a state of panic, retorted, the initial condition is acceptable, but the latter demand is rather excessive. Meng Ren chuckled. No. Allow me to clarify. You sold me the location of the warehouse, rather than us discovering it together. Since the warehouse was not a joint discovery, the supplies within are, naturally, entirely mine. If not, you could venture there alone. Why would you sell the information to me? L. Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, yet she could not refute Meng Ren's reasoning. Deep down, she felt a sense of helplessness, as his words left her with no grounds for rebuttal. She indeed knew the location of the warehouse, but it was quite distant, over 10 kilometers away. As a young woman, it was utterly impossible for her to traverse such a distance in the dead of night. During the scorching daytime, venturing outside was out of the question, and nighttime excursions did not guarantee safety. Alone, if she were to encounter other teams scavenging for supplies, she would be in grave danger. Were it not for the absence of supplies, she would not have risked contacting this stranger, Meng Ren. Upon contemplating this, LV Qianqian could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. Very well, I shall comply with Mr. Meng's request. What remuneration will you offer me for my efforts? Meng Ren replied with a subtle smile. Let us assess the inventory in the warehouse. Should it yield nothing, I shall not compensate you at all. However, if there are provisions, I will grant you 3 boxes of instant noodles and 3 barrels of mineral water. LV Qianqian thought to herself, this is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Meng Ren seemed to embody the essence of a capitalist, offering her a mere pittance in exchange for the vast resources contained within the warehouse. With clenched teeth, she responded, All right, I accept. I shall visit Mr. Meng tonight. We will set off on bicycles then. Agreed. After ending the communication, a smile crept across Meng Ren's face. More supplies were on the horizon, though he pondered whether the journey would be in vain, hoping that the resources within the warehouse had not been plundered. Stretching lazily, he donned an expression of contentment and exited his room. Shayu, Wenqian, come here. Meng Ren beckoned. The 2 women promptly rose and entered his chamber. Soon, an intense battle ensued within the confines of the room, with Meng Ren valiantly facing off against 2 opponents, demonstrating remarkable prowess as he overwhelmed Tian Wenqian and Xiaoyu. The fierce skirmish persisted for a full 2 hours, and before they knew it, the clock struck 8 in the evening. After the exhilarating encounter, Meng Ren reclined on his bed, a look of satisfaction on his face, just as members of the Wolf Gang entered the community. Ma Fei led the way with 3 underlings in tow. The 4 individuals arrived at the foot of Building 6, where Ma Fei waved his hand, prompting a subordinate to step forward and begin banging on the door. Come out quickly. It's time to hand over the supplies. The subordinate shouted, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Lu Mei and her companions soon descended the stairs, their expressions decidedly grim as they faced Ma Fei and his entourage. Where are the supplies? Each of you must submit a package of instant noodles today, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ma Fei sneered, his gaze fixed on Lu Mei and her group. On the 5th floor of Building 5, Meng Ren stood by the window, relishing the unfolding drama. He was curious to see how Lu Mei and her companions would navigate this obstacle presented by Ma Fei, especially in their dire circumstances. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before Meng Ren's eyes. In a hidden corner, Jiang Gaoyuan concealed himself, wielding Meng Ren's composite bow. With swift precision, he knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and took aim. The arrow was directed at Ma Fei, who remained blissfully unaware that death's outside hovered perilously close to his neck. In the next instant, a piercing whistle echoed as an arrow shot forth, reaching Ma Fei in the blink of an eye. Ah! A chilling scream erupted as Ma Fei felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his shoulder, instinctively crying out. He looked down to discover an arrow lodged in his shoulder, its fletching quivering slightly. Meng Ren, what are you doing? Ma Fei exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury transforming his countenance. Chapter 105. Counterattack. As Ma Fei suddenly found himself under assault by arrows, his first thought was of Meng Ren, for only he possessed a weapon within this community. Ma Fei was consumed by a mixture of shock and fury. He could hardly fathom that Meng Ren had concealed himself to launch a sneak attack. Did he not have conflicts with this group before? Why, then, was he aiding them in their assault against him? However, Ma Fei soon recognized something amiss. Following the trajectory of the arrows, he spotted Jiang Gaoyuan, who had not yet found cover. Damn it! How dare you shoot at me with arrows? Ma Fei's rage boiled over, his eyes blazing as if they could ignite the very air around him. After relentlessly hunting swans, he found himself ensnared by one, a profound humiliation for Ma Fei. In a nearby corner, Jiang Gaoyuan wasted no time and readied his second arrow. His archery skills were commendable. The first arrow had struck Ma Fei with precision. Yet, hitting him again with the second arrow would prove a formidable challenge. Observing Jiang Gaoyuan stringing his bow, Ma Fei instinctively sought refuge, gritting his teeth as he bore the pain, unsure whether it stemmed from his injuries or his indignation. Ha ha ha, success! In the corridor, Lu Mei and the others watched with exhilaration as Jiang Gaoyuan's arrow found its mark. Each face radiated excitement and joy. In stark contrast was Ma Fei's dismal mood. He felt as though he might explode with rage. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Today had indeed become a significant predicament. At this moment, Jiang Gaoyuan slightly lowered his bow and arrow. Since Ma Fei and his subordinates had already taken cover, hitting Ma Fei had become an impossible feat. Ma Fei, let us converse. There is no need for us to engage in a violent clash, as it would be detrimental to both parties, Jiang Gaoyuan proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Jiang Gaoyuan's voice, Ma Fei erupted with curses. Get lost, you deceitful scoundrels. You hide and launch a sneak attack on me. I refuse to play your game. Fury surged within Ma Fei, who had previously suffered at the hands of Meng Ren, only to find himself in a similar predicament with Jiang Gaoyuan. Was Ma Fei merely a pawn to be trampled upon? Why did everyone feel entitled to belittle him? Meng Ren wielded a firearm, rendering Ma Fei powerless, so he endured. Yet, what was Jiang Gaoyuan to him? Did he truly believe that wielding a compound bow rendered him invincible? With this thought, Ma Fei clenched his teeth and commanded his subordinates, "We are leaving." He uttered no further words of foolishness, swiftly leading his men away. Witnessing this, Lu Mei and the others erupted in exuberant cheers. Wonderful! We have triumphed. Ha ha! What a formidable wild wolf gang! They hardly seem so fearsome now. Reduced to fleeing from us. Each member of Lu Mei's group wore a triumphant expression, their faces alight with excitement. On the 5th floor of Building 5, Meng Ren observed the entire sequence of events unfold from the comfort of his home, and he was indeed taken aback. Originally, it was believed that Lu Mei and her group would be unable to procure any supplies today and would surely face a reprimand from Ma Fei. However, it was unexpected that this group possessed the audacity to directly confront Ma Fei with the compound bow they had seized. Caught off guard by the ambush, Ma Fei was completely unprepared. Nevertheless, a single compound bow hardly qualifies as an invincible weapon. The archer earlier must have been Jiang Gaoyuan. I recall he is affiliated with the archery club and has diligently practiced for several years, which explains his boldness in challenging Ma Fei. Meng Ren chuckled softly. Although he was somewhat astonished by Lu Mei's actions, it was merely surprise. Today, Ma Fei had suffered a significant loss, yet a mere bow and arrow could hardly intimidate a figure of his caliber. Retribution from Ma Fei was inevitable, and the compound bow, despite its merits, could easily be countered with a simple wooden shield, rendering it largely ineffective. Furthermore, with Chen Hu's support behind Ma Fei, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Gaoyuan would be dealt with. However, this was preferable. If this group were so easily defeated by the Wild Wolf Gang, it would indeed be rather dull. I am curious to see how far these individuals can progress. A playful expression danced across Meng Ren's face. An hour later, Lu Qianqian called again to inform Meng Ren that she had arrived at the entrance of the community. Instead of hastily descending, Meng Ren took a moment to observe the situation at the entrance through binoculars. Fortunately, the moonlight was quite favorable this evening, allowing him to discern the surroundings with some clarity. At the entrance of the community, Lu Qianqian was prominently positioned on her bicycle. Her appearance had notably changed since the last time they met, evidently bearing the scars of considerable hardship in recent days. Meng Ren scrutinized her closely, ensuring that Lu Qianqian had not brought any outsiders with her, and only then did a satisfied expression grace his face. He subsequently changed into a different outfit in preparation for his outing, ensuring that he carried his most vital possession, a handgun, along with a utility knife blade. "You two stay put at home. I shall step out for a while," Meng Ren announced. Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. The reclusive Meng Ren, who usually confined himself to his room, was actually going out. Could it be that he was heading out to commit a murder? She couldn't help but recall the last time she saw Meng Ren venture outside, an encounter that had left her quite shaken. After conveying his intentions, Meng Ren departed. Clad in a fitted outfit, his back adorned with a black backpack filled with provisions, water, and medical supplies. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, these supplies would be indispensable. After all, he could not retrieve items from his spatial storage in front of Lu Qianqian. However, with the backpack as a cover, he could afford to be a bit bolder. He soon arrived at the community entrance, and upon seeing Meng Ren, Lu Qianqian's gaze instinctively fell upon him. Observing his radiant complexion and exuberant vitality, she was taken aback. In stark contrast, she had endured relentless torment during these days, suffering from the sweltering heat and the scarcity of food and water, which had left her considerably haggard. However, Meng Ren appeared unchanged from their previous encounter, his figure plump and rosy, exuding none of the weariness that hardship might impart. "Mr. Meng, you truly are radiant," Lu Qianqian stammered, struggling to articulate her admiration. Meng Ren cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Qianqian, observing her as he had anticipated. She resembled a portrait of a refugee, her appearance disheveled from the inability to bathe due to the lack of water. The oppressive heat had further exacerbated her condition, rendering her noticeably more fragile. "Let us set off," Meng Ren declared, pushing his bicycle forward before mounting it. Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement and began to lead the way. They pedaled along the desolate streets, the city enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "How far is the warehouse you mentioned?" Meng Ren inquired. Lu Qianqian tilted her head in contemplation. "Approximately 20 kilometers, I suppose." Meng Ren nodded thoughtfully. This distance was agreeable to him, as they could reach it in under an hour at a cycling pace, provided no unforeseen incidents arose along the way, for any such occurrences would inevitably prolong their journey. They continued to ride in silence, the atmosphere steeped in tranquility to the point where the faintest sound, such as a needle dropping, would have been distinctly audible. The distance of 20 kilometers is not particularly far. In no time, the two had already cycled several kilometers. However, at that moment, a murmur of conversation reached their ears. "There are people ahead. Let us take cover for a moment," Meng Ren said, his face immediately adopting a grave expression. Lu Qianqian nodded without hesitation, and the two swiftly concealed themselves in a nearby alley, casting their gaze towards the source of the noise. Just a few dozen meters away, a group of about a dozen individuals was ransacking the shops along the street. They forcefully pried open the doors of various stores with iron bars, entering to scavenge for supplies. Unfortunately, the items within were woefully scarce. Despite their considerable efforts, they found little of value. Goodness. The supplies in these shops are pitifully scarce. Either they are spoiled or have already been looted. One person could not help but complain. The others wore expressions of resigned acceptance. Let us refrain from complaining. Having these supplies at all is fortunate. In these times, survival is a challenge, another remarked. A sense of gloom enveloped the group as they exchanged these sentiments. In the shadows of the alley, Meng Ren and LV Chanxian observed their actions until the group departed, allowing them to continue on their way. Presumably, these individuals were survivors from the vicinity, yet Meng Ren had no intention of approaching them. In a post-apocalyptic world, the greatest danger often lies in fellow survivors. The human heart is inscrutable. One can never truly discern another's intentions. The two individuals pressed onward, encountering several groups along the way. Yet Meng Ren and LV Chanxian skillfully evaded them, thus remaining undetected throughout their journey. Within the vast city, an eerie silence prevailed. The once bustling metropolis now resembled a desolate wasteland. A month had elapsed since the commencement of the extreme heat era, and the number of survivors on Earth remained a mystery. Under the oppressive heat, it was primarily the frail elderly and vulnerable children who succumbed first, most perishing from heat stroke. Individuals like Lume, who was in her 60s yet still vibrant, were a rarity. The scorching temperatures, exceeding 60 degrees Celsius during the day, had obliterated all flora and fauna within the city, with even the rivers having dried up completely, devoid of food and water. Those without provisions at home began to succumb to heat-related deaths. It is no exaggeration to state that within this month, 95% of fatalities were due to heat stroke, while the remaining 5% resulted from violent crimes such as robbery and murder. After half an hour, under LV Chanxian's guidance, a sprawling factory complex came into view. Mr. Ming, the warehouse is located within that area, she indicated, her voice slightly hoarse from the exertion. The prolonged ride had left her parched, her lips cracked, and her clothing thoroughly drenched with sweat. Meng Ren cast a glance at her before retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack. Drink some water, otherwise you might find yourself on the brink of death, Meng Ren advised. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly opened the bottle, barely having time to express her gratitude before gulping down a generous amount. She consumed nearly half of the bottle of mineral water in one go, feeling somewhat unsatisfied afterward. Thank you, Mr. Meng, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her demeanor transformed as though she had been resurrected, her smile now radiating sweetness. No need to thank me. This bottle of water is merely in advance on your remuneration, Meng Ren replied. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes, her initial gratitude evaporating. What a miserly man, she thought, though she refrained from voicing her sentiments. She understood the significance of clean water in this scorching era, recognizing that her encounter with Meng Ren was merely a fleeting one, and she had no right to demand anything. Let us proceed. Meng Ren placed his bicycle by the roadside and stepped into the industrial area. This locale was already on the outskirts of Yuhai City, devoid of residential buildings, and classified as an industrial zone. Given this context, the likelihood that the warehouse's supplies remained untouched was relatively high. Following closely behind Meng Ren, Lu Qianqian soon arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. However, Meng Ren did not rush inside. Instead, he retrieved a pair of binoculars to survey the surroundings. He sought to ascertain whether any other survivors were present within. It would be quite perilous to plunge headlong into a potentially treacherous situation without prior reconnaissance. Meng Ren meticulously observed his surroundings, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Excellent. On the surface, it appeared that this place had not been ransacked. It seemed our fortune was indeed quite favorable. Excitement gleamed in Meng Ren's eyes. The absence of signs of looting suggested that the supplies within the warehouse were likely still intact. He promptly entered the factory and made his way towards the warehouse. The expansive factory was substantial in size, making the search for the warehouse's location rather challenging. Lu Qianqian only knew that there was a warehouse here, but its precise location eluded her. Upon entering the first factory, Meng Ren had already produced a flashlight, and upon opening the large door, the beam of light immediately illuminated the interior. It appeared to be a sorting assembly line. Lu Qianqian remarked. Chapter 107, Abundant Harvest. The factory was filled with various machines. clearly resembling a sorting assembly line. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Qianxian stepped forward, yet before she could approach, Meng Ren cleared his throat. "Let us not forget our agreement. All supplies here belong to me," Meng Ren asserted, his tone commanding. Lu Qianxian's expression reflected a hint of resignation. "I understand," she replied. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, one might feel sympathy if she were in the company of another, but unfortunately for her, she was with Meng Ren. Utilizing the flashlight's glow, Meng Ren explored the factory, discovering that it was impeccably cleaned, devoid of any supplies. This did not come as a surprise to Meng Ren. Following the onset of the extreme heat era, it was inevitable that the factory workers had disbanded, and the supplies were undoubtedly stored away in the warehouse. Given that this was indeed a factory, it was quite reasonable for the materials to be absent from this location. However, since the sorting assembly line was already present, how far could the warehouse be? Meng Ren traced the signs along the wall and swiftly located the warehouse's position. Before long, a sturdy door loomed before him. The door was clearly locked and crafted entirely from steel, exuding a sense of robustness. "This should be the cold storage. There's no need to investigate further," Meng Ren remarked, shaking his head. "Yanhai City has been without power for 10 days, and the cold storage must have long lost its low temperature. The fresh meat stored within has undoubtedly spoiled." El Qianqian displayed a look of dismay. "Such a pity for all that meat. There's nothing to lament." "My objective was never those items," Meng Ren replied. "Canned goods, instant noodles, and various packaged provisions are what I truly seek on this expedition." He continued his search for additional warehouses and eventually discovered a second one at the end of the path. With a resounding thud, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. At last, a vast array of neatly arranged boxes came into view, an immense quantity occupying the entire warehouse, numbering in the thousands. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were all instant noodles, nearly filling the entire space. Wow, so many instant noodles. El Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could hardly contain her drool. She had gone 2 days without consuming anything. Had it not been for Meng Ren's words just now, she would have likely succumbed to the temptation and devoured food voraciously, although it was merely instant noodles. In this era of extreme heat, what is often derided as junk food has become quite a valuable commodity. High in calories, easy to store, and convenient to carry. Whether consumed directly or cooked, it remains an excellent choice. Finally, the trip was not in vain. As he gazed upon the thousands of boxes of instant noodles before him, a look of satisfaction spread across Meng Ren's face. El Qianqian, unable to restrain herself, stepped forward. "Mr. Meng, may I not take just one box? There are so many noodles here, and you alone cannot possibly carry them all. Rather than leaving them to spoil, why can't I take a box?" Her words elicited a chuckle from Meng Ren. Who said he could not take them? He refrained from voicing this thought. The matter of the portable farm was an absolute secret, known only to him. However, El Qianqian's remarks did remind him that there were indeed plenty of noodles, and he could not possibly collect them all in her presence. This meant he could only take a portion, leaving the remainder for El Qianqian, which she could perceive as being set aside for her. At that point, he could simply explain it as transporting items, thus raising no suspicion in her mind. With this in mind, Meng Ren replied, "Certainly, I am not the sort of person to be unyielding. I permit you to take away whatever supplies you can carry, after which I will arrange for others to come and transport the remaining goods. Thus, you have but one opportunity." Lu Qianxian was overwhelmed with joy. Her previously listless demeanor instantly transformed into exuberant leaps and joyous cheers. "Thank you, Mr. Meng," she exclaimed, her delicate and charming face radiating a beaming smile of happiness. As she clutched a packet of instant noodles, a twinge of regret struck her. Had she known, she would have ridden over on a tricycle, allowing her to carry away even more supplies. With a spirited hee-ho, 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 Lu Qianqian excitedly placed the noodles at the entrance of the factory, preparing to take them along shortly. Despite the abundance of items, she harbored no thoughts of inconvenience. The two of them proceeded to explore the entirety of the warehouse. And indeed, the supplies did not disappoint Meng Ren. In addition to the cold storage and instant noodle stockroom, there were various other provisions, an assortment of snacks, bottled water, and beverages sufficient to fill 8 warehouses. We are in for a windfall. Meng Ren's expression mirrored her elation. With these supplies, his wealth would undoubtedly double. While it would be quite a challenge for others to transport and store these goods, it posed no difficulty whatsoever for Meng Ren. In high spirits, he waved his hand grandly, allowing Lu Qianqian to take even more items. Overjoyed, Lu Qianqian wasted no time in fetching a tricycle from within the factory, promptly loading it with her chosen supplies. Ha ha, Weevee struck it rich. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of avarice. Before her lay an abundance of supplies, and her expression radiated satisfaction. With such ample provisions, she could indulge in comfort for several months. Mr. Meng, you are truly a kind-hearted person. In her exuberance, Lu Qianqian bestowed upon Meng Ren a good person card. Upon receiving this card, Meng Ren rolled his eyes. Having acted selflessly to benefit this young lady, he found her words to be a tad perplexing. Nevertheless, he chose to overlook it, embodying the magnanimity of a gentleman. Both individuals had acquired what they desired, and soon they mounted their bicycles, preparing to depart. Lu Qianqian, please wait for me outside for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Meng Ren instructed her to step aside, as he intended to transfer all the supplies into his spatial storage. No problem. Lu Qianqian nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and she pushed her tricycle toward the factory's exterior to await him. However, upon attempting to move, she realized the weight of her cargo was far too great for her slender frame to manage. Darn it, I must take you with me, she exclaimed, shaking her fists in self-encouragement. Chapter 108. Encountering survivors one after another, supplies were meticulously gathered, and a broad smile illuminated Meng Ren's face. Even though his spatial storage was already brimming with goods, the allure of more supplies was irresistible. Much like the affluent tycoons who possess billions, they too would not hesitate to accumulate additional wealth. After dedicating a full 10 minutes, Meng Ren finally secured all the supplies into the warehouse and proceeded to the factory entrance to reunite with Lu Qianqian. Why did you take so long in the restroom? Lu Qianqian was evidently growing somewhat impatient as she waited. Meng Ren shrugged without offering any explanation, and the two subsequently departed from the factory together. Meng Ren appeared at ease, casually carrying a conspicuous backpack. Though it seemed rather bulging, it contained only a modest amount of belongings. In contrast, Lu Qianqian was determined to transport more supplies. She had procured a tricycle, which she struggled to push to the factory entrance, expending considerable effort. Gritting her teeth, she strained to propel the tricycle forward, yet her pace was agonizingly slow. Before long, beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead, soaking her completely, making her resemble someone who had just emerged from the depths of a river. In stark contrast, Meng Ren seemed remarkably unburdened, highlighting a striking disparity between the two. Nevertheless, Lu Qianqian refrained from requesting Meng Ren's assistance, a point that Meng Ren appreciated. It must be said that Lu Qianqian's tenacity epitomized the essence of an independent individual. Had it been Tian Wenqian or Xiaoyu, they would likely have solicited help much earlier. The pair traversed several kilometers along the dimly lit street, and Lu Qianqian was thoroughly exhausted. Observing her struggle, Meng Ren felt a pang of sympathy. Just then, however, an unexpected group appeared in the distance. Individuals scavenging for supplies had emerged on the street ahead. Meng Ren quickly spotted them, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a way for both him and Lu Qianqian to evade this unwelcome crowd. However, within the throng, there was one sharp-eyed individual who, at the moment Meng Ren noticed their presence, also caught sight of him and Lu Qianqian. Quick, look over there. There are 2 people. This person immediately alerted his companions, and a group of them promptly turned their attention towards Meng Ren and Lu Qianqian, advancing towards them without delay. Trouble. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Ren's brow furrowed. Lu Qianqian's tricycle was laden with a plethora of supplies. It was all too evident what would ensue should these individuals discover it. He wished to avoid a confrontation, for that would only lead to a waste of his precious ammunition. Excuse me, are you also out scavenging for supplies? I wonder how your haul has been. Before Meng Ren could formulate a response, the group had already approached within close proximity. Stop. What are you doing getting so close? Lu Qianqian's voice rang out with a warning, her expression brimming with vigilance, effectively halting the group's advance. Clearly, she was no naive fool. She exhibited a commendable level of caution towards these suddenly appearing strangers. The group comprised about a dozen individuals, the majority of whom were men, each wielding makeshift weapons, iron rods, kitchen knives, and home-crafted spears. Among them, one individual brandished a rudimentary bow and arrow. Such weaponry was merely commonplace among survivors. Yet it was entirely sufficient for the purpose of inflicting harm. My apologies, we are survivors from the nearby vicinity, out tonight to scavenge for supplies. Lu Jun said with a gentle smile, his demeanor exuding warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, easily endearing him to others. His gaze remained fixed on Meng Ren, clearly indicating that, in comparison to the diminutive LV Chanqian, it was Meng Ren, the man, who posed a greater threat. LV Chanqian chose silence, directing her attention toward Meng Ren. His expression was serene, yet one of his hands discreetly concealed behind his back revealed the unmistakable outline of a 1911 pistol. However, the dim lighting of the street rendered Lu Jun and his companions oblivious to Meng Ren's subtle maneuver. I'm afraid we have no interest in exchanging supplies, Lu Jun and his group expressed, displaying a reluctance that was palpable. Several of them turned their gazes toward the tricycle behind LV Qianqian, where an abundance of various supplies was stacked. Although encased in boxes, the cartons containing instant noodles were notably recognizable. Boss, look. That tricycle is filled with boxes of instant noodles. There must be over 20 boxes. One exclaimed in astonishment. What? 20 boxes? Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the group. Their eyes fixated on the tricycle. As they beheld the bounty within, their expressions shifted dramatically. A loud gulp echoed in the now silent atmosphere, the sound resonating sharply in the stillness. LV Qianqian, fully alert, swiftly retrieved a metal rod from the tricycle behind her. What do you want? Are you trying to rob me? She shouted, brandishing the rod in an attempt to project an image of defiance. Yet, her petite frame lacked any significant deterrent effect. Cough, cough. Lu Jun cleared his throat gently and spoke. Everyone, please remain calm and refrain from acting impulsively. As he commanded the crowd, a semblance of quietude descended upon the surroundings. A warm smile graced his face. Chapter 109. A clash, my dear friends. Rest assured that we have no intention of seizing your supplies. However, if it is at all possible, we would like to purchase some. He candidly admitted, to be frank, our group is utterly depleted of resources. Several among us have gone an entire day without sustenance. In these dire times of calamity, we ought to assist one another. Do you not agree? Upon hearing Lu Jun's words, those beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should support one another. You see, with all your abundant supplies, it is unlikely you will consume them all in a short span. Perhaps you could share. No, sell us some. The group chimed in. Although they professed no intention of theft, their movements suggested an involuntary advance toward the others. It was a dire situation. As she listened to their words and observed their expressions, LV Qianqian felt a surge of panic. Tears threatened to spill. She had painstakingly gathered these supplies. What talk of purchasing, these individuals were clearly fixated on her. If she refused to sell, would they resort to theft? What would happen if this group took everything from her? Would she not be left to starve? LV Qianqian was filled with indignation. Her teeth clenched tightly as she resolutely refused. No way. These supplies were painstakingly gathered by me, and I will not share them with you. Lu Jun smiled and replied, it's not sharing, it's selling. We can purchase the supplies you possess. Would 100 yuan suffice for a pack of instant noodles? LV Qianqian was infuriated. What good is money? It's too hard even for wiping. Lu Jun's expression soured at her bluntness, while someone beside him chimed in. Why are you being like this, young lady? You have so many supplies. What's wrong with sharing a little with us? Another voice added, indeed, you can't possibly consume all this alone. We are all human. Shouldn't we help each other? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as several voices chimed in, each remark twisting the sentiment further. It was evident that Lu Jun and his group were unwilling to relinquish the sight of supplies they had stumbled upon. One must look after oneself. With the resources laid bare before them, they were determined to seize them. Conversely, El Qianqian had labored tirelessly to acquire these supplies. She could not possibly give them away. In this calamitous time, survival was already a challenge, let alone worrying about others' fates. Yet, confronted by this group of over a dozen individuals, she felt utterly helpless. It was clear she could not contend with so many. Her only hope now rested with Meng Ren. With that thought, El Qianqian turned to glance at Meng Ren, only to find him standing with arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. "Mr. Meng, what are you doing?" Liu Qianqian inquired, a hint of indignation in her voice. Meng Ren maintained a calm demeanor. He had anticipated such a scenario. In the face of hunger, individuals are capable of anything, rendering notions of propriety and honor utterly insignificant when survival is at stake. Lu Jun's gaze shifted towards them, his smile unwavering. "My friends, regarding our previous proposal, you might wish to contemplate it thoroughly." Despite the outward smile, the underlying threat was palpable to anyone present. Meng Ren's expression remained unchanged. Yet inwardly he was already smirking coldly. "What do you seek in exchange?" "We will only accept weapons or medical supplies," Meng Ren asserted. "Weapons? Medical supplies?" "The latter is somewhat understandable, but you dare to demand the former?" Lu Jun replied, a slight awkwardness betraying his composure. "Unfortunately, we possess neither of those items." "Then there is no alternative. These resources were arduously acquired, and we cannot simply relinquish them to you." Yet, upon hearing his words, the group before him remained unmoved, showing no intention of yielding. Among the crowd, one individual grew increasingly impatient. "Damn, you two are really pushing your luck. We have been polite. So why not simply hand over the supplies?" The man erupted, his frustration evident. After his outburst, he stormed forward, aiming to confront Liu Qianqian directly. This sudden turn of events seemed to astonish some, yet it also appeared quite expected. As Liu Qianqian gazed at the young man who had rushed toward her, an overwhelming fury surged within her, prompting her to swing the iron rod in her grasp with great force. The young man was taken aback, utterly astonished that Liu Qianqian would dare to strike. He hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow, his temper flaring in response. "How dare you retaliate? Brothers, let's charge. We can seize the supplies and flee. Those two will surely be unable to catch us," he shouted, preparing to maneuver around Liu Qianqian and lay claim to the goods within the tricycle. Witnessing the young man's aggressive advance, the others began to stir restlessly, the tantalizing supplies within their reach igniting their greed. "Grab it!" Someone suddenly cried out, prompting a throng of individuals to surge forward, their sights set squarely on the tricycle behind Liu Qianqian. "Don't come any closer. Those are all my belongings," Liu Qianqian pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, in that moment, her desperate cries fell on deaf ears, as the crowd was consumed by their singular focus on the tricycle's bounty, indifferent to anything else. Just then, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the darkness of the street, erupting with a startling ferocity. A bullet was unleashed with a resounding bang, striking the very young man who had initially provoked Liu Qianqian, instantly splattering blood as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless before he could even utter a scream. "What?" The sudden gunfire left Lu Jun and his companions in shock, the group that had moments ago been poised to seize the supplies now frozen in astonishment. They turned their heads and were taken aback to find that Meng Ren had inexplicably acquired a handgun. The muzzle was already aimed at them, seemingly poised to unleash its fury at any moment. "My goodness! He possesses a firearm. We must flee!" Someone shouted in panic, and the previously formidable crowd instantly scattered like frightened birds, each person fleeing in disarray, as if they longed to sprout additional legs to escape faster. It was all over. It seemed so simple. From the moment Meng Ren brandished his weapon to the frantic flight of those individuals, the entire ordeal transpired in mere breaths. Chapter 110. A critical moment. Lu Jun and the others had all fled, their retreating figures a portrait of utter disarray, swiftly vanishing into the night. Beside them, Liu Qianqian gazed at Meng Ren with a look of disbelief, unable to fathom that he wielded a gun. This was a country with exceedingly strict firearm regulations. From where had this man procured such a weapon? As Liu Qianqian stood in a daze, Meng Ren's voice broke through her thoughts. "Mr. Meng, thank you. Lu Qianqian's tone brimmed with gratitude. If you truly wish to express your thanks, perhaps you could part with a portion of your supplies, Meng Ren suggested. Ah? Lu Qianqian's expression shifted in an instant, her eyes widening in astonishment. Haven't you already amassed a considerable amount of supplies? Why do you need just a little more from me? She bit her lip, then retrieved a box of instant noodles from the tricycle and handed it to Meng Ren. Here, this box of noodles is my token of appreciation. This time, it was Meng Ren who was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Qianqian would indeed offer him a reward. Although it was merely a box of instant noodles, such a humble prize was enough to incite competition among many, as evidenced by the previous events. No need. I have plenty of supplies. I can't be bothered. Meng Ren declined outright. His personal space was overflowing with resources, and a single box of noodles hardly caught his interest. The two continued their journey down the desolate, dimly lit street, where not a soul could be seen. The city at night was eerily silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As Meng Ren and Lu Qianqian pedaled slowly along, neither spoke a word. Meng Ren was at a loss for conversation, while Lu Qianqian was too fatigued to utter anything. The tricycle was cumbersome, and her petite frame could barely push the pedals, leaving her with no strength to converse. Unable to watch her struggle any longer, Meng Ren approached and offered to assist her by pushing the tricycle. Lu Qianqian felt the weight lighten beneath her feet and turned to discover that Meng Ren was helping her. "Thank you," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy and gratitude. However, at that moment, Meng Ren sensed something amiss. Since acquiring his telekinetic abilities, he had noticed a remarkable enhancement in his perceptual awareness, not through the conventional five senses, but rather through an inexplicable sixth sense. Now, this intuition alerted him to the presence of something lurking in the shadows, seemingly watching him. Could it be that group of Lu Jun from earlier? A chill crept across Meng Ren's face as he contemplated the likelihood of this possibility. Moments ago, Lu Jun's group attempted to seize resources from Lu Qianqian. In a decisive act, he shot one of them dead. The reason for not pursuing further was twofold: the poor visibility of the night and a desire to conserve ammunition. However, to his astonishment, this group dared to follow him, seemingly intent on confrontation. This thought sent a chill through Meng Ren's heart. He narrowed his eyes, striving to hone his sixth sense to ascertain the whereabouts of his pursuers. Yet, after a considerable time, he could not discern their location. It seemed his intuition was still too feeble. With that realization, he abandoned the effort. Knowing that a pack of wolves was trailing him kept Meng Ren perpetually on edge. In the current darkness, confronting a dozen concealed assailants was indeed a formidable challenge. Although he wielded a firearm, the adage "two fists cannot contend with four hands" rang true. Merely locating them was a vexing task. Where could they be? What were their plans for assaulting him? Meng Ren squinted, aware that he was their primary target, given the weapon in his hand posed the greatest threat. Suddenly, he recalled observing one among them wielding a rudimentary homemade bow and arrow. Could they possibly intend to use arrows against him? This thought flickered in Meng Ren's mind, and a peculiar sensation surged through his consciousness. In a split second, he instinctively sidestepped to evade an imminent danger. In the next moment, an arrow whizzed past the very spot where he had just stood, nearly grazing Meng Ren's body. Cursing under his breath, Meng Ren felt a sharp sting in his arm and looked down to see a crimson wound left by the arrow's passage. Beware of the arrows. Use the tricycle as cover and hide well, he called out, seeking refuge himself. What? Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her face pale with shock. She hurriedly dismounted from the tricycle and took shelter beside Meng Ren. As she drew near, a metallic scent of blood assailed her senses, and upon closer inspection, she realized Meng Ren was injured. "Mr. Meng, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor scratch," Meng Ren replied, his complexion ashen and his tone grave. That moment had been perilously close. He had underestimated the group or perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. The newfound telekinetic powers he possessed, coupled with the firearm in his grasp, had led him to dismiss the threat they posed. However, that arrow had served as a stark reminder of his vulnerability. He was far from invincible. A mere rudimentary homemade bow and arrow could pose a significant danger to him. Had it not been for the dimly lit street that concealed the archer's aim and the alertness of his sixth sense, That arrow might have struck him directly. Who knows what sort of materials were used in that makeshift weapon? Though his spatial storage contained an array of medicinal supplies, one could never be too certain of their efficacy. Taking a deep breath, Meng Ren felt a surge of fury rise within him. El Chantian felt a pang of guilt and anxiety. She could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Ming, perhaps we should reconsider. Let us simply abandon the supplies. You are alone. And what if a conflict arises? What would happen to you?" Meng Ren's expression remained composed. "No, that was merely a surprise attack. If it comes to a confrontation, I am not easily intimidated by them. Today, we relinquish the supplies out of fear. Shall we do so every time we are threatened? How can one survive in this era without confronting threats?" Chapter 111. The efficacy of the flame rod. His demeanor had grown icy, his eyes scanning for the hidden assassin lurking in the shadows. The streets were enveloped in darkness, particularly in the crevices of the buildings, where the absence of moonlight rendered the search for those concealed in the gloom nearly impossible. In stark contrast, Meng Ren and El Chantian stood illuminated by the moonlight on the street, allowing their figures to be discernible to some extent. Meng Ren understood this predicament. He was acutely aware that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and if he wished to extricate himself from this dilemma, he would need to devise a strategy to turn the tide. Nevertheless, despite the enemy's advantage of concealment, Meng Ren possessed his own advantages. Lu Jun's group wielded only a rudimentary homemade bow and arrow, while he held a 1911 pistol in his grasp. The disparity in weaponry was evidently significant, not to mention his unexpected telekinetic abilities. The paramount issue at present lies in discovering the whereabouts of the adversary. Once Lu Jun and his companions are located, they pose no threat to him whatsoever. Beside him, El Chantian's eyes were already wide with determination, eager to assist Meng Ren in discerning the concealment of Lu Jun and his cohort amidst the darkness. However, the night was oppressively dark within those buildings. It was as if one could not see a hand in front of their face, making it effortless for several living beings to hide undetected. "Meng, sir, it is far too dark over there. I can scarcely discern anything," El Chantian exclaimed, her tone laced with frustration. Not far away, Lu Jun and his companions were ensconced in the shadows, smiles gracing their faces. Their gazes fixed upon Meng Ren and El Chantian as though they were mere prey ensnared in a trap. "Boss, your skills are truly remarkable. We are now concealed in the darkness, and those two fools are utterly oblivious to our presence. If this drags on, victory will inevitably be ours." One of them extolled Lu Jun. At that moment, Lu Jun was crouched within a shop, a rudimentary bow in hand, a slight smile playing upon his lips. That man is far too confident. He truly believes that wielding a handgun renders him invincible, oblivious to the fact that a handgun is not an omnipotent tool. Especially in the current scenario, Lu Jun was exceedingly pleased with the situation at hand. The two figures on the street, in his estimation, were no match for him. Despite possessing only a bow, it was still a ranged weapon, providing him with a significant advantage, as long as he could prolong the confrontation until the adversaries departed. The supplies within that tricycle would rightfully belong to them. Lu Jun held such thoughts, while Meng Ren, after a minute of contemplation, envisioned a solution to the current predicament. "What exactly do you intend to do? I have already granted you a chance. Do not push your luck." Meng Ren reprimanded Lu Jun and the others. "So that is how it is." Those nearby suddenly realized, casting admiring glances at Lu Jun, truly the leader. His considerations are indeed thorough. One person praised. A cold smile flickered within Meng Ren's heart. Did these individuals believe that their silence would shield them from discovery? How naive. A glint of cunning sparkled in Meng Ren's eyes as he reached into his backpack and retrieved a peculiar stick. "What is this?" Liu Chantian inquired, perplexed. With a swift motion, Meng Ren gauged the trajectory of the arrow that had just been shot and hurled the flaming stick with force. The stick emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding area in an instant. "This is bad." Lu Jun's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the flaming stick. "Quick, hide," he shouted urgently. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Though he reacted swiftly and concealed himself the moment Meng Ren threw the burning stick, the others were not as fortunate. As the stick soared through the air, its radiant glow exposed several individuals. Without hesitation, Meng Ren raised his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession, sending 3 bullets hurtling forth, covering a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. A chilling scream pierced the pitch-black night. Inside the store, 2 individuals lay on the ground, clutching the wounds that had been inflicted by bullets. Their cries echoing in despair as a profusion of blood seeped from their bodies, staining the floor crimson. "Ah, I've been shot. Someone, please help me." The injured cried out in terror, desperately seeking assistance. Yet, the surrounding crowd scattered, each person retreating into hiding, paralyzed by fear. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The group of survivors, who had just moments ago been brimming with confidence, was now engulfed in panic. They could hardly fathom that Meng Ren wielded a flare gun. The light emitted from it had instantly revealed their location. Lu Jun's expression shifted dramatically, a curse forming silently in his mind, yet he felt a surge of relief. He realized a bullet had been aimed at him. Had he not reacted swiftly and hidden himself, he might now be among the moaning injured. Meng Ren, positioned behind the tricycle, lowered his handgun, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Despite firing 3 shots, he had only struck 2 individuals, neither in fatal areas. Clearly, his expectations had been rather naive, even from a mere 10 meters away. Achieving complete accuracy was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Meng Ren's thunderous assault. At that moment, Meng Ren called out, "Do you truly wish to continue opposing me? I urge you to think this through carefully." Chapter 112. Killing with intent, behold your comrades. Should you insist on following me, do come. Those 2 lying on the ground shall be your fate. Meng Ren, with a heart as cold as steel, initiated a psychological assault, his tone laced with mockery and derision. You likely do not know how to manage a gunshot wound, do you? Do you possess sufficient medical supplies? In this sweltering heat, being struck by a bullet is no trifling matter. Without proper treatment, even a mere gunshot wound could claim your lives. Allow me to divulge that I once shot a man. Can you fathom his fate? Lacking adequate medical provisions, his wound festered and rotted beyond repair, ultimately leading to his demise after lying in agony for 3 full days. The harrowing cries of his suffering still echo vividly in my memory. Hiss. As Meng Ren recounted this tale, Lu Jun and the others felt a chilling dread seep into their hearts, each man shivering with fear. The 2 who had been struck by bullets were consumed by regret. The torment of their injuries jolted them from their state of greed, making them acutely aware of the folly of their actions. "Help me. I do not wish to die. I am only 24, still so young. I do not want to perish," cried one young man, suppressing his pain as tears streamed down his face. His lamentations and pleas for mercy served as an intangible torment for the others, and without a doubt, the grim scene before them shattered the resolve of this group. Lu Jun's expression had darkened to an extreme degree at this moment. He endeavored to conceal his presence, ensuring that Meng Ren would not discover him, while quietly advising those around him, "Do not heed his nonsense. If we can capture the 2 of them, we shall secure a truckload of supplies." Meanwhile, Meng Ren continued to speak, his gaze incessantly scanning the store. Unfortunately, this time, the group had learned their lesson well. They all concealed themselves behind various obstructions, rendering Meng Ren unable to take aim at them. Under such circumstances, even Meng Ren found himself at a loss. Regrettably, his telekinetic control was not yet sufficient. Otherwise, he could have easily extended his power to retrieve a small utility knife and dispatch the group without difficulty. "I offer you a chance for redemption," Meng Ren declared. "If you apprehend the one who shot at me with the bow and arrow and present him to me, I shall allow you to leave unscathed." The audacity of this statement struck like a dagger to the heart, causing Lu Jun and his companions' expressions to shift dramatically. Lu Jun's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he hastily insisted, "Do not listen to his fabrications. Since he has fired a shot, he will not spare us." His teeth clenched, a surge of fury rose within him. He understood his subordinates all too well. Despite his position as leader, this band of survivors had only united temporarily out of survival instinct, with little trust among them. When greater temptations arose, betrayal became a foregone conclusion. In the store, a subtle shift in the atmosphere occurred. The remaining individuals, swayed by Meng Ren's words, gradually directed their gazes towards Lu Jun, their expressions transforming with each passing moment. Damn. Lu Jun silently cursed, inhaling deeply to force himself to regain composure. Do not trust him. He will undoubtedly not spare you. As soon as Lu Jun's words fell, Meng Ren interjected, You need not worry. Since I have promised to let you go, I shall certainly honor my word. After all, you have not harmed me. We bear no grudges against one another. However, the one who shot at me with an arrow cannot be spared. Everyone else may leave. Meng Ren's tone was icy, and his words struck the hearts of the crowd like hammers. A young man, unable to contain himself, spoke up. If I did not attack you, will you truly allow me to leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Jun erupted in anger. He Fei, what are you doing? He Fei gritted his teeth. I merely wish to survive. While resources are vital, one must possess life to acquire them. That man wields a gun. We are no match for him. Damn. Lu Jun felt as though his lungs were about to explode with rage. Though he knew this group would betray him, he had not anticipated their treachery to manifest so swiftly. Meanwhile, Meng Ren struggled to suppress a laugh, a smirk playing on his lips. As expected, this group was willing to do anything for their own gain. Lu Jun, was it you who just attacked me? Subdue Lu Jun and hand him over. And I assure you, I shall guarantee your safe passage, Meng Ren declared loudly. At that moment, Lu Jun's expression transformed into one of utmost despair. He swiftly seized his bow and arrow, preparing to aim at the others nearby. However, just then, one of the individuals beside him struck out violently. This person seized Lu Jun's bow and arrow with a firm grip, forcefully pinning him down. Hurry, I have caught Lu Jun. You all come quickly to assist, the individual shouted. Lu Jun, filled with both shock and rage, struggled fiercely. Let me go. Chaos erupted within the shop, as Meng Ren's venomous words took effect, inciting this group, blinded by greed, to turn against Lu Jun. Before Lu Jun could break free from his captor's hold, a throng of people surged forward, with He Fei leading the charge, lunging directly at him. Despite Lu Jun's formidable strength, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants and was swiftly bound. He Fei rejoiced exuberantly. We have captured Lu Jun. According to our agreement, you must allow us to leave. Meanwhile, by the tricycle, LV Chanqian stood in stunned disbelief, scarcely able to trust her own eyes. Meng Ren had turned the tide against the odds, and so effortlessly too. Within mere moments, he had incited discord among the opponents, leading to the capture of their own captain. A smile crept across Meng Ren's face as he squinted, confirming Lu Jun's capture before he emerged from behind the tricycle and approached the group. Lu Jun's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. He was bound hand and foot by ropes and unceremoniously abandoned on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head and found Meng Ren standing before him. Friend, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once. Lu Jun was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 113. The arrival of LV Chanqian. Lu Jun's back was soaked with perspiration, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of water. Huh. Meng Ren emitted a chilling laugh. There is no need for apologies. I will forgive you. With those words, Meng Ren drew a handgun. Bang! The sound of a gunshot erupted, and a bullet swiftly penetrated Lu Jun's brain, ending his life. Lu Jun's body shuddered slightly, his eyes wide open in death, as if unable to find peace in his final moments. Hiss. Witnessing Lu Jun's demise, He Fei and the others could not help but gasp in shock. Their gazes towards Meng Ren filled with profound trepidation. You may leave. Meng Ren waved his hand. I am a man of my word, having promised your departure. I shall not retract it. He Fei and the others rejoiced. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Without hesitation, they assisted the two wounded individuals to their feet and hastily departed, their figures swiftly vanishing from Meng Ren's sight. Thus, the battle concluded with this somewhat dramatic tableau. Not far away, LV Chanqian, who had been hiding behind a tricycle, finally stood up, relieved. Is it finally over? L. Chanqian cautiously leaned forward. Meng Ren rolled his eyes, stating, It's already over. The recent conflict had arisen solely due to L. Chanqian. However, he felt it unjust to blame her, as the turmoil was not entirely her doing. Mr. Meng, I apologize. I never anticipated that my actions would lead to such trouble, El Chantian expressed, her face etched with remorse. Meng Ren waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Forget it. This matter does not concern you. It is those individuals who are excessively greedy. Let us proceed." "Thank you." El Chantian's tone was laden with gratitude. Meng Ren did not demand anything. Although he appeared aloof, he was not one to make unreasonable demands. As for Lu Jun and his group, the reason he allowed them to depart was not out of compassion, but rather because they were unworthy of his ammunition. He had previously acquired a mere 100 bullets from Qinhu, and each shot would diminish his supply. Regarding his psychic abilities, he could not afford to reveal them, as it would complicate his explanations to El Chantian. His psychic power was his second greatest secret, and he could not expose it before an outsider like her. The duo continued on their path, finally encountering no further troubles. Perhaps burdened by guilt, El Chantian remained silent throughout their journey. However, at that moment, she suddenly broke her silence, saying, "Wait, Mr. Meng, I wish to move into your neighborhood. Is that permissible?" El Chantian suddenly declared. "Oh." Meng Ren instantly grasped her intention. He turned, crossing his arms, with a cold smirk on his face. "Are you trying to cling to me? Why should I protect you?" El Chantian hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, No, I do not wish to impose upon you for protection. Therefore, I propose to reside next door to you. But I shall not do so without compensation. I will provide you with supplies regularly as a form of payment." Meng Ren regarded El Chantian with keen interest. This girl is quite remarkable. Her awareness and initiative are commendable, and he was inclined to agree to her proposition. After all, with Wang Yun, Qi Jieyu, and Oming Shui already residing in Building 5, he did not mind the addition of El Chantian. Her character was to his liking, and as long as his own interests were not compromised, he was more than willing to lend her a helping hand. "Very well. The rules here are quite simple. Do not cause trouble for me, and pay a packet of instant noodles every 3 days as a protection fee. Beyond that, there are no other stipulations. If you can accept these terms, feel free to move in," Meng Ren stated. Upon hearing this, El Chantian was overjoyed and nodded vigorously in agreement. "No problem. I accept these conditions," she declared, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Meng Ren was thoroughly satisfied and led El Chantian to the entrance of his building. "This building is my territory. You may choose any apartment within it to reside in. Apart from you, there are 2 other households here, who, like you, are under my protection." El Chantian nodded affirmatively, committing this information to memory. She ascended the stairs to explore and ultimately decided on apartment 5602, conveniently located directly above Meng Ren's unit. Having chosen her residence, El Chantian promptly began to transport her supplies. Perhaps it was the commotion caused by El Chantian that drew the attention of Oming Shui. Hearing the footsteps echoing in the corridor, she could not help but open the door for a glance. Who are you?" A look of caution adorned Oming Shui's face as her gaze fell upon El Chantian. Observing El Chantian's youthful visage, which appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, Oming Shui's taut nerves began to ease slightly. "Hello, sister. I'm the new resident. My name is El Chantian." El Chantian greeted Oming Shui with warmth. Oming Shui narrowed her eyes. "Did Mr. Meng approve of your moving in?" "Of course." El Chantian nodded affirmatively. Oming Shui's expression settled into a serene calm before she closed the door. Feeling somewhat awkward at Oming Shui's indifferent demeanor, El Chantian touched her nose, surprised that her enthusiastic approach elicited such a lack of response. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Meng Ren, as usual, slept soundly until noon before rising, invigorated and reveling in the comfort of his bed. After refreshing himself, he stepped out of his room to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for himself. Today I shall enjoy sweet and sour carp along with chilled watermelon juice." A smile graced Meng Ren's face. Before long, the alluring aroma of the fish wafted through the air, causing Xia Yu and Tian Wenxian in the living room to salivate at the delightful scent. Chapter 114. Thoughts in no time. Meng Ren emerged from the kitchen, bearing a lavish breakfast, the steaming sweet and sour carp still emanating its tantalizing fragrance. However, the 2 women could only watch helplessly as Meng Ren remained silent. leaving them without the opportunity to join the table. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. "Mr. Meng, are you home?" came the voice of LV Chantian. Meng Ren cast a glance at Xiaoyu, signaling her to open the door. When the door swung open, LV Chantian peered inside, and upon seeing Xiaoyu and Tian Wenqian, she momentarily froze, her expression quickly shifting to one of understanding. She displayed no sign of surprise. In this era of extreme heat, she had already witnessed numerous scenarios within the community where men and women of means often surrounded themselves with several partners. It was entirely normal for someone like Meng Ren, who not only possessed abundant resources but also wielded power, to have women in his life. "Hello, I'm a new resident. My name is LV Chantian." She greeted Xiaoyu with enthusiasm. However, Xiaoyu's expression darkened, her heart racing with frustration. What was this? Another beautiful woman had appeared. She couldn't help but scrutinize LV Chantian, and despite her reluctance, she had to admit that she was no match for her. LV Chantian appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Though still a minor, she had already blossomed into a striking figure, particularly with her ample bosom, which surpassed Xiaoyu's by more than a size. The phrase "delicate branches bearing rich fruit" aptly described LV Chantian, complemented by her exquisitely cute and youthful visage. In this moment, the presence of Lu Chantian is undeniably alluring to men. One cannot help but wonder when and where Meng Ren discovered such a woman. At that instant, Xiaoyu's gaze towards Lu Chantian was infused with a palpable hostility. The mere presence of Mingxue had already instilled a sense of crisis within her. Now, with Lu Chantian's arrival, it seemed inevitable that Meng Ren might soon cast her aside. "What do you want?" Xiaoyu inquired, her eyes fixed on Lu Chantian with suspicion. Caught off guard by Xiaoyu's abrupt animosity, Lu Chantian momentarily hesitated, perplexed by the hostility directed at her. Just then, Meng Ren approached from within the room, prompting Lu Chantian to exclaim, "Mr. Meng, I believe I can smell sweet and sour fish." As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow hard, her craving evident in her expression, leaving little to the imagination. Meng Ren found her amusing, realizing that Lu Chantian was quite the foodie. Indeed, it was sweet and sour fish, but if she desired to savor it, she would need to barter with supplies. Meng Ren remarked. Lu Chantian's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded without hesitation, ultimately exchanging 10 packets of instant noodles for a small bowl of sweet and sour fish. Despite the stark disparity in their sizes, she grit her teeth and made the trade, resolving to economize in the days to come. Managing the farm had become Meng Ren's daily routine. Over the course of the past month, the chickens and ducks in the breeding facility had grown significantly. With their increased size, the daily food consumption for the over 1,000 birds was substantial. Moreover, not only was there the matter of food, but these chickens and ducks also left their droppings liberally, filling the air around the farm with an unmistakable odor. "It is imperative that I seek assistance to manage these matters." Meng Ren pinched his nose, reflecting on the irony that a prominent landlord, possessing an abundance of resources, now found himself personally undertaking such menial and laborious tasks, truly a blow to his dignity. The image of Xiaoyu swiftly emerged in his mind. Undoubtedly, she was the individual who had accompanied him the longest among those in his vicinity. Should he dismiss Xiaoyu at this juncture, she would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Moreover, he had observed her heightened sense of urgency upon the arrival of L. Chantian. With this thought, Meng Ren narrowed his eyes. It appeared that allowing Xiaoyu access to his personal space was a viable option. This woman had become utterly dependent on me. Even if I were to expel her, she would not depart. Contemplating this, Meng Ren deemed Xiaoyu worthy of initial trust, and thus considered permitting her to visit the farm daily to assist in managing its affairs. This arrangement would liberate his hands, allowing him to fully embrace the life of a distinguished landlord. After dedicating 2 hours to complete the farm's tasks, Meng Ren commenced training his telekinetic abilities, only pausing to rest when his mind began to feel fatigued. He had been occupied until nearly evening when he finally emerged from his personal space. Picking up his phone, he was astonished to find that he had not yet been expelled from the owner's group. Under normal circumstances, following the previous incident, He would have anticipated being removed from the group. Within the owner's group, Lu Mei and others were engaged in a chorus of complaints. They are now utterly depleted. And despite having previously injured Ma Fei with Meng Ren's compound bow, they have refrained from venturing outside for fear of retaliation. However, without scavenging for resources, where will sustenance come from? As a result, many have already run out of food and water. Suddenly, someone mentioned Meng Ren in a private chat. Meng Ren. I am Zhu Mengyue, originally from room 302 in building 4. Do you remember my daughter, Hui? Upon reading this message, Meng Ren pondered momentarily and realized he had no recollection of her. Zhu Mengyue then sent a photograph, and as Meng Ren focused on it, a look of sudden understanding crossed his face. The image revealed a girl, around 13 or 14, who was strikingly beautiful and appeared sweet and endearing. Recognizing her, Meng Ren recalled who Zhu Mengyue was. She was one of the several single mothers in the community, her husband having vanished without a trace, never to be seen by anyone. She had moved in a decade ago, raising her daughter, Zhu Hui, alone, facing considerable hardships, which earned her a respectable reputation in the neighborhood. Chapter 115, Mother and Daughter. A woman raising her daughter alone certainly requires immense effort. Consequently, rumors began to circulate within the community, and it became apparent to everyone what Zhu Mengyue's profession entailed. In stark contrast, her daughter, Zhu Hui, was exceptionally well-behaved and charming, consistently ranking at the top of her class and often assisting others, thus garnering much admiration from the residents of the community. However, Meng Ren was somewhat intrigued. Why would Zhu Mengyue send a photograph of her daughter? What could this woman possibly want? He refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply replied with 3 question marks. Moments later, he received a shocking message from Zhu Mengyue. My daughter Hui is still a virgin, and we are truly out of provisions. I only need a box of instant noodles and a case of mineral water. If you agree, I will let Hui accompany you for one night. Upon reading this message, Meng Ren's expression darkened considerably. How could a mother stoop to such depths? Zhu Mengyue had indeed shattered his perception of the world. Infuriated, Meng Ren coldly dispatched a message back to Zhu Mengyue, promptly blocking and deleting her from his contacts. His mood, once bright, was now thoroughly tarnished by Zhu Mengyue's outrageous proposition. Rolling his eyes, he exited his room to prepare dinner. After toiling in his personal space for the better part of the afternoon, he was genuinely hungry. That evening, Meng Ren prepared a sumptuous dinner, featuring beef stew with potatoes and a carrot soup. Once the meal was ready, a smile graced his face. He casually snapped a photo and shared it on his social media. Within mere moments, the owner's group chat erupted with excitement. Beef stew with potatoes? Meng Ren, how do you still have such abundant supplies to eat? Meng Ren, this is rather excessive. We are all neighbors in the same community, and some of us can hardly find food. Yet you are feasting on beef stew. The disparity between individuals is truly astonishing. While my companions and I find ourselves unable to even indulge in instant noodles, Meng Ren is fortunate enough to savor such fresh and delectable meals. How can one not feel envious? Meng Ren, please come forth and elucidate your situation, others implored. We are all residents of the same community. What gives you the right to enjoy such a splendid life? I had suspected that the supplies hidden within that warehouse belonged to you. And now your secret has been unveiled. Just how much more do you possess? Lu Mei was overwhelmed with emotion, having gone an entire day without sustenance. At that moment, gazing at the images shared by Meng Ren, she could almost perceive the tantalizing aroma of food. Her stomach growled audibly, a clear testament to her jealousy. Many others began to tag Meng Ren, their emotions equally fervent. In one of the rooms in Building 5, Zhu Mengyue was also perusing the photographs on Meng Ren's social media. She felt saliva pooling in her mouth at the sight of potato stew with beef. In times past, such a dish would not have garnered her attention, but now, in this era of extreme heat, it was a rarity. Under the oppressive temperatures, not only had cows likely perished globally, but the fresh produce in supermarkets had long since spoiled. The only edible items left were canned goods and instant noodles, processed foods that were not easily obtainable. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Mengyue was consumed with jealousy. Why should Meng Ren have the privilege of such exquisite meals? It simply wasn't fair. Zhu Mengyue clenched her teeth, her expression one of palpable resentment. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zhu Huihui entered. Mom, is there anything to eat at home? I'm so hungry. Zhu Huihui spoke cautiously, her figure appearing exceedingly frail, lacking the strength even to walk with ease. Upon hearing her daughter's inquiry, Zhu Mingyue's countenance darkened instantly, and she unleashed a tirade of reproach. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. I have nothing left to eat myself, so how could there be anything for you? You worthless liability. Unable to sell even a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. What a useless person you are. Zhu Mingyue's face was a mask of disdain and irritation. What? As Zhu Huihui processed her mother's words, she quickly deduced the gravity of Zhu Mingyue's actions. Mom, I am your daughter. How can you sell me off just for food? Hurt flickered in Zhu Huihui's eyes. Since her early teens, she had taken on the responsibilities of the household, managing nearly all domestic affairs over the years, while her mother, Zhu Mingyue, spent her days entangled with men, neglecting her duties. After the scorching era, the situation worsened. All the food they had consumed was procured by Zhu Huihui, yet Zhu Mingyue still seized the majority of it, leaving her only scraps to sustain herself. In the span of just a month, she had lost a staggering 20 pounds. And it was unfathomable that Zhu Mingyue would resort to such actions now. Zhu Mingyue gazed at Zhu Huihui with a fierce intensity, her heart devoid of any remorse or guilt, instead ignited by a surge of fury. She abruptly rose from the bed and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across Zhu Huihui's face. The sharp crack of the blow echoed throughout the room, and Zhu Huihui's frail body crumpled to the ground, her cheek instantly swelling with a crimson mark. How dare you retort when I speak to you? This is truly outrageous. I have toiled tirelessly to raise you. What have you done to care for me these past few days? Had it not been for my financial support, you would have perished from hunger long ago. Zhu Mingyue thundered, her finger jabbing at Zhu Huihui's nose in a fit of rage. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhu Huihui appeared utterly helpless. Zhu Mingyue's expression darkened, as if she were about to unleash further tirades. At that moment, a message notification caught her attention. It was from Lu Mei. Little Zhu, what are you doing? Do you have any food at home? It became evident that Lu Mei was indeed seeking provisions. Zhu Mingyue's countenance soured further. You old hag. If you're begging for food, go away. There's nothing left for you here. Chapter 116. The scheme against Meng Ren on the other end. Lu Mei received a barrage of insults, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. However, she suppressed her anger and endured the humiliation. Oh, Zhu Mingyue exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Have you perhaps discovered a source for food? She swallowed hard, unable to contain her intrigue. Lu Mei shook her head, saying no, it is rather inconvenient to converse over the phone. Please come over first. We are in room 6304. Also, do bring Huihui along. That child is of utmost importance. Zhu Mingyue, somewhat perplexed, complied with Lu Mei's request. Get up. Let us head to 6304. She exclaimed, pulling Zhu Huihui up from the ground, her face a mask of impatience. As they made their way, Zhu Mingyue noted that a considerable number of people had already gathered there. The living room was crowded. Yet upon closer inspection, she realized that several familiar faces were conspicuously absent. It dawned on her that these individuals had likely succumbed to death. In the 6th building, fatalities had become a daily occurrence, a grim reality to which Zhu Mingyue had grown accustomed. With a lack of food and water, instances of heat stroke were becoming increasingly common. And under the current circumstances, falling victim to heat stroke essentially equated to a death sentence. Huihui has arrived. Come, sit here with Aunt Mei. Lu Mei welcomed Zhu Huihui warmly. The child instinctively recoiled, gripped by fear as all eyes turned toward her. In such a tense atmosphere, Zhu Huihui felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. For the gazes were fervent, akin to those of predators eyeing their prey. Jiang Yuan occupied a position of undeniable authority, his countenance adorned with a smile. Since acquiring the compound bow and successfully repelling Ma Fei with a single shot, Jiang Yuan's status within the 6th building had escalated dramatically. He had become a figure of significant influence. With the compound bow in his possession, he had solidified his voice within this faction. What are you all doing? Is there yet another plan in the works? Are we going out tonight to scavenge for supplies? Zhu Mingwei immediately posed 3 questions. Lu Mei wore a smile on her face. Indeed, we have devised a new plan, but it does not involve scavenging for supplies. As you all witnessed from our last outing, the resources in this vicinity have been thoroughly depleted by others. There is nothing left for us to claim. Zhu Mingwei furrowed her brow. Then what is our plan? It is, of course, Meng Ren. Jiang Geiyuan interjected. The mere mention of Meng Ren transformed the atmosphere in the living room. You all saw his social media posts, did you not? He undoubtedly possesses an abundance of resources. The fact that he is preparing dishes like beef stew with potatoes indicates just how plentiful his supplies are. Jiang Geiyuan's tone was laced with fervor, and the crowd's excitement began to swell in response to her words. Zhu Mingwei shook her head, her brow still knit. No, Meng Ren is armed. We are no match for him. Jiang Geiyuan nodded. It is true that Meng Ren is armed, and confronting him directly would be an unwise course of action. Thus, we must employ cunning. Initially, we intended to ambush him when he left his house, but who could have anticipated that he would remain indoors? If this continues, we may well exhaust ourselves before we ever have the opportunity to catch him outside. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to lure Meng Ren out. Temptation? Zhu Mingwei felt a twinge of confusion. At that moment, she noticed that Lu Mei's gaze was fixed upon her daughter, Zhu Huihui. Lu Mei examined Zhu Huihui from head to toe, a smile gracing her face. Huihui has been beautiful since childhood. She has blossomed into such a charming young lady without anyone noticing. Zhu Mingwei was no fool. Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, she quickly grasped their implications. She shook her head, saying, No, I have already spoken to Meng Ren. I initially intended for Huihui to spend a day with him in exchange for some food. But to my surprise, Meng Ren flatly refused and even scolded me. As soon as she uttered these words, several people cast disapproving looks her way. Lu Mei, infuriated, exclaimed, Xiao Zhu, how could you privately seek out Meng Ren? Did we not agree that no one is to contact him? Oh no. Zhu Mingwei inwardly lamented her slip of the tongue. She hurriedly attempted to explain, but at that moment, Jiang Geiyuan waved his hand, saying, Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall discuss it later. I believe Meng Ren's refusal stemmed entirely from the considerable price Zhu Mingwei proposed. However, what if we allow Huihui to visit him without charge? I am confident that Meng Ren would not turn her away. Jiang Geiyuan chuckled, and the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. They were already envisioning the ensuing plan. Once Zhu Huihui infiltrated Meng Ren's circle, collaboration would ensue, making it undoubtedly feasible to secure Meng Ren's cooperation. Zhu Mingyue's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how had she overlooked such a possibility? She felt a pang of regret for her oversight. Had I known, I should not have made any demands of Meng Ren. She could have executed the plan independently, and by that time, all the supplies would undoubtedly belong to her. Beside her, Lu Mei wore a beaming smile. Indeed, let us send Huihui over. Later, she can discreetly communicate with us. As long as we can capture Meng Ren, all of us will be able to live comfortably. Yes, Huihui is such a charming and lovely girl. Meng Ren will certainly not refuse her. Absolutely, this plan is truly brilliant and is bound to succeed. Once we capture Meng Ren, we can extract the location of the supplies, and at that moment, all the resources will be ours. The crowd engaged in animated conversation, each face alight with excitement. Amidst them, Zhu Huihui listened to their words, her expression filled with reluctance. I am unwilling to partake in such actions, she declared through gritted teeth. Zhu Mingyu shot her a fierce glare. What nonsense are you spouting? If you refuse to do this, do you wish to starve? Or would you prefer to watch me starve? Chapter 117. Choice. Zhu Mingyu unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Zhu Huihui, her face reflecting intense anger. Zhu Huihui, receiving the reprimand, clearly displayed fear and trepidation. At just 14, she was adamantly opposed to such deeds, yet faced with Zhu Mingyu's tirade, she found herself too intimidated to resist. Beside them, Lu Mei stepped forward to play the role of the benevolent, pulling Zhu Huihui into her embrace to offer comfort. Huihui, you need not worry. We have no intention of harming Meng Ren. We merely seek some supplies. After all, Meng Ren possesses an abundance of resources. Sharing a portion with us is hardly a loss. Zhu Mingyue and Lu Mei, one portraying the antagonist and the other the protagonist, were further supported by the chorus of others. How could Zhu Huihui withstand such an intensive psychological manipulation? In no time, her mind became a muddled mess, and ultimately, she vacantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Meng Ren remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Laughing heartily, he perused the messages in the Owner-S group, his smile growing ever more radiant. The discontent he felt due to Zhu Mingyue's actions had swiftly transformed into joy. Indeed, happiness is often derived from contrasts. Witnessing others' suffering brought him inexplicable delight. Ignoring the raucous individuals in the Owner-S group, he found their cacophony amusing. The louder they clamored, the more at ease he felt. Casually setting his phone aside, Meng Ren called for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, come over for a meal. Not far away, Xiaoyu, who had been savoring instant noodles, was elated. I can eat? She exclaimed, excitement illuminating her face as she hurried over. Meanwhile, Tian Wenqian, her mouth nearly watering, gazed longingly at Meng Ren. Master, what about me? Meng Ren cast her a sidelong glance, suppressing a smirk. Indeed, Tian Wenqian's acting skills were commendable, yet she seemed oblivious to the fact that he saw right through her ruse. This woman is utterly untrustworthy. It is no wonder that, in a past life, I treated her with such kindness, yet Tian Wenqian still betrayed me without hesitation. Your performance can only be described as mediocre. Meng Ren spoke with a cold tone. Upon hearing this, the smile on Tian Wenqian's face instantly stiffened, and she could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. Xiaoyu, filled with exuberance, approached Meng Ren and began to relish the rare delicacy. After they finished their dinner, Meng Ren subsequently called Xiaoyu into his room. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, immediately comprehending Meng Ren's intentions. Having just satisfied her hunger, her energy was at its peak, ready to engage in a vigorous encounter with Meng Ren. Are we to involve Wenqian? Xiaoyu inquired. Not necessary, just you alone, Meng Ren replied. The expression on Xiaoyu's face swiftly turned somewhat bitter. Meng Ren's stamina was rather extraordinary, and it seemed she would soon find herself thoroughly exhausted once more. However, upon reflection, this was a promising sign. At least Meng Ren still appreciated her physique. A bit of hardship was a trivial matter. With that thought, Xiaoyu promptly entered Meng Ren's room, brimming with vitality. As soon as she stepped inside, she began to undress, playfully leaping into Meng Ren's embrace. Darling, come on. I am all set. Xiaoyu pouted, snuggling against Meng Ren. Yet, Meng Ren pushed her away, saying, Stop, I did not summon you for that purpose. I have something else to discuss with you. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by what was happening. What is it that you wish to tell me? She asked, somewhat bewildered. Meng Ren squinted at her and said, Of course, there are some secrets. I imagine you are quite curious about the origins of my supplies. Those fresh potatoes, fish, and beef, how do I manage to preserve them in such sweltering heat? Upon hearing this, a look of panic crossed Xiaoyu's face, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Arun, please don't misunderstand. I had no intention of prying into your secrets. It is now time for you to make a definitive choice. First, continue living as you are, and once I tire of you, I shall discard you. Second, completely become mine, and I shall share a portion of my secrets with you. However, from this moment forth, any act of betrayal will be met with dire consequences. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will assuredly hunt you down. As Meng Ren uttered these words, a chilling aura of menace emanated from him, rendering Xiaoyu's complexion somewhat pale. She swallowed hard, comprehending Meng Ren's intent. A choice lay before her. Should she advance further? She could secure a better life and gain insight into some of Meng Ren's secrets. Was there truly any doubt? Xiaoyu hesitated not a moment, declaring, I choose to advance. I would never betray your secrets. She patted her chest, a sycophantic smile gracing her features. Meng Ren nodded in satisfaction. He had been keenly observing Xiaoyu's expressions all along. Should she reveal even the slightest hint of insincerity, he would not hesitate to end her life. His secret must remain concealed from outsiders. Even the secret itself is of the same nature. Very well, you have earned my trust. Now, extend your hand to me. and I shall take you to a brand new realm. Meng Ren grasped Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered by Meng Ren's words. Yet she soon comprehended their meaning. The moment her hand rested in Meng Ren's, she felt a fleeting blur, and in an instant, she was transported from the room to a completely new world. Goodness, what is this place? Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with astonishment, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Before her lay an entirely new expanse. Had she not just been in a room? My goodness, what has she just witnessed? Chapter 118. Xiaoyu's amazement. Xiaoyu focused intently and was immediately struck by the sight of vast fields meticulously arranged, teeming with a plethora of fresh crops, tomatoes, potatoes, corn, scallions, chili peppers, and more. Dozens of everyday crops were present, and not far off, there was even a livestock farm, bustling with chickens, ducks, and piglets. The entire world resembled a harmonious blend of a farm and a ranch, with its flat terrain allowing for a clear view of many areas. However, what astounded Xiaoyu the most was a corner of this space, which housed an immense stockpile of supplies. Instant noodles, canned goods, bottled water, sunflower seeds, bread, and much more. A plethora of supplies loomed like a mountain, towering even above her own stature. At the opposite end of the farm lay a small pond, its waters pristine and clear. Hiss. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes filled with sheer bewilderment. This. Xiaoyu trembled, so taken aback that she struggled to utter a single word for an extended period. The magnitude of her shock was beyond measure, revealing the depths of her astonishment. Hey, Arun, what exactly is this place? Xiaoyu turned her astonished gaze towards Meng Ren. This is a space connected to my consciousness. I possess certain innate abilities, which allowed me to foresee the impending arrival of the extreme heat era. Thus, I procured millions of supplies in advance and established a rudimentary farm and breeding facility here. The resources available are more than sufficient for me to last 10 lifetimes. A confident and proud smile graced Meng Ren's face. My goodness! Xiaoyu was almost rendered speechless, questioning whether she was hallucinating, and pinched herself hard. Ouch! The pain jolted Xiaoyu back to reality, making her realize that she was indeed not experiencing an illusion. So that's how it is. No wonder you could provide fresh ingredients. Those potatoes, fish, and beef all originate from this place, correct? After the initial shock, exhilaration took hold of Xiaoyu. Heavens! This place is truly magnificent, brimming with abundant resources. She will never again find herself lacking. It is no wonder that Tang Dong never ventures outside in search of supplies. Nor does he appear flustered even in the face of the scorching epochs. With such a paradise as a stronghold, she too would remain composed. Xiaoyu's gaze inevitably fell upon Meng Ren, who radiated an almost resplendent aura, causing her eyes to glisten with emotion. Ren, by confiding in me these secrets, do you intend for me to become the mistress of this place? Unable to contain herself, Xiaoyu leaped into Meng Ren's embrace. In response, Meng Ren could not help but let out a cold smirk. Do you truly believe that is possible? Xiaoyu's expression instantly stiffened. Forget about being the mistress. The reason I share this with you is that the workload on the farm is overwhelming, and I have no desire to engage in such menial tasks. Henceforth, you will be responsible for them. Meng Ren mercilessly shattered Xiaoyu's delightful fantasy. Her expression grew even more rigid. It seemed that Meng Ren had merely revealed these secrets to assign her duties. Observing Xiaoyu's constipated expression, Meng Ren gently patted her head, reassuring her, rest assured. Your efforts will not be in vain. Your rations will significantly improve. Not only will you enjoy meat daily, but there will also be an abundance of food. Meng Ren smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with joy, her excitement palpable. Can we really eat meat? Indeed. Meng Ren nodded with a smile. The tasks on the farm are physically demanding. It would be rather excessive not to provide meat. Meng Ren considered himself not to be a cold-blooded capitalist. Therefore, he ensured that Xiaoyu would have ample provisions. He promptly took her to the farm and the breeding grounds, beginning to outline her responsibilities and daily tasks. Excitement radiated from Xiaoyu's face as she glimpsed the future, a bright and promising future, through Meng Ren's spatial offerings. She realized that by clinging to Meng Ren, her fears of survival would dissipate. Perform well, he encouraged, for at present, You are the only one I trust. Work diligently now, and when others arrive, you shall assume the role of overseer, no longer needing to toil, merely supervising their efforts. Meng Ren painted a vivid picture of prospects. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiaoyu became even more exhilarated. Without hesitation, she rushed towards him, shedding her garments. Arun, I can no longer contain myself. Come and cherish me, she exclaimed, a blend of excitement and fervor evident in her demeanor. Meng Ren, unreserved, pressed her onto the bed, igniting a fierce struggle for intimacy. Meanwhile, outside, Tian Wenxian lay alone in her bed, her face contorted with frustration as she listened to the sounds emanating from the neighboring room. No, I cannot continue living like this, she thought, seething. I came to Meng Ren seeking a better life, yet this man shows me no affection. Not only does he burden me with excessive labor daily, but he also allows that shameless woman, Xiaoyu, to torment me. Anger etched across her features. Her heart brimmed with fierce resentment. How could Meng Ren, once her devoted admirer, treat her in such a manner? This left her heart in a state of profound imbalance. Previously, Meng Ren had treated her with utmost kindness. Yet now, he exhibited a chilling indifference. Tian Wenxian felt compelled to take action. She could no longer endure this situation. Surely, Meng Ren's supplies were concealed within his room. Though she had found nothing during her previous visit, where could he possibly be hiding them? If fortune favored her, she would seize the supplies and flee. With resources in hand, survival would be assured no matter the location. Furthermore, she yearned to obtain Meng Ren's firearm. Clenching her fists tightly, Tian Wenxian resolved that with a gun and supplies, she could lead a life akin to Meng Ren's, and he would inevitably pay for his transgressions. With this thought, she began to devise a meticulous plan in her mind. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Tian Wenxian approached the door and opened it, revealing Lu Chanxian standing on the threshold, fully equipped with weapons and a backpack. She was not alone. Mingxue, Wang Yun, and Qi Jiayu accompanied her as well. Is Mr. Meng at home? I would like to inquire if he wishes to join us in the search for supplies, Lu Chanxian stated. Chapter 119. Zhu Huihui's visit searching for supplies? Tian Wenxian hesitated to make a decision on her own. She rapped on the door once more. What is it? The commotion inside ceased promptly, and Meng Ren emerged, his demeanor slightly displeased. He had explicitly instructed that he should not be disturbed during moments of joy. The master. During the day, that girl came to inquire whether you wished to venture out in search of supplies. Not only her, but she was accompanied by Wang Yun and Dr. O. Tian Wenxian remarked. Oh? Meng Ren expressed a hint of surprise. It was astonishing to discover that LV Chanxian possessed such remarkable social skills. She had only moved in a mere day ago, yet she had already formed a team with Mingxue, Wang Yun, and Qi Jiayu, which was indeed unexpected. However, recalling that LV Chanxian's previous occupation was as a sales associate, it seemed quite reasonable. One cannot excel in sales without strong social capabilities. It was curious, though, that despite possessing numerous supplies, LV Chanxian still sought to forage for more. She appeared to be quite prudent. The four individuals at the entrance patiently awaited, and soon, Tian Wenxian emerged to relay the message. Hearing that Meng Ren would not be joining them, Wang Yun and the others were not taken aback. However, LV Chanxian felt a tinge of disappointment. Let us proceed. The four of us shall embark together, looking out for one another. There should not be significant danger, Mingxue declared. The others nodded in agreement, and together they set forth. An hour later, the battle on Meng Ren's side finally subsided. His expression bore a semblance of lingering desire, as if he yearned for yet another encounter. Yet, it was evident that Xiaoyu on the bed had reached her limits. The room was strewn with remnants of their earlier skirmish. Tian Wenxian wore a blank expression as she glanced at Meng Ren, who was engrossed in a game nearby. Her peripheral vision began to survey the surroundings. Where could the supplies be concealed? During the day, while enjoying sweet and sour fish, Meng Ren had produced a live fish. Yet there was no aquarium in this room. Was there a hidden chamber? Tian Wenxian's mind was filled with such thoughts, her visage reflecting a deep contemplation and confusion. She was engrossed in her musings, oblivious to the fact that her expressions and gestures were mirrored on the window pane. Meng Ren, who had paused his gaming, observed her demeanor with keen clarity. A smirk of derision curled within him. Indeed, Tian Wenqian's spirit remained unyielding. He surmised that she was desperately searching for the whereabouts of her supplies, utterly unaware that they resided within her spatial pocket. It was a notion that would scarcely cross the mind of any rational individual, which explained the profound shock etched on Xia Yu's face earlier. Meng Ren's icy gaze remained fixed on Tian Wenqian's reflection in the glass, a silent mockery brewing within him, yet he refrained from exposing her folly. The primary reason for his discretion lay in his current reliance on her, with Xia Yu now tasked with the responsibilities of the farm. It fell upon Tian Wenqian to manage the affairs of the household. Ah, it appears I must seek a new maid. Tian Wenqian, this traitor, has clearly proven herself inadequate. Such were Meng Ren's thoughts, as he anticipated the day he would find a replacement. Envisioning the expression that would cross her face upon her dismissal, the scene promised to be quite the spectacle. Just as Meng Ren entertained such thoughts, a sudden knock resounded from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Tian Wenqian promptly set down her blanket and approached the door. As she opened it, she was met by the sight of a frail, emaciated girl standing before her. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, 2 or 3 years younger than the previously mentioned El Chanqian. However, at this moment, she appeared strikingly frail, her emaciated form accentuated by tattered, filthy clothing that gave her the appearance of a beggar on the street. A pungent odor of sweat wafted through the air, prompting Tian Wenqian to instinctively cover her nose. "Who are you?" she inquired, her brow furrowed. I am Zhu Huihui. I wish to find Meng Ge." Zhu Huihui replied, her head bowed, nervously wringing the hem of her shirt. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenqian could not help but smirk coldly. She speculated about the reason this girl sought Meng Ren, concluding without much thought that a girl visiting a man in the dead of night, especially under the current circumstances, could only imply something dubious. She scrutinized Zhu Huihui, but the girl's lowered gaze prevented Tian Wenqian from discerning her features. "Who was outside?" Meng Ren's voice resonated from within. "Meng Ge, it's me, Huihui." Zhu Huihui called out loudly upon hearing his voice. Meng Ren, engrossed in a video game, was taken aback by Zhu Huihui's unexpected arrival. "Hee, I suspect this is the doing of that woman, Zhu Mengwei." He rose and approached the door, and upon seeing Zhu Huihui's disheveled appearance, he could not help but rub his forehead, a deeper cold sneer forming within him. Zhu Mengwei, indeed, had the audacity to send her 14-year-old daughter to procure food when she herself could not. Such a woman brought disgrace to all mothers in the world. Meng Ge, I have come to exchange for some food. Our family has been without food for 2 days. My mother lies in bed, unable to rise due to hunger. I implore you, Meng, to assist us by providing some sustenance. I can offer something in exchange." Zhu Huihui stammered as she spoke, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Meng Ren's expression was inscrutable, his eyes cold. Though this chill was not directed at Zhu Huihui, but rather at Zhu Mengwei, he held a favorable impression of Zhu Huihui, despite their minimal interactions. They resided in the same community, and he was somewhat aware of her circumstances. Though Zhu Huihui was still young, she had been forced to care for herself since the age of 10, burdened by the irresponsibility of her mother, Zhu Mengwei. Meng Ren had witnessed Zhu Huihui balancing her studies with the arduous tasks of selling vegetables, cooking, and managing household chores, often laboring late into the night before finding rest. Chapter 120, A Lowly Maid? It is indeed unfortunate for such a dutiful and sensible girl as Zhu Huihui to be saddled with a mother like Zhu Mengwei sometimes. Life seems remarkably unjust. Yet here was Zhu Huihui, merely 14 years old. Did he truly lack for women to such an extent that such thoughts could even cross Zhu Mingyue's mind? Meng Ren glanced at the visibly anxious Zhu Huihui and said, "Please, come in." He was still inclined to extend a measure of kindness towards Zhu Huihui, yet the duration of this goodwill would depend on the choices she ultimately made. He indeed felt sympathy for Zhu Huihui, yet this did not imply that he would extend her any significant care. If Zhu Huihui were truly astute, he would not mind lending her a hand to extricate herself from the quagmire of Zhu Mingyue. However, if Zhu Huihui proved to be rather foolish, he could hardly be blamed for it. He closed the door and turned his gaze upon Zhu Huihui, whose disheveled appearance resembled that of a beggar. Meng Ren could not help but rub his temples. "Xiaoyu, take her to the bathroom for a shower," he said, a hint of disdain in his gesture. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu shot Meng Ren a peculiar glance, one that seemed to regard him as a beast. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. Surely, he was not so depraved as to impose himself upon a 14-year-old girl. He had no interest in the undeveloped figure before him. Observing the scene, Xiaoyu then led Zhu Huihui into the bathroom. As the water cascaded down, Zhu Huihui was nearly taken aback. Water? Was Meng Ren's household so lavish? She was acutely aware of the preciousness of water resources. Her filthy state was not due to her reluctance to bathe, but rather the utter lack of water to bathe with. In the sweltering heat outside, finding even a small source of water was exceedingly difficult, and even if one managed to procure some, it was too precious to squander on such a luxury as bathing. Seeing Zhu Huihui's astonished expression, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, exuding an air of pride. "Rest assured, you can bathe freely. Meng Ren's household is not too lacking in water resources. Your filthy appearance is utterly unappealing. You cannot possibly go to bed like this, or Meng Ren will surely disdain you," said Xiaoyu, as she swiftly set about cleaning Zhu Huihui. Frozen in place, Zhu Huihui felt a sense of awkwardness, having never been so intimately close to a stranger before, and thus allowed Xiaoyu to tend to her without protest. After a thorough 10-minute wash, the odors of sweat and grime were finally eradicated, and Xiaoyu dressed her in one of her own garments, transforming Zhu Huihui into a vision of renewal. Where once stood a disheveled beggar, now there was a delicate maiden, her hair still slightly damp from the bath, exuding an air of vulnerability akin to a startled bird. Captivating in her innocence, Zhu Huihui appeared bewildered as Xiaoyu retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, salvaging leftovers from dinner. The sight of the steaming food before her left Zhu Huihui utterly astonished. The conditions in Meng Ren's abode were nothing short of astonishing. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would scarcely have believed it. In this era of extreme heat, to find a home with running water, electricity, sustenance, and even air conditioning was akin to paradise. Starkly contrasting her previous plight. Do eat quickly, you will need your strength for what lies ahead. Meng Ren possesses remarkable stamina, and if you do not nourish yourself, you may struggle to keep up with him, Xiaoyu urged. Zhu Huihui's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless and fumbling for words. Xiaoyu evidently misunderstood Meng Ren's intentions. She believed that he aimed to take action against Zhu Huihui, unaware that such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Zhu Huihui, meanwhile, ravenously indulged in the rare dinner before her, oblivious to the length of time since she had last enjoyed a hearty meal. This dinner was the most satisfying she had experienced in a month, the flavor of the beef captivating her to the point where she nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. In the room, Meng Ren was engrossed in a video game, the sounds of the gameplay emanating from the computer's speakers, his focus wholly absorbed by the screen. At that moment, footsteps approached, followed by a knock at the door. Reluctantly setting down his controller, Meng Ren called out, "Come in." As his voice faded, the door creaked open, revealing Xiaoyu, her face adorned with a smile as she peeked into the room, approaching Meng Ren as if presenting a prized possession. "Ah Ren, I have completed the task you assigned me," Xiaoyu declared triumphantly. "Really?" Meng Ren replied, puzzled, as he had merely asked her to assist Zhu Huihui with a bath. He could not fathom what there was to boast about in such a trivial matter. However, the next moment left him utterly astonished as Xiaoyu emerged from behind her, pulling Zhu Huihui into view. To his shock, Zhu Huihui was clad in a sheer, delicate-made outfit, which scantily concealed her form, leaving much of her figure exposed. At this moment, Zhu Huihui's cheeks had already turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, with a flush even gracing her ears. The maid outfit she wore was exceedingly short, barely managing to conceal the crucial areas of her lower body. It was evident that this was her first experience donning such provocative attire, as she incessantly tugged at the hem of her skirt, attempting to shield herself from any unintended exposure. Feeling Meng Ren's gaze upon her, Zhu Huihui's delicate countenance blushed an even deeper hue. "Hiss." Meng Ren, observing the scene before him, could not help but draw in a sharp breath, particularly as he caught sight of Xia Yu's triumphant expression. He was nearly compelled to slap her across the face. How had he ever harbored such thoughts? How could Xia Yu possibly interpret his words in such a manner? Chapter 121. Persuading Zhu Huihui. Meng Ren's expression darkened, his eyes casting a slightly oppressive glare at Xia Yu. Realizing the gravity of her misinterpretation, Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly aware that she had misunderstood Meng Ren's intentions. Her expression turned awkward, as she had aimed to please him, only to inadvertently create a blunder. Wasn't he eager to pursue this girl? Oh no, he seemed to be angry. Would she end up receiving a beating? Panic surged within Xia Yu as she recalled the terrifying nature of Meng Ren's wrath. What if he deemed her a fool and decided to cast her out? The thought sent her into a frenzy. Meng Ren inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to slap Xia Yu, and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I wish to speak with her privately. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu wasted no time in fleeing the room, leaving Zhu Huihui, clad in a provocative maid outfit, behind. She dashed away as if fearing that lingering would result in being captured by Meng Ren. With Xia Yu absent, Zhu Huihui appeared noticeably more anxious, standing there fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Meng Ren's expression had now relaxed, his gaze fixed upon Zhu Huihui as he spoke calmly. Now, tell me, what brings you here? In response to Meng Ren's inquiry, Zhu Huihui stumbled over her words, seemingly at a loss for what to say. Meng, brother Meng, Her hesitation was palpable, as if the words were lodged in her throat. Meng Ren regarded her intently. Take a moment to gather your thoughts. Each word you utter will influence my perception of you. Zhu Huihui, do not disappoint me, he added, his tone laced with a subtle mockery. Zhu Huihui was taken aback by his words. She was no fool. It was precisely this intelligence that allowed her to manage household duties while excelling academically. As she processed Meng Ren's implications, she instinctively lifted her gaze to meet his. The moment their eyes locked, she felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, awakening her to the realization that Meng Ren had discerned her true intentions for coming here. Zhu Huihui found herself besieged by unsettling thoughts, her entire being suddenly enveloped in a chill. She yearned to flee from the scene, yet she forcibly restrained herself from doing so. I am sorry, brother Meng. Zhu Huihui's eyes brimmed with tears. I did not wish for this. It was my mother who insisted I come here. Indeed, how utterly despicable this woman proved to be, with no moral limits whatsoever. As a mother, how could she compel her daughter into such a transaction? Enough of the tears. I have no interest in your sob story. Meng Ren interrupted Zhu Huihui with an icy demeanor. She quickly stifled her sobs, casting a fearful glance at Meng Ren. Her expression suggested he was a terrifying demon, which invoked a flicker of guilt within him. Reveal your mother's entire scheme, Meng Ren commanded bluntly. Zhu Huihui hesitated momentarily before she began to recount the events. Today, my mother approached me, hoping I would undertake a particular task. She narrated the entire sequence of events, her face becoming increasingly sorrowful as she spoke. After several minutes, Zhu Huihui finally conveyed the complete story. Upon finishing, she stood there with her head bowed, seemingly awaiting Meng Ren's judgment. Meanwhile, Meng Ren's countenance had turned as frigid as ice. Zhu Mingwei, Lu Mei, Jiang Gaoyuan. Very well. This is truly remarkable. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. He had not anticipated that, during the days he had chosen to ignore Lu Mei and her cohort, they would so swiftly conspire against him. Indeed, my previous actions were rather excessively benevolent, inadvertently granting them a false impression, as if I were some soft persimmon, allowing these fools to believe that such a simplistic scheme could easily manipulate me. Hey, Meng Ren chuckled coldly within, his eyes shifting as he began to devise a plan to deliver a small shock to these individuals. Since they sought to outmaneuver me, I shall employ their own tactics against them and present them with a delightful surprise. With this thought, Meng Ren turned his gaze towards Zhu Huihui. Lift your head. I shall not hold you accountable for this matter, but I require your cooperation in some endeavors, Meng Ren stated candidly. Zhu Huihui, perceptive as she was, quickly surmised Meng Ren's intentions. A hint of hesitation crossed her expression as she implored, Brother Meng, are you going to kill them? I beg you, spare my mother. While she may harbor some ill thoughts, she is not a malicious woman. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. If Zhu Mingyue was already plotting against me, could she still be deemed anything but wicked? If such conduct does not qualify as malicious, then what does? Rest assured, I shall not take their lives. Yet a profound lesson is undoubtedly in order. Once this is accomplished, I will absolve you of today's transgression. What say you? Meng Ren regarded Zhu Huihui intently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huihui appeared torn, her lips gently biting as she contemplated urging Meng Ren to spare her mother, yet the words remained unspoken. She understood that her mother's machinations against Meng Ren were misguided, and it was only natural for him to retaliate. I can cooperate. But I still hope that you, Meng, can spare my mother. Zhu Huihui's face displayed a pleading expression. Meng Ren crossed his arms, his demeanor icy. Do you believe you have the right to request that I spare Zhu Mingyue? Do not forget that you are currently in a culpable position. Had I not seen through your scheme, would you not have followed their plan? Zhu Huihui quickly shook her head. No, I would never harm anyone. Then why are you here? Meng Ren countered. This question left Zhu Huihui momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, her anxiety nearly bringing her to tears. Tear after tear streamed down her face, and she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her distress, Meng Ren decided not to press further. As a 14-year-old girl, struggling under such circumstances and the indoctrination of a group was entirely understandable. He, Meng Ren, was no devil and could empathize with Zhu Huihui's plight. Chapter 122. The show begins, however. Understanding her plight does not mean Meng Ren could offer forgiveness. Anyone who seeks to harm him must inevitably face consequences. I do not wish to repeat myself. I need your cooperation for a counterattack. Once our objective is achieved, I shall pretend that your attempt on my life today never occurred. Yet, in light of your filial piety, I may show leniency towards your mother. But while the death penalty may be evaded, the living consequence cannot be escaped. Punishment is assured. Meng Ren stated coldly. Zhu Huihui sighed inwardly, her face revealing a blend of helplessness and sorrow. I comprehend your understanding. Thank you, Mengo. Rest assured, I shall never again involve my mother in such matters. I am willing to cooperate with your plan. Zhu Huihui nodded in agreement. Excellent. A smile graced Meng Ren's face. Now that Zhu Huihui has consented, the next act can commence. An hour later, having donned a fresh set of clothing, Zhu Huihui emerged from Meng Ren's residence. As she stepped out of Building 5, her movements began to falter, becoming somewhat limping. Not long after she exited, Zhu Mingyue, who had been patiently waiting downstairs, quickly approached her. Observing Zhu Huihui's awkward gait, Zhu Mingyue appeared utterly exhilarated. How is it? Did it succeed? Noticing Zhu Mingyue's utter disregard for her physical state, immediately inquiring about the success of the plan instead, Zhu Huihui felt a chill run down her spine. It has indeed succeeded. Meng Ren is quite fond of me. Wonderful. Zhu Mingyue exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, as if she could already envision countless resources beckoning her way. My dear daughter, you have done splendidly. I know you must have exerted yourself, but do not worry. Once we procure the supplies from Meng Ren, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. With a smile, Zhu Mingyue approached, intending to offer comfort to Zhu Huihui. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was astonished to see Zhu Huihui impeccably clean and elegantly attired. Zhu Mingyue's eyes brimmed with emotion. Meng Ren even allowed you to bathe? Indeed. Otherwise, how could he possibly find interest in my dirty self? Zhu Huihui wore a somewhat expressionless visage, which made Zhu Mingyue grit her teeth in frustration. This is a sheer waste. With so many sources of water available, why not use them for drinking instead of bathing? It is simply extravagant. Zhu Mingyue's tone was laced with jealousy. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call was answered, and Jiang Gaoyuan's voice resonated on the other end. Hello. Hurry over. The plan has succeeded. Zhu Mingyue exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan and his companions displayed expressions of exhilaration and eagerness. Lu Mei was particularly overjoyed, unable to restrain herself from vigorously pumping her fist. Wonderful. The plan has finally come to fruition. The others nearby shared smiles of anticipation. The previous failure of their scheme was primarily due to Meng Ren's insistence on remaining indoors, compounded by his possession of a handgun. As long as Meng Ren remained on guard in his home, they found themselves at a complete impasse. However, the situation had changed. If they stormed into Meng Ren's residence, what could he possibly do in such confined quarters? With their numbers overwhelming him, could they not easily subdue a solitary Meng Ren? The prospect of acquiring the vast resources within his home ignited a fervent expectation and excitement among them. All right, let us set off swiftly. Meng Ren has just engaged with Zhu Huihui, and he surely has not yet regained his strength. Now is undoubtedly the opportune moment for us to strike. Jiang Gaoyuan licked his lips, his gaze brimming with enthusiasm. Excellent. A group of individuals nodded in unison. Jiang Gaoyuan cast a glance at the crowd, then carefully selected 5 individuals to accompany him. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to carry a compound bow, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances where he might need to incapacitate Meng Ren. Having made thorough preparations, the group set off. Beneath the 5 buildings, Zhu Mingwei hung up the phone, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In contrast, Zhu Huihui wore a rather expressionless countenance, questioning whether this woman truly was her mother. How could a mother show no concern for her own daughter? Currently, she was feigning a state of injury. Yet Zhu Mingyue unhesitatingly insisted that she return to assist Meng Ren. Did she not realize how agonizing this would be for her? A wave of desolation washed over Zhu Huihui as she clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. I will go. Before long, Jiang Gaoyuan arrived before Zhu Mingwei, accompanied by 4 others. Where's Zhu Huihui? He inquired. When you rush in, ensure your movements are swift. Do not afford Meng Ren any opportunity to resist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan's smile grew even brighter. Excellent. Well done. The others, fueled by excitement, entered the 5 buildings without hesitation, moving cautiously and quietly until they reached the 5th floor. To avoid detection by Meng Ren, they deliberately lowered their voices along the way, swiftly arriving at the location where Meng Ren was situated. Upon careful observation, they discovered that the door was indeed ajar, with no light emanating from within. Splendid! In Jiang Gaoyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the 4 individuals accompanying him were equally exhilarated. You go ahead. I will cover you with my compound bow, Jiang Gaoyuan declared. Chapter 123. The terrifying darkness. Upon hearing his words, the 4 behind him hesitated not for a moment and promptly advanced. Their eagerness was palpable. They could hardly contain their anticipation. The quartet cautiously pushed open the door to Meng Ren's residence, only to find it engulfed in utter darkness. This was to be expected. As power had long been cut off, the presence of light would have been truly peculiar. Stealthily, they entered Meng Ren's home, searching for the room where he might be located. At that moment, a soft, youthful moan echoed from one of the rooms, reaching their ears. The 4 exchanged glances, instantly realizing that Meng Ren was in that very chamber. Sure, let us proceed with caution, then we will burst in and subdue Meng Ren immediately, one whispered, deliberately lowering his voice. The others nodded in agreement and began to stealthily move towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Jiang Gaoyuan, with his compound bow in hand, stepped slowly inside. The room was enveloped in such profound darkness that not even a sliver of light penetrated, as Meng Ren seemed to have drawn the curtains tightly, preventing the moonlight from entering. As they ventured further in, they were met with complete obscurity. Unable to discern even their nearest companions, it was as though they were engulfed in a void, guided solely by the distant sound of the girl's moans. They managed to ascertain the location of Meng Ren's room. With a handheld compound bow, Jiang Gaoyuan cautiously crept inside, striving to muffle the sound of his footsteps in order to avoid alarming Meng Ren, who resided within the room. Should Meng Ren be startled and draw his firearm, their meticulously crafted plan would inevitably unravel. Jiang Gaoyuan had invested considerable effort into this imminent success. He could not allow himself to falter just as victory was within reach. The 4 of them advanced stealthily through the darkness, the pitch-black environment of the room concealing a figure lurking in the shadows. In that dim corner stood Meng Ren, his icy gaze fixed upon the 5 intruders who had just entered, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity akin to a tumultuous river. A cold smile crept across Meng Ren's mind, for he had remained shrouded in darkness, allowing him to discern the silhouettes of the intruders with a begrudging clarity. Their cautious movements in the shadows appeared to him as nothing short of farcical. In his mind, he had already pronounced their fate. An invisible force surged forth, and moments later, a razor-sharp blade hovered suspended in midair, reminiscent of a drawn sword, before swiftly advancing towards the quartet. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed through the air as the blade of a utility knife, with astonishing swiftness, severed one man's throat and windpipe, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. The victim, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, felt a sharp pain in his throat, and the excruciating agony widened his eyes in terror. He opened his mouth, attempting to call out, but due to his trachea being severed by a sharp utility knife, he was rendered utterly voiceless. A deluge of blood surged into his trachea, inflicting upon him excruciating agony. He writhed desperately, his face contorted in anguish. Such violent movements disturbed those around him, inciting their discontent. What is happening? If such commotion alerts Meng Ren, what then? These thoughts coursed through their minds, oblivious to the fact that their companion teetered on the brink of life and death. As he flailed about like a man possessed, 3 individuals swiftly descended upon him, pinning him down. His limbs were instantly restrained, and he was engulfed in unparalleled torment. "Stop moving. What are you doing? Don't alert Meng Ren," one of them hissed into his ear. With his throat slashed, he was utterly incapable of producing any sound, his body convulsing in a frenzy of suffocating pain. It was then that the trio sensed something was amiss. Why is there such a potent scent of blood? His struggles are alarmingly intense. One could not suppress his curiosity and brought his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply. Blood. So much blood. The realization struck him with shock, and as he was about to exclaim, a chilling glint flashed through the darkness. With a sudden burst, blood erupted forth, saturating the clothing of one nearby. The man's eyes widened in terror, and he writhed in agony, desperate to vocalize his horror. At that moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind the earlier frantic struggles. Meng Ren. It was Meng Ren who orchestrated this. What exactly has he accomplished? We have fallen into his trap. He struggled to rise from the ground. Yet the suffocating agony rendered his body unresponsive. At that moment, Jiang Gaoyuan also sensed something amiss. 2 individuals were spewing copious amounts of blood, the acrid scent of it overwhelmingly intense, perceptible to anyone not afflicted with nasal ailments. Before him, 2 of the 4 had already collapsed in torment, writhing on the floor, while one of the remaining 2, in the next instant, appeared to have his throat sliced open by some unseen blade, collapsing and convulsing in excruciating pain. Boom. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Gaoyuan felt as though his mind had exploded. The initial thrill evaporated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of terror and shock. Meng Ren, it was you who struck. Jiang Gaoyuan was both astonished and enraged, his voice echoing through the living room. Given the situation's escalation, if Jiang Gaoyuan could not recognize that they had been ensnared, it would be sheer folly. He never anticipated that his meticulous scheming against Meng Ren would lead him into a trap of Meng Ren's own making. Flee. I must escape. Jiang Gaoyuan's heart raced with sheer panic. He had no thoughts of rescuing the 3 individuals before him, solely fixated on his own flight. However, having ventured deep into the living room, he found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern the door's location, and could only retreat wildly, relying on instinct. In the darkness, Jiang Gaoyuan stumbled and collided with the edge of a chair, causing him to fall to the ground. Clutching a compound bough, he lost his grip upon impact. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Gaoyuan was beyond caring about the bough. His only desire was to escape this hellish abyss. Suddenly, a sound resembling a spurting fountain of blood echoed in his ears, startling him to the brink of losing control. Chapter 124. The terrified Zhu Mingyue at this instant. Jiang Gaoyuan's expression had transformed entirely. His face was etched with terror, devoid of the confidence and composure he once possessed. No, Meng Ren, I beg you, do not kill me. In the enveloping darkness, Jiang Gaoyuan pleaded in fear, desperately scanning his surroundings for any sign of Meng Ren. However, despite his frantic search, He could not discern where Meng Ren was lurking. He felt as if Meng Ren were the embodiment of death itself, concealed in the shadows, poised to harvest his life with the scythe of doom. Ah! Jiang Gaoyuan cried out, his visage contorted by dread, his entire body trembling violently. And the palpable fear in his eyes was unmistakable to anyone who beheld him. In the corner, Meng Ren reveled in Jiang Gaoyuan's disgrace, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, a sharp utility knife shot forth. A splatter of blood erupted. Jiang Gaoyuan felt a sharp pain in his neck, rendering him speechless as his life began its countdown. No, Jiang Gaoyuan was plunged into a state of utmost terror. The suffocating agony drove him into a frenzy of desperate struggle. He fought for breath, yet all he inhaled was blood. The crimson fluid coursed into his trachea, intensifying his torment. With a thud, Jiang Gaoyuan collapsed onto the floor, his eyes wide with anguish and resentment, ultimately succumbing as his heart ceased to beat. Silence enveloped the room in that moment, an utter stillness so profound that the faintest sound, a needle falling, could be distinctly heard. Suddenly, with a soft click, the lights in the living room flickered on, illuminating the scene for Meng Ren, who could not help but smile at the sight before him. There lay 5 lifeless bodies on the floor, those of Jiang Gaoyuan and his companions, blood pooling around them. Meng Ren stepped forward, picked up a compound bough from nearby, and his smile grew even more radiant. "Come out," he called, and simultaneously, 2 doors swung open. Xiaoyu, Tian Wenqian, and Zhu Huihui emerged from within. Upon seeing the 5 corpses, the 3 women gasped in astonishment. "Aren, did you truly kill them all?" Xiaoyu asked, her voice trembling with fear. Meng Ren cast her a sidelong glance. What purpose would they serve if left alive? Gulping audibly, Xiaoyu swallowed hard, while Tian Wenqian's complexion turned pale. Clearly shaken by the ruthless action Meng Ren had taken, he had directly slain 5 individuals. My heavens, this is utterly terrifying, she thought. Her gaze toward Meng Ren now filled with profound trepidation. "Zhu Huihui, please take me to find your mother. She should be waiting downstairs, correct?" Meng Ren remarked. Zhu Huihui's expression changed noticeably, yet she still displayed a hint of pleading in her demeanor. "Meng Gu, please, do not harm my mother. I implore you. Given her treatment of you, why would you still plead for me?" Meng Ren cast her a sidelong glance. "I cannot bear to witness her demise." Meng Ren scoffed coldly. "Someone like her is destined to perish sooner or later. Even if I do not take her life today, others will surely do so. However, for your sake, I might spare her life. Yet, some form of punishment is undoubtedly unavoidable." With a contemptuous smile, Meng Ren commanded, "Come, lead me to her." Zhu Huihui nodded, guiding Meng Ren downstairs. At that moment, Zhu Mingwei remained oblivious to the events unfolding above. She was lost in dreams of the successful endeavors of Jiang Gaoyuan and his companions, envisioning the day they would acquire all of Meng Ren's resources and thus live a life of comfort. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps and saw Zhu Huihui approaching with a man. Zhu Mingyue felt a surge of joy, mistakenly believing the man to be Jiang Gaoyuan, and rushed forward to greet him. However, as she drew nearer, her heart sank upon realizing that the man was not Jiang Gaoyuan at all, but rather Meng Ren. Meng Ren, what are you doing here?" Zhu Mingwei was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Wasn't Meng Ren supposed to have been subdued by Jiang Gaoyuan and his group? How could he possibly be here, and in the company of Zhu Huihui? "I regret to inform you that your scheme has met with failure. Do you think you can outsmart me?" "Ha!" Meng Ren scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe you are worthy? Did you think that sending Zhu Huihui to offer herself would confound me? That would be an egregious underestimation of my intelligence." Boom. A thunderous shockwave seemed to erupt within Zhu Mingyue's mind, leaving her utterly astounded. She could scarcely fathom that events had taken such an unforeseen turn. Meng Ren had discerned their plan. Wait, what about Jiang Gaoyuan and the others? Zhu Mingyue's voice trembled with anxiety. "They are dead," Meng Ren replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingyue felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed to the ground. "Please don't kill me. Meng Ren, I beg you, spare my life. I am merely an innocent woman." Coerced into this by Jiang Gaoyuan and his accomplices. In that moment, Zhu Mingyue displayed a masterclass in the art of deception, shifting all blame onto the deceased Jiang Gaoyuan. The sight of her tear-stained face, brimming with feigned innocence, would have likely fooled Meng Ren had he not been privy to the truth. Slap! In an instant, Meng Ren lunged forward, delivering a stinging blow to Zhu Mingwe's face. Enough! What charade do you think you are performing before me? Do you truly believe Meng Ren to be a fool? Your petty tricks can no longer deceive me. His voice dripped with scorn as he seized Zhu Mingwe, raining down a series of slaps upon her cheek. Ah! Zhu Mingyue let out a piercing scream, and by the time Meng Ren ceased his actions, her face had swollen to the point of resembling that of a pig, nearly unrecognizable from its original form. Meng Ren callously discarded Zhu Mingyue onto the ground, his expression icy and devoid of warmth. Do not lie there feigning death. I can spare your life. Come with me, he stated coldly before turning to ascend the stairs. In a state of sheer terror, Zhu Mingwe hastily followed in Meng Ren's wake, and the trio made their way to the 5th floor. Upon entering, Zhu Mingwe was met with the sight of the 5 corpses of Jiang Gaoyuan and his companions sprawled on the floor, shattering the last remnants of hope within her heart. Chapter 125, Declaration of War. Remove these 5 bodies. I have no desire to keep them in my home, Meng Ren declared with a chilling tone. At that moment, Zhu Mingwe trembled, grappling with disbelief as she pondered how their meticulously devised plan had unraveled so completely. She finally comprehended that she and her accomplices had greatly underestimated Meng Ren. Their scheme was utterly futile. I'll carry them. I'll carry them, Zhu Mingyue stammered, her body quaking as she stepped forward. With great effort, she managed to lift Jiang Gaoyuan's lifeless form and began to carry it out of the room. The weight of a man is no trifling matter, and for a woman like Zhu Mingyue, who had been raised in comfort, this task proved to be exceedingly arduous. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, she finally succeeded in transporting Jiang Gaoyuan's body down from the 5th floor. The mere thought of the 4 additional corpses awaiting her on the 5th floor nearly caused her to faint on the spot. 5,502. 5 corpses have already been transported downstairs. Yet the blood upon the floor remains. Xia Yu swiftly commanded Tian Wenxian to commence her task. Wenxian, it's your turn to work. Hurry and clean up all the blood on the floor. With an air of superiority, Xia Yu gazed down at Tian Wenxian, chin held high. Faced with such an attitude from Xia Yu, Tian Wenxian could not help but grit her teeth, harboring intense resentment within her heart. Meanwhile, Meng Ren had completed his preparations and retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After laboring and working up a sweat, indulging in a real game had indeed brought him great pleasure. In his elation, Meng Ren found himself humming a tune in the shower. With the lesson learned from this encounter, it seemed Lu Mei and her group would hesitate to provoke him for some time. However, their reluctance to confront him did not imply that the events of the day would simply fade away. He had previously been too kind to them, allowing them the energy to scheme against him. Indeed, he mused with a cold smile, perhaps I have been too benevolent. Meng Ren resolved to devise some tasks for Lu Mei and her cohorts, contemplating that it was time to keep them occupied. A smile crept upon his lips as he envisioned this. Cheerfully humming as he continued his shower, he was interrupted by a knock on the bathroom door, followed by Zhu Hui's voice from outside. Meng, brother Meng, may I come in? Meng Ren rolled his eyes. What was Zhu Hui doing barging in while he was bathing? Had she not left yet? No, wait outside, he replied casually, indicating that he had matters to discuss with her shortly. However, when he stepped outside, he discovered that Zhu Hui had somehow already reclined on the bed, her maid outfit meticulously folded at the head of the bed. In other words, Zhu Hui, beneath the covers, was undoubtedly unclad. What are you doing? Are you so eager to offer yourself to me? Meng Ren retorted with irritation. Instantly, Zhu Hui's face flushed crimson, leaving her stammering and speechless. Mengu, I merely wish to apologize, she managed to say, her cheeks aflame. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. How old are you? I have no interest in young girls. Perhaps we can revisit this when you are a bit older. Zhu Hui, her face still burning, stealthily rose from the bed. Out of the corner of his eye, Meng Ren caught a glimpse, and indeed, the girl was entirely unclothed. To his astonishment, Despite her petite appearance, Zhu Huihui possessed a surprisingly alluring figure. With her face still flushed, she hastily donned her clothes and swiftly exited Meng Ren's room. This incident was merely a trivial interlude, and Meng Ren soon cast it aside. He retrieved his phone, accessed the owner group, and promptly uploaded several photos. These images were none other than the shocking snapshots of Jiang Gaoyuan and the other's demise. The owner group erupted in chaos, the chat igniting with fervor. Jiang Gaoyuan. My goodness, Meng Ren, what on earth have you done? They're dead. Everyone is dead. Jiang Gaoyuan and the others are gone. This cannot be true. It was as if a deep water bomb had been thrown into a tranquil lake, causing the owner group to boil over in turmoil. The crowd was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. They had been waiting in their homes for good news to arrive, yet none could have anticipated that instead of the awaited tidings, they would be confronted with dire news. Meng Ren had released several photographs, leaving them in a state of shock. Lu Mei was taken aback to the utmost degree. These are fake. These photos must surely be fabricated. Do not trust Meng Ren's claims. What is the purpose of your deceptive images? Meng Ren could not help but scoff. Whether they are doctored or not, you can simply inquire with Zhu Mingwei, and I shall assist you in tagging her. Following Meng Ren's mention, Zhu Mingwei promptly appeared. Jiang Gaoyuan and the others are dead. Just this singular statement plunged the owner group into silence, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief, grappling with the staggering news. Dead. This involved 5 individuals. How could they have been killed by Meng Ren? It was inconceivable. Lu Mei cried out in horror, her demeanor resembling that of someone deranged. Unable to accept such a brutal reality. Zhu Mingwei, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? How could Jiang Gaoyuan possibly be dead? Lu Mei unleashed a torrent of invective towards Zhu Mingwei. Meanwhile, Meng Ren also began to lash out. Indeed, they are dead. There is nothing to accept. Do you truly look down upon me, or do you overestimate yourselves? How dare you perform such a farcical display before me? When Zhu Huihui arrived, I discerned your ruse. I deliberately played along with her, executing a clever counterplan. Jiang Gaoyuan and his 4 companions have already met their demise at my hands. This incident serves as a warning to you all. Are you not intent on scheming against me? Very well, congratulations on successfully provoking my ire. It is now my turn to exact revenge upon you. Prepare to relish the remaining moments of your time. With a swift succession of messages, Meng Ren felt an exhilarating clarity in his heart. Ha ha ha. How delightful. This pack of curs, believing they could overstep their bounds without consequence. Excellent. Do you not desire war? Then I shall grant you war. Chapter 126. Astonishment upon witnessing Meng Ren's declaration of hostilities in the group chat. Panic ensued among all members of the Homeowners Association, particularly among Lu Mei and her cohorts, whose faces were etched with terror. Meng Ren, what do you mean by this? We are all residents of the same community. How can you speak to us with such venom? At this moment, Lu Mei continued to feign bravado. Yet Meng Ren had already cast his phone aside, rendering her incessant tagging in the group chat utterly futile. Soon, a gathering convened in someone's home, and Lu Mei hurriedly arrived. As she entered, the eyes of the assembled company fell upon her. Finding a seat, Lu Mei scanned the room. Yet Zhu Mingwei was conspicuously absent. Just as she was about to inquire, Zhu Mingwei made her entrance. Mingwei, you have finally arrived. Come quickly. Lu Mei rushed forward, pulling Zhu Mingwei closer. As the crowd focused their attention, they noticed Zhu Mingwei's somewhat dazed expression, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Upon hearing the name Meng Ren, her body involuntarily trembled. They are all gone, all dead. What? This news struck like a thunderclap in the minds of everyone present. If they had hesitated to believe it in the owner group earlier, the confirmation from Zhu Mingwei left them with no choice but to accept the grim reality. How could this be? Our plan was flawless. How could Meng Ren possibly see through it? One person could not restrain their disbelief. Lu Mei nodded in agreement, asserting, yes. I know that Meng Ren has 2 beautiful women at home. He must be quite the lecherous man. Although Huihui is a bit younger, her appearance and figure are exceptional. How could Meng Ren not be tempted? It must be that one of us leaked the information. Lu Mei gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger. As the group exchanged glances, someone quickly concurred with this assertion. Clearly, they were unwilling to admit their own folly, choosing instead to blame an internal traitor for their failure. However, as they looked at one another, no one could identify the suspected traitor, and their expressions turned increasingly grim. Just then, one person quietly suggested, "Could it be that the traitor is Hui?" At this remark, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "It does seem rather plausible. Where's Hui now?" Lu Mei demanded furiously. "Probably at home," Zhu Mingwei replied. Lu Mei's face was contorted with fury. "Come, let us seek out Hui together. I must ascertain whether she has indeed betrayed us." After speaking, she strode purposefully towards Zhu Hui, a throng of followers trailing closely behind her. The group made their way to the residence of Zhu Mingyue and her daughter with great determination. As a mother, Zhu Mingyue not only refrained from defending Zhu Hui, but also took the lead, opening the door herself. The crowd surged into Zhu Hui's home, startling her. Upon witnessing Lu Mei's furious entrance, Zhu Hui was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Mei stormed forward. Hui, how could our operation have failed tonight? Tell Aunt Mei, did you betray us?" "What?" Zhu Hui's eyes widened with alarm. She had not anticipated that Lu Mei and the others would suspect her so swiftly. I did not. It was Ming Gu who figured it out on his own. I do not know why," Zhu Hui replied. The group fixated on her. Had the scene been well lit, her anxious demeanor would have been unmistakable. However, the dim moonlight in her room obscured her flustered expression from view. Lu Mei gritted her teeth. "If you did not betray us, then how could Meng Ren discern our plan?" "How should I know?" Zhu Hui retorted, her tone stabilizing as she adjusted to the situation. The others exchanged glances, each face reflecting deep resentment. The expression on the face of the gatekeeper, Old Wang, was one of sheer panic. "Did you all hear what Meng Ren just said? She threatened to take revenge on us. What are we going to do? Surely, she wouldn't come here with a gun and shoot us, would she?" The others were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting a growing sense of alarm. For they were acutely aware that Meng Ren was armed. If she truly decided to enact her vengeance, they would stand no chance against her. The mere thought that Meng Ren could burst through the door at any moment left Lu Mei and the others utterly restless. "We must devise a plan. How shall we handle this situation with Meng Ren?" Lu Mei's aged visage was contorted in desperation. Others around her mirrored her expression. The gruesome images of Jiang Gaoyuan and the others' demise were still vivid in their minds, and none wished to meet a similar fate at Meng Ren's hands. Amidst the crowd, one individual could not contain himself and suggested, "What if we apologize to Meng Ren?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals glared at him in outrage. Lu Mei, infuriated, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Meng Ren has caused us immense suffering. Why should she enjoy a good life while we live in constant fear? We are all neighbors in this community. Yet Meng Ren is so stingy that she refuses to share even a morsel of food with us. Apologize? That is utterly out of the question." Lu Mei seethed, her eyes betraying a profound hatred for Meng Ren as she spoke. Meng Ren had caused her to suffer far too many times. Among everyone present, if anyone harbored the deepest resentment towards Meng Ren, it was undoubtedly Lu Mei. While others might eventually relent, Lu Mei seemed utterly incapable of doing so. As Lu Mei spoke, the expressions of those around her varied greatly. Some wore faces of fury, others displayed fear, some appeared anxious, and a few trembled visibly. The room was filled with an array of emotions, resembling the myriad facets of human nature. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space, with dozens of individuals rendered mute. The atmosphere thick with tension. They exchanged glances, each feeling helpless. Then, the doorman, Old Wang, broke the stillness. "Perhaps we could seek Chunhu for assistance." "What?" At his words, everyone gasped in shock. Chapter 127. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? The expressions on their faces were a tableau of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Old Wang would suggest such a thing. Aligning with Chunhu? Was there any difference between that and willingly entering the tiger's den? Was Chunhu truly the sort of person one could easily negotiate with? It was likely that they would soon become the subjects of his mockery, ultimately facing his exploitation. What nonsense! Seeking Chunhu's help? He certainly wouldn't assist us without expecting something in return. Lu Mei exclaimed vehemently. Old Wang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with resignation. But we have no one else to turn to. Chun Hu is our only option. He commands a legion and possesses formidable weaponry. Only Chun Hu can instill fear in Meng Ren. If we do not seek Chun Hu's assistance now, how shall we respond when Meng Ren begins his retaliation against us? Are we to wait until Meng Ren comes knocking at our door? Faced with the words of the gatekeeper, Old Wang, Lu Mei and the others found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, apart from Chun Hu, they could not find anyone else to turn to for help. While seeking Chun Hu's aid might lead to exploitation, the alternative could result in a harrowing demise. They had schemed against Meng Ren several times, and now that he was commencing his counterattack, it was certain he would not spare them. As this realization dawned, the expressions on everyone's faces inevitably shifted. Each person exchanged glances, their visages revealing a myriad of emotions. One individual could not help but exclaim, "Who among us will approach Chun Hu?" Upon utterance of this query, all eyes simultaneously turned towards Old Wang. Lu Mei, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Old Wang, since you proposed the idea of seeking Chun Hu, it is only fitting that you be the one to approach him. After all, you were once a soldier. Chun Hu is likely to grant you some measure of respect. Perhaps we might not even have to pay any price for his assistance." Upon hearing this, Old Wang's countenance darkened, and he could not restrain himself from erupting. "Lu Mei, are you out of your mind? I am a useless cripple. Why would Chun Hu show me any favor? Moreover, how can I, a disabled man, engage in negotiations? Since it was I who suggested this course of action, it is only just that you all should execute it. I cannot be expected to shoulder every responsibility. That would be utterly unfair." The gatekeeper, Old Wang, unequivocally expressed his stance, declaring that regardless of what others might say, he would not meet Chun Hu. Faced with this, the crowd resigned themselves to the situation and ceased their pressure on Old Wang. However, at this moment, Zhu Mingyue's gaze shifted towards Lu Mei. "Lu Mei, if I recall correctly, you are a member of the neighborhood committee. Why not represent us in this matter?" Zhu Mingyue proposed. The others, upon hearing this, suddenly brightened with enthusiasm. "Indeed, how could I have almost forgotten? Lu Mei, as a member of the community committee, it is your duty to negotiate with Chun Hu." "Yes, isn't that precisely what the community committee is meant to do?" The crowd chimed in agreement, each voice adding to the chorus. Lu Mei was taken aback, astonished that they would expect her to confront such a fierce individual as Chun Hu. What if something went awry? "Lu Mei, as a member of the committee, you must undertake this responsibility. Let us not forget how you previously leveraged this status to procure resources from us. If you refuse to acknowledge your role, you shall return the resources you took," one individual asserted. Lu Mei turned to see that the speaker was none other than the young man she had previously deceived regarding the resources. Justice has its time. It is not that retribution is delayed, but rather that it is inevitable. Lu Mei had never anticipated that her past misdeeds would require immediate atonement. Observing the expressions on the faces of the crowd, she ultimately acquiesced. If she refused, she would be compelled to return the resources. Yet she did not possess any surplus to offer. "Very well, I shall go. But it is already too late today. I will visit him tomorrow evening." Lu Mei gritted her teeth. Seeing Lu Mei's agreement, the others nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, the matter was settled, and the people soon departed, leaving only Zhu Huihui alone in the room. Zhu Huihui had attentively listened to the discussions and was well aware of Chun Hu's character. At this moment, a look of concern involuntarily crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she got up from the bed, put on her shoes, and hurriedly made her way out. Ensuring that she had not attracted anyone's attention, Zhu Huihui swiftly arrived at Meng Ren's doorstep and knocked urgently on the door. "Who is it?" came Xiaoyu's dissatisfied voice from within. "It's me, Zhu Huihui," she called out. Xiaoyu opened the door with a creak, and upon seeing Zhu Huihui, she looked puzzled. "What brings you here?" "I have something important to tell Meng Ge," Zhu Huihui replied, her tone urgent. "Wait, I need to consult a Ren first." Xiaoyu was reluctant to let Zhu Huihui in directly. She relayed the message to Meng Ren, which surprised him, leaving him curious about Zhu Huihui's reason for coming. "Let her in," Meng Ren instructed. Xiaoyu nodded and quickly led Zhu Huihui to his room. "Meng Ge, Something serious has happened, Zhu Huihui exclaimed, her face reflecting her urgency. She did not hold back and recounted everything she had just overheard. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Meng Ren's expression became somewhat more serious. He had not anticipated that his words would frighten Lu Mei and the others to such an extent that they would risk confronting Chen Hu. Interesting. Meng Ren squinted his eyes. He indeed held a great deal of apprehension towards Chen Hu, yet he had not reached the point of fear. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Lu Mei and her group could even persuade Chen Hu. Chen Hu was a man who only acted when there was profit to be gained, and he had already tricked Lu Mei and her companions out of their last resources. Now, Lu Mei and her associates were hardly in a position to offer anything edible. Given Chen Hu's character, it was unlikely that he would confront Meng Ren solely for Lu Mei's sake. However, such thoughts were merely speculative. There remained a possibility that Chen Hu might still intervene. With this in mind, Meng Ren resolved to prepare in advance. It was far more prudent to take precautions beforehand than to scramble at the last moment. Since Lu Mei's group had invited Chen Hu to take action, it was imperative for him to devise countermeasures. Otherwise, if Chen Hu were to arrive unannounced, it would surely lead to a chaotic situation, which was not in Meng Ren's nature. After suppressing these thoughts, Meng Ren's gaze fell upon Zhu Huihui. He was thoroughly pleased with her for coming to inform him in the dead of night. He had not misjudged her. This girl truly understood the value of gratitude. Thank you for the tip-off. Chapter 128. The tools are in place. Would you be interested in being my inside informant? Meng Ren smiled slightly. His tone shifting as a glimmer of cunning crossed his face. Ah? Zhu Huihui was taken aback, not expecting Meng Ren to extend such an invitation. Inside informant? Isn't that the very tactic Lu Mei and her group used against you before? I never anticipated that Meng Ren would turn it against them. Zhu Huihui found herself hesitating, grappling with the notion that becoming Meng Ren's informant would equate to betraying the other side. Observing her indecision, Meng Ren chuckled and asked, "What? Do you still harbor illusions about those people? Have you not yet discerned their true nature?" Zhu Huihui fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the entirety of the conversation she had overheard in the room, where the guard old Wang and his companions had discussed matters that left her utterly astounded. After a moment's pause, she could not help but inquire, "Are you planning to kill them?" "No, I generally do not take lives lightly," Meng Ren replied nonchalantly. "Though I did just eliminate 5 individuals." Zhu Huihui was left speechless. She sensed that Meng Ren's words lacked any semblance of conviction. Witnessing her continued hesitation, Meng Ren revealed his trump card. "I can offer you vengeance. How does a packet of instant noodles each day sound?" He boasted, displaying his financial generosity. Gulp. The allure of such remuneration caused Zhu Huihui to swallow hard. "Isn't that reward rather extravagant?" she remarked, unable to contain her astonishment. Meng Ren smiled. "It's merely some instant noodles. I have plenty to spare. Just tell me whether you are willing." He waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Huihui felt a rush of conflicting emotions. Her disappointment in Lu Mei and her associates had reached its zenith, as their conduct had thoroughly disgusted her. With Meng Ren now proposing such enticing terms, she found herself at a loss for how to refuse. After all, a packet of instant noodles daily was a proposition that would undoubtedly entice countless others. In this era of extreme heat, even a single packet of instant noodles is a precious commodity, let alone one each day. Isn't that excessive? I haven't done anything to deserve it. Zhu Huihui could not contain her thoughts. The daily reward of a packet of noodles left her feeling uneasy. Hee. Meng Ren couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Huihui was genuinely adorably innocent. Xiaoyu beside her also laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to Zhu Huihui, Meng Ren's spatial storage held an abundance of instant noodles. A mere packet a day was trivial to him. "All right, I agree." Zhu Huihui acquiesced. Meng Ren nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Remember to gather all the intelligence. Also, be wary of your safety. Should Lu Mei and her group discover that you are acting as my informant, your fate may be dire." Zhu Huihui nodded repeatedly, committing this warning to memory. "Arin, I'll keep you company tonight," Xiaoyu said in a soft, sweet voice, then shed her nightgown and slipped into Meng Ren's bed. Meng Ren shot her a disapproving glance, yet with Xiaoyu so readily offering herself, he chose not to refuse. The room soon echoed with the sounds of a fierce battle, lasting for quite some time. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Meng Ren leisurely arose from his slumber, stretched, washed up, and finally exited his room. In the living room, the two women had been waiting. Xiaoyu eagerly approached him. "Oren, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now?" Xiaoyu looked at Meng Ren with a pitiful gaze. Meng Ren nodded slightly, instantly bringing great joy to Xiaoyu. She remembered vividly that Meng Ren had previously promised her that she could enjoy meat from now on, no longer needing to watch him indulge in delectable dishes every day. Soon, Meng Ren retrieved ingredients from his spatial storage and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. As Xiaoyu sat down at the table and began to savor the meal, tears of joy welled in her eyes upon tasting the exquisite flavor of meat. The prospect of enjoying it daily was simply blissful. Not far away, Tian Wenqian's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Xiaoyu become so bold, daring to dine without Meng Ren's consent? Wait, why hadn't Meng Ren intervened? Tian Wenqian's expression darkened as she recalled what Meng Ren and Xiaoyu might have been doing together in the room yesterday afternoon. It seemed that during that time, Xiaoyu's status had indeed ascended. How infuriating! Tian Wenqian clenched her fists. Meng Ren had once been her devoted admirer, and now, why was it that Xiaoyu, that foolish girl, was living a better life than she was? A wave of intense resentment surged within her, rendering the instant noodles before her unappetizing. In the absence of food, having instant noodles was already a rare treat, yet with such superior cuisine laid out before her, she could only watch and envy. How could Tian Wenqian possibly accept this? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu hurriedly caught up and cast a glance at Tian Wenqian, saying, "Wenqian, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't supervise your chores. Please take the initiative to complete the household tasks." With that, she followed Meng Ren into his room. Tian Wenqian couldn't help but inwardly curse the couple, questioning their priorities so early in the morning. However, she soon realized that the familiar sounds from Meng Ren's room were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an unsettling silence. What could they possibly be doing in there? Curiosity flooded her mind, igniting a desire to push open the door and take a peek. Yet, as swiftly as the thought emerged, she quelled it, given Meng Ren's temperament. Should he discover her eavesdropping, the consequences would be dire. Unbeknownst to Tian Wenqian, Meng Ren was currently in his personal space with Xiaoyu. "Let's get to work," he said with a smile. "Today, I will teach you how to manage these tasks, but from now on, you will handle them yourself, with the tools at hand." He anticipated a future of leisure. Xiaoyu nodded resolutely, determined to earn better treatment each day. Meng Ren then began instructing Xiaoyu on the chores of the farm and the livestock, stepping aside once she grasped the basics to practice his telekinesis. For Xiaoyu, who was embarking on her inaugural agricultural endeavor, the experience proved to be arduous, consuming nearly 4 hours. Exhausted and spent, she collapsed, her body refusing to move a single finger. "Oren, I can't go on. I'm so tired. Could you perhaps bring someone else in to help share the workload?" she implored, her expression one of sheer helplessness. As someone who had grown up in the city, Xiaoyu had never before engaged in such labor. Today marked her first encounter with the rigors of farm work. Meng Ren immediately assigned her a plethora of tasks, and after several hours of labor in the fields, she felt utterly exhausted, as if she were on the brink of collapse. Xiaoyu sensed a profound ache throughout her entire body, her fatigue reaching an extreme level. Yearning to lie down and rest thoroughly. Not far away, Meng Ren cast a glance her way. To attain a better life, one must undoubtedly exert greater effort. Upon hearing Meng Ren's words, Xiaoyu felt a surge of panic and quickly waved her hands in denial. Having finally savored the taste of meat, the mere thought of returning to a daily diet of instant noodles was utterly unacceptable. Xiaoyu promptly refuted, asserting her commitment to work diligently, and then, with considerable effort, completed the remaining tasks on the farm. Once she had finished, Meng Ren approached to inspect her work, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, with Xiaoyu's assistance, he would no longer need to oversee the farm's operations daily. This would grant him more time to engage in other pursuits. In light of Xiaoyu's arduous labor that day, Meng Ren, in a rare display of kindness, prepared a meal of 2 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour fish, pumpkin soup, and mapo tofu. Although such culinary standards would have been deemed unremarkable in former times, in this current era of extreme heat, it could be regarded as a supreme delicacy. How fragrant! A look of excitement illuminated Xia Yu's face as she inhaled the enticing aroma of the dishes, feeling that her several hours of hard work had been entirely worthwhile. Meanwhile, not far away, Tian Wenxian gazed longingly at the scene, occasionally swallowing hard. At that moment, a message arrived from Zhu Huihui. Mr. Meng, Lu Mei has already set out. Oh, upon reading this message, Meng Ren displayed an expression of keen interest as he stroked his chin. Lu Mei has left. Should I attempt to thwart her? He pondered. No, that would be futile. I cannot monitor Lu Mei and her companions around the clock. If they wish to seek out Chenhu, they will undoubtedly find a way. Chenhu is no pushover. Without any leverage, Lu Mei and her associates would be ill-advised to confront someone as formidable as him. While Meng Ren contemplated this, Lu Mei had already begun her journey. She exited the community and made her way to the street opposite. According to their observations, Chenhu and his subordinates were currently entrenched in the shopping mall across from the community. This mall was quite substantial. Since the onset of the scorching era, Chenhu had taken control of it along with his followers, which accounted for their abundant resources. Lu Mei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the mall. But before she could approach, she was intercepted by a thug wielding a machete. Halt! What do you want? The thug squinted, scrutinizing Lu Mei from head to toe. Noticing that Lu Mei appeared to be an elderly woman with no means of defense, the thug's tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Observing the heavily armed thug before her, Lu Mei swallowed nervously. My name is Lu Mei, from the Lejuyuan community across the street. I wish to see Brother Hu. Lu Mei replied cautiously. The younger brother nodded, saying, Wait here, I will go inform Brother Hu. All right. Lu Mei obediently stood on the main road, not daring to make any inappropriate moves. The contrast between Lu Mei's demeanor here and her behavior within the neighborhood was stark, further proving her nature as someone who bullies the weak, yet cowers before the strong. She was bold in front of ordinary people, but now, in the presence of Chenhu, she shrank back into a coward, which was utterly laughable. Before long, the younger brother returned, announcing, Brother Hu has agreed to see you. Follow me. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Mei exclaimed, overjoyed. She followed the younger brother as they made their way into the shopping mall. Inside, it was pitch dark due to a power outage, but with the aid of moonlight, Lu Mei could barely make out some of the mall's interior. The entire space had undergone a simple transformation, as if it had been divided into distinct areas. Under the guidance of the younger brother, Lu Mei arrived at the top floor of the mall, finally stopping before a door to a room. Knock, knock, knock. The younger brother rapped on the door, and a steady, powerful voice soon echoed from within. Come in. With a soft creak, the younger brother opened the door, allowing Lu Mei to enter. As she stepped inside, she was taken aback. The room's decor was extraordinarily lavish, and it was powered. Bright lights illuminated the space, and even the air conditioning was functional. A cool breeze greeted her as she entered, providing a sense of comfort. Heavens, there is actually electricity here, Lu Mei thought, her eyes betraying a sense of envy. In the room, a robust man with a lion-like physique reclined on the sofa. Surrounding him were a pair of exquisitely beautiful twin girls, attending to his every need, creating an atmosphere that was quite exhilarating. You hail from Lejuyuan community? What brings you here? Chenhu spoke languidly, his gaze briefly flickering over Lu Mei. Lu Mei articulated the purpose of her visit. I have come on behalf of all the residents of Lejuyuan community, pleading with you, Brother Hu, to assist us in dealing with Meng Ren. Meng Ren? Upon hearing that name, an image immediately materialized in Chenhu's mind. He recalled Meng Ren distinctly, for the latter had purchased a 1911 handgun along with 100 rounds of ammunition from him, a detail he remembered vividly. Eliminate Meng Ren? Ah. Chenhu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Mei as he replied, Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are suggesting? Meng Ren is armed. Removing him is no trivial task. Lu Mei hastily responded, I understand, yet Meng Ren possesses a significant amount of resources. If we can eliminate him, we are willing to share those resources with you, Brother Hu. Ha ha. Chenhu erupted into laughter, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Are you out of your mind? If Meng Ren were to be dealt with, all of his resources would belong to me. Why would I share them with you? Do you believe you are worthy? Chen smirked mockingly, feeling that the old man before him was perhaps the one with issues. Meng Ren possessed a considerable amount of resources. How could he possibly be unaware of this information? The reason he had not taken action against Meng Ren was precisely because the latter was armed. The most infuriating part was that the gun had been sold by him. If he were to eliminate Meng Ren, all of the resources the latter held would rightfully belong to him. The old fellow before him actually expected to share the spoils. It was utterly laughable. Upon hearing Chun Hu's words, Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this was not at all what she had envisioned. Hold on. Brother Hu, you seem to have misunderstood. It is not that we are asking you to deal with Meng Ren, but rather that we are offering resources as compensation for your assistance. Thus, the resources acquired will naturally belong to us, Lu Mei hastily clarified. Haha. Chun Hu chuckled coldly, regarding Lu Mei with a scornful gaze. Resources? How much are you offering to entice me? Lu Mei replied, half of the resources in Meng Ren's possession. Chun Hu sensed something amiss. What did it mean that they offered half of Meng Ren's resources? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Lu Mei had no resources at all. In fact, she would not be able to procure the payment until he dealt with Meng Ren first. Realizing this, Chun Hu couldn't help but laugh. Did I hear you correctly? You possess not even a fraction of resources, yet you expect me to eliminate Meng Ren. This is the first time I have encountered such a transaction. Your ability to pull off a con without any assets is quite impressive. Chun Hu's tone turned cold. Sensing Chun Hu's growing impatience, Lu Mei felt a surge of anxiety. She hastily explained, Brother Hu, although we currently lack resources, Meng Ren undoubtedly possesses a substantial stock. Not only does he have supplies, but an abundance of them. If we can eliminate Meng Ren, the resources in his possession will surely meet your expectations. Chun Hu shook his head dismissively. What you propose is akin to attempting to catch a wolf bare-handed. I shall not act on something so uncertain. Moreover, Meng Ren is armed, and eliminating him is no simple task. If you wish for me to intervene, you must provide a sufficient reward up front. Lu Mei's countenance darkened as she tentatively inquired, How much do you require? 200 boxes of instant noodles, or 100 boxes of mineral water, or other supplies of comparable value? Chun Hu replied languidly. What? At the mention of this figure, Lu Mei nearly leapt from the ground in disbelief. Chun Hu was audaciously demanding a fortune. If they possessed such resources, there would be no need to confront Meng Ren. It was precisely due to their lack of supplies that they needed to eliminate him to seize his stock. Chun Hu's stance was evidently one of disinterest in their business. Desperation gripped Lu Mei as she urgently exclaimed, Brother Hu, your demands are utterly outrageous. We cannot possibly procure such a quantity of supplies. Without resources, why do you seek my assistance? Am I to squander my time? I, Chun Hu, have navigated the social sphere for many years, and it has always been others who have attempted to catch a wolf with empty hands, never the other way around. At the moment Chun Hu uttered these words, his tone had shifted to one of impatience. He felt as though he had been made a fool of. Lu Mei, that old rascal, was utterly deluded to think she could manipulate him into dealing with Meng Ren without offering any form of compensation up front. Even a hitman requires a retainer. Bring someone. Chun Hu had lost all interest in further conversation with Lu Mei and immediately summoned assistance. As his words fell, an individual promptly entered the room. Expel her. Chun Hu gestured dismissively. The person moved forward without hesitation, leaving Lu Mei utterly astonished. Wait a moment, Brother Hu. The resources you demand are simply too abundant for us to provide. Could we not have a little leeway? Lu Mei continued to plead, desperately attempting to argue her case. In response, one of Chun Hu's subordinates seized her and unceremoniously hurled her out of the mall. Ouch! Lu Mei crashed hard against the ground, the unforgiving surface abrasively tearing at her skin, causing blood to flow in crimson rivulets. Get lost, you old fraud, trying to deceive Brother Hu. You're courting death. The subordinate scolded her vehemently, insisting she leave without delay. Lu Mei, now utterly bewildered, dared not linger any longer. She clumsily got to her feet and limped away in a state of disarray. Just as I anticipated, a smile adorned Meng Ren's face. The unfolding events had not surprised him in the least. Chinhu had indeed rejected Lu Mei. Lu Mei and her companions are utterly delusional. They possess no resources yet dare to expect Chinhu to intervene on their behalf. What distinguishes this endeavor from a mere illusion? Unless Chinhu has lost his mind, he would never entertain such a notion. Truly, they are a pack of fools. Meng Ren scoffed derisively. To him, Lu Mei and her group posed little threat. They were devoid of food and water, and if this dire situation persisted, their survival beyond 2 days was gravely uncertain. Lu Mei, what is the situation? Has Chinhu agreed? A chorus of voices clamored for answers. Lu Mei's countenance sank to an extreme low as she recounted the recent events. Upon learning of the plan's failure and their subsequent expulsion, the expressions of the gatekeeper, Old Wang, and others morphed into palpable disappointment. It's over. Now that Chinhu refuses to assist us, what are we to do? Someone lamented. Indeed, I haven't eaten in 2 days. The hunger is unbearable. Does anyone have any food at home? Another chimed in. With supplies dwindling outside, they had long run out of provisions. If they failed to locate sustenance soon, they might very well starve to death. The atmosphere erupted into chaos as everyone engaged in fervent discussions. Chapter 131. Driven to madness, however. The nearby resources had been largely scavenged, making the quest for supplies an arduous task. Lacking adequate provisions, the survival of their group of over 100 individuals until tomorrow was a profoundly serious concern. The face of the doorman, Old Wang, was inevitably etched with despair, and the atmosphere in the room had grown oppressively heavy, with everyone rendered utterly speechless, leading to an unsettling silence. Ladies and gentlemen, we must devise a plan. We can either venture out in search of supplies or we must find a way to persuade Meng Ren to relinquish some resources. Otherwise, we are certain to perish, Lu Mei declared through clenched teeth. The others exchanged glances, each bearing an expression of helplessness. Obtaining supplies is no simple task. One person sighed. Those nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps we should venture out tonight in hopes of fortune. Searching more thoroughly, we might just uncover some food. A group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion, yet none could propose a truly viable solution. A month had already passed since the onset of the extreme heat era, and the resources still available outside had been nearly exhausted by scavengers. The thought of acquiring supplies was daunting, and those who still possessed them were typically formidable figures. For instance, obtaining resources from someone like Meng Ren was no trivial matter. A collective sigh echoed through the living room as despair cloaked the faces of the group, each person feeling utterly powerless. Observing the dejected expressions of her companions, Lu Mei's eyes shimmered with fierce determination, particularly when she noticed that there was still light emanating from Meng Ren's room. It is evident that Meng Ren's household possesses a generator, for she distinctly recalls how he not only amassed a vast array of supplies but also acquired an extensive collection of batteries and generators, which should suffice for a considerable duration. How infuriating! Lu Mei clenched her fists, resenting the fact that while everyone else suffers, Meng Ren enjoys such a fortunate existence. It is utterly unjust. Suddenly, a bold notion emerged in Lu Mei's mind. Why not take action against Meng Ren? This time, we must not show any mercy. With the external resources already scavenged by others, if we do not strike against Meng Ren, our survival is in jeopardy. Lu Mei gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her words immediately captured the attention of several individuals, who turned to look at her. The guard, Old Wang, hesitated. Lu Mei, what nonsense are you uttering? We are no match for Meng Ren. He possesses a firearm. How can we confront him? This prompted agreement from the others. A fierce glint appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. What is there to fear? So what if Meng Ren has a gun? We could simply set fire to his place. If he refuses to share his supplies with us, we will burn him alive. What? This plan was astonishing and startled several individuals. They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting involuntarily. Such a direct act of arson, is it truly advisable? Someone involuntarily remarked. However, as soon as the man's words were uttered, Lu Mei promptly countered him. What is wrong with that? It is Meng Ren who has wronged us. We are merely neighbors in the same community. Yet Meng Ren has turned a blind eye to our plight. His household is overflowing with supplies, yet he is unwilling to share even a morsel with us. All we desire is to survive. What fault lies with us? Lu Mei's words were resolute, as if her actions were justified by divine decree. Enough, Lu Mei declared. She was not mistaken. Why should Meng Ren be permitted to enjoy such a fortunate existence while I have gone 2 days without sustenance? If I do not eat soon, I may not see tomorrow. Since Meng Ren wishes for our demise, then we shall ensure his as well. We might as well perish together. The man ground his teeth in determination. With the first voice raised, it was as if the final straw had fallen upon the back of the overloaded mule. In that moment, the eyes of Lu Mei and her companions gleamed with a predatory glint. In a nearby corner, Zhu Huihui observed this scene, her face betraying a mixture of panic and dread. She felt as though these individuals before her were no longer human. They had descended into utter madness, akin to frenzied beasts. Meanwhile, Meng Ren was leisurely enjoying a film in his room. One must admit, the luxury of a life free from the daily grind of work is indeed quite delightful. Each day begins with a natural awakening. Indulging in a lifestyle as carefree as that of a pig, a source of immense joy. After finishing a movie, Meng Ren stifled a yawn and prepared to retire for the night. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed. It was a flurry of notifications from the homeowners group, all tagging him. Had these people lost their minds? Why are you tagging me? Meng Ren scoffed coldly. He opened the homeowner group on his phone, and his expression immediately darkened. Meng Ren, stop playing dead. Come out quickly. We are all neighbors. We have nothing to eat now. You need to provide us with supplies. Upon reading this message, Meng Ren nearly burst into laughter, as the sender was none other than Lu Mei. Have you finally stopped pretending, you old hag? Now you brazenly ask me for supplies, but my response will always be a single word. Leave. Without hesitation, Meng Ren scolded Lu Mei thoroughly. Lu Mei was seething with rage. Meng Ren, don't think we don't know. You must have plenty of supplies at home. What harm would it do to share a little with us? We can always repay you later. As soon as Lu Mei finished speaking, others chimed in. Yes, it's just a little supply, Meng Ren. Don't be so stingy. It's merely a small amount of supplies. Why are you unwilling to assist us when you have so much? Meng Ren, you are far too selfish. In times of disaster like this, shouldn't we be helping one another? The crowd voiced their grievances towards Meng Ren, each one more vocal than the last. Meng Ren found it almost laughable. It seemed this group had been turned away by Chen Hu and had now turned to him instead. Did they think he was an easy target? Leave. If you have no supplies, then perish. Your lack of food is of no concern to me. Am I your parent? Why should I provide you with supplies? Chapter 132. Confrontation. Meng Ren relentlessly berated these individuals, unleashing a torrent of anger upon Lu Mei and her associates, which brought him a momentary sense of relief. Conversely, the others were infuriated. Lu Mei gritted her teeth, exclaiming, very well, very well. Repeating the phrase thrice was a testament to the intensity of her rage. Meng Ren, you refuse to supply us, do you? Since you lack compassion, do not blame us for our lack of justice. She declared vehemently. We shall resort to forceful tactics if, by chance, we inadvertently take your life. Do not hold us accountable for our ruthlessness. Lu Mei seethed. Soon after, Meng Ren found himself expelled from the owner-s group. Upon reading Lu Mei's final message, a cold smile crept across his face. It seemed this group had finally revealed their true colors. His expression was one of derision. Yet, he became somewhat serious. Despite possessing ample weaponry, he did not consider himself invincible. If they were truly determined to confront him, even if they could not kill him, they would undoubtedly make his life exceedingly unpleasant. It appeared imperative to instill genuine fear in them. The petty skirmishes of the past could no longer suffice. It was high time to rectify the grievances of his previous life. As he uttered these words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Meng Ren's eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. It was a call from Meng Shua. Mr. Meng, something terrible has happened. Just moments ago, Lu Mei and her group expelled all of us from the owner's group. It seems they are truly preparing to undertake something significant. Meng Shua's tone was exceedingly grave. Meng Ren appeared unfazed. It was evident that Lu Mei's faction had exhausted their resources. They were left with two possible paths, either venture out to scavenge for supplies or turn against themselves. Clearly, given the current circumstances, they had opted for the latter. This suggests that my previous display of deterrence was insufficient, allowing them to harbor some misconceptions. I am aware of this situation and will address it. They shall not stir up any substantial turmoil. Meng Ren spoke with unwavering confidence. A smile graced Meng Ren's face. If there truly is a need for assistance, I shall not hesitate to accept. With that, Meng Ren terminated the call. Shortly afterward, Wang Yun reached out, expressing a willingness to help. Meng Ren, however, declined once more. If he could not even handle Lu Ming's ragtag group, he would be rendered utterly ineffectual. He pulled back the curtains and gazed downwards, where, indeed, he observed Lu Mei and her entourage approaching. Yet, what puzzled Meng Ren was that they did not rush into Building 5, but were instead searching for something within the community. What were they up to? Meng Ren squinted, contemplating the actions and motives of Lu Mei's group. Regrettably, it was now evening, and the dim light of the moon rendered it difficult for Meng Ren to discern their movements, though he could vaguely see the shadows of people shifting below. As for the specifics of what was happening, Meng Ren couldn't discern them at all. Should he inquire with Zhu Huihui? Meng Ren squinted, just as this thought surfaced. A message arrived from Zhu Huihui. What a coincidence. Brother Meng, a major incident has occurred. Lu Mei and the others have decided to set fire to the entirety of Building 5. You must find a way to stop them, or it will be over for everyone. What? Meng Ren was taken aback, his expression instantly turning grave. Arson. Well, Lu Mei, I truly underestimated you. A frigid glint flickered in Meng Ren's eyes. He never imagined that Lu Mei and her cohorts would conceive such a vicious scheme. Furthermore, arson wouldn't present much difficulty for them. They simply needed to pile flammable materials at the base of Building 5 and ignite them. Once the conflagration spread, all the residents of Building 5 would become casualties of the flames. Although he possessed telekinetic abilities, they were far from sufficient to extinguish a raging inferno. It seems I must take the initiative this time. A cold light gleamed in Meng Ren's eyes. Previously, he had been passively defending, as Lu Mei and the others posed little threat. However, that was no longer viable. If he remained on the defensive, dire consequences would likely ensue. He began contemplating how to resolve the situation. According to his estimation, Lu Mei's group numbered approximately 50 individuals. If they were united, even with a firearm, confronting them would be no simple feat. These individuals are largely self-serving, rendering complete unity among them virtually unattainable. The most straightforward approach would be to charge out and eliminate a few of them with gunfire. Under the deterrence of firearms, they would swiftly scatter like frightened birds. However, this method is not entirely foolproof, given the darkness of the night, which makes precise aiming quite challenging. Meng Ren squinted, aware that his marksmanship was far from infallible. Eliminating targets with a handgun in the pitch-black night, unless at close range, would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the sound of gunfire would undoubtedly alert others. Should Lu Mei and her group resort to guerrilla tactics, it would present a considerable predicament. Although it's unlikely that Lu Mei and her cohorts possess such a strong will to resist, one must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Meng Ren grimaced, realizing he had to eat his words. He had just asserted that he wouldn't require Mingxue's assistance, yet he found himself contradicting himself so soon, which was rather embarrassing. Having made his decision, Meng Ren promptly took action. Lu Mei's group had already begun preparing combustibles, and if he didn't act swiftly, the spread of the fire would create significant complications. He immediately rose, changed his attire, and roused Xiaoyu and Tian Wenxian from their slumber. Wake up. I need you to do something, Meng Ren stated matter-of-factly. Xiaoyu, still somewhat groggy, inquired, what's happening? Quickly put on your clothes. You must go inform Mingxue and Wang Yun to come here. Meng Ren commanded. Chapter 133. Counterattack. The two women, still in a daze, were roused by Meng Ren's urgent call. In an instant, the previously drowsy Xiaoyu became fully alert, realizing the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Meng Ren would not have sounded so serious. Is there a problem? Xiaoyu hastily rose from her bed, quickly dressing herself before following Meng Ren's instructions. Tian Wenxian was also summoned, and although Meng Ren did not place much trust in her, delegating some simple tasks was certainly within reason. Before long, Wang Yun, Qi Jiayu, Lu Qianqian, and Ao Mingshui arrived at Meng Ren's residence. Lu Qianqian appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. However, Wang Yun and the other two were well informed, having closely observed the previous altercation in the owner's group chat. Qi Jieyu nodded in agreement. Ao Mingshui maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "As I mentioned before, I will not hesitate to assist wherever I can." Lu Qianqian looked around, still oblivious to the circumstances. "Huh? What is happening? Why does everyone seem so serious?" she asked, her expression one of innocent confusion. Meng Ren covered his face for a moment before explaining to Lu Qianqian. "There are individuals outside who are spying on my supplies, intending to set this building ablaze in an effort to force me to relinquish my resources." "What?" Lu Qianqian nearly jumped off the sofa, her face a picture of shock, quickly replaced by a fierce anger. "This cannot be allowed. My supplies are still here, and I have worked hard to acquire them. If the building is set ablaze, won't my resources be lost as well?" Meng Ren nodded in agreement, and Lu Qianqian, visibly agitated, clenched her teeth and vowed to thwart those individuals. Observing the group's morale soaring, Meng Ren felt a sense of satisfaction. Lu Mei's group was numerous, and confronting them alone would require tremendous effort, not to mention the uncertainty of achieving a flawless victory. Therefore, I need your assistance moving forward. Of course, this aid will not be offered without compensation. Afterward, we shall provide each of you with a box of instant noodles and a case of mineral water as payment," Meng Ren declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A box of instant noodles along with a case of mineral water? Remarkable. Truly. Meng Gu is generous, Wang Yun exclaimed, exhilarated. Such a reward would allow them to enjoy a week of comfortable meals. Qi Jiayu, equally enthusiastic, urged, "Meng Gu, share your plans. We will execute them without hesitation." Oming Xue was equally astonished, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even Lu Qianqian, who was not currently lacking in supplies, readily agreed. It is often said that money can move mountains, and in this scorching era, resources serve as the most valuable currency. Meng Ren was thoroughly pleased with their reactions and proceeded to outline his plan. His strategy was strikingly straightforward, to act decisively and without hesitation. He possesses psychokinesis, a 1911 handgun, dozens of bullets, a high-precision compound bow, and over 100 arrows. These constitute his formidable might, although such power may seem negligible in the bygone era. In the present scorching epoch, it is sufficient to ensure his safety. Meng Ren promptly brandished the compound bow and addressed the three individuals. "Which of you is willing to wield this bow? Let me be clear. I intend to take lives tonight, many lives. Whoever takes the bow must show no mercy." His tone turned icy. Wang Yun and Qi Jieyu were taken aback, for it was their first encounter with Meng Ren's chilling aura. They were momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, Oming Xue reached out and grasped the compound bow. "I will take action," she declared resolutely. "Dr. O," Qi Jiayu exclaimed, astonished. She never anticipated that Oming Xue, as a woman, would exhibit such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Meng Ren had made it abundantly clear. Tonight, there would be bloodshed, and not merely 1 or 2 lives. Oming Xue's tone was frigid. "When they betrayed me last time, I had already considered them my enemies." Meng Ren felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Oming Xue was indeed the individual he had faith in, and she did not disappoint him. "Excellent. The compound bow shall be entrusted to Dr. O. Tonight, we shall unleash a massacre and utterly vanquish Lu Mei and her cohort, ensuring they dare not provoke us again." The plan was straightforward. I would lead the charge as number 1, with Dr. O as number 2, while the rest of you would serve as support, responsible for the cleanup. Meng Ren articulated his simple yet forceful strategy, then presented an array of weapons for selection. These implements were quite rudimentary, mere kitchen knives and a couple of baseball bats among the cold weapons. Wang Yun chuckled softly, producing his own handmade mace. "This weapon will suffice for me." "Excellent." Meng Ren nodded in agreement. With the plan set, they promptly sprang into action. Meng Ren entrusted a composite bow and a quiver containing 30 arrows to Oming Xue, which would be ample for her needs. Meanwhile, he readied a 1911 pistol, methodically loading each gleaming, golden bullet into the magazine. Click. The bullet chambered. The dark muzzle exuded a chilling aura that sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Let us proceed. Meng Ren issued the command for battle without hesitation. This time, everyone was on board, even Tian Wenxian, whom Meng Ren summoned despite his lack of faith in her capabilities. Leaving her alone at home was simply not an option. Should she seize this opportunity to retreat to her room, she might uncover certain secrets, an eventuality Meng Ren could not abide. As Meng Ren and his group commenced their operation on the other side, Lu Mei and her associates were nearing their preparations. They had relocated numerous beds to the base of Building 5, carelessly heaping them in a corner. These beds, constructed from fabric and cotton, were undeniably flammable. Once ignited, the blaze would surely become uncontrollable. Dozens of beds have been stacked here, creating an impression that everything is meticulously prepared. Lu Mei and her companions gathered beneath Building 5, where they took out a megaphone and shouted, "Meng Ren, come out quickly and see what we've done. We've prepared a grand surprise for you." Lu Mei's tone brimmed with pride, anticipation mingling with excitement and a hint of ruthlessness. "There's no need to shout. I have already emerged." As her words fell, Meng Ren's voice resonated, and he soon appeared from the corridor. Chapter 134. The offensive begins. Seeing Meng Ren voluntarily step out from Building 5 took Lu Mei and the others by surprise, which quickly transformed into hearty laughter. Their faces illuminated with exhilaration. "Meng Ren, you have finally ventured out of your home. It seems we can have a proper discussion," Zhu Mingyue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meng Ren cast a glance at them. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "We demand resources. Everyone knows you hoarded a substantial amount of supplies before the onset of the extreme heat era. You are incredibly selfish. Having been aware of the impending crisis, yet refusing to share this information with us," Zhu Mingyue declared, her words laced with indignation. The fact that Meng Ren had stockpiled resources was well known among them, and in light of the current situation regarding the extreme heat era, it was clear to anyone with common sense that Meng Ren had long been aware of the impending disaster. The very thought of this incited their fury. Indeed, if it were not for Meng Ren's failure to inform us, we would have stockpiled a substantial amount of provisions by now, and we would not be enduring this wretched existence. It is all your fault. Without a doubt, you, Meng Ren, are the true instigator, and thus you must compensate us." A chorus of voices emerged, collectively casting the blame upon Meng Ren. Listening to their accusations, he was on the verge of laughter, fueled by rage. What a display of shamelessness. This group had previously ridiculed him, mocking his sanity when he was amassing supplies. Given their character, had he revealed the impending arrival of the extreme heat era, they would have surely deemed him mad. Now, they had the audacity to blame him. It was utterly laughable. Taking a deep breath to quell his fury, a smile crept onto his lips. "So, what do you wish to do?" he asked coldly. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proclaimed, "We certainly want resources. Meng Ren, you previously stockpiled over 10 million in supplies. If you surrender them, we shall forgive your past transgressions. Rest assured, we will not take everything. A portion will be left for you." Ha ha. Meng Ren could no longer contain his laughter. Observing his sudden outburst, the crowd was bewildered. "Meng Ren, what is so amusing?" they inquired. He replied with a cold smirk. "I am merely laughing at your foolishness and pitifulness. Those supplies are mine. On what grounds should I hand them over to you? Do you dare to demand resources from me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth." "What?" Lu Mei and the others were incensed, their anger palpable in response to Meng Ren's mockery. Zhu Mingyue's expression was one of exasperation. She gritted her teeth and declared, "Meng Ren, your actions are utterly outrageous. Since you lack compassion, do not expect us to display any sense of justice. We have already placed numerous beds at the entrance of your building. If you refuse to surrender the supplies today, we shall proceed to set your building ablaze." Meng Ren's gaze turned chillingly icy, his piercing eyes fixed on the group. "Is that so? Then feel free to ignite the flames. I am eager to witness who dares to take action today." His stare was so frigid that it resembled the ice of the most desolate northern lands, instilling fear in those who met it. Lu Mei and the others found themselves daunted by Meng Ren's unwavering glare. Some even retreated a step, their trepidation evident. Observing this, Meng Ren could not suppress a cold smirk. Weren't you all intent on starting a fire? Why do you falter now? Shall I lend you a lighter? His scornful taunt struck the group like an invisible slap, each word resonating with biting disdain. Damn it! One individual fumed, stepping forward with clenched teeth. Meng Ren, you are insufferably arrogant. Why should we endure such hardship while you live in comfort? Today, I assure you, you must relinquish the supplies. The man was seething with rage as he pulled a lighter from his pocket and threatened, hand over the supplies, and we may coexist peacefully. If you refuse, we shall not relent. A sinister smile crept across Meng Ren's face as he coldly surveyed the crowd before him. No, there is another possibility, he declared. What possibility? Lu Mei inquired, intrigued. Meng Ren grinned, revealing a somewhat menacing expression. I could simply eliminate all of you, and that would resolve everything. As the words left Meng Ren's lips, he sprang into action. A 1911 pistol materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the man who had just brandished the lighter. Bang! In the next instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, flames belching from the muzzle as a bullet sped forth, traversing nearly 20 meters to strike its target. The agony of the bullet penetrating flesh was unbearable, and the man clutched his wound, screaming in pain. Be careful, Meng Ren has opened fire. With the gunshot echoing through the air, chaos ensued. Everyone frantically sought refuge. Do not fear. Meng Ren has but one gun. If we unite, we can overpower him and secure our survival. Zhu Mingyue shouted fervently. Lu Mei echoed her sentiments. Indeed, if we capture Meng Ren, we will each have an abundance of supplies. Let us charge together. He cannot contend with us all. The others, fired up by their words, displayed a fierce determination in their eyes. Indeed, Meng Ren possessed but a single firearm, while his adversaries numbered a formidable 50 or 60. Should they manage to breach the distance and confront Meng Ren directly, their sheer numbers would be sufficient to apprehend him. Capturing him would unveil the locations of abundant resources, ensuring a future replete with sustenance, resources valued in the tens of millions. Onward, seize Meng Ren. A voice rang out, igniting the fervent desires harbored within each soul. Dozens surged forth from the shadows, a formidable wave of humanity charging towards Meng Ren, emboldened by the cloak of darkness. Though he wielded a gun, it was inconceivable for one man to contend with such a multitude. At that critical moment, a chilling sound sliced through the air from a concealed vantage point. An arrow was loosed with precision, striking one of the assailants. A piercing scream echoed as the arrow pierced through the man's waist, crimson blood instantly staining his garments. Chapter 135. Fierce battle. The unfortunate soul writhed in agony upon the ground, his features contorted in torment, as he wailed, I have been struck by a compound bow. What? There's an archer? The crowd gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that only Meng Ren stood at the entrance of the 5 buildings, armed solely with a handgun. Where, then, was the archer? This revelation suggested that the archer was not Meng Ren, but rather a different entity altogether. Bang! As this group of individuals stood momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught of arrows, Meng Ren seized the opportunity without hesitation. He aimed his pistol at the second target and fired. The bullet whizzed through the air, piercing the man's arm. A harrowing scream pierced the darkness, a sound so agonizing it sent chills down one's spine. In that instant, Meng Ren began to maneuver, his marksmanship far from extraordinary, especially in the enveloping darkness. Hitting a living target 30 meters away was no trivial feat. A swift kill was out of the question. He could only inflict injury. Yet, within this dire environment, the anguished cries of those struck by bullets seemed to wield more intimidation than the firearm in Meng Ren's hand. The group incessantly sought to evade Meng Ren's shots, employing every means to close the distance, while others hurled their blades directly at him with fierce intent. A flying knife narrowly missed Meng Ren, prompting him to evade. Using the corner of a building for cover, whoosh! Another arrow sliced through the air. The second had arrived. It struck a hapless soul hiding by a flower bed, the sharp projectile penetrating his neck. The man had no time to utter a scream before collapsing in excruciating pain. Help! Help me! He cried out in desperation to those nearby. Yet, upon witnessing his plight, Those around him did not rush to assist. Instead, they hastily retreated, fearing the archer lurking in the shadows had pinpointed their location. The second floor. The archer is on the second floor. In the darkness, the voice of the guard, Old Wang, resonated. True to his military background, he was concealed in a well-hidden position, keenly observing the whereabouts of the archer, and soon identified Meng Ren, who was concealed by the window of a room on the second floor. "The archer is Meng Ren on the second floor," exclaimed Old Wang. Upon realizing it was Meng Ren, a wave of fury surged among the crowd. "Meng Ren, you traitor! How dare you assist Meng Ren against us?" "Indeed. Meng Ren is our true adversary. Dr. O, what are you doing?" "Damn it! Dr. O, cease at once. Let us unite against Meng Ren. If we defeat him, we will have endless resources." Voices of rage, admonishment, and persuasion filled the air, painting a vivid tableau of human emotions. Yet, in that room on the second floor, Meng Ren remained unperturbed, her expression icy, perhaps even more so as she absorbed the words of her accusers. With a fluid motion, she knocked an arrow, drew her bow, and released. The arrow flew forth, striking towards the third individual. A piercing scream echoed, as Meng Ren's actions unequivocally declared her stance. Damn! Someone could no longer contain their anger and unleashed a torrent of curses towards her, their fury palpable. Beneath Building 5, the scene has devolved into a stalemate. At the entrance of the stairwell stands Meng Ren, while on the second floor, the archer Meng Ren aims her bow, rendering any attempt to approach Building 5 a perilous endeavor. At a distance, one might feel somewhat secure, for in such darkness, hitting a target proves quite challenging. However, proximity alters the situation dramatically. Whether struck by an arrow or a bullet, the pain is excruciating. In these dire circumstances, sustaining an injury is akin to teetering on the brink of death. In the absence of medical supplies, injury almost equates to a death sentence. Come on. Why not press forward? Who else dares to approach? Meng Ren sneers coldly, gripping his 1911 pistol, his icy gaze penetrating the shadows where others lurk. Should anyone dare to reveal themselves, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. In the darkness, Lu Mei and her companions observe the tense standoff, their teeth clenched in frustration. They yearn to seize Meng Ren, but are paralyzed by fear of his firearm. Let us go together. Do not be afraid. As long as we conceal ourselves well, Meng Ren cannot overpower us. Lu Mei shouts from the shadows. Ha ha. Meng Ren's laughter echoes menacingly. Lu Mei, cease your shouting. You urge everyone to charge, yet I distinctly saw you retreating just moments ago. His words astonish many, inciting a chorus of angry retorts directed at Lu Mei. She hastily defends herself. Do not listen to Meng Ren's nonsense. I indeed charged forward. The gatekeeper, Old Wang, frowned and exclaimed, Enough with the noise. What time do you think it is for you to still be arguing? He gritted his teeth in contemplation, soon discovering a solution that lit up his eyes. I've got a plan. His shout instantly captured the attention of the crowd, and many turned to him. Old Wang, what is your idea? Speak up quickly. He was urged. Old Wang replied with a smile. Meng Ren and his group are stationed at the front of Building 5. With so many of us, we can easily divert their attention, allowing some to approach from the side or even from behind. Once we ignite Building 5, Meng Ren will have no choice but to emerge. Brilliant. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. However, a voice piped up, but who will carry out this task? It was Zhu Mingwei who posed the question. The group fell silent, then turned to Old Wang. With a grim expression, Old Wang retorted, You lot of ingrates, do you expect me, a cripple, to undertake this perilous endeavor? He then designated Zhou Feng and Li Ming. This task is yours. Zhou Feng and Li Ming exchanged astonished glances, their faces darkening. Old Wang, are you out of your mind? You want us to risk ourselves in such a dangerous situation? You should go yourself. Old Wang explained, You are young and agile. If not you, then would you have us old folks step in? Rest assured, we will draw Meng Ren's attention away, and with the cover of darkness. He won't be able to detect your presence. Moreover, you need not do anything but ignite those beds. Chapter 136. Stealth. The two exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. Lu Mei stepped forward and exclaimed, What are you two hesitating for? Hurry up. Is there not a shred of spirit of selflessness for the collective? She continued. Once the fire is successfully lit, you will each receive an extra share of supplies. Surely that suffices? The current generation seems utterly oblivious to the essence of sacrifice. Li Ming, with a sullen expression, retorted, one share is insufficient. Such perilous work warrants far greater compensation. We demand 10 shares. Very well, we agree. Now, do hurry. Lu Mei replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the two men nodded, steeling themselves to proceed. Following the instructions of the gatekeeper, Old Wang, they began to circle around, hoping to reach the rear and side of Building 5. This would allow them to ignite the flammable materials they had previously placed there, ultimately setting the entire structure ablaze. As the two commenced their task, Lu Mei and her group began to enact their plan to divert Meng Ren's attention. Meng Ren, you cannot escape. We have surrounded Building 5. Unless you intend to remain inside forever, you will be trapped. Zhu Mingwei declared loudly. Meng Ren, upon hearing such threats, burst into laughter. Are you quite all right? You think you have me cornered? What audacity! I have ample supplies at home. And what do you possess? How many of you have gone a day without food? And how much longer can you endure? Upon hearing this, Lu Mei and her companions grew increasingly incensed. Damn Meng Ren, hoarding such supplies at home. Meng Ren, we are all neighbors. Why must you exacerbate the situation? We can coexist peacefully if only you would share a portion of your resources. There is no need for it to escalate to this point. Old Wang, the gatekeeper, stepped forward to mediate. Such words only elicited a laugh from Meng Ren. The lessons of his past life were vividly present. How could he possibly believe such rhetoric? He would not forget that in his previous life, it was precisely because he shared his supplies that these people, in their greed for more, stormed his home and ultimately caused his demise. The scene before him now bore a striking resemblance to his past. Only then was he too naive, leading to his tragic end. However, in this life, he would never repeat the same mistake. The audacity of these individuals to attempt to deceive him with such tactics was utterly foolish. Meng Ren smirked coldly, his keen gaze searching for the shadows of these people. He wished to avoid prolonging this standoff with Lu Mei and her group. The longer it dragged on, the more likely it was that Chun Hu would concoct some scheme. Should Chun Hu and his allies join the fray, Meng Ren would have no choice but to flee. With this thought, his eyes narrowed. The situation was clearly at an impasse. Lu Mei and her companions could not approach Building 5, while Meng Ren was unable to locate them hidden in the darkness. However, the current situation is evidently advantageous for Meng Ren, as the clock strikes 3 in the morning. Prolonging the wait will soon give way to dawn. And once the light breaks, the cloak of darkness will vanish, marking the true moment for his hunt. Wang Yun and his companions stealthily approached, armed and ready. Brother Meng, what shall we do next? They inquired eagerly. As the confrontation loomed, they sensed their own ineffectiveness in the forthcoming chaos. This predicament was untenable if they remained idle. Would they still receive their rewards after the battle, having contributed nothing? In response to their queries, Meng Ren squinted thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. You all should observe the rear and sides of Building 5. I suspect Lu Mei and her cohorts may send someone to stealthily approach under the cover of night. Meng Ren instructed. Wang Yun, you and Qi Jiayu go to the back. Xia Yu, you and LV Chanqian take the left side, and Tian Wenqian, you head to the right. The four nodded in agreement and proceeded to their designated positions, armed with makeshift tools. Although they lacked formidable weapons like bows and arrows, rudimentary ranged armaments were not difficult to fabricate. Even a stone could serve as a projectile. Meng Ren understood the necessity of cover rather than charging recklessly into the fray. Having narrowly escaped a thrown knife moments ago, he had no desire to experience the sting of injury, despite having ample medical supplies. Any injury would signify a decline in combat effectiveness. At such a critical juncture, the trustworthiness of those once deemed reliable becomes a grave concern. Xia Yu swiftly approached to the left, fully armed, adorned with several throwing knives collected from various rooms, essentially mere fruit knives. In the face of adversaries, these blades could prove to be quite intimidating. Beside her, Lu Qianqian mirrored her preparedness, and as the two women walked together, Their expressions radiated caution. They reached the left side, cautiously prying open a window to observe their surroundings, soon discovering a corner piled high with beds and other flammable materials. The intention to ignite a fire was appalling. These individuals were utterly despicable. Xiaoyu was taken aback, her face contorting into an expression of fury. This house was her current residence, and should it burn, she would be forced to relocate, uncertain if her new home would offer the same comfort. These individuals were intent on shattering her serene existence, an affront to her very life. Lu Qianqian's countenance was equally grim. Although she had witnessed the depths of human malice in recent days, the present scenario broadened her understanding of such cruelty. She had never fathomed that human wickedness could reach such extremes. Anger etched across her features. Both women remained covertly observant when suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by voices. "Have we arrived? It must be around here." The voices of Li Ming and Zhou Feng echoed, instantly captivating the attention of L Qianqian and Xiaoyu. They turned to see two furtive figures approaching, flashlights and lighters in hand. Meng Ji's words proved prophetic. They intended to set a fire. L Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. "Shoo, lower your voice, lest we alert them." Xiaoyu covered L Qianqian's mouth, drawing out two knives, gripping them firmly. Downstairs, Zhou Feng and Li Ming swiftly arrived. Their eyes fixated on a pile of flammable materials before them, ready to act. Chapter 137, The Traitor. With a flick of the lighter, Li Ming crouched, preparing to ignite the beds and other combustible items. However, at that moment, a sharp kitchen knife suddenly descended from above, plunging deep into his shoulder. "Ah!" Li Ming cried out in agony, feeling a searing pain as he turned to see the blade embedded in his flesh. What on earth is happening? Panic-stricken, he staggered backward, fighting through the pain. Beside him, Zhou Feng fared no better. Out of nowhere, L Qianqian had hurled a hefty stone at him. Weighing several kilograms and dropped from the third floor, it struck Zhou Feng with tremendous force. "Ah!" Zhou Feng screamed, the stone crashing down upon his head. He barely had time to cry out before blood streamed from his wounds, and he collapsed to the ground. "Zhou Feng." Li Ming was utterly astonished, quickly lifting his head to behold two women standing at the third-floor window, wielding knives in their hands. The moonlight glinted off the blades, creating an illusion of a chilling sparkle. His face turned pale with fear, and he exclaimed in shock, "How can there be anyone here? Where did you come from?" Lu Qianqian brandished her kitchen knife and shouted, "Get out! Do not dare to set fire here, or we shall not be merciful." Cursing under his breath, Li Ming momentarily disregarded Zhou Feng and hastily retreated, his anger boiling. He hurled a stone at Lu Qianqian and Xiaoyu on the third floor. The two women, anticipating his move, deftly evaded, causing him to miss entirely. Lu Qianqian seized a second stone and threw it downwards. Startled, Li Ming appeared to grit his teeth in frustration. "Very well, you have guts. Just wait. Do not think I cannot deal with you." He seethed in fury, then fled in a disheveled manner. However, he did not leave entirely. Instead, he changed direction and moved to the left side of Building 5. Feeling a surge of excitement at his cunning maneuver, Li Ming thought, "Those two women surely did not expect me to come over here." Yet, uncertain if anyone else lurked nearby, he resolved to proceed with caution. Emerging from the shadows, he treaded carefully, only to be struck by a heart-stopping sight. Another woman stood by the second-floor window, and she quickly spotted his presence. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Li Ming inwardly cursed. Having already suffered once, he had no desire to endure a second misfortune. Just as he was about to leave, a woman by the window on the second floor suddenly spoke. "Wait, I have no intention of harming you. I am not one of Meng Ren's associates." The speaker was none other than Tian Wenqian. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was filled with joy and quickly turned around. "What do you mean by that?" "My name is Tian Wenqian. I was captured by Meng Ren. He took me because he found me attractive, and since then, he has subjected me to various forms of labor. I can no longer tolerate it. I can let you in, and together we can steal Meng Ren's possessions. I know where he keeps everything," Tian Wenqian declared. Li Ming was overwhelmed with exhilaration, never expecting such fortune to come his way so swiftly. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful!" he exclaimed thrice, a testament to the depth of his excitement. He never imagined that he would encounter a woman who had been captured by Meng Ren. In a flash, Li Ming devised a plan. He would abandon the idea of burning down the house. Instead, he would collaborate with this woman to infiltrate Meng Ren's residence and abscond with the supplies, thus eliminating any risk while securing the materials. Do you truly know where Meng Ren's supplies are located? I can come to rescue you, and afterwards, we can leave together with the goods. What do you think? Li Ming proposed eagerly. Tian Wenqian unhesitatingly agreed. No problem. Hurry up and come up. Great. Li Ming exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands together. After a brief run-up, he successfully scaled the wall and entered the corridor. Up close, he beheld Tian Wenqian, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, she was a stunning woman. Meng Ren. That scoundrel truly knows how to indulge himself. Li Ming's gaze was filled with admiration. And what was even more remarkable was that Tian Wenqian bore no trace of sweat or odor. She appeared impeccably clean. It was worth noting that water and electricity had been cut off for over half a month, leaving people without even a source of drinking water, let alone the luxury of bathing. Thus, both men and women were generally enveloped in a pungent odor of sweat. A woman as pristine as Tian Wenqian, in Li Ming's eyes, seemed nothing short of celestial. However, the impression was far from mutual. Tian Wenqian looked at Li Ming, whose appearance was filthy and akin to that of a beggar, emanating an unpleasant stench, and instantly felt regret. Had she known, she would never have invited him in. Unfortunately, it was too late for second thoughts, and she could only force a smile. Let us go. I'll take you there. We mustn't waste any time. If Meng Ren discovers us, none of us will escape. Tian Wenqian urged. Li Ming nodded, suppressing the flames of desire within him, and hurriedly followed Tian Wenqian up to the 5th floor. She led him directly into a brightly lit and cool room, leaving Li Ming utterly astonished. Well, Meng Ren's home actually has air conditioning? Jealousy tinged his eyes. Yes, and there's also a water supply and food. He gasped in disbelief. Li Ming inhaled sharply, his face reflecting a deeper astonishment, soon followed by a surge of ecstasy and excitement. Meanwhile, Tian Wenqian hurriedly urged him, Enough, let's not waste any time. We must swiftly depart with our belongings. As they spoke, Tian Wenqian led Li Ming to the door of Meng Ren's room. She reached out to open the door, only to discover that it was locked from the inside. I'll break it down, Li Ming declared without hesitation, but was swiftly restrained by Tian Wenqian. No, don't. We can't make such a racket. This door is quite sturdy, and if you force it, the commotion will undoubtedly be substantial. If we create too much noise, it will surely alert him. Li Ming felt a surge of frustration. Then what do we do now? Chapter 138. The aerial acrobat climb in through the window from the outside, Tian Wenqian suggested. There are no security measures in Meng Ren's room. You can break the window to enter, and then unlock the door from within. After contemplating her words, Li Ming nodded in agreement. However, as he approached the window, regret washed over him. They were on the 5th floor, and there were no protective barriers beside the window. Attempting to navigate from the balcony into the adjacent room seemed a formidable challenge. It's so high. If I fall, I will surely perish. Li Ming's complexion paled. Tian Wenqian, gritting her teeth, urged him on. If you wish to acquire the supplies, you must possess sufficient courage. I have betrayed Meng Ren to assist you. Please do not let me down. Tian Wenqian was in a state of desperation, relentlessly urging Li Ming. She had endured enough of staying at Meng Ren's home. Watching him live a charmed life was far more unbearable than her own suffering. Despite the ample resources available in Meng Ren's household, he stubbornly refused to share with her, forcing her to subsist on instant noodles and toil in exhausting labor. At that moment, with Meng Ren confronting someone outside in the hallway, the house was devoid of anyone else, an opportunity for Tian Wenqian. She believed that Meng Ren's room must be stocked with a substantial cache of supplies. If she could seize those resources, she could lead a better life and liberate herself from Meng Ren's grasp. Under Tian Wenqian's insistence, Li Ming recognized the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the risk of climbing through the window. Fortune favors the bold. If he could secure enough provisions, he could depart in style, accompanied by the beautiful Tian Wenqian, heralding a new and promising life. For the sake of a brighter future, he was willing to take the plunge. Li Ming proceeded with utmost caution, scaling the balcony to reach Meng Ren's window. The distance between the two homes was approximately 2 meters, a trivial span for those agile in body. However, having gone 2 days without food, Li Ming was already weak and fatigued. The effort to ascend to the second floor had been his limit, let alone the current task at hand. He navigated carefully, exerting all his strength to barely emerge from the balcony. Clinging to a metal rod, he found himself suspended perilously against the exterior wall. With a drop of over 10 meters below him, should he fall, the consequences would be dire. As Li Ming gazed at the ground below, he could not help but swallow nervously. He was exceedingly cautious. While on the balcony, Tian Wenxian incessantly urged him on. Neither of them noticed the concealed camera observing their every move, diligently recording their actions in the moment. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the first floor, Meng Ren held his phone, engrossed in the live feed displayed on the screen. What unfolded before him was a clear view of the scene on the balcony. Tian Wenxian. "Oh, Tian Wenxian, I have already granted you a chance, yet you have chosen to betray me." Meng Ren's gaze was chillingly frigid. He had long installed various surveillance devices in his home, all linked to his mobile phone. His invitation to Tian Wenxian was merely a test. Did this foolish woman truly believe that by colluding with outsiders to steal from him, she could lead a life of ease? Such actions were nothing short of stepping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. On his side, though she labored daily, at least she enjoyed instant noodles, air conditioning, and the comforts of running water and electricity. But after leaving, could she still relish such a life? In this era of extreme heat, countless individuals have sold their bodies for just a bowl of instant noodles. Meng Ren had merely required Tian Wenxian to work. Yet she was still unsatisfied. Her foolishness knew no bounds. Through the surveillance footage, Meng Ren had already seen Li Ming climbing up a metal pillar, a cold smile spreading across his face as he pressed a button. At the very moment Meng Ren pressed the button, on the balcony of the 5th floor, Li Ming felt a sudden transformation in the metal pole he was grasping. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through it. Just then, Li Ming was preparing to climb through the window. The current penetrated his body, causing his arm to convulse uncontrollably. His right hand slipped from its grip, and in an instant, he plummeted from the 5th floor. A piercing scream echoed as Li Ming fell, crashing down onto the ground. On the balcony, Tian Wenxian was struck with shock, unable to believe her eyes. She had not witnessed the flash of electricity from her vantage point. She simply saw Li Ming lose his grip while vaulting through the window, inadvertently tumbling from the 5th floor. That fool, Tian Wenxian gritted her teeth, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Alone, she was incapable of procuring any supplies. Without resources, what significance was there in leaving Meng Ren? Little did she know that Meng Ren had observed her actions with acute clarity, merely choosing to remain silent for the time being. Li Ming's scream resonated throughout the entire residential complex, startling Lu Mei and others nearby. Those around him clenched their jaws. So what if they infiltrated? They were still thrown out, clearly indicating that Li Ming had been discovered. If Li Ming had been compromised, then Zhou Feng was surely doomed as well. The doorman, Old Wang, furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct them to set the fire? What were they infiltrating for? Truly, they are more of a hindrance than a help." Everyone fell into a profound silence. This plan had exceeded the expectations of them all, and the situation had reached an impasse, severely unfavorable for everyone involved. If this dilemma remained unresolved, their fate would surely be sealed. Glancing up at the sky, it was already 4 in the morning, and dawn was not far off. What should they do now? It seemed their scheme had failed. Zhu Mingyue began to panic. Not only she, but the expressions of the others mirrored her distress. Unable to infiltrate Meng Ren's residence, they could not procure supplies, and without supplies, how could they survive? In a corner, Zhu Huihui observed everything with a sense of satisfaction and sent a message to Meng Ren. "Brother Meng, their morale has been severely impacted. I believe they may retreat." Chapter 139. Discovery. Meng Ren soon saw Zhu Huihui's message, a smile breaking across his face. The situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. After all, Lu Mei and her companions were merely a disorganized mob. Such a ragtag group would naturally thrive in favorable conditions, but falter in adversity. When in a position of strength, they howled like wolves. Yet once they found themselves at a disadvantage, their thoughts would spiral into chaos, and their morale would plummet to the depths. This reaction was entirely unsurprising. Even ordinary individuals would recoil in the face of a dire predicament, let alone this self-serving bunch. However, Lu Mei and her group retreating did not imply that he would grant them any leniency. Today, it is imperative to utterly vanquish this group, ensuring they never dare to offend me again. One occurrence of such a thing is more than sufficient. Received, stay safe. Zhu Huihui felt a slight relief in her heart before preparing to set her phone down. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grasped her arm with a vice-like grip. "Ah, you treacherous wretch, how dare you betray us?" The sudden voice left Zhu Huihui in a state of shock. Her face paled, and she immediately realized her fury, struggling violently to break free. "Do not struggle. You surely do not wish to alarm others, do you?" The voice whispered in her ear, and when she turned her head, she was confronted by Lu Ping. What are you babbling about?" Zhu Huihui attempted to defend herself. "Heh," Lu Ping sneered, saying, "What is there to explain? The information on your phone serves as the best evidence. I never imagined you would collude with Meng Ren. You are indeed the insider. No wonder the last plan failed. You have secretly allied yourself with Meng Ren. When did you become his lapdog? It's over." Zhu Huihui's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated that Lu Ping had witnessed her sending the message. How could he have been behind her? What would he want? Zhu Huihui's mind was in a daze. Lu Ping chuckled coldly. "If I were to reveal your deeds, you would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death today. Surely, you comprehend this reality?" Zhu Huihui understood all too well. The enraged Lu Mei and the others would likely tear her apart. Do not speak of it." Zhu Huihui's face was adorned with a plea. Lu Ping, brimming with delight, scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Although Zhu Huihui was still quite young, her physique was undeniably alluring, and paired with her innocent visage, it rendered Lu Ping, with his twisted inclinations, somewhat unable to restrain himself. He had long taken notice of her, yet had previously lacked the opportunity to approach. His intention in coming over was to discreetly observe her actions, perhaps even uncover a chance to act. However, to his astonishment, he stumbled upon such astonishing information. It would be quite simple for him to ensure her silence. She would become his woman, and he would claim 70% of the resources that Meng Ren provided her. Greed was etched across Lu Ping's features as he reveled inwardly. He had discerned that the collective assault plan had faltered. Exposing Zhu Huihui would yield him little benefit. A girl as charming and enticing as Zhu Huihui deserved a far better fate than mere demise. Instead, he could leverage this situation to coerce her, thereby securing not only her allegiance, but also Meng Ren's resources, truly a masterstroke of strategy. After all, Zhu Huihui was merely a 14-year-old girl. A little intimidation would surely compel her compliance. Indeed, under Lu Ping's menacing glare, the young Zhu Huihui appeared visibly shaken. Yet, upon hearing Lu Ping's words, a fierce anger blossomed upon her face. "Impossible. Don't even think about it," Zhu Huihui retorted, her fury palpable. "Lu Ping is indeed excessively greedy. You must ponder this carefully. Should I expose your identity, you would find it impossible to survive today. Not even Meng Ren could save you. At merely 14 years of age, is it truly worth it to perish in such a manner? As the saying goes, a good death is not as preferable as a wretched life. Why must you be so obstinate?" Lu Ping smiled coldly. Zhu Hui trembled with rage, suddenly raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap across Lu Ping's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the city, igniting Lu Ping's fury and drawing the attention of others. The commotion immediately captured everyone's notice. In a fit of rage, Lu Ping could hardly believe that Zhu Hui dared to strike him. "If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Everyone, come and see. I have captured a traitor. Zhu Mingwei, look at your daughter. She has betrayed us. I witnessed her sending messages to Meng Ren, reporting our situation." Lu Ping shouted loudly. "What?" Upon hearing this, the revelation was akin to a thunderclap. Zhu Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, but her astonishment quickly gave way to fury. She strode swiftly to Zhu Hui's side and delivered a fierce slap. Hui, you have betrayed me? After all the care I bestowed upon you, you dare commit such an act? Lu Mei and the others nearby were equally enraged. Lu Ping seized Zhu Hui's phone, and indeed, there remained messages she had failed to delete. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhu Hui is the traitor. The crowd was filled with a tumult of anger, their furious gazes fixated upon Zhu Hui. How could you, Zhu Hui, betray us from within? Zhu Hui, have you no sense of the immense peril your betrayal invites? Did Meng Ren offer you benefits, leading you to betray us? How selfish of you to forsake us for mere gain. No wonder we appear haggard while you remain plump and well-fed. Zhu Hui stood pale and frozen, her mind a swirling fog. As tensions rose and it seemed violence was imminent, the gatekeeper, Old Wang, stepped forward. Hold on. Our opportunity has arrived. Zhu Hui makes for an excellent hostage. Since she belongs to Meng Ren, we shall use her to threaten him. Old Wang's enthusiasm was palpable. Upon hearing this, the group began to warm to the idea. Zhu Mengyue was the first to agree, her joy uncontainable. What a splendid plan. If Meng Ren refuses to provide us with supplies, we shall execute her. Zhu Hui could scarcely believe her ears. The speaker was her own mother. It was one thing for anyone else to voice such a sentiment. But Zhu Mengyue was an entirely different matter. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Mei echoed, equally exhilarated. The group quickly seized Zhu Hui and marched toward Building 5. Their excitement palpable as they shouted along the way. Chapter 140. Hostage and threat. Meng Ren, come forth. We have captured one of your own. Should you refuse to appear, we shall take her life. In the corridor of the first floor, Meng Ren was taken aback by the announcement. He had not anticipated that Zhu Hui could be so easily captured. How careless of her. He peered out, and, to his dismay, confirmed that Zhu Hui was indeed in the clutches of Lu Mei and others, being forcibly ushered forward. The reason for the failure of the previous plan was that Zhu Hui was essentially one of your own. You exploited our strategy and instead caused the demise of our people. In response to this statement, Meng Ren fell into a contemplative silence. It was indeed true that Zhu Hui was under her command, leading to a pressing dilemma. Should he attempt to rescue? If he chose to intervene, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, given that Zhu Hui was now in the hands of Lu Mei and others. Conversely, opting not to rescue would not incur any losses, yet it would leave a negative impression on Om Mingxue, Wang Yun, Qi Jieyu, and Xia Yu, who were all observing the situation. This, however, was merely a trivial concern. Meng Ren grappled with his own conscience. Though he had witnessed the dire straits of Lu Mei and her group without intervening, that did not imply he was devoid of empathy. The thought of his own people falling into enemy hands weighed heavily on his conscience, compelling him to act. In a flash, Meng Ren arrived at a decision. He could offer assistance, but only to a limited extent. After all, Lu Mei and her associates were like crickets after the harvest, unable to hop for long. Yet, demanding excessive resources was entirely out of the question. He could not afford to deplete his reserves significantly, for that could lead to a cascade of subsequent troubles. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Meng Ren's mind. He realized this was an opportunity to decisively defeat Lu Mei and her cohorts. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Om Mingxue furrowed her brows, her gaze instinctively drawn downward. She was intensely curious about how Meng Ren would navigate such a critical choice. She vividly recalled the last encounter when Lu Mei and her group, faced with the threat of the Wolf Gang, unhesitatingly surrendered her. How would Meng Ren respond to the current threats posed by Lu Mei and her associates? Enough. What do you want? Meng Ren's voice resonated. Witnessing Meng Ren's willingness to negotiate, Lu Mei and her companions were overjoyed. Excellent, Lu Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Meng Ren, hand over the supplies, and we shall release Zhu Hui. A derisive chuckle escaped Meng Ren's lips. Their demands were as he had anticipated. It is impossible to relinquish all the supplies. I can only offer you a portion. We will exchange a person for supplies. Lu Mei and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their uncontainable excitement. We demand half of your supplies, and we want them now. Old Wang, the gatekeeper, bellowed. My supplies are stored in another warehouse. I only possess a few basic items here. The location of that warehouse is known solely to me. How about this? I will come over to exchange with Hui Hui and become your hostage in return for her release. Meng Ren proclaimed. What? Lu Mei and her group were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment, which quickly transformed into elation. What a delightful surprise. Meng Ren was willing to exchange himself for Zhu Hui Hui, and if they could capture Meng Ren, the quantity of supplies would be entirely at their discretion. Zhu Hui Hui, astonished, could hardly believe that she held such significance to Meng Ren. He was prepared to jeopardize himself for her sake. Upon contemplating this, Zhu Hui Hui felt a surge of emotion swelling within her, her eyes inevitably glistening with unshed tears. Meng Ren, who would have imagined your profound devotion? Willing to go to such lengths for Zhu Hui Hui. The doorman, old Wang, was equally astonished. It dawned on Meng Ren that his earlier words might have led to misunderstanding, yet he decided to embrace the error. Indeed, Hui Hui is mine, as a man. I shall not allow her to come to harm. Release her at once, and I shall exchange myself for her, Meng Ren declared with righteous fervor, his words resonating with strength. Woe is me. Zhu Hui Hui could no longer contain her tears. Meng Gu, do not approach them. They will not spare you. Foolish girl. I must go? How else can I rescue you? How else can I vanquish this wretched crowd? Zhu Mingyue swiftly covered Zhu Hui's mouth, admonishing, impertinent child. Be silent at once, lest you ruin our plans. Lu Mei and the others laughed joyously. Very well, we shall exchange. Now, you must discard your firearm and approach unarmed. No problem. Meng Ren's voice rang out, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The group focused their gaze and confirmed that Meng Ren had indeed relinquished his handgun. They erupted in exuberance as he gradually made his way from the first-floor corridor. On the second floor, Mingxue observed this scene, her eyes filled with profound confusion. Could Meng Ren truly be infatuated? No. She was aware that Meng Ren had a maid and a female slave at home. How could such a person be so love-struck? This must be part of Meng Ren's scheme. Mingxue, indeed astute, discerned Meng Ren's true intentions. She swiftly drew her bow, preparing to unleash an arrow. Below, Meng Ren advanced toward the group, the distance between them narrowing to less than 10 meters. I have arrived. Now, release Hui Hui, Meng Ren proclaimed. His hands spread wide and raised to signify his stance. The group erupted in joy, with Zhu Mingyue bursting into laughter. At that moment, Zhu Hui broke free from Meng Ren's grasp and dashed toward him, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. Why are you so foolish? Why would you come for me? She sobbed, wailing into his chest. Meanwhile, Lu Mei and the others grew increasingly impatient. Lu Ping, witnessing Zhu Hui's desperate leap into Meng Ren's arms, was consumed by intense jealousy and fury. He scoffed inwardly before striding toward Meng Ren, intent on seizing him. Chapter 141. What is strategy, Meng Ren? You truly are a romantic fool. We misjudged you. However, now that you are here, departing will not be as simple as you might think. With that, Lu Ping produced a rope. As Lu Ping drew closer, Meng Ren displayed no hint of panic. Instead, a smile graced his face. No, you have misunderstood me. I am no romantic fool. As the saying goes, entering the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub, this is precisely my current approach. What do you mean? In the next moment, Meng Ren made them aware. Swish. Meng Ren forcefully pushed Zhu Hui away, causing her to fall to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand, previously empty, now clutched a handgun. Bang! In the darkness, accompanied by the flash of fire, a bullet was propelled forth, piercing directly through Lu Ping's brain. Brain matter mingled with blood flowed from the wound, staining the ground crimson. The expression on his face froze in a mixture of confusion and disbelief, leaving him unable to comprehend how he met his demise. Run. We've been deceived. Someone finally reacted. At that moment, Meng Ren's hunting hour commenced with a resounding initiation. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed like the relentless patter of rain after a spring storm, with each bullet capable of extinguishing a life. The muzzle flashes bloomed like blood-red flowers in the midst of slaughter. No, don't kill me. Panic ensued among the crowd. They could hardly fathom how Meng Ren still wielded a firearm. They distinctly remembered seeing him discard the gun, his hands empty. Little did they know that he had merely tossed aside a stone, roughly the size of the handgun, obscured by the darkness, leaving them only with a blurred silhouette and sound. Meng Ren had long concealed the handgun within his personal space, retrieving it at the opportune moment. This was his strategy. The hostage exchange had conveniently provided Meng Ren with the opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Just as they basked in their pride and excitement, he delivered a fatal blow. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of gunfire lingered in the air as Meng Ren unleashed a relentless barrage of 9 shots, expelling every bullet from the magazine. In such close proximity, he transformed into a marksman of extraordinary precision, each bullet capable of extinguishing a life with ease. Please don't kill me. I've made a mistake. I beg you, spare my life. The pleas for mercy crescendoed, the once arrogant individual now exhibiting a complete reversal in demeanor. Cries for mercy, agonized screams, and desperate wails reverberated throughout the scene. In an instant, chaos erupted as those on the periphery fled, each individual wishing for an additional pair of legs to hasten their escape. The atmosphere was one of utter disarray by the time Meng Ren had expended all 9 rounds. The ground bore witness to 9 lifeless bodies. With a swift motion, he replaced the magazine and resumed his grim task. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Ren spared no expense in his ammunition, firing with abandon until the recoil reverberated through his wrist, prompting him to finally cease his assault. Silence enveloped the once vibrant garden, a stillness so profound that the faintest sound, a pin dropping, could be distinctly heard. Zhu Huihui stood in shock, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before her. The earlier gunfire had nearly rendered her paralyzed with fear, forcing her to cower on the ground, immobilized. Only when the chaos subsided did she muster the courage to raise her head, revealing a grim tableau of bodies strewn across the ground. A grim tally of over a dozen lives lost, with Lu Yun lying closest to her. Rise, the battle has concluded. Meng Ren's voice resonated, rousing Zhu Huihui from her stupor. She staggered to her feet, the scene before her rendering her speechless with horror. Is it over? The shock lingered on Zhu Huihui's delicate and charming visage. Indeed, had it not been for seizing this opportunity, it would have taken considerably more effort to resolve their predicament. The battle concluded with a thunderous force. An hour later, the aftermath was also brought to a close. Meng Ren instructed everyone to gather all the corpses, then directed the combustible materials previously placed downstairs by Lu Mei and others to be ignited. 18 bodies lay before them, each having met a grim fate by gunfire. Boom. Meng Ren personally ignited the bedding, and soon, a towering inferno blazed, casting a brilliant light that reached far and wide, while thick plumes of smoke billowed into the sky. Once everything had settled, the group gathered in Meng Ren's home to celebrate the exhilarating victory. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your tireless efforts this evening. It is thanks to your support that I achieved this significant triumph. Therefore, tonight I shall host a feast, and everyone is welcome to indulge in the culinary delights. A smile adorned Meng Ren's face. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu exchanged somewhat bashful glances. Brother Meng, we hardly contributed at all. We merely assisted with the cleanup. Indeed, this feels rather undeserved. Meng Ren smiled, declaring, anyone who has participated in the battle is a hero. I treat everyone equally. Furthermore, I have prepared bathing water for you all. Tonight, indulge in a good bath, and then let us dine. With a snap of his fingers, he organized the gathering to begin bathing and feasting. Bathing? Goodness, such luxury. The group was taken aback. In this scorching era, not only bathing but even drinking water had become a rare luxury. Meng Ren was indeed a man of his word. Soon, the bathing water was ready. This precious water was sourced from the lake within his spatial realm. For Meng Ren, who possessed an entire lake, providing a mere quantity of bathing water was hardly a challenge. A large bucket filled with bathing water was placed in the bathroom, and the first to bathe was O Mingxue, the one who had contributed most significantly that evening. Dr. O, your bathing water has arrived. 2 women struggled to carry a bucket weighing dozens of pounds. Gazing at the evidently clear and pristine water before her, Meng Ren fell into deep contemplation. The question arose, where did Meng Ren procure such pure water? This water, merely boiled, would suffice for drinking, yet Meng Ren was extravagant enough to use it for bathing. This clearly indicated that he lacked for nothing in terms of water resources. Thank you. You may set it down here. Meng Ren expressed her gratitude. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Meng Ren and asked, Dr. O, would you like me to help scrub your back? She gazed at Meng Ren's exquisitely contoured figure, clearly captivated. Thank you, but no. Meng Ren replied, casting an odd glance at Xiao Yu. She had not anticipated that the woman beside Meng Ren possessed such a peculiar interest. However, when her gaze flickered to the side, landing on Tian Wenxian, she appeared contemplative. Upon witnessing Meng Ren's refusal, Xiao Yu seemed distinctly disappointed, and he departed the bathroom with Tian Wenxian in tow. Meng Ren reached out to caress the pristine water source, and then proceeded to shed her garments. As each piece of clothing fell away, her nearly flawless form was revealed. She soaked a towel in the bucket and meticulously began to cleanse her body. To wash directly with water felt indulgent. Even this modest bathing ritual caused her a pang of regret. So much water could be better utilized for drinking. After thoroughly wiping her body, her previously soiled skin transformed into a fair complexion, starkly contrasting with her prior appearance, reminiscent of a beggar. 10 minutes later, Meng Ren emerged from the bathroom, her entire being radiating rejuvenation. Despite having endured a fortnight of hardship, the trials of life seemed to have left little mark on her. Wow! As she stepped out, Wang Yun could not help but gasp, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Beside her, Qi Jiayu wore a displeased expression, pinching Wang Yun's waist sharply. Doctor, is undoubtedly Meng's woman. How dare you stare? Qi Jiayu whispered, her voice laced with reproach. At her words, Wang Yun shivered involuntarily, quickly regaining her composure as she averted her gaze. At this moment, LV Chanchan excitedly dashed out, exclaiming, It's my turn, it's my turn. Sister Yu, let us wash together. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she readily agreed. The two young women had recently triumphed in successfully taking down two opponents, earning them the privilege of being the second to bathe. LV Chanchan had been eagerly holding her clean clothes, and soon both women entered the bathroom, where the sounds of laughter echoed. Chanchan, your figure is quite impressive. How have you grown so much? Xiao Yu expressed her astonishment. Though LV Chanchan was merely 17, her physical development outshone Xiao Yu's, inducing feelings of inadequacy and a surge of anxiety within her. The disparity was staggering. Meng Ren was now surrounded by numerous women, LV Chanchan, Meng Ren, and now Zhu Huihui, each more beautiful than herself. Xiao Yu had already heard whispers of the events concerning Zhu Huihui that evening, believing that the girl would likely fall prey to Meng Ren's charms. After all, in such circumstances, Meng Ren had even been willing to engage in a trade. A strategy that, despite later revealing itself as a ruse, would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on Zhu Huihui's heart. She had witnessed this firsthand. The girl's gaze had been almost entirely fixed on Meng Ren. It was evident that Zhu Huihui's heart had already been captured by him. I must remain vigilant. Xiao Yu's internal alarm blared. Reflecting on her position in relation to these three women, she realized that she possessed no advantage whatsoever. This was disastrous. In terms of both beauty and past experiences, she felt utterly overshadowed by them. It seemed that her only recourse was to work diligently to secure her standing. Xiao Yu clenched her teeth, mentally rallying herself. The two women soon finished their baths, followed by Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu, with Tian Wenxian and Zhu Huihui being the last. Meanwhile, Meng Ren was preparing dinner. This evening, he displayed remarkable generosity. To celebrate a significant victory, he brought forth an abundance of ingredients to prepare a hot pot. Thinly sliced beef, fragrant mushrooms, potato slices, and ham. Over 20 varieties of ingredients were extracted from his spatial storage, allowing him to prepare a feast ample enough to satiate them all. When the others emerged from their baths and beheld the table laden with ready-to-cook ingredients, they were utterly taken aback. Wow! Wang Yun exclaimed, astonished. Meng, Brother Meng, do you usually eat like this? His disbelief was palpable, He could hardly believe his eyes. In the bygone era, such a hot pot would have seemed trivial to him. A wealthy heir who had indulged in every delicacy imaginable. Yet now, in this extreme age, he marveled at how much Meng Ren must have stockpiled to enjoy such luxury. What are you thinking? Today is a celebration, so we can indulge like this. Normally, it's just a simple dish and soup, Meng Ren explained. A dish and soup? Wang Yun was speechless, torn between envy and admiration. Come, let us sit down and enjoy a meal together. Tonight, everyone should feel free to eat to their heart's content. There is no limit to how much you can have, Meng Ren declared with splendid generosity. A group of individuals, exhilarated beyond measure, gathered around the table, indulging in a sumptuous feast, with even Tian Wenxian granted permission to partake in the delightful repast. Meng Ren even produced several bottles of fine red wine, filling glasses to the brim. As they inhaled the rich aroma of the wine, smiles of bliss illuminated their faces. Cheers! Meanwhile, in the living room of a certain apartment in Building 5, Lu Mei and her companions were assembled, the atmosphere suffocatingly oppressive. They appeared as though draped in despair, resembling drenched chickens, utterly despondent and lost. Lu Mei sat in a chair, her face smeared with blood, her expression a portrait of hopelessness. What should we do now? Zhu Mingwen managed to speak, her own condition equally disheveled. Having fled with great urgency, she had stumbled several times, leaving her hair in disarray and her appearance indistinguishable from that of a beggar. The others present fared no better, since Meng Ren had fired his weapon. Their minds had been clouded in confusion. Chapter 143, Darkness Descends. Schemes, it was all a web of deceit. The notion of an exchange was nothing but a ruse. They had been naively misled by Meng Ren, that insidious and cunning individual, thus falling victim to his machinations. Had they not placed their trust in his words, the situation would surely be entirely different now. Silence enveloped the living room, as Lu Mei and the others remained speechless. The air was so still it felt as if one could hear a pin drop. What should we do now? This has become a conundrum entwined in the hearts of all. Should they continue to oppose Meng Ren? Such thoughts flickered through their minds, sending a shiver down their spines. The terrifying scene they had just witnessed loomed large in their memories. The sound of gunfire echoed as one by one, their companions fell beside them. They had exerted tremendous effort to escape the clutches of death at Meng Ren's hands. That horrifying moment was now indelibly etched in their minds, and the mere thought of continuing to confront Meng Ren stirred a profound fear within them. Among the crowd, Lu Mei appeared utterly despondent. She glanced at those around her. Originally a group of over 60, now fewer than 20 remained. Some had fallen victim to Meng Ren's wrath, while others had fled in sheer terror, escaping the confines of the community. Though they had not reached the point of complete panic, confronting Meng Ren in the near future was an impossibility. Silence enveloped them, and Zhu Mingyue's face was ashen. The absence of the gatekeeper, old Wang, weighed heavily on her mind. She had witnessed his brutal demise at Meng Ren's hands, the bullet piercing his skull, snuffing out his life in an instant. It was hardly surprising, for old Wang was a cripple, and his inability to flee swiftly rendered any hope of escape under Meng Ren's gun futile. Gurgle. A rumble emanated from Zhu Mingyue's stomach. She had not eaten for 2 days, and her hunger was an agonizing reminder, as if her very body could consume a whole cow. Everyone, we must devise a solution. I am truly famished. If this continues, I may very well perish from hunger. Zhu Mingyue's tone carried a hint of desperation. In response to her words, how could the others not feel the pangs of hunger as well? One individual, filled with ire, retorted, silence. Are you suggesting that we are not hungry too? If your hunger is so severe, perhaps you should resort to consuming the corpses. After all, they are. Suddenly, an ominous hush enveloped the gathering, as if the utterance had unfurled the proverbial Pandora's box, emanating a lethal allure. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, and despite the horrific nature of the statement, no one dared to oppose it. To consume corpses? A chilling sensation washed over the crowd. Zhu Mingyue could not help but swallow hard, a terrifying thought surfacing in her mind. Perhaps the notion of consuming a corpse was not entirely unacceptable. After all, if one is destined to perish, what weight do moral considerations hold? When facing death, Do taboos still matter? I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Zhu Mingyue blurted out, her voice tinged with urgency as she turned to flee. The onlookers gazed at her retreating figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Just this once. If I can endure this ordeal, I will venture out tomorrow to seek provisions. Zhu Mingyue reassured herself. She hastened her pace, soon arriving at the community garden, only to find, to her dismay, that the corpses had already been incinerated. How could this be? Zhu Mingyue was utterly bewildered. After much deliberation, she had finally resolved to consume the corpse, only to discover that it had vanished. Witnessing this scene plunged Zhu Mingyue into a deeper despair. Having gone 2 days without sustenance and recently fleeing for her life, she felt an overwhelming weakness engulfing her, as if even walking had become an arduous task. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure approached. The individual wielded a cleaver, clearly intending to execute a sinister task. There was no need for further confirmation. The body had been incinerated by Meng Ren and his companions, leaving nothing behind. As the person drew closer and confirmed this grim reality, his expression soured dramatically. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, suddenly struck by an idea, his gaze shifting toward Zhu Mingyue. Yet, at that instant, a knife plunged into her back, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Zhu Mingyue's eyes widened in an attempt to cry out, but someone from behind firmly stifled her voice. With no corpse available, why not create one? This was the last phrase Zhu Mingyue heard before her demise. Room 5502. The celebratory banquet for Meng Ren and his companions continued until 6 o'clock, concluding with everyone indulging to their heart's content. The feast had been a resounding success, leaving each guest thoroughly satisfied. "Ah, I am finally full," Wang Yun exclaimed. Clutching his belly, a look of contentment plastered across his face, while Qi Jiayu beside him was not much better off. Even Ming Xue, at this moment, was utterly unconcerned about her appearance, her entire being languidly slumped in the chair, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, exuding an air of inebriation. It appeared that not only had the guests feasted, but they had also indulged in ample libations. At that juncture, Meng Ren emerged from the room, bearing the promised provisions. "Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with our prior agreement, these are your rewards. Each of you will receive a box of instant noodles and a case of mineral water," Meng Ren announced. Expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the attendees, for these supplies would sustain them for several weeks. "Thank you, Brother Meng," Wang Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After expressing their gratitude, the group took a moment to rest and recuperate before departing with their provisions, each visage radiant with smiles. Once everyone had left, Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu commenced tidying the dishes, prompting Zhu Huihui to promptly assist. The 3 women meticulously cleaned the entire house before collectively indulging in a refreshing bath. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, reaching Meng Ren's ears. "Come in," he responded absent-mindedly, engrossed in his game. The door then swung open, revealing Zhu Huihui. Her face was flushed, the cause either her shyness or the slight inebriation from the wine she had consumed earlier. She was draped only in a thin bath towel, devoid of any other garments. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down her back, glistening with droplets of dew. Despite her mere 14 years, Zhu Huihui evidently exuded the allure of a mature woman. The delicate, youthful contours of her face only served to enhance her charm, appealing to those with particular predilections. "Meng, Brother Meng, I'm here to keep you company." Zhu Hui's voice was so faint it resembled the whisper of a mosquito, had the distance not been minimal. Meng Ren might not have discerned her words. Clearing his throat, Meng Ren quickly grasped her intent. "I am not a lowly enthusiast." Meng Ren's expression darkened. Zhu Huihui was still quite young, and despite her pronounced development, her innocent visage made it difficult for him to act upon the situation. "That's unnecessary. You are still too young. Perhaps we can discuss it later." Meng Ren waved his hand dismissively. At his words, Zhu Huihui paused, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Meng Ren's response clearly indicated he had not outright rejected her. Rather, he felt her youth was a barrier. "But Brother Meng, I'm not a child anymore. Sister, you even praised my figure." Zhu Huihui said shyly, her face aglow with embarrassment. Moreover, I have nowhere else to go. There is no space for me to sleep at Sister US. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. How could he trust that rascal, Summer Yu? Yet, Zhu Huihui's predicament was indeed a concern. Her home was too small to accommodate her. His own abode was modest, consisting of merely 2 rooms, one for himself and another shared by Summer Yu and Tian Wenxian. So where could Zhu Huihui possibly stay? Perhaps in another part of the building? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ren ultimately shook his head. Zhu Huihui is diligent and reliable, and most importantly, she is young with great potential for development. I genuinely wish to retain her as one of my trusted confidants for future nurturing. Moreover, Zhu Huihui currently possesses nothing. To send her to a remote place would be rather heartless. However, Meng Ren's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the adjacent room. A faint smile gradually appearing on his face. It's all right. A space will soon become available next door. Please summon Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu. Understood. Zhu Huihui, somewhat perplexed, hastened to comply. Before long, the 2 women arrived at Meng Ren's room. Xiaoyu, wearing a peculiar expression, blurted out as soon as she entered, Ren. Do you want us 3 to accompany you tonight? That seems inappropriate, especially since it's Huihui's first time. A girl's initial experience deserves to be cherished. Upon hearing such audacious words, Meng Ren felt an immediate urge to kick Xiaoyu out. What nonsense are you spouting? He coldly rebuked, realizing her blunder. Xiaoyu quickly composed herself and shifted closer to Zhu Huihui. After reprimanding Xiaoyu, Meng Ren's gaze fell upon Tian Wenxian. Wenxian, did you notice anyone attempting to infiltrate from the right side? Meng Ren's tone was icy. At his words, Tian Wenxian's complexion paled instantly. She could not fathom why Meng Ren would ask such a question. Had he discovered her actions from earlier that evening? Impossible. Meng Ren had been in the corridor on the 1st floor, making it impossible for him to know. Indeed, there was an individual who sought to infiltrate. But I managed to drive him away, Tian Wenxian stated. Hiki. Upon hearing this, Meng Ren's expression instantly turned icy. Is that so? What is the situation here? Meng Ren's tone was frigid to the extreme. What? A few individuals focused their attention on the video displayed on the computer, and to their astonishment, it was surveillance footage. The recording revealed Tian Wenxian leading a stranger into the house. Not only the visuals, but the dialogue between the 2 was also distinctly audible. This footage meticulously documented all of Tian Wenxian's actions from that evening. Witnessing this scene, Tian Wenxian's face drained of color, leaving her utterly stunned. She never anticipated that Meng Ren had installed surveillance cameras within the home. Wenxian, you have betrayed us, Xiaoyu exclaimed, visibly shocked. Although she was aware of Tian Wenxian's discontent, she had not expected her to possess such audacity, allowing an outsider into their abode. It seemed her intention was to have the man enter Meng Ren's room, presumably in search of resources. Tian Wenxian, you foolish girl. There are no resources in Meng Ren's room. Xiaoyu knew this well. It was precisely because she was aware that she mocked her. If Tian Wenxian had truly entered Meng Ren's room only to discover it devoid of any supplies, she could only imagine the expression that would grace her face. Thud! Tian Wenxian's complexion turned pale, and she collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Master, I implore you to forgive me. I was momentarily blinded and acted in such a manner. Please, grant me another chance. I am willing to do anything for you. Tian Wenxian cried. Her tears cascading like rain as she crawled to Meng Ren, pleading desperately. Witnessing her sorrowful state, even those unaware of her true nature would likely feel sympathy for her. However, Meng Ren's gaze was devoid of warmth, and he callously kicked her aside. Tian Wenxian, I have already afforded you an opportunity. Do not forget the life you once led. It was I who welcomed you into my home, provided for your needs, yet you chose to betray me, bringing outsiders into my sanctuary and attempting to pilfer my resources. How dare you request my forgiveness? What grounds do you have for such a request? Meng Ren's voice was icy. Wailing, Tian Wenxian lamented her actions, regretting that she had not realized the existence of surveillance cameras in Meng Ren's residence. Had she known, she would never have committed such an act. Indeed, she did not regret betraying Meng Ren. Rather, she lamented her lack of caution that led to her discovery. Meng Ren could easily perceive her true intentions. Clearly, Tian Wenxian was incapable of change, a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's. And he had lost all interest in allowing her to remain. Xiaoyu, expel Tian Wenxian from this house. Meng Ren commanded without hesitation. Xiaoyu promptly complied, saying, understood. Chapter 145. Cast out of the home. No. Master, I implore you not to cast me out. Please, grant me one more chance. Tian Wenxian exclaimed in shock, pleading with Meng Ren. Meng Ren chose to ignore her, turning away completely. Observing this, Zhu Huihui hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to assist. Together, the two women exerted their strength, and despite Tian Wenxian's desperate struggles, they forcibly expelled her, discarding all of her belongings from the room. No, please, give me another chance. Tian Wenxian cried out at the door, her voice breaking with sobs. The commotion drew Mingxue, El Chanqian, and Wang Yun out of the room. Their expressions a mix of astonishment. Isn't that Tian Wenxian? Why has she been thrown out? Xia Yu explained, that treacherous woman, who feasts on both sides, was assigned by Ren to guard the eastern side tonight to prevent anyone from infiltrating. Instead, she brought someone in, attempting to break into Ren's room to steal supplies. Thankfully, Ren had electrified the area outside, which thwarted that individual. Otherwise, this pair of scoundrels would have succeeded. Understanding dawned on Mingxue. She recalled hearing a terrible scream followed by a fall from the high building. Now it all made sense. You traitor, get far away. The fact that Ren hasn't killed you is already a mercy. How dare you linger here? If you wish to leave, then do so on your own. Xiaoyu said disdainfully, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads, devoid of sympathy for Tian Wenxian's plight. As Xiaoyu had said, a traitor must bear the consequences of their actions, and such an outcome was hardly surprising. Ren, I have taken care of it. Tian Wenxian. That wretched woman should have been expelled long ago. Xiaoyu chuckled. Meng Ren nodded in satisfaction as Xiaoyu decisively banished Tian Wenxian. A resolute attitude that pleased him greatly. Well done. Now, let Hu Hui stay in your room. Make proper arrangements for her. Meng Ren instructed. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly and then led Zhu Huhui into the room. Facing Zhu Huhui, she completely transformed her previous demeanor towards Tian Wenxian, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Huhui, you shall sleep with your sister from now on. My dear, you have suffered too much in the past, but rest assured, I will take care of you in this home. Arun is also a wonderful man. He will cherish you. Tian Wenxian embraced Zhu Huhui tenderly. Zhu Huhui felt a hint of unease. Was Xiaoyu being overly affectionate? Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu had her own ulterior motives. She had discerned that Zhu Huhui would undoubtedly become one of Meng Ren's closest confidants in the future. At just 14, Zhu Huhui had already blossomed into a graceful beauty, her heart evidently captivated by Meng Ren. What man could resist the affections of a lovely woman? Meng Ren would surely be no exception. Thus, if Xiaoyu cultivated a good relationship with Zhu Huhui and aided her during her hardships, Zhu Huhui would not abandon her in return. Even if Meng Ren grew weary of her in the future, Xiaoyu could still rely on Zhu Huhui for a promising future. After all, at merely 14, Zhu Huhui could expect to receive over 20 years of affection from Meng Ren. He felt a surge of intelligence, a thought that sparked excitement within Xiaoyu. Thank you, Sister Yu. Although Zhu Huihui found Xiaoyu somewhat peculiar, she was nonetheless deeply moved and grateful for her kindness amidst her recent upheaval. A radiant smile graced Xiaoyu's face as she said, You should rest here comfortably. I shall attend to Meng Ren. Having just taken a life, he undoubtedly needed a proper outlet for his emotions. As a woman, it was her duty to care for her man. Xiaoyu donned the demeanor of a devoted partner and, after ensuring Zhu Huihui was settled, knocked on Meng Ren's door. Before long, the sounds of a fierce encounter between a man and a woman echoed from the adjacent room. Zhu Huihui, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, felt her face flush with embarrassment, instinctively burying herself under the covers. Yet, curiosity clawed at her heart like a restless feline, prompting her to cautiously rise, pressing her ear against the wall to listen intently to the commotion. That night, Zhu Huihui experienced a profound transformation. The following day dawned bright and clear. Meng Ren awoke refreshed, stretching languidly before stepping into the bathroom for a soothing shower. He emerged from his room shortly thereafter. Ren, Brother Meng. Outside, Zhu Huihui and Xia Yu had already risen and were eagerly awaiting him in the living room. Meng Ren then prepared breakfast. And soon a sumptuous spread was laid out. 2 dishes and a soup, sautéed potato slices, winter melon soup, accompanied by braised eggplant. The sight of such a lavish breakfast made Zhu Huihui unable to suppress a salivary gulp. Come, Huihui, join us for a meal, Meng Ren invited. Zhu Huihui appeared somewhat taken aback. I can eat with you? She stammered. I haven't done anything. That is of no consequence. Since you have moved into this household, you are one of us now. Moreover, you are at a crucial stage of growth. It would be unwise not to nourish yourself properly, Meng Ren responded. His demeanor shifted dramatically, evoking a twinge of envy in Xia Yu, who recalled her own experience of moving in, when her meals consisted solely of instant noodles. They were both women, yet the disparity was quite striking. It seemed Meng Ren truly had a penchant for younger girls. Gratitude shone on Zhu Huihui's face as she timidly approached. Thank you, Brother Meng. I will work hard. Meng Ren nodded in satisfaction, feeling assured about Zhu Huihui's capabilities. After the trio finished their lunch, Meng Ren instructed Zhu Huihui to tidy the room while he took Xia Yu into his personal space. Upon entering, Xia Yu could not contain her curiosity. Aren't you going to tell Huihui about the time in your personal space? There is no rush. While I am inclined to trust her, I require further confirmation. Meng Ren replied calmly. 10 days will serve as her trial period. If she meets my expectations, I shall reveal the secrets of the personal space to her. If not, her status will be reduced to that of Tian Wenxian. Xia Yu immediately grasped the situation. Meng Ren had set a 10-day evaluation for Zhu Huihui. Her future life here would ultimately depend on her own efforts. Chapter 146. The call from Chunjuan. Xia Yu soon became engrossed in his tasks. After yesterday's practice, he appeared markedly clearer and more adept today. Although still quite fatigued, he retained a modicum of stamina. Meanwhile, Meng Ren was diligently honing his archery skills, with a primary focus on cultivating his telekinesis. This ability was fundamental for his future self-preservation and required unwavering commitment. A few hours later, after bathing in the lake, both emerged from their room. As they stepped outside, they were met with a peculiar expression from Zhu Huihui. Clearly, she was curious about what Meng Ren and Xia Yu had been doing in their room for the past few hours, especially given Xia Yu's visibly exhausted demeanor. Engaged in such activities? Yet, there had been no sounds at all. Zhu Huihui pondered this conundrum in her mind. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed that the owner group chat was eerily silent. This was her secondary account, which had remained a secret until now. Once a bustling group of hundreds, only about 20 members remained active online. Meng Ren observed the chat, realizing that throughout the day, no messages had been exchanged. A chuckle escaped him. It seemed this group had been thoroughly intimidated by his earlier actions. However, it made sense. Calculating the time, they had gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance. Even if they wished to voice their grievances in the chat, they likely lacked the energy to do so. A faint smile graced Meng Ren's lips, but at that moment, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Meng? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Xiangyang, the captain of the survivor team from the neighboring Chuanju Garden community. I am reaching out today to extend an invitation to Mr. Meng, and I wonder if he might be interested. Chuanju Garden? Meng Ren squinted, recalling that his own community is named Lijiyuan, with Chuanju Garden situated just beyond a mere wall. However, Chuanju Garden boasts a more favorable community environment and amenities. Yet, the purpose of this call likely transcends a simple invitation. Meng Ren, having met an untimely demise in his previous life, remains largely oblivious to matters beyond the confines of the community. With Lu Mei and her associates now vanquished, there is no one left within the premises to challenge him, rendering his experience akin to having completed a level in a game. Nevertheless, he did not anticipate that someone from Chuanju Garden would contact him so swiftly. How did they acquire his phone number? Could it be that some of those who fled last night are involved? Captain Jiang could simply discuss matters directly over the phone. It is far too hot outside. I have no desire to leave my air-conditioned sanctuary, Meng Ren remarked languidly, exuding an air of utter contentment. At this hour, for in the afternoon, the sun blazes fiercely in the sky, and even indoors, temperatures approach a sweltering 40 degrees Celsius. In a world where few can remain as leisurely as Meng Ren at this moment, he truly stands out. At that moment, Jiang Xiangyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He then remarked, "Mr. Meng truly lives in luxury. I have heard that you were well aware of the impending arrival of the extreme heat era and thus prepared countless provisions in advance. It is indeed enviable. I feel it is somewhat inappropriate to intrude upon Mr. Meng like this. Perhaps it would be better if I visited you in person. I wonder if Mr. Meng would welcome such a visit?" "Oh," Meng Ren expressed mild surprise. "Captain Jiang, you are coming in person? Are you not afraid of encountering danger?" "Ha ha," Mr. Meng jests. "We are not adversaries. In fact, we have yet to meet face to face. I believe that no matter how ruthless Mr. Meng may be, he would not resort to violence against someone he is meeting for the first time." Jiang Xiangyang flattered. "Ah, that is not necessarily the case," Meng Ren thought to himself with a cold laugh. If the other party exhibited sufficient hostility, he would not hesitate to act, even against a first-time acquaintance. "Since Captain Jiang is interested, do come over, but do not bring too many people. My residence is rather small, and we may find ourselves quite cramped." Upon finishing his statement, Meng Ren promptly hung up the phone. He stroked his chin, pondering Jiang Xiangyang's true intentions for seeking him out. It was undoubtedly a matter of resources, and he feared that the visitor bore ill intentions. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. On the other end, Jiang Xiangyang listened to the busy tone before placing the phone down. He found himself in a room reminiscent of a basement, and aside from himself, there was another individual present. "Captain, what did they say?" inquired a middle-aged man standing nearby. The middle-aged man exuded a composed demeanor, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of scholarly elegance, evoking a sense of comfort in those around him. He remained vigilant and reluctant to venture here, thus I must personally make the trip, thought Jiang Xiangyang. Upon hearing this, Jian Yunbei could not help but furrow his brow. This could be rather perilous. If you, Captain, were to go, and should Meng Ren suddenly erupt, it would surely spell danger. After all, Meng Ren is armed. Jiang Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware, yet based on the information I currently possess, Meng Ren is not a capricious or violent individual. As long as I do not intentionally provoke him, the safety concerns should be mitigated. Moreover, our supplies within the team have dwindled significantly. It is imperative that we seek out Meng Ren." At this juncture, Jiang Xiangyang felt a surge of irritation. Shenhu, that ferocious tiger, is far too greedy. His demands are exorbitant and beyond our means. We must turn to Meng Ren for assistance, and if possible, I wish to collaborate with him to confront Shenhu. If this malevolent tiger is not subdued, none of us will find respite. Alas, Jian Yunbei sighed. The world is in turmoil. Since the era of extreme heat began, all manner of monsters have emerged. The social order has completely collapsed, and now, merely surviving has become a daunting task for each individual, let alone assisting others. Jiang Xiangyang rolled her eyes, saying, "Enough already, stop complaining here. I am no saint. I merely wish to survive. In these times, living is paramount." Jian Yunbei nodded, then seemed to recall something, remarking, "What about the few people who escaped from Lejuyuan? Let us temporarily settle them. After I speak with Meng Ren tonight, we will consider how to accommodate this group," Jiang Xiangyang replied. "All right." Jian Yunbei agreed with a nod. Chapter 147. A visit time swiftly passed, and evening descended. As the air cooled, Jiang Xiangyang set out, opting not to bring many companions, choosing instead to go alone. After all, Meng Ren possessed a firearm. Whether he brought one person or two made little difference. While he was quite skilled, he did not yet possess the confidence to confront firearms. She journeyed to the Lejuyuan community, arriving at Building 5, 5th floor, and found herself at Meng Ren's door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Xiangyang rapped on the door, and after a moment, a voice inquired, "Who is it?" "I am Jiang Xiangyang, here to meet Mr. Meng," she replied. With a creak, The door opened, revealing Xiaoyu. "Come in. Arin has been waiting for you." Jiang Xiangyang offered a warm smile as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by a wave of coolness. "Air conditioning, how extravagant." Jiang Xiangyang felt a pang of envy. Although his community was equipped with generators and solar energy facilities, the idea of having air conditioning running around the clock was utterly unattainable. Who knew how much electricity Meng Ren possessed? Particularly striking was the appearance of Xiaoyu, who had just entered, her skin radiant and luminous, impeccably clean, clearly someone who maintained a regular hygiene routine. Given the current scarcity of water resources, it was astonishing that Meng Ren could afford such luxury, allowing the woman beside him to bathe. How discerning. "Captain Jiang." "Mr. Meng." Jiang Xiangyang entered the room and soon spotted Meng Ren seated on the sofa. As he assessed Meng Ren was equally scrutinizing him. The fact that Jiang Xiangyang dared to come alone genuinely surprised Meng Ren. Did Jiang Xiangyang also possess a firearm? Otherwise, where did his confidence stem from? If it were Meng Ren himself, he would not have ventured into a stranger's territory. "Please, have a seat." "Xiaoyu, pour Captain Jiang a glass of chilled cola," Meng Ren said with a smile. Moments later, a glass of iced cola was placed before Jiang Xiangyang, who promptly downed it in one go. "Refreshing." "Mr. Meng, the environment here is truly enviable. Air conditioning, a refrigerator, and a beautiful woman. To enjoy such a lifestyle in this era of extreme heat, apart from Chunhu, only you, Mr. Meng, could achieve it," Jiang Xiangyang remarked with a smile. Meng Ren squinted slightly. "Captain Jiang has already met Chunhu?" "Of course. As the leader of the most powerful faction in the vicinity, how could I not have encountered him? Mr. Meng may still be unaware, but Chunhu has now become a formidable force. Within a 10-square-kilometer radius, he has established himself as the most powerful individual. I have heard that Chunhu commands a following of over 1,000 people, and his resources, both in weaponry and supplies, are exceedingly ample," Jiang Xiangyang remarked, raising his hands in resignation. Indeed, Meng Ren's expression grew slightly grave. He had suspected that Chunhu's influence would be considerable, yet he never anticipated it would reach such an extent. Over 1,000 individuals. This is no trifling number. The daily consumption of provisions alone is substantial. The sheer size of Chunhu's following is indicative of his immense power. However, Meng Ren quickly regained his composure. He was not intimidated by Jiang Xiangyang's words. While Chunhu's strength was undeniable, he possessed his own trump cards. If provoked, he could retreat into his personal space. And no matter how formidable Chunhu's influence might be, what could he truly do to him? "Captain Jiang, let us speak plainly without any veils. I prefer directness," Meng Ren stated. Jiang Xiangyang gave a thumbs up in approval. "Mr. Meng, you are forthright. In that case, I will be straightforward as well. I have come to propose an alliance with you." "Huh?" Meng Ren inwardly scoffed. "I'm afraid I have no interest." He rejected the proposition without a moment's hesitation. An alliance? What benefit would this bring him? Why should he engage in a venture that offered no advantages? Jiang Xiangyang was not surprised by Meng Ren's refusal. He continued, "Mr. Meng, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to finish my explanation. Chunhu's influence has grown tremendously, and it continues to escalate daily. In fact, he has begun to demand resources from everyone, mandating timely contributions of supplies. Failure to comply results in targeting by his associates. Many individuals are suffering greatly. Yet, due to Chunhu's formidable military might, there appears to be no recourse. However, Mr. Meng possesses firearms, granting him leverage against Chunhu. We could certainly unite to collectively resist the threat posed by Chunhu. Is that all?" Meng Ren felt a wave of disinterest. He had anticipated that Jiang Xiangyang would utter something more profound, but was instead met with this. Was he not aware of Chunhu's menace? Yet, as long as Chunhu did not provoke him, Meng Ren had no intention of seeking trouble. His mental prowess continued to grow, nearing a weight of 10 pounds. Should it keep advancing, even bullets would pose no danger to him in the future. If he could endure for a few more years, he could steadily develop. Why then? Should he invite unnecessary conflict? Was he simply bored? "Captain Jiang, if those are your only words, I believe you may take your leave," Meng Ren remarked coolly. Jiang Xiangyang was taken aback. He did not expect that after expressing himself to such an extent, Meng Ren would remain unmoved. Mr. Meng, Chinhu will inevitably not let you off the hook. You represent a significant threat to him. Rather than waiting for Chinhu to reach a certain level and launch an attack, it would be more prudent to join forces with us to resist Chinhu's oppression and strive for a new horizon. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. Was Jiang Xiangyang once the owner of some company, painting such a grandiose picture? Regrettably, he had just finished his meal and was too full to indulge in such fantasies. This is your last chance. If you have nothing of substance to discuss, you may take your leave. Meng Ren's tone had begun to betray his impatience. Observing the situation in the class, Jiang Xiangyang felt utterly helpless and replied, "Very well. Since Mr. Meng shows no interest, I shall refrain from discussing that matter. I have another purpose for my visit today. I hope to engage in a trade of supplies with you." Meng Ren maintained a calm demeanor, showing no hint of surprise. "What supplies do you possess that might be of interest to me?" "Various items, such as clothing, watches, computers, basketballs, and more. Additionally, I have some seasonings and other such goods," Jiang Xiangyang explained. Meng Ren shot him a glance. "You expect to exchange these trifles for food? How quaint." Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Xiangyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He couldn't dispute Meng Ren's characterization of these items as trifles. After all, in the current era of extreme scarcity, they indeed held little value. Chapter 148. The transaction let us negotiate a little. These items can occasionally prove useful, Jiang Xiangyang said, his tone tinged with embarrassment. "The truth is, our team is beginning to run low on supplies, and Chinhu's prices are excessively greedy. I am left with no choice but to seek your assistance." "Mr. Meng." Meng Ren rolled his eyes once more, dismissing the notion that these trifles held any significance at present. Among various items such as furniture and tools, although they may seem useless at present, they will prove invaluable in the future when constructing a personal space. As one's mental prowess enhances, the dimensions of this personal realm will expand. Inevitably, establishing this space will require extensive resources, whether for cultivating barren land or erecting shelters. Additionally, items like spices and clothing will also be of future utility. Upon reflection, the items offered by Jiang Xiangyang are not entirely worthless. These possessions may not hold significant value, yet they are not devoid of merit. "I can provide you with some supplies, as a gesture of goodwill," Meng Ren stated. Jiang Xiangyang was elated, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Thank you, Mr. Meng. Given your generous demeanor, you shall be considered my friend. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Meng Ren shook his head inwardly, harboring no expectations. The two parties then deliberated over the exchanged supplies, a process that consumed a full half-hour. During this time, Jiang Xiangyang relentlessly regaled Meng Ren with tales of hardship, citing the need to care for the elderly in his group and feed children, presenting a plethora of excuses, all aimed at extracting more resources from Meng Ren. Ultimately, Meng Ren bartered 20 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of mineral water, acquiring enough assorted goods from Jiang Xiangyang to fill several trucks. Ha ha ha. 20 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of mineral water, if rationed wisely, will suffice for approximately 3 days. With this time frame as a buffer, they have ample opportunity to procure new supplies and thus endure the current hardships. Before them lies the expansive underground parking lot of the Chuanju Garden community, which has been transformed into a refuge, accommodating over 100 residents. Captain! The crowd parted respectfully for Jiang Xiangyang, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jian Yunbei swiftly approached, seeking answers through a glance. A smile adorned Jiang Xiangyang's face. "Mr. Meng has agreed to support us with 20 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of mineral water, enough to sustain us for 3 days. In exchange, we shall deliver the supplies we previously discovered to Mr. Meng." Fudi? At the utterance of this phrase, excitement surged through the crowd. Jian Yunbei, too, was astonished. He had not expected that Meng Ren would indeed provide them with provisions. 20 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of mineral water was no trivial amount. Instantly, a group of individuals sprang into action, transporting a significant quantity of goods to Meng Ren's residence at Li Ju Yuan, where he had been awaiting their arrival, his supplies already meticulously prepared. As the substantial haul was delivered and stored in the basement where Meng Ren had kept his provisions, the space was completely filled. "Mr. Meng, the items have arrived," Jiang Xiangyang announced with a smile. Meng Ren nodded in acknowledgement and then led them to retrieve the supplies. The 20 boxes of instant noodles and mineral water were neatly arranged, and the group, upon laying eyes on the food and water, eagerly searched forward. A pleasant transaction indeed. In the future, do keep an eye out for certain electronic devices for me, such as computers and smartphones. 100 computers can be exchanged for 3 packs of instant noodles, while 100 smartphones will yield 2 bottles of mineral water. Meng Ren smiled. Furthermore, I require gold. 1 pound of gold can be traded for a single pack of instant noodles. Jiang Xiangyang was elated, recognizing that in this modern age, computers and smartphones hold little significance, as they are ubiquitous, especially in computer markets and mobile phone stores, where they abound. "Mr. Meng, what is your intention in acquiring these items?" Jiang Xiangyang could not suppress his curiosity. "I have my own purposes. Simply bring me the items," Meng Ren replied. "Very well, I shall instruct my subordinates to be vigilant." Jiang Xiangyang readily agreed. Both parties were exceedingly content with the transaction and subsequently parted ways. Jiang Xiangyang and his companions acquired the urgently needed food and water, while Meng Ren secured a collection of miscellaneous supplies for future use. One of Jiang Xiangyang's companions could not help but remark, "Is Meng Ren foolish? We can exchange these utterly useless items for food and water. We are profiting immensely." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Xiangyang admonished him, "Do not speak so recklessly. Mr. Meng might be assisting us. If your words reach his ears, what will happen to our deal?" At this, the man instinctively recoiled and quickly fell silent. "Good. These items have only recently emerged from the market, now forsaken due to the advent of the scorching era. Although they may seem useless at present, their value may not remain so in the future. Meng Ren's need for those electronic devices stems from this very reason. Just because they are not needed now does not imply they will forever remain unnecessary. 100 computers, if placed in the world of yore, would command a worth of several 100,000. Yet now, they are merely valued at the equivalent of 3 packets of instant noodles, which is scarcely 10 yuan. Who truly profits, and who suffers losses, remains a matter of speculation. "Who?" Meng Ren demanded sharply, brandishing a 1911 pistol. "Do not shoot. Do not shoot. We harbor no ill intentions." A familiar voice reached his ears, revealing that it was Lu Mei and her companions. Lu Mei and her group approached, their appearances disheveled and pitiful, resembling beggars with dirt-streaked bodies and unkempt hair. Chapter 149. The resurgence of the wolf gang upon seeing Lu Mei and her companions before him. A cold smirk played on Meng Ren's lips, and he could not help but unleash a torrent of scornful remarks. "How is it that you all appear so wretched? I dare say even the beggars of yesteryear were more cleanly attired than you." The derision in Meng Ren's words was unmistakable to all present. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lu Mei and her companions turned stony. "Meng Ren, our dire circumstances are all your doing," Lu Mei lamented, audaciously placing the blame squarely on Meng Ren. At this accusation, Meng Ren felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter. Truly, one cannot change their nature. These individuals, now reduced to such a pitiful state, still fail to grasp the concept of self-reflection. If you are merely here to engage in futile chatter, then you may take your leave. "I have no interest in squandering my words with you," Meng Ren stated coldly. After uttering this remark, he turned to depart. Observing this, the group hastily obstructed his path. "Meng Ren, do you not possess even a shred of compassion? We are, after all, neighbors in this community. Witnessing our current plight, how can you still mock us?" Lu Mei exclaimed through gritted teeth. With his arms crossed, Meng Ren regarded the group with a frigid gaze. The irony of Lu Mei's accusation struck him. They had brought this upon themselves, yet they dared to question his lack of empathy. It was, quite frankly, the most ludicrous jest imaginable. "Have you finished your pointless prattle?" Meng Ren asked, his expression unyielding. The group, upon hearing this, turned ashen. They had not anticipated that Meng Ren would be utterly impervious to their words, regardless of their efforts. Lu Mei suddenly burst into tears, her demeanor exuding profound sorrow. She collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "How wretched I am! My only son is gone, and I am left in this miserable state. What an injustice!" As Lu Mei wept inconsolably on the ground, Meng Ren found it nearly impossible to suppress a laugh. Lu Mei had a knack for theatrics. Did she truly believe such antics would yield any effect? After weeping for an extended period, she finally lifted her head, only to discover Meng Ren gazing at her with a mocking expression. "Why have you stopped crying? Go on. I wish to see just how far you can take this performance of misery." "Lu Mei's audacity continually reshapes my perception of her," Meng Ren scoffed. Lu Mei, consumed by rage, felt as though Meng Ren's demeanor was akin to a resounding slap to her face. However, at that moment, an idea seemed to ignite within her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Meng Ren, you deceitful scoundrel. Do not forget how you once swindled me out of my money, the 500,000 from the lottery. That was my life savings. You dare to call me shameless. Yet you are the one who would even covet the money of an old woman like me. You are the true embodiment of shamelessness. Return the money. You must repay me, and if you refuse, then provide me with supplies." Lu Mei began to throw a tantrum. Meng Ren chuckled. That 500,000 was a deliberate con on his part, and there was no way he would ever repay it. After observing Lu Mei's theatrical display, his interest in this farce waned. In that moment, his demeanor turned icy. "Enough. My patience has its limits. You have come repeatedly to scheme against me, attempting to seize my resources. How shall this debt be reconciled? Do you truly believe I, Meng Ren, am of a gentle disposition? What is it? Am I to understand that the individuals I dispatched yesterday were insufficient, and you wish to join them? Is that it?" Meng Ren's gaze was as frigid as a blade. "What? Huh?" He noted their expressions with keen observation, offered a cold laugh, and then turned on his heel to depart. He had no interest in wasting bullets on these individuals. Currently, only a few of them remained in the 5 buildings, posing no threat to him whatsoever. As for Lu Mei, to kill that shameless old wretch so directly would indeed be too lenient. He yearned to witness Lu Mei slowly perish in agony and hunger, for that would be true satisfaction. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a gunshot reverberated, startling Meng Ren profoundly. How could there be gunfire? Meng Ren's pupils constricted, and both Xiaoyu and Zhu Huihui in the room were equally taken aback. The 3 hurried to the balcony, where they beheld several uninvited guests in the garden below, who had somehow arrived unnoticed. Upon closer inspection, the leader was none other than Ma Fei. Ma Fei had returned with a vengeance, and this time he brandished a handgun, while his lackeys were also armed, each with a bow and arrow. Notably, Ma Fei not only wielded a pistol, but was clad in a bulletproof vest. This was police equipment. Meng Ren was taken aback. It was evident that Ma Fei's bulletproof vest and handgun were unmistakably police gear. Had he raided a police station? No. It could not be that simple to find weapons in a police precinct. This was the mainland, where gun control was exceedingly stringent. Those weapons should have long been confiscated. So the question arose, from where had Ma Fei acquired such weaponry and protective gear? Ha! A raucous laughter erupted from Ma Fei as he gunned down an individual in the garden. Meanwhile, Lu Mei and the others were left in a state of utter shock. Huddled on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Where are the others? Why are only you few here? Ma Fei's face twisted into a sinister grin. Trembling, Lu Mei stepped forward and recounted the events of the previous day. Upon hearing her words, a cold smirk spread across Ma Fei's face. You truly are a bunch of useless fools. So many of you could not stand against Meng Ren, and you were utterly routed by him. Pathetic. Confronted with Ma Fei's scornful taunts, a surge of indignation welled up within Lu Mei and the others. Yet, the moment they caught sight of the firearm in his hand, their anger dissipated into thin air. From this moment on, each of you will join my wolf gang and become my subordinates. I assure you, you will have food to eat, Ma Fei proclaimed. At his words, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Is there really food to eat? One person stammered, unable to contain their excitement. Chapter 150, Preparing for Battle. A smile curled at the corners of Ma Fei's lips. Of course, there will be food. But the condition is that you must help me defeat Meng Ren. Everyone knows he possesses a vast amount of resources. Once we conquer Meng Ren, will you still worry about having nothing to eat? In the past, we were no match for Meng Ren because he wielded formidable weaponry. But now, I too am armed. He no longer holds the advantage. With so many of us, can we not deal with Meng Ren? Ma Fei scoffed. Upon hearing these words, Lu Mei and the others exchanged glances, undeniably stirred by his assertion. They had previously analyzed the reasons for their failures, attributing them entirely to the formidable firearm in Meng Ren's possession. Faced with such a disparity in power, they found themselves no match for him. However, the circumstances had shifted. Ma Fei now wielded a gun as well, which meant that Meng Ren's advantage had dissipated. With their considerable numbers, they were resolute in their belief that this time they would triumph over Meng Ren and dethrone him from his pedestal. Let us proceed with determination, they declared without hesitation. Lu Mei's voice was imbued with excitement and fervor, as if she could already envision Meng Ren kneeling before her in anguish, pleading for mercy. Delighted by their fervor, Ma Fei lifted his gaze to the floor where Meng Ren resided, catching sight of him on the balcony with two others. Ma Fei made a gesture across his throat, a clear and menacing threat that Meng Ren could not miss. Having completed this act, Ma Fei led Lu Mei and the others away, swiftly vanishing from Meng Ren's sight and ultimately disappearing into the night. On the fifth-floor balcony, Meng Ren's expression was etched with gravity. He had not anticipated that Ma Fei had acquired a firearm. His immediate suspicion fell upon Chen Hu. It was indisputable that Ma Fei was under Chen Hu's command, and given Chen Hu's capabilities, he surely possessed an excess of firearms. In this way, Chen Hu merely needed to hand the pistol to Ma Fei, allowing Ma Fei to deal with him and thereby eliminate himself as a potential threat through Ma Fei's hands. This situation was becoming rather troublesome. Meng Ren's expression turned grave. Beside him, Xiaoyu began to show signs of fear. She had witnessed Ma Fei's actions clearly and understood that Ma Fei was indeed intimidating Meng Ren. The question arose, if anything were to happen to Meng Ren, would Xiaoyu fare any better? With this thought, Xiaoyu couldn't help but suggest, Ren, perhaps we should temporarily leave this place and head somewhere else. No matter how formidable Ma Fei and his group may be, could they truly track us down? Zhu Huihui's face was etched with deep concern, yet she wholeheartedly agreed with Xiaoyu's words. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes. The Wild Wolf Gang was indeed a threat, but it had not reached the point where he would be forced to flee in disgrace, unless the situation escalated to a level that necessitated his departure. He absolutely would not retreat. However, given the current circumstances, confronting the entire Wild Wolf Gang alone would indeed pose a challenge. Perhaps he could call upon Mingxue and a few others for assistance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Xiaoyu, go answer the door, Meng Ren commanded. Xiaoyu promptly complied, opening the door to reveal their companions. Mingxue, Wang Yun, Qi Jiayu, and even El Chanqian had arrived. Meng Ge, we just heard gunfire from downstairs in the community. What exactly has happened? Upon entering the room, Wang Yun could hardly contain his curiosity and began to inquire eagerly. The gazes of the others were directed towards Meng Ren. Without any hesitation, Meng Ren disclosed the events involving Ma Fei and the Wolf Gang. The mention of the Wolf Gang caused Mingxue's expression to shift dramatically. She could never forget that had it not been for Meng Ren's timely intervention, she would have been subjected to their vile intentions. It was evident that El Chanqian had no prior grievances with the Wolf Gang. Thus her sentiments mirrored those of Zhu Huihui and Xiaoyu. I wish to remain here. Mingxue declared her stance unequivocally. Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu exchanged glances, revealing their hesitance. However, after a moment of contemplation, they too articulated their support. Jiayu and I are willing to stand by you, Meng Ge. What are your plans? Wang Yun responded with remarkable composure. Each of them expressed their willingness to support, prompting a smile from Meng Ren. With narrowed eyes, a cascade of brilliant ideas began to illuminate his thoughts. Give me a little time. By tomorrow, I shall provide you with an answer. If we find ourselves unable to withstand the Wolf Gang's onslaught, I shall not recklessly remain here to meet my demise, Meng Ren stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, El Chanqian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was that Meng Ren would stubbornly choose to stay despite the formidable adversary they faced. However, with his assurance, they felt reassured. I had previously acted with too much leniency, which has allowed the wolf gang to regroup. It seems I must adopt a more decisive approach in the future. If one can vanquish the enemy, then one must not grant them a moment's respite. Meng Ren squinted his eyes. The threat posed by the wolf gang was significant. Based on the current intelligence, Ma Fei was armed with a handgun and a bulletproof vest, while his subordinates were predominantly equipped with bows and arrows. In stark contrast, the armaments at Meng Ren's disposal were woefully inadequate. A single 1911 pistol and a composite bow. The disparity in weaponry was glaring. Moreover, there was also an imbalance in numbers. He, Oming Xue, Wang Yun, Qi Jieyu, Xiaoyu, Zhu Huihui, and El Chanshan totaled a mere 7 individuals, while the wolf gang undoubtedly boasted a far greater force. With such discrepancies in both armament and manpower, it appeared that securing victory in this confrontation would be exceedingly challenging. However, a glimmer of determination flickered in Meng Ren's eyes. Despite the lack of weaponry and personnel, he possessed an extraordinary advantage that was not afforded to the average person: resources. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the mill. With sufficient supplies at hand, could he not find willing allies? Chapter 151. Scavenging the Military Camp. Coincidentally, Jiang Xiangyang from the neighboring Chunjuan owed him a favor. Meng Ren was confident that, should he offer adequate compensation, that group would undoubtedly come to his aid with great loyalty. Yet, relying solely on Jiang Xiangyang and his associates would not suffice. Meticulous preparation was essential. Meng Ren squinted his eyes again. The composite bow could be given to Ming Xue, but he needed to ensure that the others were also adequately equipped, ideally with firearms. It seemed that perhaps he ought to take a calculated risk. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Meng Ren's mind. A military base. Ordinary individuals would never dare to scavenge for weapons within such a fortified location, but with his portable space and telekinesis, perhaps he could venture there undetected. If he could obtain sufficient weaponry, then Ma Fei and his cohorts would no longer pose a threat, and even Chun, who would be incapable of endangering his safety. With this thought, Meng Ren opened his computer and searched for the nearest military base to Yunjiang City. Soon, a small military encampment appeared on his screen, located merely 30 kilometers from where he was. Checking the time, he noted it was midnight, a suitable hour for his endeavor. Without hesitation, Meng Ren began to prepare for his mission. He had little to pack, as all valuable items were already within his portable space. He only needed to bring himself. Xiaoyu, Zhu Huihui, I'm stepping out for a while. You two stay at home and do not open the door for anyone, Meng Ren instructed. Zhu Huihui, filled with concern, couldn't help but ask, Mengu, where are you going? The wild wolf gang might be watching outside. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. As he descended to the ground floor, Meng Ren chose not to exit through the front door. Instead, he climbed out of the window at the back of Building 5. Just as Zhu Huihui had suspected, there could very well be members of the wild wolf gang monitoring the front entrance. If he were to leave through the main door, they would spot him immediately. If Ma Fei sent someone to intercept him, it would spell trouble. With a sudden thud, Meng Ren leapt through the window, landing deftly on the ground behind Building 5 before swiftly making his escape. Cloaked in darkness, his black attire melded seamlessly with the moonlight, rendering him nearly invisible. Tracking his movements would prove to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, not far from the front entrance, 2 individuals stood vigil. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were subordinates of Ma Fei, languidly perched on their chairs, casting occasional glances toward the entrance of Building 5, yet finding naught of interest. What on earth did Boss Ma send us here to guard against? Is it possible Meng Ren might actually leave the building tonight? I doubt it, one murmured. Unable to restrain his curiosity, his companion rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough already. Must you chatter so much? Boss Ma instructed us to keep watch. So that's what we'll do. Unless you're hoping to slack off? Boss Ma mentioned that we had applied considerable pressure on Meng Ren, and he might be contemplating an escape. That's why he stationed us here. The moment we catch sight of him, we report back immediately. A cold smirk crossed the lips of the other. Meng Ren is as good as finished this time. He certainly wouldn't expect our return, armed with upgraded weaponry. I've heard he possesses a wealth of resources at home, not to mention several alluring women, especially that one named Mingxue. If it hadn't been for Meng Ren intervening last time, we would have already captured her. Once we deal with Meng Ren, we must ensure we seize that woman. As he spoke, the man's tone was saturated with desire, his entire being stirred with excitement. The two concealed themselves in the grass, engaging in idle conversation, oblivious to the fact that the target they were meant to surveil had long since departed from Building 5. On the silent, shadowy street, an electric scooter sped down the road with astonishing velocity. The rider was none other than Meng Ren, whose swift movement was greatly aided by the electric vehicle, allowing him to traverse the 30-kilometer distance in a remarkably short time, while others had no choice but to rely on bicycles for their journeys. Meng Ren enjoyed the luxury of an electric scooter. Though not exceptionally rapid, he could cover approximately 40 kilometers in an hour, making the 30-kilometer trek merely a matter of half an hour. The moonlight tonight was quite pleasant, illuminating the scene sufficiently for Meng Ren to discern the military encampment several dozen meters away. The entire camp lay shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Squinting, Meng Ren cautiously approached the military site, deliberately slowing his pace to remain vigilant against the possibility of others being present within the camp. If the encampment were already occupied, he would have no choice but to abandon his mission. However, such a scenario seemed unlikely, despite the current heat of the era. Few possess the audacity to scavenge for resources in a place like this. Gradually, Meng Ren inched closer, soon arriving at the forefront of the military encampment. The entire military camp was ensconced by walls and barbed wire, the nearly 3-meter-high barriers fortified with sharp spikes, making any attempt to scale them a formidable challenge. Meng Ren meticulously surveyed his surroundings and swiftly pinpointed the location of the main gate. To his astonishment, the gate stood ajar, indicating that the inhabitants had long since vacated following the arrival of the knife and the scorching epic. Perhaps they have left behind some remnants, Meng Ren mused. As he ventured into the military encampment, he retrieved his flashlight, and the beam illuminated the disarray within the camp, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Clearly, the previous occupants had departed in haste, leaving behind a jumble of belongings. He cautiously approached the first building, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, embarking on a quest for the items he sought. The interior was enveloped in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to see one's hand before their face, while the air was thick with an eerie silence. Chapter 152. Encounter in such a nocturnal setting, searching alone would have instilled trepidation in most. However, Meng Ren conducted a meticulous, carpet-like search, scouring every nook and cranny. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, and despite his thorough exploration of the entire military camp, he had unearthed nothing of value. A frown creased his brow, his gaze reflecting disappointment. It seemed his efforts this evening had been in vain. Just as he was about to depart, something peculiar caught his eye in the corner. He approached with curiosity and discovered a pull ring. Could it be a concealed basement? Meng Ren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that he would not return empty-handed today? Upon grasping the pull ring, he exerted a sudden force, and before him appeared an underground chamber. Ha ha ha! There truly was a basement. Overjoyed, Meng Ren immediately descended into the subterranean space, his flashlight casting a luminous glow that illuminated the entire environment. However, upon closer inspection, his expression stiffened slightly. It turned out that the basement was entirely vacant. How disappointing! Though somewhat disheartened, Meng Ren persevered, patiently scouring the basement once more. For who knew what treasures might be concealed in a hidden corner? To his delight, his search yielded a treasure. In the deepest recess of the basement lay a conspicuous chest. As Meng Ren opened the box and beheld its contents, a joyful smile spread across his face. Inside the chest rested a handgun, accompanied by dozens of bullets. It appeared that this chest had been hastily prepared by someone who, in their rush to depart, had forgotten to take it with them. Splendid. A broad grin adorned Meng Ren's features. With this handgun, his intimidation factor would undoubtedly increase significantly, and most crucially, its existence was unknown to Ma Fei and his associates. If wielded wisely, It could certainly provide a surprising advantage. Without hesitation, Meng Ren placed the chest along with the handgun into his personal space and proceeded to scour the basement once more, hoping to uncover a second treasure. Regrettably, fortune did not favor him this time. To seize an opportunity once may be attributed to luck, but to desire a second chance would surely be a manifestation of greed. Meng Ren shook his head and departed from the location. His purpose for coming here had been fulfilled, although he had only acquired a pistol. It was sufficient to satisfy him. However, just as Meng Ren was about to leave, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being thrust open as several individuals entered. The two parties exchanged glances, and Meng Ren's gaze immediately fixated on these newcomers. There were 4 men in total, each brandishing a crossbow, all in a state of readiness. Upon witnessing the 4 crossbows aimed in his direction, Meng Ren did not hesitate to seek refuge behind a cover. The 4 men mirrored his actions, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Silence enveloped the scene. Neither side uttered a word, and the stillness was so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. "Brother, what a coincidence. It seems you are also in search of weapons." One of the 4 finally spoke. Another chimed in. "Brother, have you discovered anything useful? Why not share it with us, so we may broaden our horizons?" Their words were laced with veiled implications, clear to all present. Meng Ren's expression turned icy as he retorted, "What? Do the 4 of you think I am an easy target and seek to intimidate me?" Laughter erupted in response. The individual opposite burst into laughter, saying, "Not at all. We are all survivors. It's merely that us brothers lack experience, so we wish to see what the real deal looks like. We had no idea you were here. Had we known sooner, we wouldn't have come." A cold smirk danced upon Meng Ren's lips. From the moment they met until now, not a single word spoken by these 4 held any truth. Unless one were a fool, it was inconceivable to believe them. He squinted, his mind racing with thoughts on how to escape this precarious situation. There were 4 of them, all armed with crossbows. Although the firepower of the crossbows paled in comparison to his compound bow, they were lethal enough for murder. He had no desire to experience the sensation of being struck by a crossbow bolt. Suddenly, a realization struck Meng Ren. Why should he flee? These 4 were armed with crossbows. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? If he were to eliminate them, the weapon issue would be entirely resolved. As this thought coursed through him, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, a menacing intent igniting in his eyes. This signified that dispatching this group would be as effortless as breathing. With a surge of telekinetic energy, a sharp utility knife blade levitated into the air. Meng Ren had already extinguished the flashlight to avoid being pinpointed by these individuals. His telekinetic force spread out, searching the darkness for their locations. Soon, he pinpointed the first individual, who was crouching behind a table. Then he identified the second and third as well. As for the 4th individual, Meng Ren found himself perplexed when his psychic energy failed to locate him after a thorough sweep. Was it possible that the 4th person lay beyond the reach of his mental influence? This thought crossed Meng Ren's mind, leading him to realize that he could not eliminate them through psychic means. Just then, he noticed one of the 3 was drawing closer to his position. A sardonic smirk danced upon Meng Ren's lips, for they presumed that in the obscurity of their surroundings he could not discern their actions. Little did they know. Under the perceptive veil of his psychic abilities, Meng Ren was acutely aware of their every movement. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, and one of the 4 remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In the shrouded darkness, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, swiftly followed by the agonizing grip of asphyxiation. Desperate, he flailed wildly as a utility knife severed his carotid artery and trachea, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth, staining his garments crimson. The commotion from his frantic struggles caught the attention of the others, prompting one to urgently call out. With a severed trachea and carotid artery, the unfortunate man was granted no more than a minute to live. Chapter 153, A Bountiful Harvest Clang. The sounds of 2 individuals writhing in agony stirred a considerable commotion. Second, third, fourth. The last remaining individual, hearing the sudden uproar, instinctively called for his companions, an act that would undoubtedly seal his fate. Had he chosen silence and simply turned to flee, Meng Ren might have remained unaware of his whereabouts. Yet, The moment he spoke, Meng Ren instantly discerned his location. Meng Ren stealthily approached, inching closer to the man. The sole survivor had completely succumbed to panic. Gone was the calm and domineering demeanor he once possessed. Streams of sweat cascaded down his body, rendering him drenched as if he had just emerged from a body of water. His disorientation was palpable, and the darkness concealed the events unfolding within the cramped room. With no source of light, he could not perceive what was transpiring. All he could hear were anguished groans and the sounds of desperate thrashing. Accompanying these noises was the acrid scent of blood. I must escape. The individual within is far too sinister. How did he manage to accomplish this? He could not fathom how Meng Ren had done it, despite both being enveloped in darkness. Why was Meng Ren able to eliminate them? Did he possess night vision? Yet even with such equipment, it would be implausible to silently dispatch the 3 men on his side. Damn it! The man was utterly terrified. He could not see any movement around him. And this unknown dread only intensified his fear. Without hesitation, he bolted towards the exit, having concealed himself in the vicinity of the office. Clearly, he had cast aside all concerns. Firearms, ammunition, grenades, these were all irrelevant. Survival was the only thing that mattered. Whoosh! At that moment, a chilling sound of slicing air echoed, as a razor-sharp utility knife swiftly severed the man's throat. Blood gushed forth in torrents, staining the floor crimson, while the acrid scent of iron permeated the air. With a decisive click, Meng Ren reignited his flashlight, illuminating the scene before him. The 4 individuals who had once occupied the space lay lifeless, their bodies now mere remnants of a fierce confrontation, a triumph of stark reality. A broad smile adorned Meng Ren's face as he unhesitatingly claimed the crossbows from the corpses, along with their accompanying bolts. This skirmish had yielded 4 crossbows and 34 bolts. Though the quantity of bolts was modest, it sufficed to counter the impending threat posed by Ma Fei and his cohorts. Hui, please summon them for me, Meng Ren commanded. Zhu Hui nodded without hesitation and went to inform Lu Qian and the others. Before long, the group convened at Meng Ren's residence, all eyes fixed upon him. Brother Meng, did you discover any valuable spoils during your outing? Wang Yun inquired eagerly. A relaxed smile spread across Meng Ren's face as he produced the 4 crossbows. Crossbows? The sight elicited smiles from the group. You may distribute these among yourselves, Meng Ren announced. They exchanged glances, and Yu Mingxue refrained from claiming a weapon. Instead, directing her gaze toward Meng Ren, I wish to wield a compound bow. Absolutely, Meng Ren affirmed with a nod. From the previous 2 circumstances, it is evident that Mingxue possesses considerable talent with the compound bow. Hence, you have once again entrusted the compound bow to her. Perhaps she will surprise us this time. Observing that Mingxue has chosen the compound bow, Wang Yun rose and picked up a hand crossbow, a smile adorning his face. Then I shall temporarily wield this hand crossbow. Qi Jieyu hesitated momentarily before also taking a hand crossbow for herself. With 2 hand crossbows remaining on the table, Zhu Hui promptly stood up and took one of them. Lu Qian blinked, realizing that everyone was looking at her. Without further hesitation, she seized the last hand crossbow. Consequently, each individual was now armed, their combat capabilities significantly enhanced. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone has acquired their weapons, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. In this battle against the Wolf Gang, for every adversary you eliminate, I shall reward you with a box of instant noodles or a case of mineral water, Meng Ren declared without a trace of hesitation. Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes gleamed with excitement. A box of instant noodles, containing a full 24 packets, could suffice for a week's sustenance if rationed. Wang Yun could not help but lick his lips, his gaze steadily transforming from desire into anticipation. It is said that great rewards inspire bravery, and the eagerness displayed by the group indeed exemplifies this notion. What remained was patient waiting. According to Meng Ren's estimation, the Wolf Gang would surely launch their assault the following day. When the battle commenced, the ultimate outcome would be determined by each individual's prowess. Meng Ren squinted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his eyes. If I were to eliminate Ma Fei this time, it is likely that Qin Hu would take matters into his own hands next time. The icy glint in Meng Ren's gaze was chillingly fierce. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet he was unafraid of it. Should Chun-Hu dare to intrude, the outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. Xiaoyu hurriedly entered Meng Ren's room, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Arun, did you miss me?" she chirped. "No, I summoned you for a matter of great importance." Meng Ren replied, revealing a handgun. "What?" Xiaoyu immediately recognized that this was not Meng Ren's usual 1911, indicating that he had procured 4 crossbows and a handgun for the evening's endeavors. "Wait, you're actually giving me a gun?" she exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy washing over her. Meng Ren's gesture was undoubtedly a testament to the trust he placed in her. Chapter 154, Collaboration Overwhelmed by Such Trust. Xiaoyu was ecstatic, handling the handgun with delight, unable to tear her gaze away. This was not merely a firearm. It symbolized Meng Ren's confidence in her, causing her to beam with joy. Observing her exuberance, Meng Ren could not help but roll his eyes. He placed a hand on her shoulder, and together they entered a personal space. "All right, enough playing around. Come here, and let me teach you how to shoot," Meng Ren instructed. Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, dashed over to him without hesitation. Subsequently, Meng Ren began instructing her on the techniques of handling the handgun, allowing her to practice with 10 rounds for a simple exercise. There is no alternative. The quantity of ammunition is finite. Thus, this course of action must be taken. A marksman is nurtured by bullets, a truth that Meng Ren undoubtedly understands. However, there is little to be done. The landlord's household has no surplus. Consequently, it is sufficient for Xiaoyu to merely familiarize herself with the use of firearms. After all, he does not expect Xiaoyu to play a significant role in the impending battle. The reason he entrusted this pistol to her stems from various considerations. It is evident to him that Xiaoyu is a naive and simple-minded individual, devoid of ulterior motives, which is precisely why he chose her. The month-long test has fostered a degree of trust in Xiaoyu from Meng Ren. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes it, nightfall has arrived on the second day. The members of the Wolf Gang have yet to make an appearance. However, Meng Ren is not one to idly await their arrival at home. As the weather turned cool, he set forth and proceeded to the neighboring Chuanju garden. "I wish to see your captain, Jiang Xiangyang." "I am Meng Ren." He announced his name confidently. Upon hearing the name Meng Ren, the 2 guards at the entrance were taken aback, their expressions softening considerably. "Mr. Meng, please hold on for a moment. We will notify the captain right away," they responded courteously. Meng Ren nodded slightly and patiently awaited their return. Fortunately, Jiang Xiangyang did not keep him waiting for long. Shortly thereafter, he appeared before Meng Ren. "Mr. Meng," greeted Captain Jiang. The 2 exchanged polite pleasantries before Meng Ren was invited by Jiang Xiangyang to enter the depths of the settlement, arriving at the office. "Mr. Meng, please take a seat. Unfortunately, due to the electricity shortage, we do not have air conditioning, and I hope you will not mind," Jiang Xiangyang said with a faint smile. Meng Ren maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Captain Jiang, there is no need for such formalities. I am not so weak as to be bothered by this. I have come today to seek your assistance. I believe you are aware of the Wild Wolf Gang?" He wasted no time with trivialities and directly addressed the matter at hand. Upon hearing the name of the Wild Wolf Gang, Jiang Xiangyang's expression instantly grew serious. Meng Ren was not surprised. He recounted the events of the previous day, emphasizing that Ma Fei had acquired a handgun. "What? Indeed?" Upon hearing that Ma Fei had obtained a firearm, Jiang Xiangyang was taken aback. When did handguns become so commonplace? Meng Ren had one, Chen-Hu had one, and now Ma Fei possessed one as well. What was happening? Jiang Xiangyang's expression turned grave. Although his previous encounter with Ma Fei and his associates had been brief, he could discern that the Wild Wolf Gang comprised a group of scoundrels. While everyone else struggled to survive, they resorted to rampant plundering, akin to common thieves. "Are you suggesting that we take action together against the members of the Wild Wolf Gang?" Jiang Xiangyang inquired. Meng Ren nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. This matter holds mutual benefits for both our parties. I trust you understand the principle that if the lips perish, the teeth will also be in peril." Jiang Xiangyang nodded slightly. Naturally, he was familiar with such a classic idiom, yet the execution of it posed significant challenges. Squinting his eyes, he refrained from responding to Meng Ren immediately. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Shunyang finally spoke. Mr. Meng, the wolf pack is indeed a common adversary, and theoretically, we ought to assist one another. However, our current food supplies are exceedingly scarce. Everyone is struggling to satiate their hunger, leaving us with little strength to spare. Upon hearing this, Meng Ren couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow was attempting to take advantage of the situation, claiming a lack of energy when he merely sought sustenance. Meng Ren chose not to elaborate further. He had never intended to obtain anything without due effort. For every member of the wolf pack eliminated during this operation, I will provide 10 packs of instant noodles or 10 bottles of mineral water as compensation, he declared. Hiss! Jiang Shunyang couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath, his mind racing with a singular thought. How many members did the wolf pack actually have? If they were all eliminated, would they not become instant millionaires? Rest assured, we shall not turn a blind eye to such a malignant presence as the wolf pack. I will arrange for surveillance over the next few days. Should we detect any members of the wolf pack entering your community, we will rush to your aid without hesitation. Jiang Shunyang readily agreed. Meng Ren nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that indeed, money could make even the most stubborn of demons budge. With the assistance of Jiang Shunyang and his team, the threat posed by the wolf pack would no longer be a concern. On the balcony, Zhu Huihui had been observing through binoculars. Upon spotting members of the wolf pack, she immediately rushed to inform Meng Ren. Brother Meng, the members of the wolf pack have arrived. As these words left his lips, a glimmer of determination flickered in Meng Ren's eyes. Inform Mingxue and the others. The battle is about to commence tonight. Meng Ren's tone was grave. Understood, Zhu Huihui responded without hesitation, promptly setting off to notify Mingxue, Lu Qianqian, Wang Yun, and Qi Jiayu. Meanwhile, Meng Ren retrieved his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shunyang. The members of the wolf gang have arrived and are ready to act. Moments later, Jiang Shunyang replied with an OK emoji. Chapter 155. They have arrived at the entrance of the community. A throng of nearly 20 individuals surged into Lejuan residential area. Upon closer inspection, Lu Mei and her companions were unmistakably among them. Each of these individuals was fully armed, with the least equipped brandishing machetes, while the most formidable among them was, of course, Ma Fei. A handgun rested at his waist, and he donned a bulletproof vest. Exuding an air of arrogance, particularly as he surveyed the crowd surrounding him, the pride on his face was almost palpable. The group quickly made their way to the foot of Building 5. With a snap of his fingers, Ma Fei signaled, and an associate promptly handed him a megaphone. Meng Ren, come out. Today is your final opportunity. Have you seen how many of us there are? I offer you a choice. If you surrender all your supplies, we shall spare you. Ma Fei's voice echoed throughout the Lejuan residential area through the amplification of the megaphone. On the 5th floor, Meng Ren peered out from the balcony. Observing the commotion below, a cold smile graced his lips as he surveyed the grand assembly of the wolf gang, astonished by the sheer number of people they had summoned. Get lost. Meng Ren disdainfully dismissed them with a single word, and in the next heartbeat, a Molotov cocktail was hurled from the 5th floor. Watch out. A warning echoed as onlookers spotted the flaming projectile, prompting a frantic retreat in all directions. Boom. The Molotov shattered upon impact, its gasoline spilling forth and igniting, engulfing the area in a roaring inferno. Damn it, it's a Molotov. Someone cursed, unable to contain their outrage. Yet, before they could react, a second Molotov appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Meng Ren relentlessly unleashed over a dozen firebombs, each crashing to the ground, their glass shattering as the gasoline erupted and ignited from the flames of the towels. Amidst the barrage of Molotovs, a few unfortunate souls were struck directly, their bodies consumed by the searing flames in an instant. The agony of being engulfed in fire was excruciatingly horrifying, and piercing screams reverberated throughout the garden. Damn it! Ma Fei was both astonished and enraged. He had not anticipated Meng Ren resorting to such incendiary devices. It was evident that Meng Ren's household was amply supplied. Such extravagant use of resources to create Molotov cocktails was utterly excessive. How dare you, Meng Ren? Since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame us for what comes next. Enraged, Ma Fei waved his hand, commanding those behind him, set fire to everything. Here, Ma Fei employs fire as a weapon, and indeed, the age-old adage that water and fire are merciless holds true. His subordinates cast forth objects akin to incendiary bottles. However, the contents were not gasoline, but rather substances that ignite with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of incendiary bottles shattered against the walls, with some thrown into the rooms on the second floor, igniting their contents and allowing the flames to spread gradually. Meng Ren, do you believe that hiding on the 5th floor renders you invulnerable? I shall see whether you dare to descend. If you do, you shall meet your demise here today. Ha ha. Ma Fei laughed triumphantly. The flames began to blaze, and thick smoke billowed within the building. At that moment, a crossbow bolt, seemingly materializing from nowhere, struck into the crowd. The bolt pierced the shoulder of a member of the wolf gang, blood gushing forth and staining his shoulder crimson. Beware of the crossbow, someone urgently warned. Simultaneously, a second bolt was loosed, not just one, but several. Fall back, Ma Fei commanded, and the members of the wolf gang retreated frantically, distancing themselves from the lethal accuracy of the crossbow. Indeed, this time no one was injured. Observing the situation, Ma Fei could not help but express his arrogance. Meng Ren, what other tricks do you have? Reveal them all. On the 5th floor, Meng Ren observed the scene before him, his expression devoid of any panic. The possibility of an arson attack was something he had anticipated long ago. Residing in a multi-story building inevitably brought such troubles. Once set ablaze, escape could become exceedingly perilous. Thus, Meng Ren had already prepared to relocate elsewhere. All valuable possessions within the residence had been transferred to his personal space, rendering the house utterly bare. Without hesitation, Meng Ren departed from the premises. In the corridor, Ming Xue and the others were gathered, having already created an exit through the rear of the building, ready to make their escape. Brother Meng, we are fully prepared, Wang Yun exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Let us go, we'll leave directly. Hold off on the attack for now. Once Jiang Xiangyang's people arrive, we shall strike from both sides. That will be your moment to shine, Meng Ren instructed. Understood. The others nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. One by one, they slipped through the newly created opening and emerged outside. It was now 8 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The group, led by Ma Fei, was indeed foolish. Despite planning to ignite a fire, they had neglected to station anyone to guard the rear of the building. Perhaps they were simply lacking in foresight. At that moment, in the garden, Ma Fei and his group were still gazing upward, fixated on the direction of the 5th floor. At this moment, the flames engulfing Building 5 had intensified, thick black smoke billowing upwards, blackening the walls. Ma Fei, arms crossed, gazed at the scene before him with a self-satisfied smirk, a look of derision etched upon his face. Beside him, the members of the wolf gang were oblivious to the fact that Meng Ren and his companions had already made their escape. Meng Ren, oh Meng Ren, I am eager to see how long you can endure the inferno without begging for mercy like I did. Ma Fei chuckled coldly to himself. This was his scheme. By setting the fire, he aimed to force Meng Ren and his group out of Building 5, luring them into the open where they, a formidable group of over 20, could dominate at will. The thought brought an unmistakable grin to Ma Fei's face. However, at that moment, one of his subordinates rushed towards him in a panic. Boss, it's bad. Jiang Xiangyang from the neighboring Chuanju garden is coming over with a group of people. They're almost here. Chapter 156, a pincer attack what? Ma Fei was taken aback by the news. What business did Jiang Xiangyang's people have coming over? We haven't to even attack them. He quickly turned his gaze toward the entrance of the community and indeed saw a large group moving swiftly in their direction. Before Ma Fei could finish his thought, Jiang Xiangyang had already ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards them. Incoming! Watch out for the Molotov! Someone shouted in terror. Boom! The Molotov cocktail shattered upon impact with the ground, its glass fragments exploding outward, unleashing a torrent of gasoline that spattered across several square meters. The Molotov cocktail, a symbol of eternal chaos, is deceptively simple to craft, requiring merely a glass bottle, some gasoline, and a strip of rag. Yet, It possesses the capacity to inflict immense devastation and instill fear, particularly due to its remarkable ability to wreak havoc in groups. Jiang Xiangyang, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking me? Upon witnessing the cocktail detonate, Ma Fei was consumed by rage and immediately rebuked Jiang Xiangyang and his accomplices. Bang! 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 One Molotov after another erupted, swiftly transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Someone inadvertently fell prey to the flames, their agonizing cries piercing the air. The members of the Wild Wolf gang were thrown into disarray, frantically scrambling about. Meanwhile, concealed within the foliage to the left, Meng Ren and his associates observed the unfolding chaos. It's time for us to act, Meng Ren declared without hesitation. Jiang Xiangyang had successfully disrupted the Wild Wolf gang's formation and drawn their attention. If they did not strike now, when would they? With a rustle, Meng Ren surged forth from the underbrush, a 1911 pistol materializing in his grasp, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Ma Fei. Oblivious to the grim specter of death looming over him, Ma Fei remained focused on Jiang Xiangyang. Bang! In that instant, a gunshot rang out from behind. Before Ma Fei could react, a searing pain coursed through his head, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. The boss is dead. A voice suddenly pierced the air, capturing the attention of all members of the Wild Wolf gang. They turned their heads just in time to witness the horrifying moment when Ma Fei was shot in the head. This fool Ma Fei had donned a bulletproof vest, yet neglected to wear a helmet, resulting in his immediate demise at the hands of Meng Ren. The sight of Ma Fei's death plunged the Wild Wolf gang into chaos. Bang! 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 With both hands gripping his firearms, Meng Ren unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, mercilessly claiming the lives of these individuals. Pandemonium ensued. The Wild Wolf gang was utterly disarrayed. To the right stood Jiang Xiangyang, commanding a large contingent, while to the left loomed Meng Ren, the Grim Reaper, alongside several crossbows that shot arrows, harvesting lives with each release. In mere moments, the morale of these ill-trained individuals shattered completely. The air was filled with pleas for mercy, agonizing cries, and desperate screams, echoing through the garden. Don't kill me. Please, spare my life. Lu Mei, overwhelmed with terror, found herself lost in the throng. At that moment, she was in disbelief, unable to comprehend the grim reality unfolding before her. She never anticipated that Ma Fei and the Wild Wolf gang would falter so swiftly. She had hoped they would aid her in avenging herself against Meng Ren. But now, with Ma Fei dead and the Wild Wolf gang in utter turmoil, it was painfully clear to Lu Mei, who was no fool, that her dreams had crumbled yet again. In her anguish, Lu Mei fell to her knees, perhaps due to the sight of her aged self, as those around her refrained from laying a hand on her. This presented Lu Mei with an opportunity, and she was filled with elation, ready to depart without hesitation. However, at that moment, a figure obstructed her path. Lu Mei, where do you think you are going? Meng Ren's voice resonated, the dark muzzle of a gun already aimed at her. In an instant, Lu Mei's previously exhilarated expression turned pale, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Please, do not kill me. Meng Ren, for the sake of our shared neighborhood, spare me. I assure you I shall never oppose you again. Lu Mei pleaded desperately. Meng Ren could not suppress a laugh. Even at this critical juncture, Lu Mei remained foolish. The notion of being neighbors was absurd. Had she truly regarded him as such, she would not have engaged in a series of repugnant actions. Now, faced with imminent death, she resorted to invoking this identity in a bid to evoke sympathy. Perhaps the term vermin aptly described Lu Mei. I have granted you numerous chances, but this time, you shall have none. Meng Ren's tone was chillingly cold. Lu Mei had played her games long enough, and it was time to send her on her way. Bang! As Meng Ren's words fell, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet shot forth, piercing Lu Mei's brain and killing her instantly. Lu Mei was dead. With her demise, the so-called Wolf Gang had also entered its countdown to obliteration. Perhaps it was due to the allure of Meng Ren's promised rewards, as neither Jiang Xiangyang's faction nor O Mingxue and others showed any mercy. The entire Wolf Gang, comprising over 20 individuals, met their demise, leaving no survivors. Silence enveloped the garden, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was over. The following day, as Meng Ren rose from slumber, Ming Xue and her companions arrived for a visit. Meng Ren had relocated to a temporary residence as the previous night's flames had consumed all 5 buildings, forcing him and his companions to find refuge in a single structure. After a brief morning routine, he stepped outside to find Ming Xue, Qianqian, Wang Yun, and Qi Jiayu awaiting him. The anticipation radiating from their faces was palpable. Without uttering a word, Su Qing could surmise their early arrival's purpose. Menggu, Wang Yun exclaimed with a grin, his excitement evident as he stumbled over his words, brimming with eager expectation. Meng Ren shot them an exasperated glance. Questioning their early visit, did they believe he would renege on their supplies? Since you are all here, let us settle the accounts for the provisions. My prior commitment stands firm. For every member of the Elon gang slain, I shall reward you with a box of instant noodles or bottled water as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted to one of jubilant celebration. The faces of the group illuminated with excitement, each calculating the bountiful rewards that awaited them. Due to the generous rewards offered by Meng Ren, they exerted themselves to confront the wild wolf gang, resulting in each individual claiming at least 1 life. It must be noted that after personally taking a life, the mental state of several individuals underwent subtle transformations. Meng Ren observed these changes keenly, as they were precisely what he intended to witness. Subsequently, he generously dispensed the promised rewards, with Ming Xue reaping the greatest benefits. Thanks to her possession of a compound bow, she had successfully eliminated 3 individuals, while Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu, in contrast, could account for only 2 between them. Lastly, Lu Qianqian and Zhu Huihui surprised Meng Ren, whom he initially believed would yield no significant results. However, the 2 women had collaborated effectively, each utilizing throwing knives to dispatch 1 person. Soon, Meng Ren emerged from the room, having gathered 6 boxes of instant noodles and 6 boxes of mineral water. The sight of such abundant provisions intensified the excitement on the faces of the group. With these supplies, they were ensured a remarkably comfortable few days ahead. Thank you, Brother Meng. Wang Yun beamed brightly, yet upon noticing that Ming Xue had received 3 boxes of instant noodles and 3 boxes of mineral water, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. These are all provisions for sustenance. Brother Meng, given today's resounding victory, shouldn't we celebrate properly? Lu Qianqian gazed eagerly at Meng Ren. Hearing this, Meng Ren couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was evident to him what Lu Qianqian was insinuating. It is evident that one seeks to indulge in a complimentary meal. Yet, observing the eager gazes of those around him, Meng Ren generously acquiesced. He is not a miserly individual. On one hand, he does not lack for resources, and on the other, he wishes to exhibit his magnanimity to win the hearts of others. He has keenly noted the performances of the individuals before him today. There is no need to mention Ming Xue, who possesses the potential to become an exceptional archer. Although she has only recently taken up the composite bow, she has evidently made significant strides in her archery skills, and her background as a doctor makes her a most promising candidate. As for Wang Yun and Qi Jiayu, this young couple may not be particularly outstanding in ability, yet they possess keen insight, especially Wang Yun, who has shown a desire to follow him from the very beginning. For the sake of this discernment, Meng Ren is inclined to extend some benefits to them. Next are Qianqian and Zhu Huihui. While their capabilities are rather average, they are industrious and willing to work hard. Zhu Huihui, though still young, is remarkably adept at handling various household chores, making her a suitable candidate for nurturing into a secretary. Meng Ren's willingness to offer advantages to these individuals is entirely due to their inherent value. Had it been someone like Lu Mei, he would have expelled her long ago. Indeed, you are correct. Having achieved such a resounding victory today, it is fitting to celebrate appropriately. Furthermore, you should all take a bath and cleanse yourselves. Meng Ren nodded. Excellent. The others' eyes sparkled with excitement, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. Su Qing led Xia Yu into the personal space, drawing water from the lake to provide the group with a refreshing wash. The sequence of bathing remained unchanged from the last time, strictly adhering to the order of merit. Those who had contributed more were granted the privilege of bathing first. With an ample supply of water, everyone enjoyed a refreshing wash, followed by donning a fresh set of garments. Soon, a sumptuous hot pot feast was prepared. A delightful array of dishes that made everyone's mouths water, including that of Mingxue, who could not resist swallowing a bit of saliva. Let us feast. Do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content. Meng Ren declared with a grand gesture, his demeanor exuberant. With Meng Ren's endorsement, everyone eagerly began to indulge, relishing the opulent hot pot until their mouths glistened with oil. The table, once laden with ingredients, was left nearly spotless, with scarcely any remnants remaining. Following the lavish banquet, joy enveloped both hosts and guests alike, each face reflecting satisfaction. After a brief respite to regain their vigor, they gradually departed. Meng Ren then ushered Xia Yu into the room, for such a joyous occasion warranted a celebration of its own. Before long, the room was filled with sounds that sparked the imagination. Zhu Huihui, listening to the commotion from next door, felt her cheeks flush crimson. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, the weather remained oppressively hot, with temperatures soaring to an astonishing 70 degrees. The blazing sun cast its searing rays upon the city, causing the entire landscape to shimmer as if enveloped in steam. Meng Ren did not rise until the afternoon. Upon awakening, he prepared a sumptuous breakfast for himself, and afterward, he took Xia Yu into his personal space. Time swiftly passed, and as evening approached, Meng Ren summoned Xia Yu and Zhu Huihui to share an important announcement. I am planning to move. What? Both women were taken aback, particularly Xia Yu. Did we not just relocate? No, this is merely a temporary residence, he clarified. After the recent confrontation with the Wolf Gang and Lu Mei's group, I have come to realize the significant issues here. His desire to relocate was not a fleeting impulse, but rather a contemplation that had long been brewing. He had initially remained in this neighborhood to exact revenge on Lu Mei and her associates. Now that they were no longer a threat, having avenged himself, there was no longer any purpose in staying. It was time to seek a more suitable dwelling. Moreover, as he had mentioned earlier, residing in a high-rise presented numerous disadvantages. Aside from the arduous task of climbing stairs, fire safety posed a considerable concern. Should an enemy employ explosives to breach the lower floors, his survival in the upper levels would be nearly impossible unless he sought refuge in his personal space. However, such a move would undoubtedly reveal his hidden cards, rendering it excessively perilous. It was for these myriad reasons that Meng Ren contemplated moving to a more appropriate location. Yet a dilemma arose. Where should the new abode be situated? This question weighed heavily on him. First and foremost, it must not be in a high-rise. Secondly, it would be preferable for the surroundings to be spacious, ideally subterranean. Chapter 158. Journey to explore the underground air raid shelter. The thought immediately flickered through Meng Ren's mind. Firstly, the air raid shelter is constructed underground, allowing it to evade direct sunlight, and typically, underground temperatures are lower than those above ground. This is precisely why Jiang Xiangyang and his companions are astute. They reside in an underground parking garage, where the temperature is considerably cooler than in high-rise buildings. Furthermore, air raid shelters are generally spacious, and they possess robust defensive capabilities. Such shelters typically exhibit blast resistance, sufficient to withstand conventional missile bombardments. In the case of specialized shelters, they can even endure nuclear explosions. With such significant advantages, lower temperatures, ample space, and formidable protection, what more could one desire? Xia Yu, Huihui. Please summon Mingxue and Wang Yun, Meng Ren instructed. Understood. The two women nodded and proceeded to relay Meng Ren's message. Upon hearing that Meng Ren intended to relocate, the group was taken aback and hurried to the location. Menggu, are you moving? Where to? Wang Yun inquired eagerly as she stepped through the door, followed closely by El Qianqian and Mingxue. Mingxue maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "This is indeed not a suitable place for long-term residence. It is time to move. We should choose a more appropriate location for our refuge." Dr. O is correct. Additionally, we are more than willing to accompany you, Menggu, in your departure. As long as you do not mind, Jejia and I will certainly follow in your footsteps. Wang Yun unequivocally expressed her intentions. El Chanqian promptly expressed her enthusiasm by gesturing towards the majestic peaks, declaring, I shall accompany you as well. Upon hearing her words, a smile inevitably spread across Meng Ren's face. It was indeed splendid that several individuals were willing to depart alongside them. They had not disappointed him. Very well. Since you have chosen to accompany me, let us select a suitable location to dwell together. Offering mutual support, Meng Ren said with a warm smile. The group gathered around the table, and Meng Ren subsequently unveiled a map of Yunhai City, which marked nearly all the architectural sites within the city. Their gazes collectively settled on the map, and Wang Yun's eyes landed on the area designated for the Villa District, his face lighting up with excitement. Meng Guth, how about we reside in the Villa District? The grand villas there boast exceptional scenery and amenities. El Chanqian rolled her eyes in response, retorting, scenery? Surely you mean greenery? Why not step out to the balcony and observe for yourself? The outside world is devoid of any trace of green. Wang Yun's expression turned somewhat awkward as he recalled that the oppressive heat had transformed the world outside into a veritable hellscape, leaving no room for greenery whatsoever. The entirety of Yunhai City had become a dense forest of buildings, with any semblance of greenery long vanished. I would recommend a basement. The finest option would be an underground air raid shelter. Oming Shue contributed her opinion, pointing to a specific location on the map that unmistakably indicated the presence of such a shelter. A smile graced Meng Ren's face. Indeed, Oming Shue was a woman of remarkable intellect, her thoughts mirroring his own. I concur with Dr. O's assessment that the underground air raid shelter is a commendable choice. The most crucial aspect is that this shelter lies merely a little over a kilometer from our current location, making the relocation of our belongings considerably more convenient. The only lingering concern is whether this shelter has already been occupied by others. Should it be occupied, we must either cohabit, evict the current occupants, or seek an alternative shelter, Meng Ren stated. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Oming Shue proposed, let us venture there this evening. If it proves suitable, we shall relocate. Agreed. It is settled, Meng Ren decisively declared, slapping the table. As night swiftly approached, the curtain of darkness descended quietly, alleviating the sweltering heat of the day. Although the temperature outside still soared above 40 degrees Celsius, it was at least bearable for walking. Meng Ren and the others prepared to set off to inspect the shelter, with Meng Ren, as the unspoken leader, intending to assess the situation personally. However, before they could embark, Jiang Xiangyang had already arrived at their doorstep. Mr. Meng, Jiang Xiangyang greeted with a smile, rubbing his hands together in a somewhat ambiguous manner. Meng Ren was well aware of Jiang's purpose for visiting. He had already prepared the remuneration, initially expecting Jiang to arrive the previous day, but to his surprise, he had come today. Rest assured, Captain Jiang, I have prepared the compensation, Meng Ren assured him. Meng Ren ushered Jiang Xiangyang inside, gesturing towards the supplies piled in the living room. Upon catching sight of the provisions in the corner, Jiang Xiangyang's eyes sparkled with delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. Haha, Mr. Meng is indeed a straightforward individual. Should you encounter such troubles again in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. If it is within our capacity, we shall certainly not decline, Jiang Xiangyang proclaimed, thumping his chest with assurance. Meng Ren, recognizing Jiang Xiangyang's commendable character, readily agreed. After all, there may well be instances where their paths would cross beneficially in the future. Provided that all went smoothly tonight, they would be relocating to a distance of merely 1 kilometer. This proximity would allow for continued collaboration between the two parties. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xiangyang, Meng Ren and his companions set off, opting to take only Oming Shue and Wang Yun with him. The 4 women, Xiaoyu, Zhu Huihui, Qi Jiayu, and El Chanqian, remained at home. To ensure that no one intruded during their absence, Meng Ren instructed the 4 women to stay together under the protection of Xiaoyu, who was armed with a handgun. The deterrent effect of the firearm would sufficiently safeguard their safety. With that, Meng Ren and his 2 companions departed. stealthily scaling the wall at the back of the residential complex under the cover of night, managing to attract no attention. Once outside, they immediately headed towards the location of the underground air raid shelter. The vehicles on the street had long succumbed to the sweltering heat, forcing the three to proceed on foot. Fortunately, the 1-kilometer distance was not far, and even on foot, the journey would not consume much time. In merely half an hour, the underground air raid shelter appeared before the three individuals. However, upon their arrival, they soon discovered that the shelter was already occupied. "Halt! What are you doing here?" A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air as a figure brandishing a bow and arrow emerged from the shadows. Chapter 159. Official or Thief? Brother Meng, it seems we are not alone. Someone has gotten here before us. Wang Yun's expression darkened. Meng Ren furrowed his brow, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the situation. The others were not oblivious either. If they could recognize the benefits of the underground shelter, then it was only reasonable to assume that others had come to the same conclusion. Thus, it was hardly surprising that someone had arrived ahead of them. He had merely harbored a glimmer of hope, but alas, they were not the first to arrive. Nonetheless, air raid shelters typically possess considerable space, capable of accommodating thousands, or even tens of thousands, of individuals. Although Yunhai City is not a first-tier metropolis, according to the information he had gathered, this particular shelter could house nearly 10,000 residents comfortably. "We are survivors, seeking refuge within this shelter," Meng Ren declared, articulating their intent. Not far away, a young man, bow in hand, regarded Meng Ren and his companions with a wary gaze. He appeared to be around 30 years of age, gaunt and emaciated, clearly a victim of malnutrition. It seemed this group was not faring well in terms of provisions, Meng Ren noted, narrowing his eyes, as he gleaned much from the young man's state of mind. Listening to Meng Ren's words, the young man revealed a cold smile. "No, this air raid shelter has already been occupied by us. If you seek refuge, you must find another location. There are numerous places in Yunhai City suitable for shelter. Why come here to vie with us?" Upon hearing this, Meng Ren and his companions furrowed their brows. Wang Yun and Mingxue remained silent, directing their gaze toward Meng Ren, awaiting his decision. Just then, a voice emerged from within. "Lu Gu, 3 individuals wish to enter our air raid shelter for refuge," the young man said, casting a flattering smile at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. Since they are survivors, they are, of course, welcome to stay. This is an officially constructed refuge, and anyone wishing to take shelter here may do so. The young man, hearing this, grew anxious. "Lu Gu, these 3 are complete outsiders. What if they harbor ill intentions?" "Nonsense. In times of difficulty, we ought to unite and aid one another. They have not harmed us. How can we reject their plea for refuge merely out of suspicion?" The middle-aged man admonished. "Xiao Li, your awareness is still insufficient. How can you think this way?" The young man wished to argue further, but upon seeing Lu Guodong's displeased expression, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Fine, since you say so, Lu Gu. I have no objections," Li Feng replied with resignation. Lu Guodong nodded in satisfaction before stepping forward, his gaze landing upon Meng Ren and his companions. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Mingxue, and they lit up with admiration. "What a stunning woman! Are you 3 truly seeking to join our sanctuary?" "I am Lu Guodong, the deputy leader of this refuge, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of our community." Lu Guodong smiled as he extended his hand. Though his words were directed at the trio, his gaze remained fixated on Mingxue. Mingxue frowned slightly. Lu Guodong's gaze was all too familiar to her, reminiscent of countless encounters where men seemed eager to devour her with their eyes. Despite her accustomedness to such attention, a sense of revulsion lingered in her heart. Meng Ren stepped forward, saying, "I apologize, but we are not looking to join your sanctuary. We merely seek refuge in the underground air raid shelter." Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong's expression turned scrutinizing. "So, this young man is the captain?" "I suppose so. I have the final say here," Meng Ren replied. Wang Yun and Mingxue remained silent, implicitly affirming Meng Ren's words. Lu Guodong appraised Meng Ren from head to toe, taken aback to learn he was the captain. The seemingly unremarkable Meng Ren. How could he possibly hold such a position? Young man, we are an official sanctuary. There is no need for you to harbor any reservations. In the face of the extreme heat and such natural disasters, we must unite. Before Lu Guodong could finish his sentence, Meng Ren interrupted him decisively. I'm afraid we will not be joining any factions. In regard to Lu Guodong's remarks, he harbored a sense of skepticism. What official sanctuary could possibly exist when the authorities themselves are likely overwhelmed? In this era of extreme heat, every nation across the globe has succumbed in an alarmingly brief period, leading to a complete collapse of societal order. The current state of society is steeped in chaos, leaving little room for any semblance of official authority. Those who invoke the banner of the official simply cannot be trusted, for they are often driven by ulterior motives. He had no intention of placing faith in the fleeting words of a stranger, regardless of their claims to official status. Setting aside the question of their legitimacy, he resolved to observe before forming any plans. We are merely seeking refuge in this air raid shelter, without any intention of aligning ourselves with any faction. Nor do we wish to impose any trouble upon you, Meng Ren asserted, making his position clear. Lu Guodong's countenance darkened. The demeanor of the present Meng Ren was rather unyielding. Previously, when survivors had learned of his official affiliations, they had eagerly joined. So why was Meng Ren deviating from the expected course? My young friend, if you are unwilling to join, I fear I cannot permit your entry. I cannot ascertain your true intentions. Lu Guodong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Meng Ren. Meng Ren furrowed his brow. Did you not just state that anyone could enter the sanctuary? Why is it now that my refusal to join bars us from entry? If this truly is an official matter, shouldn't everyone be welcomed into safety? Our current reluctance to join does not preclude future participation. Your coercive insistence on immediate allegiance hardly resembles the conduct of an official. Rather, it evokes the actions of those masquerading under the guise of authority for deceitful purposes. Lu Guodong was taken aback and quickly altered his statement. Wait, I did not refuse your entry into the shelter. It was merely to avoid. Avoid what? Did you not claim that everyone is a survivor and that you are all welcome here? Meng Ren gazed at him. Lu Guodong's expression soured slightly as he forced a smile. I apologize for my earlier misstatements. We welcome any survivor into the shelter. However, if you choose not to join us, there are certain rules you must adhere to. Chapter 160. A new dwelling. Very well. As long as the rules are reasonable, we shall naturally comply. Meng Ren nodded in agreement. The shelter before them was already occupied, and it was clear that other underground bunkers would likely be inhabited as well. Thus, a visit to these alternate shelters became imperative. Lu Guodong proceeded to outline a series of conditions, primarily concerning the lack of assistance provided to them. Meng Ren found this amusing. His spatial inventory was overflowing with resources, making it ludicrous to covet the supplies of the group before him. We accept all these conditions, but in return, please do not disturb us. We do not wish to be bothered. Likewise, our resources will not be shared with you. Meng Ren made his stance clear up front. Lu Guodong could not suppress a chuckle. To him, Meng Ren appeared utterly ridiculous. How much could these three possibly possess? Even if they had supplies, how long could they sustain themselves? Once their resources were depleted, they would undoubtedly return to seek his assistance. Upon this realization, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Meng Ren, a woman of such exquisite beauty. One could only imagine how thoroughly this young man had enjoyed her company in recent days. What a lamentable squandering of such allure. With a gulp, the group subsequently ventured into the air raid shelter. Indeed, as they crossed the threshold, the temperature plummeted sharply, a consequence of the shelter's subterranean construction, rendering it at least 10 degrees cooler than the sweltering exterior. Outside, the temperature approached a staggering 40 degrees, while within the confines of the shelter, it hovered around 30 degrees, with the depths likely offering even more refreshing respite. Expressions of intrigue adorned the faces of Wang Yun and Meng Ren. They were not afforded the luxuries of a climate-controlled environment like Su Qing, and the cool atmosphere of the underground shelter was immensely appealing to them. The interior of the shelter proved to be remarkably spacious, already populated by a multitude of tents, several hundred in total, scattered throughout the area. Meng Ren casually estimated that approximately 1,000 individuals resided within this shelter alone, a figure that was certainly not insignificant. Indeed, despite the near 2-month passage since the onset of the scorching era, the extinction of humanity was evidently far from imminent. The presence of over 1,000 souls within this single refuge hinted at a greater number of survivors in Yunhai City than he had initially surmised. So, how does the temperature within the underground shelter feel? It is far more comfortable than the inferno outside. You may select a few spots in the corners to settle. Lu Guodong approached Mingxue with a smile adorning his face, yet she remained utterly silent, disregarding him completely. After a careful examination, Meng Ren nodded in affirmation. This location was indeed commendable. Despite already housing 1,000 individuals, the expansive underground air raid shelter still possessed ample space to comfortably accommodate a few more. Excellent. Both Wang Yun and Mingxue nodded in agreement, their anticipation heightened by the inviting environment. Rumor had it that the air raid shelter offered a refreshing coolness, prompting El Qianqian to express her excitement, while Xiaoyu remained unimpressed, questioning how it could possibly compare to an air-conditioned room. Casting a worried glance at Meng Ren, she pondered the implications of housing over 1,000 people in that shelter, as Meng Ren's secret could easily be unveiled. With this concern in mind, Xiaoyu pulled Meng Ren aside, inquiring about the fate of his secret. It's an unavoidable circumstance, Meng Ren replied. The underground air raid shelter indeed provides a much more favorable environment. As for the issue of secrecy, there is no need for haste. The shelter is vast, and we can reside far from others. As long as we do not draw undue attention to ourselves, we should remain inconspicuous. Living within the underground shelter presented its pros and cons. The advantages lay in enhanced safety, while the disadvantages pertain to privacy concerns. However, the latter could be addressed with some ingenuity. Constructing a makeshift dwelling akin to those found at construction sites within the shelter would suffice. It would be simple and require minimal effort, and as for the materials, that would be even easier to procure. In today's world, it seems that anything inedible is abundantly scattered everywhere, unwanted, and merely requiring additional effort to dispose of. Yet, these concerns are trivial. One can simply invest a bit of resources to hire assistants, who would be reluctant to offer their labor. A few individuals had already made their decisions, and thus, they promptly commenced their mission. Meng Ren ventured out once more, making a circuit before procuring an electric cargo vehicle for transporting supplies. Although his resources were conveniently stored within his personal space, rendering transportation unnecessary, appearances had to be maintained. Wang Yun and the others also secured their own means of conveyance, collectively forming a makeshift convoy. Meng Ren's electric cargo vehicle was particularly remarkable, laden with a substantial amount of supplies, filling it to capacity. Yet, this was insufficient. He would need to make several trips to complete the transport. "Let us depart," Meng Ren declared, waving his hand as the group set forth towards the location of the underground shelter. Wang Yun and his companions followed closely behind, straining under the weight of their 3-wheeled cart. Fortunately, their load was relatively light, making a single cart quite adequate for their needs. The group swiftly returned to the site of the underground shelter, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. Many emerged from their tents, their gazes directed towards Meng Ren and his entourage. It wasn't long before their eyes were drawn to the supplies within El Qianqian's cart, stirring a ripple of excitement through the crowd. El Qianqian, incensed, brandished her crossbow and shouted, "What do you want? Do you intend to steal my supplies?" Those unafraid of death stepped forward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Those who had been eager to act just moments ago now gazed at the cold crossbow bolt in Lu Qianqian's hand, awakening to a sense of fear in their eyes. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such fierce prowess, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Lu Qianqian continued to glare at the 3-wheeled cart as it advanced, casting one last fierce look at the group before departing. Chapter 161. The temptation of cooking. The group made their way to the deepest part of the underground air raid shelter, a space remarkably expansive yet devoid of any illumination. While the outside world benefited from the soft glow of moonlight and sunlight, this area was shrouded in utter darkness. Perhaps it was this very reason that deterred anyone from residing here. Yet, this circumstance worked to Meng Ren and his companions' advantage, as it was the farthest point from the entrance of the shelter, thus offering a refreshing coolness. "This is so comfortable," Wang Yun exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. A smile adorned Meng Ren's face as well. It seemed they could comfortably spend the night here without needing to turn on the air conditioning. Although his power supply was ample, running the air conditioning 24 hours a day would indeed be taxing. While the dimness was not blinding, it sufficed for visibility. "All right, let's each find a spot to settle down," he suggested. The smiles on their faces reflected their satisfaction with the environment of the shelter, the key factor being the cool temperature. This was of utmost importance. Only those who had endured the scorching era could truly comprehend the maddening horror of such extreme heat. Temperatures soaring above 40 degrees during the day and exceeding 30 degrees even at night were a testament to their ordeal. This setting remains indoors. However, should it be outdoors, the temperature during the day would soar above 60 degrees, while at night, it would still linger above 40 degrees. Such terrifyingly high temperatures could easily prove fatal. Unless one were a superhuman, no one could endure the outdoors for more than half an hour during the day. A few individuals began to assemble their tents and establish living quarters. For the ensuing hours, Meng Ren was tirelessly occupied, entering and exiting continuously, laboring until the late hours of the night. By 3 in the morning, after relentless effort, everything was finally in order. Deep within the air raid shelter, a rudimentary sanctuary had been erected. Meng Ren had long prepared several large tents, each spacious enough to accommodate their needs. The combination of 5 large tents formed a suitable dwelling. 1 tent was designated for storing supplies, 3 tents served as sleeping quarters, and the remaining tent functioned as a communal area for dining. Meanwhile, Mingxue and others also constructed their massive tents and retrieved an array of cooking utensils. Meng Ren's supplies were placed at the innermost spot, comprising a substantial pile of provisions. Although this was merely a fraction of what he had extracted from his personal space, it was enough to incite a frenzy. With the shelter finally complete, Meng Ren was drenched in perspiration when Xiaoyu approached him, wearing a pitiful expression. "Aron, I am hungry. Shouldn't we have lunch?" She blinked her eyes innocently. Concurrently, Zhu Huihui directed her gaze toward them. Meng Ren patted his stomach, indeed feeling a pang of hunger. "Let's eat then," he replied. "All right. Today, both of you have worked hard. Let us indulge in braised eggplant accompanied by kung pao chicken, and perhaps a serving of pumpkin soup as well," Meng Ren declared. The eyes of the 2 women sparkled with enthusiasm as they nodded without hesitation. Xiaoyu promptly retrieved the induction cooker and rice cooker, while Zhu Huihui eagerly stepped forward to begin the preparations. She fetched the ingredients from the storage area and immediately commenced cooking. Despite her youth, her culinary skills were truly remarkable, surpassing those of both Meng Ren and Xiaoyu. This was a source of great satisfaction for Meng Ren. Zhu Huihui was nimble, and her cooking prowess was exceptional, making her an irreplaceable presence in the household. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wang Yun, who had been enjoying his meal, suddenly found his instant noodles lacking in appeal. He could not help but swallow hard. Meng's stock of ingredients is astonishing, he mused. How does he manage to preserve such fresh produce? It remained an unsolved mystery, a riddle that eluded comprehension. Despite the sweltering heat outside, Meng Ren's home was stocked with fresh ingredients. Could it be that he had somehow provided power to the refrigerator, ensuring the preservation of the food? That seemed utterly implausible. They had no electricity, yet Meng Ren was able to indulge in such luxury. Truly remarkable. If this were not the case, then it was entirely baffling how he managed to keep the ingredients fresh. Braised eggplant, kung pao chicken, pumpkin soup. Zhu Huihui skillfully prepared 3 dishes, and soon the enticing aroma wafted into the air, captivating the attention of the group gathered outside. One person could not resist inhaling the fragrant air, their eyes widening in astonishment. Who is cooking? This scent resembles that of fish-fragrant eggplant. Those nearby also displayed expressions of disbelief. Under the current circumstances, having instant noodles or canned food seemed quite luxurious, yet here was someone indulging in stir-fried dishes. How absurd. The crowd quickly stirred with excitement. If only one person had caught a whiff of the aroma, it could be dismissed as an illusion, but with so many experiencing it, surely it could not be mere fantasy. From within a tent, Li Feng emerged from the throng, his expression equally astonished. Who is cooking? Following the scent, he glanced towards the direction of the newcomers. Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached, prompting others to follow suit. They arrived at the area occupied by Meng Ren and his companions, and to their amazement, it was a lavishly outfitted large tent, encircled with a makeshift barrier of additional tents to separate it from the outside. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a source of light, an electric lamp. Bathed in its glow, a girl of approximately 14 or 15 years was busily tending to an induction stove. With one hand, she lifted the frying pan and expertly transferred a serving of fish-fragrant eggplant onto a pre-prepared plate. Goodness, it turns out it was not merely my imagination. It truly is fish-fragrant eggplant. One individual could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment. Since the era of extreme heat began, they had lived in constant peril, often uncertain of their next meal, and they could scarcely recall the last time they had savored a stir-fried dish. What are you doing here? Are you here to steal from us? Leave at once. LV Chantian emerged from the tent, her expression brimming with vigilance as she aimed her weapon at the group before her. Li Feng, feeling indignant at LV Chantian's words, retorted, "How can you speak to us like that? We are not thieves. We would never steal from you. Can you show some respect in your words? We merely came to take a look." Chapter 162, Intimidation. LV Chantian was unconvinced by Li Feng's protestations. She was no naive flower, having vividly recalled the last incident of theft. Thus, she remained exceedingly wary in the presence of strangers. How do you still have electricity? Is it from a generator? No. It must be from a battery. You even possess fresh ingredients for cooking. How do you preserve them? Li Feng could not help but interject. LV Chantian rolled her eyes in response. What does it matter to you? Why ask so many questions? Are we that familiar? Perhaps due to LV Chantian's brusque demeanor, discontent rippled through the crowd. A burly man stepped forward, clearly displeased. Young lady, your tone is quite impolite. We mean no harm. With a cold laugh, LV Chantian replied. Whether you harbor ill intentions is for you to know. Now, move along. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unfriendly. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Chantian abruptly raised the mechanical crossbow in her hand, her finger poised directly on the trigger. Witnessing her action, the others present were taken aback, instinctively retreating. At that moment, Meng Ren emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Li Feng exclaimed, "Captain Meng, your subordinate is rather aggressive. We merely came to observe. Yet she is threatening to attack us." Meng Ren, upon hearing this, cast a glance over the group and replied, "I apologize. She has indeed overreacted. However, it is understandable given the circumstances. Just yesterday, we were assaulted by a gang known as the Wolf Pack, comprising over 20 individuals, which instilled considerable fear in us. Consequently, our emotions are somewhat heightened." The Wolf Pack? Over 20 individuals? The group was taken aback, and Li Feng could not help but inquire. "Is this why you had to relocate in such haste?" "Not quite. We have eliminated that group entirely. We simply sought a more stable environment, which prompted our departure," Meng Ren said, spreading his hands and revealing an innocuous smile. "What?" The revelation landed like a deep water bomb in a tranquil lake, startling the group. "You killed them? That's more than 20 people. You must be joking. Murder is a crime." "Indeed. How can he make such audacious claims? Killing someone is impossible." The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Li Feng was taken aback, though he harbored some doubts about Meng Ren's words. Yet, observing Meng Ren's expression, there was no hint of jest. As Meng Ren listened to the discussions around him, he quickly comprehended the situation. It seemed that a significant portion of the individuals before him had likely been residing in the underground shelter since the onset of the extreme heat era, thus remaining oblivious to the chaos that reigned outside. "Huh. The act of killing is hardly a matter of astonishment. Those who still roam the outside world, who among them has not taken a life? For the sake of resources, the act of killing and cannibalism has long since become commonplace. Meng Ren chuckled coldly. Hiss. Many in the crowd gasped, their faces etched with shock. Others remained silent. They were the ones who had contact with the outside world and understood the veracity of Meng Ren's words. In this day and age, to avoid taking a life? Is that even plausible? Meng Ren cast a glance over the crowd, disinterested in further engagement. Although they were all within the confines of the same underground shelter, it was prudent for them to maintain their distance. The best scenario was for these individuals to refrain from provoking him. His intention in revealing his murderous actions was merely to instill fear in some foolish souls. Enough. You may depart. We merely reside here and are not kindred spirits. Unless necessary, do not venture into my territory. Otherwise, I shall consider you a threat, and I will not hesitate to end your life. Meng Ren stated coldly. His tone as frigid as the ice and snow of the far north. He is no longer the delicate flower of his past life. He has now taken the lives of more than 10 individuals. The chilling words that escape his lips instill a palpable terror in those of fragile constitution. However, tales of Meng Ren's ruthless exploits have begun to circulate within the crowd, painting him as a merciless killer who consumes lives daily. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Rumors grow more exaggerated with each retelling. Yet, this is precisely the outcome Meng Ren desires. He seeks to instill fear in others, deliberately recounting the murders he committed just the day before to intimidate those foolish enough to entertain reckless thoughts. The warning he issued should suffice to dissuade a considerable number from harboring inappropriate ideas. Nevertheless, this applies only to a select few. For those truly consumed by greed, such threats fall woefully short. The allure of his abundant provisions, ample food, plentiful water sources, and several enchanting beauties serves to incite jealousy among others. Given this abundance, it is inevitable that he would attract attention. However, having chosen to reside here, Meng Ren is acutely aware of such circumstances. In truth, unless he opts to conceal himself in a remote and obscure locale, completely severing contact with outsiders, attracting prying eyes is an almost certain consequence. Yet, hiding is not in Meng Ren's nature. He can evade for a time, but can he truly hide forever? As long as there are treasures to behold, scrutiny is unavoidable. Let us hope these individuals do not act with excessive folly. Otherwise, I may once again be compelled to unleash a torrent of bloodshed. Meng Ren's gaze was exceptionally frigid. Should these individuals truly lack insight, he would not hesitate to extract their eyes. Upon returning to the campsite, Zhu Huihui had already prepared dinner, with 3 fragrant dishes elegantly arranged upon the table. Neither woman touched their chopsticks, instead awaiting Meng Ren's arrival. This pleased him greatly, and he promptly seated himself at the head of the table, declaring, "Let us begin our meal." The 2 women, overjoyed, immediately commenced feasting. After a long day of transporting numerous items, both Xia Yu and Zhu Huihui were utterly exhausted and ravenous. After thoroughly enjoying a delightful dinner, Meng Ren was thoroughly impressed by Zhu Huihui's culinary skills. This chef was indeed a valuable asset. As the evening progressed, the clock struck 4 in the morning. Meng Ren stretched languidly and exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Yu. Instantly understanding, she followed him into the tent. After a considerable amount of exertion, Xia Yu found herself utterly fatigued. Chapter 163. Midnight Thieves. It is often said that only an overworked ox can exhaust the fields. Yet Xia Yu felt that Meng Ren was an ox capable of relentless toil, leaving her utterly drained each time. Previously, with the assistance of Tian Wenxian, the 2 women had managed to share the burden, but now, without Tian Wenxian, it fell solely upon her to contend with Meng Ren. Facing the fierce and wolf-like Meng Ren, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Nestled in Meng Ren's embrace, Xia Yu's eyes darted about. She concluded that she should recruit another woman to help alleviate her mounting pressures. As for the candidate, Zhu Huihui undoubtedly stands out as the finest choice. After these days of her deliberate approach, the bond between Zhu Huihui and her has grown remarkably strong. Moreover, Zhu Huihui possesses a gentle and kind disposition. making her an ideal confidant. Regrettably, her youth poses a slight drawback. At merely 14 years of age, despite her commendable physical development, she still retains a certain naivety, which Meng Ren would certainly not pursue. Thus, the only alternatives left are El Qianqian and Mingxue. After careful consideration, Xiaoyu finds El Qianqian to be the more suitable option. The formidable and elite Mingxue is someone she feels ill-equipped to handle. If Mingxue were to be brought into the fold, it could very well lead to a reversal of roles, jeopardizing Meng Ren's standing. With such thoughts in mind, Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance in the direction of El Qianqian's tent. It was evident to her that El Qianqian harbored feelings for Meng Ren. With a little encouragement from her, Meng Ren would surely not refuse a beautiful and alluring companion presenting herself. A smirk of satisfaction crept across Xiaoyu's face as she contemplated how to foster a closer relationship with El Qianqian. Unbeknownst to Meng Ren, who cradled Xiaoyu in his arms, she was devising her plans. He had begun to trust her to a certain extent, allowing her to sleep beside him at night, an indication of significant progress. After an intense battle, Meng Ren felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him, and before he realized it, he drifted into a deep slumber. The camp returned to a serene quietude, the vast underground shelter enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the faintest sound, such as a pin dropping, would echo distinctly. While Meng Ren and his companions were resting, a group of audacious individuals in another part of the camp had already taken notice of them. In the shadows, four figures huddled together, their faces reflecting a glint of greed. "Did you see? The supplies brought by that group just now are truly abundant," Zhou Bing exclaimed, his voice imbued with an insatiable eagerness that was unmistakable to all. The three companions beside him mirrored his excitement, with Wulong's lips curving into a smile. "Indeed, I saw it clearly. That girl's tricycle was laden with provisions, an abundance of instant noodles, canned goods, and even unopened bottles of mineral water. This group is simply too fortunate. One wonders where they acquired such a wealth of supplies." Listening to their conversation, one among the four could not help but express his concern. "This is rather perilous, isn't it? Those individuals are not to be trifled with. You heard what that young man said. They have just killed over 20 people. It would be wise not to provoke such ruthless characters." Zhou Bing rolled his eyes at this remark. "Third brother, you have many admirable qualities, but your timidity is not one of them. Do you really believe their claims of having taken lives? Such statements are merely intended to intimidate. If they had said they had only killed a few, I might entertain the thought, but over 20? That is simply implausible. Youthful bravado often leads to exaggeration. Such fabrications are merely meant to deceive the gullible." When Zhou Bing uttered these words, a triumphant expression adorned his face, as he believed he had unraveled everything. The third brother furrowed his brow, while the previously silent fourth brother spoke in a somber tone, urging, "Big brother, please just speak candidly. We are ready to act at any moment." Zhou Bing nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, we must act. Our supplies are nearly depleted, and we have been troubled about sourcing new provisions. To our surprise, someone has delivered an opportunity right to our doorstep. The group had recently relocated and would undoubtedly sleep soundly tonight, presenting us with a chance. We can quietly approach and procure some supplies without any issue." As Zhou Bing's words resonated, the other three exchanged glances. Aside from the third brother's hesitation, the other two quickly nodded in agreement. They understood the simple truth: one cannot prosper without effort, especially in this scorching epoch where securing resources is no trivial task. With over 1,000 individuals here, their daily consumption of supplies is substantial, and the nearby resources had long been thoroughly exhausted. Initially, the shelter would distribute supplies to each individual, but recently, the allocations had dwindled significantly. Zhou Bing recognized that this signified a scarcity within the shelter itself. It would not be long before they faced complete deprivation, and now, with a lucrative opportunity before them, it would be a shame not to seize it. Embracing this notion, Zhou Bing resolutely declared, "We shall commence our operation in an hour. By then, they will undoubtedly be fast asleep. We will quietly approach, discreetly gather the supplies, and depart without a sound." "Understood." Wulong and the others nodded in agreement. Once the plan was established, the four of them immediately prepared, and soon the clock struck 5 in the morning, at which point everyone had succumbed to slumber. In the camp, four figures cautiously emerged from the cluster of tents and made their way towards the depths of the underground bunker. The moonlight outside cast a faint glow. But as they ventured deeper into the bunker, the surroundings grew increasingly dark until no light penetrated the gloom, plunging them into an impenetrable blackness. Damn it! These people are hiding too well, Zhou Bing cursed inwardly before retrieving a flashlight. The light flickered to life, albeit dimly, which suited their current predicament perfectly. Too bright a light would risk exposure, so maintaining a muted luminosity was indeed the wisest choice. Holding the flashlight, Zhou Bing signaled for Wu Long and the others to draw closer. Guided by the feeble beam, they navigated carefully to the innermost recesses of the underground bunker, where they found themselves in the presence of Meng Ren and his group. Chapter 164. A desperate escape. The area before them was shrouded in fabric, meticulously arranged by Meng Ren and his companions, though it was evident that the cloth served merely as a means of separation. The true capacity for defense, it can be asserted, serves little purpose. Zhou Bing let out a cold chuckle, striding forward without hesitation. He produced a pair of scissors, poised to silently snip open a button on the fabric barrier, intending to slip inside stealthily. He carefully placed the scissors against the barrier, his movements deliberate and slow, aimed at avoiding any noise. However, as he prepared to cut through the fabric, he inadvertently brushed against it, triggering a cacophony of bell-like sounds. The sudden clang of bells startled Zhou Bing and his three companions, causing their hearts to race in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the barriers served a dual purpose, not merely as a separator but also as a signal system. The moment he touched the fabric, the bells chimed in response. "Who goes there?" barked a sharp voice. And Zhou Bing swiftly turned to see a man emerging rapidly from within a tent. "Damn it, we need to get out of here." Zhou Bing gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath as he hastily led his three brothers away. They fled in a frenzy, racing towards the exit. Within the camp, Meng Ren's authoritative shout roused everyone, prompting several to emerge from their tents. With an icy glare, Meng Ren observed the commotion ahead. In the darkness, he could clearly discern the four figures making their hasty retreat. A smirk crept across his face, just as he had suspected. Meng Ren mused coldly to himself, knowing well that the survivors within the underground shelter were a mixed lot, inevitably giving rise to unwarranted intentions. Hence, he deliberately set up a fabric enclosure with the intention of providing a warning. Little did he anticipate that the lurking observers would possess such audacity. As soon as we arrived, they eagerly took action. "Brother Meng, what has transpired?" Lu Qianqian emerged from the tent, rubbing her eyes, a look of confusion adorning her face. Ming Xue wore a grave expression. "Is someone attempting to steal from us while we slumber? Did you manage to glimpse their appearance?" Meng Ren shook his head. "Indeed. There was someone who came to pilfer, but the darkness was too profound for me to discern their features." The others, upon hearing this, wore expressions that were far from pleasant. "Do not fret. By tomorrow, I shall arrange for the reinforcement of this enclosure. At that point, it will not be so easy for anyone to infiltrate," Meng Ren replied with a calm demeanor. He had anticipated such an occurrence, hence his expression remained unperturbed. No further incidents transpired, allowing the group to enjoy a restful slumber. Goodness, that group possesses an impressive sense of vigilance. They even set traps. We nearly fell into their clutches, Wu Long exclaimed, still shaken. Had they been captured, their reputation within this sanctuary would have been irrevocably tarnished. It would be unlikely for anyone to engage with them thereafter, and expulsion from the refuge would not be an implausible fate. Zhou Bing's expression mirrored discomfort. He had nearly suffered a heart attack from Meng Ren's earlier reprimand, and even now, he was still somewhat on edge. We have underestimated these individuals. Their ability to possess such abundant resources at this time clearly indicates that they are not mere trivial characters. However, we, the brothers, are not to be trifled with either. This debt shall be noted, and we will gradually settle it with them in due course," Zhou Bing remarked, his gaze shifting towards Meng Ren and his companions, a glint of anger and resentment evident in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, The next day arrived. The sun hung high in the sky as Meng Ren and the others slumbered until 3 in the afternoon, finally rousing themselves from their restful slumber. How delightful! It has been quite some time since I have slept so soundly, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her face adorned with a smile. The temperature within the underground air raid shelter was significantly cooler than that of the residential buildings, making their stay far more comfortable. At the very least, they were spared the discomfort of being awakened by oppressive heat, which would render sleep elusive. It was precisely due to this comfort that the group had indulged in such a prolonged rest. Meng Ren emerged from the tent, a bowl of meat soup noodles in hand. "Good morning," he greeted. "Good morning, Meng Gu." The others reciprocated, the atmosphere in the camp radiating harmony. Smiles adorned their faces. Yet as they gathered, they noticed the absence of one among them. "Where has Xiaoyu gone? Is she still asleep in the tent?" Qi Jiayu inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Meng Ren's expression remained unperturbed. "She stayed up late last night, and is still in slumber," he replied. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged peculiar glances. Stayed up late. More like she was kept up late. Though the camp's area was considerable, the profound silence allowed the sounds of Meng Ren's battle with Xiaoyu to resonate clearly last night. The group could not help but cast peculiar glances at Meng Ren, utterly astonished by his formidable combat prowess, which had compelled Xiaoyu to beg for mercy before he released her. Qi Jiayu shot a disapproving glare at Wang Yun, the message in her eyes unmistakable. Wang Yun rolled his eyes, remarking that only an overworked ox could ruin a field. Meng Ren's conspicuous strength was indeed out of the ordinary. As an ordinary person, how could he possibly compare with such a formidable opponent? Lu Qianqian and Zhu Huihui felt a flush of embarrassment, while O Mingxue maintained an unperturbed demeanor, her expression betraying no signs of disturbance. With little to occupy their time. In this scorching age, everyone had ceased to engage in any labor beyond mere survival. The sun was still several hours from setting, and the group found themselves at leisure. However, Meng Ren was not without tasks at hand. Having relocated to the current camp, he could no longer freely access his personal space to avoid raising suspicions. Xiaoyu had long since entered her personal space to tend to the farm, but he could not follow. Otherwise, they would be left unprotected. Should Wang Yun and the others happen to search for them while they were in their personal spaces, the absence of both would certainly raise alarms. It appeared essential to ascertain the loyalty of these individuals swiftly. Once that was established, the complications would lessen significantly. Meng Ren narrowed his eyes contemplatively. Due to the influences of a past life, he developed a suspicious disposition. Chapter 165, Recruitment of Personnel. Despite having endured numerous experiences alongside Omingxu and others, he still found himself unable to fully trust these individuals. Ultimately, this stemmed from his current lack of strength. If only his telekinetic abilities were sufficient to withstand bullets, albeit mere ordinary ones, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Every precaution he took was a reflection of his own inadequacies in power. Within the confines of the tent, Meng Ren toyed with a water sphere, approximately 5 pounds in weight, which morphed into various shapes under his control. Given his current rate of growth, he estimated that within a year, he would possess enough strength for self-defense. By that time, even if he could not withstand ordinary bullets, he would certainly have no trouble with crossbows. Meng Ren squinted, his eyes glimmering with profound anticipation. As nightfall approached, the blazing sun slowly descended, causing the outside temperature to gradually drop. The night air cooled to around 40 degrees, which, while still warm, was at least within the tolerable range for an average person. Estimating that the time was right, Meng Ren stepped out of the camp. Observing his movements, the others immediately understood his intent and followed suit. He made his way directly to the location of the medium-sized camp, casting his gaze over the gathering before him. Among the crowd were both men and women, the vast majority being young adults. As for the elderly, they had long since perished. The physical condition of the elderly pales in comparison to that of the young and robust, rendering their survival in this extreme heat era exceedingly precarious. The same can be said for very young children. However, in contrast to Meng Ren, the state of this group appears somewhat better than he had initially anticipated. Although they all exhibit gaunt faces and filthy appearances, They do not seem to be suffering from malnutrition. It seems they possess a certain reserve of supplies. Could these provisions be stored within the underground shelter? Meng Ren squinted, pondering. To his knowledge, underground shelters are typically equipped with supplies, though the quantity is unlikely to suffice for the prolonged needs of over 1,000 individuals. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Meng Ren. I require assistance in constructing a shelter. Is there anyone willing to lend a hand? I am in need of 10 strong men. Each person who helps will be provided with a meal, 3 packets of instant noodles along with 3 bottles of mineral water. Meng Ren's voice echoed throughout the underground shelter. Upon hearing the mention of food, many turned their gazes toward him with newfound interest. Instantly, some individuals rose, their faces alight with joy. Is there really food as a reward? Indeed, I seek 10 individuals to assist in the construction of a shelter. The work is not particularly strenuous, merely assembling simple walls and a structure using some timber. Of course, it would be even better if someone possesses carpentry skills. Meng Ren articulated his needs. Given the intention to reside in this underground shelter for an extended period, it is imperative to construct at least one sturdy wall, as living in tents alone is insufficient. The events of last night have only heightened Meng Ren's awareness of this necessity. I am a carpenter and have experience in woodworking. I can assist with the construction of the walls. A middle-aged man rose from the crowd. Meng Ren's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that there was indeed a carpenter among them, which was fortuitous. Very well. I will provide you with 5 packets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water, and you shall lead the construction of the walls and shelter. Should the construction be satisfactory, there will be additional rewards, Meng Ren declared generously. To him, such meager supplies were but a trifling matter, while the establishment of a refuge was of paramount importance. The carpenter smiled, introducing himself. My name is Ding Ji. As soon as one person volunteered, others could no longer contain themselves, and within less than a minute, 10 men had gathered. Due to the overwhelming number of volunteers, Meng Ren carefully selected 10 of the strongest individuals from the group. Just then, a stern voice echoed, causing the crowd to part. From a certain corner of the underground shelter, a door opened, and Lu Guodong emerged. Mr. Meng, what are you planning to do? Lu Guodong inquired with a furrowed brow, his expression far from pleasant. What was Meng Ren gathering people for? Was he instigating trouble? Vice Leader Lu, please do not misunderstand. It was merely last night while I was asleep that someone attempted to steal my supplies from within your camp. This place is rather unsafe. Hence I have hired a few individuals to assist me in constructing a wall and a simple wooden shelter. Of course, I shall compensate them. I would never expect them to work for free. Such a straightforward request should not meet with your disapproval, right? Meng Ren's words elicited surprise among the crowd. Who is stealing? How could anyone stoop so low? Indeed, last night, I distinctly heard scolding and the sounds of someone fleeing. For a moment, I thought I was merely dreaming, but it turns out it was all too real. Who could possibly be so shameless? The crowd began to murmur, casting glances at one another. Lu Guodong furrowed his brow. If such an incident truly occurred last night, then Meng Ren's appeal was undoubtedly justified. Constructing a wall is acceptable, but remember to ensure that the workers are duly compensated. Their wages must not be delayed. How many individuals does Mr. Meng require? Lu Guodong inquired. Meng Ren shrugged. Just 10 will suffice. Surely 10 is rather few. Wouldn't it be more efficient with a few more hands? Lu Guodong smiled. Meng Ren rolled his eyes. I am not building a fortress. It is merely a simple wall and a few small shelters. 10 is more than adequate, and I will ensure their payment is made promptly. That is more than agreeable. Although we find ourselves in a precarious situation, certain principles must remain intact. Particularly in light of the current crisis, we must adhere to our principles and boundaries. If Mr. Meng can assist us in providing some employment opportunities, it would be nothing short of ideal. I express my gratitude to Mr. Meng on behalf of our Baishir camp. Lu Guodong chuckled amiably. Baishir camp? Is that indeed the name of this camp? Meng Ren nodded with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. However, he realized he had yet to meet the leader of this camp, having only encountered Lu Guodong, the deputy leader, thus far. Chapter 166. Farewell, Tian Wenxian. Following the successful recruitment of personnel, Meng Ren promptly set everyone into motion. Here is half of your remuneration. I shall provide the remainder upon the completion of the wall construction, Meng Ren stated. The eyes of Deng Ji and the others sparkled with excitement at the sight of the supplies before them. Thank you, Boss Meng, Deng Ji exclaimed, slapping his chest with pride. Rest assured, Boss Meng, the construction of the wall is in our capable hands. I have prior experience in this matter. After receiving half of the payment, Deng Ji immediately commenced his tasks. He began by measuring the width and height of the underground air raid shelter to determine the quantity of materials required. The construction of wooden cabins is relatively intricate. Yet the wall is considerably simpler, requiring only planks and nails, all of which can be procured from the lumber mill. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Ji remarked, "The nearest lumber mill is over 10 kilometers away. That is indeed quite a distance." Meng Ren nodded in agreement, as this was precisely his line of thought. After all, it was merely a rudimentary wall. He did not expect it to provide substantial defense, but rather to obstruct visibility and deter thieves from casually entering the camp. Very well. Master Deng, you shall take charge of the arrangements. Meng Ren nodded in agreement. A smile graced Deng Ji's face, and he promptly began mobilizing his team. Wang Yu and the others soon emerged. Brother Meng, we would like to accompany you as well. They gazed eagerly at Meng Ren, clearly coveting the rewards. Although they had already received payment from Meng Ren previously, who would ever consider having too many supplies? Certainly, your compensation shall be the same. Meng Ren would naturally not refuse. Excellent. They all readily consented, including El Qianqian and Qi Jieyu, who also set off together. Upon mounting the tricycle, the group headed towards the furniture market, with Meng Ren entrusting the compound Bao to O Mingxue. Dr. O, you shall serve as our protector. The remuneration will remain the same, and should any danger arise, I shall increase your pay, Meng Ren declared. Understood, O Mingxue nodded. After receiving the compound Bao, she assumed her role as the accompanying guardian and joined the expedition. Deng Ji and the others could not help but gaze at O Mingxue, astonished. What a stunning woman. It dawned on them that Meng Ren's entourage consisted entirely of beauties, with the exquisite O Mingxue, Bao in hand, standing out as a paragon of loveliness. As the group set forth towards the furniture market, Meng Ren, on the other hand, was comfortably reclining in the tent, indulging in a leisurely life. At that moment, he lay within the tent, his head resting on Xia Yu's lap, relishing the massages from two enchanting maidens. Xia Yu gently massaged Meng Ren's head with her hands, while Zhu Huihui beside her diligently pounded Meng Ren's legs. What a scene! If the people from Baishir camp were to witness this, one could only imagine the depths of their envy. After all, they were all human, yet the disparity was rather stark. Oh dear! A figure, filthy and resembling a beggar, rushed forward. Upon closer inspection, it was nearly impossible to discern her identity due to her disheveled appearance. It was none other than Tian Wenqian. Not you again! Meng Ren hastily sidestepped, wishing he could have kicked her away if not for the onlookers. He certainly did not wish to be touched by someone in such a disheveled and beggar-like state. I will do anything you ask. I will be your servant. Wherever you direct me, I shall go. Please grant me another chance. Tian Wenqian burst into inconsolable tears upon seeing Meng Ren, her face a picture of distress. Yet, her filthy appearance did little to evoke sympathy. Meng Ren couldn't help but chuckle. The transformation in Tian Wenqian over just a few days was astonishing. The mere fact that she was still alive was enough to astonish him. Given the current circumstances, it was no small feat for a frail woman like her to survive. He scrutinized Tian Wenqian closely. Her clothes, once clean when she departed, were now tattered and filthy, leaving her looking every bit the beggar. She was covered in dirt and the pungent odor of sweat. Even from 3 meters away, one could detect the foul stench, leading an onlooker to believe she had emerged from a heap of refuse. Had it not been for the sound, Meng Ren would have scarcely recognized this woman as Tian Wenqian. In just a brief span of 10 days, her transformation was striking. Life had evidently treated her poorly since departing from him. At this moment, Tian Wenqian was reduced to tears, her sorrow profound. For only she knew the tribulation she had faced since leaving Meng Ren's home. The past 10 days had been nothing short of a hellish existence. She barely survived by toiling like a beast of burden. Cast away by Meng Ren, she found herself stripped of comfort and devoid of sustenance. Her situation deteriorating further than before. Without food, water, or clean clothing, she had become akin to a beggar in a mere 10 days. Regret consumed her. Though her status beside Meng Ren had been lowly, at least her basic needs had been met. It was only after her departure that she comprehended the true meaning of a living hell. Initially, her beauty afforded her some food and water, but soon she faced ostracism from other women. Had she not fled swiftly, she might have lost her life. Subsequently, she wandered for several days, hiding in abandoned buildings by day and scavenging for neglected scraps by night. For 3 relentless days, she scarcely consumed anything, ultimately collapsing from dehydration and hunger within a furniture store. Were it not for the intervention of Meng Ren and others, she might very well have perished. Upon seeing Tian Wenxian's unexpected presence, Meng Ren was taken aback, and he instinctively glanced towards Meng Ren and the others. Meng Ren elucidated. We encountered her at the furniture city. After she recognized us, she has been following closely, and no matter how we tried to shake her off, it proved futile. Chapter 167. You shall remain here forever. A cold smirk crept onto Meng Ren's face as he contemplated the fact that Tian Wenxian was at the furniture city. What remarkable fortune she possessed. However, his gaze shifted towards Deng Ji and the others, and it was evident that they were observing him with peculiar expressions. Clearly, Tian Wenxian had been sharing quite a few astonishing tales along the way. With such onlookers present, it would be rather difficult for Meng Ren to expel Tian Wenxian. Otherwise, it would not be long before rumors regarding him began to circulate throughout the Baisher camp. He firmly believed that this woman was capable of spreading all sorts of bizarre information. While Tian Wenxian may lack shame, Meng Ren still held his pride in high regard. To safeguard his reputation, he resolved to temporarily allow Tian Wenxian to stay. Follow me. Meng Ren, uninterested in further discussion, promptly led Tian Wenxian outside. She hastily complied, not daring to linger for a moment. The two made their way to the entrance of the underground air raid shelter, where Meng Ren finally halted. Since you still have the audacity to appear before me, I can grant you another opportunity, he said coldly, locking his gaze onto her. However, you must consider carefully. It was you who claimed to be open to anything. His words carried a profound implication. Upon hearing his words, Tian Wenxian was overwhelmed with excitement, entirely oblivious to the trap concealed within Meng Ren's statements. Thank you, Ren. This time I will definitely obey. Whatever you ask me to do, I shall comply. Meng Ren replied with a cold smirk. You must remember your words well. Should you defy them again, the consequences will not be trivial. Meng Ren held little hope for this woman, who seemed incapable of change. Were she to transform, he might consider taking her as a servant. But if she remained as she was, he would rather eliminate her altogether. Tian Wenxian, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly matched Meng Ren's pace. As they entered a narrow alley, Meng Ren wasted no time and rendered her unconscious. Xiaoyu stepped in and observed Tian Wenxian's disheveled appearance, her face contorting in disdain. Ren, why do you still wish to keep this woman? Can't you simply cast her out? She remarked, her expression one of clear aversion towards Tian Wenxian. You've often complained about the burdensome nature of farm work, have you not? She will be your assistant, Meng Ren asserted. Tian Wenxian will remain on the farm indefinitely, only to be granted the opportunity to leave once I am assured of her loyalty. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with hope. Wonderful. Finally, someone to help me share the workload. The tasks on the farm were no trivial matter. With Tian Wenxian's arrival, she could exploit her thoroughly while enjoying a leisurely respite herself. With this thought, Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meng Ren promptly transported both Tian Wenxian and Xiaoyu into his personal space, for that was the very intention behind his earlier inquiry. With deliberate intent, he brought Tian Wenxian out, planning to simply claim that he had driven her away when others inquired. Should anyone object, he had no intention of forcibly introducing anyone into his personal space. Although Meng Ren was cold-hearted, he maintained his own principles. To abduct someone and confine them on the farm would transgress his moral boundaries. Tian Wenqian was in a state of disarray and required a thorough cleansing, a task that naturally fell to Xiaoyu. With an expression of disdain, Xiaoyu dragged Tian Wenqian to the edge of the lake and unceremoniously tossed her in for a proper wash. Stimulated by the cold water, Tian Wenqian gradually regained consciousness, only to be astonished to find herself in a picturesque locale beside a serene lake. What is this place? Where am I? Tian Wenqian was in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend her surroundings. In this scorching era, such verdant landscapes were non-existent in Yuhai City. Welcome to the Mountain Sea Realm. Meng Ren's voice resonated. This is a world connected to my consciousness, a place I can access at will. Turning her gaze towards him, Tian Wenqian was met with a look of astonishment as she beheld an abundance of resources and farmland in the distance, suddenly understanding everything. No wonder Meng Ren possessed such wealth. No wonder his lifestyle was so extravagant. He had access to this extraordinary realm. Arun, you truly do trust me. Tian Wenqian exclaimed, exhilarated. Huh? Meng Ren scoffed coldly. No. You may have misunderstood something. My trust in you is non-existent, for you have no opportunity to divulge this secret. What? Tian Wenqian is no fool. She comprehends the true meaning behind Meng Ren's words. Are you intending to confine me here indefinitely? This is unacceptable. Tian Wenqian gasped in shock. Meng Ren found no desire to engage in further debate with her, since she was already aware of the existence of the spatial realm. It was impossible for him to permit her departure. The realm of mountains and seas. This is the name Meng Ren bestowed upon the spatial realm. Now that he recognized the realm of mountains and seas as a genuine, independent world, it seemed inappropriate to continue referring to it merely as a spatial realm. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to call it the realm of mountains and seas. Xiaoyu, train her well. I hope that when I return, she will have come to terms with reality. Meng Ren spoke in a frigid tone before vanishing from sight. Xiaoyu revealed an eager smile, saying, Leave it to me. Tian Wenqian trembled, suddenly realizing the gravity of her foolish actions. She could never escape this world again unless she earned Meng Ren's trust. The real world. What about that woman? Surely, she hasn't been dealt with. The thought of Meng Ren's earlier claim of having killed over 20 people sent a chill down Deng Ji and the other spines, prompting them to labor with renewed fervor. Under the diligent efforts of a dozen individuals led by Deng Ji, a formidable wall was finally erected after a painstaking 4 hours of labor. This imposing barrier effectively sealed off the underground shelter, isolating the area where Meng Ren and his companions resided from the surrounding regions.